Today is the moment our whole class must officially face the Ghost Tamer exam. The teacher on the podium tried to reassure the students, saying that as long as they apply what they have learned, they will be fully capable of subduing those ghosts. Contrary to the tense and anxious atmosphere of the friends around him, this young man was still calmly sleeping soundly as if nothing were happening. On top of that, Lammac showed no respect to anyone, suddenly jumping up from his chair and shouting, "Pentakill!" At this strange behavior, the whole class looked at him with confused eyes, about to enter the ghost domain, and this guy still has the mind to play games. He truly is an incurable madman. Dazed and not understanding a thing, in Lammac's memory he had clearly just achieved a pentakill. Why did he open his eyes to find himself sitting in this strange classroom? This is a world where night-walking demons are constantly invading reality, with the goal of preventing that danger. A new profession was born called Ghost Tamer. Similar to beast taming, humans establish contracts to control ghosts. Through that, they summon demons to fight alongside them against out-of-control ghosts who treat human lives as a source of amusement. Lammac did not expect himself to transmigrate into this place. Although feeling extremely bewildered, he still had to calm himself down to find a way back. The teacher appeared extremely furious. The ghost domain exam is coming up and you still have free time to play games. If you haven't mastered basic theory, what do you plan to do when you face a ghost? While being scolded harshly by the teacher, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on transmigrating. Introduction to the defense breaking system. Break defenses to earn points. Points increase the ghost contract limit." Try to make the teacher furious to activate the emotional management system. What on earth is this? In Lammac's memory, since age 5, each person awakens their contract limit and that number never changes. For each point, one can sign a contract with one ghost. Normal people with a 0 limit can never master a ghost. Having a limit of 2 is the average for a ghost tamer, while anyone who reaches the number 3 is considered a rare genius. However, the system allows Lammac to sign contracts with countless ghosts. This means that owning an army of hundreds of millions of ghosts is completely within reach. The young man stood up abruptly and replied to the teacher, "If it's a fire-type ghost, of course I'll record a video of it for social media." Good heavens, anyone who didn't know would definitely think he had a short circuit in his head. What era is it that he still wants to livestream? His mindset is truly ridiculously stupid. All the classmates around were whispering and discussing him. The teacher tried to suppress her emotions and asked further, "What would you do if you met an electric-type ghost?" His answers were nothing short of a challenge. "If I run into an electric-type ghost, I'll just catch it to use as a power bank." Everyone burst into laughter. This guy must have just finished doing drugs. A new energy source is waiting for him to exploit. The teacher added another question. "What if it's a red-clothed female ghost?" Lammac still kept a straight face. Being respectful is one thing, but I'd have to see if she has good looks first. If there's no problem, then hiya. He was actually imagining all sorts of bold scenes even with a ghost. It was truly beyond words. The teacher could no longer endure it and shouted at him to get to the back of the class and stand until the end of the period for his disrespectful attitude. Lammac flashed a silly smile and obeyed. The system announced defense breaking. Check teacher linked to system emotional management defense successfully broke. Congratulations on receiving a beginner's gift, a special skill activated to weaken ghost defenses with a 99% success rate for forced contract binding regardless of whether the target consents, along with 2 additional contract slots for the host. The young man cheered out loud in delight, thinking the system was truly the love of his life. Previously, his contract limit was so low that he struggled just to subdue half a ghost, but now he had been gifted 2 whole slots. He couldn't believe such an overpowered secret technique existed in the world. Perhaps this was the radiant halo destined for the protagonist. A very sensational piece of news was just announced to the whole class by the homeroom teacher. This assessment exam is based on the goal of conquering grade A demons. Those who succeed will gain direct entry into top-tier universities. Grade B will enter second-tier schools, grade C will enter third tier, and grade D will only have enough points for vocational college. However, she also reminded the students not to be overly arrogant. If they happen to aim for a grade A ghost territory and fail miserably, they might not even be able to hold on to the opportunity to get into a vocational college. Glancing back at Lin Mo, who was standing perfectly still in the corner of the classroom, the teacher clicked her tongue and dismissed him, but still sternly reminded him that since his sensory ability and theoretical knowledge were extremely poor, it would be best for him to choose grade D. The final deciding moment arrived, and all the students in the class quickly turned on their personal devices to begin selecting the ghost territory they wished to conquer. The friend sitting next to Lin Mo excitedly suggested, "Mo, why don't the 2 of us just sign up for the lowest grade? Let's just find any weak creature so we can both get into vocational college." However, for Lin Mo, those low-grade ghosts weren't worth his time, and he had no interest in them whatsoever. The chubby guy next to him glanced at the young man with a look of disdain, saying, "Stop acting so high and mighty. With your mediocre aptitude, getting into a vocational college is already a blessing." Without a second thought, Lin Mo immediately pressed the button to select the extremely difficult grade A challenge to begin teleportation, leaving his desk mate completely stunned in shock. "Oh my god, this madman!" Lin Mo's bold decision sent the entire classroom, including the homeroom teacher, into a state of extreme chaos and anxiety. Lin Mo, his practical ability and knowledge were so limited that throwing himself into a grade A ghost territory was no different from committing suicide. However, once the system confirmed the choice, there was no way to reverse it. The teleportation link circle was successfully activated and the transmission process officially began. Lin Mo's silhouette vanished in the blink of an eye. He had arrived at the challenging land of ghosts he had chosen, and upon arrival, he immediately encountered a few familiar faces from his class. That group of people did the math and realized that, including themselves, it seemed there were only 5 people who had chosen this ghost territory. Just as they gathered, a bizarre figure that looked just like a paper person with a terrifyingly gloomy face suddenly spoke up. "Welcome to the horror hospital, everyone. There is no need to be too afraid. I am the supervisor for your examination. Let me give you a brief overview of this area. This place used to be the #1 People's Hospital of Shanglan City." Upon hearing that name, the students who had foolishly registered for this grade A ghost territory immediately widened their eyes. They then gasped in shock. Wasn't Shanglan a desolate city that had been completely massacred by ghosts? It was rumored that no residents had survived, and even several elite ghost master teams that came to rescue them never returned. How could the school dare to turn such a living hell into an exam site? Nevertheless, before this place was chosen as the exam location, the Security Bureau had set up a blockade array around it to prevent dangers from escaping. Your current goal is to preserve your lives for 24 hours. At the same time, successfully forming a contract with one ghost will allow you to pass the test. Please note that to ensure maximum safety, each of you will be issued a teleportation talisman. If you find yourself in a life or death situation, recite the incantation, and it will immediately return you safely to the academy. Furthermore, whoever is lucky enough to subdue or eliminate a fierce spirit will earn the title of Most Outstanding and a valuable prize worth up to 100,000 high-quality ghost pearls. If no one has any further concerns or questions, then the life and death examination officially begins from this moment. As soon as the competition was activated, a swirling vortex of pitch-black evil energy rushed directly toward them. Everyone witnessing that sight trembled in fear except for Lin Mo, who remained calm and filled with confidence. Let's move on. I wonder if there's a beautiful and charming nurse inside. The students standing nearby also told each other to keep moving. Let's hurry and follow. Absolutely do not let that loser be the first to bond with a ghost. Having said that, Lin Mo eagerly stepped forward to lead the way inside. As soon as the door opened, they saw a blood-red color covering everything. The surrounding space was enveloped in a deeply eerie and chilling atmosphere. Anyone faint of heart stepping into this place might have fainted before the exam even began. Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks, and everyone was confused, asking what had just happened. The young man screamed that over 50 ghosts were besieging this place. The situation was far from optimistic. "They are flooding in here. Everyone quickly find a way to escape." Thus, the group of classmates panicked, each running for their life. The group escaped outside, but their hearts remained anxious for Lin Mo, who was trapped inside. Everyone was certain that the young man must have been torn apart as bait by the ghosts. The loud laughter echoing made them all even more terrified. Fear engulfed their minds. The boy with glasses pointed and introduced the purple-haired girl as the genius Beauty Lily, who had awakened at age 3 with an ability level 6 times higher than Lin Mo's. As they passed by, he spoke mockingly. "You dare threaten us? Contracting with a high-tier ghost will certainly never be your turn." This girl acted extremely arrogant, asserting that good resources must be prioritized for those who are more useful. Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to them, ignoring their little drama. His task was to move forward quickly. Why waste breath on pointless arguments? Besides, teasing these students would surely earn quite a few points. The system warned that a mid-tier wraith was present in the ophthalmology ward. Lin Mo was extremely excited, knowing that it was definitely a remnant ghost. As he slowly stepped inside, he was blocked by the boy with glasses, who shouted at Lin Mo to stand still, saying this was no place for a loser like him to set foot in. "Scram to the side and let us through." If they wanted to compete to go first, Lin Mo would happily yield the way and invite them forward warmly. Upon entering, they saw something bright red on the ceiling. Everything was indeed as predicted. Thanks to these 3 idiots taking the lead, otherwise he surely would have suffered quite a loss himself. Are those 3 people not planning to leave this place? Turning around, he saw Lele running out at full speed for her life. She covered her mouth with her hand, coughed up blood, and uttered choked sounds. That ghost's eyes were blood-red. It had the ability to trap people in an illusion, and she feared she would have died if she hadn't bitten her tongue to stay conscious. So that is it, simply causing the body pain can break the illusion technique. It was truly terrifying, a literal nightmare. The classmates wailed and blamed him for leading them to such a dangerous place. But they threw themselves into death's path. What does that have to do with me? Lin Mo. That girl kept mocking Lin Mo every time she spoke, saying it was lucky they went in first, because if a loser like him had entered, he would have been torn apart several times already. Lin Mo wasn't stupid enough to fall for the illusion like those front runners. Wanting to lead only to walk straight into the line of fire is simply asking for failure. The system announced that the host received 30-point breaks while they sought shelter elsewhere. Linmo thought they were like fawning dogs, while that girl was determined not to stay with this piece of trash for one more moment. Deducing from the reactions of those three, simply avoiding looking directly into its eyes can evade the illusion. Thus, the key to the problem was found. As soon as Linmo opened the door, he saw the ghost aggressively roaring, "You brat! Startled yet? Turn off that fan immediately! Are you listening to me? Turn it off right now, I'm begging you." The system bell rings, congratulating the host for gaining 20 mental break points. It seems this move is truly effective. It has made that ghost go insane with rage. Its anger has reached its peak. If you are still being stubborn and refuse to turn it off, do you believe I will chop you into pieces? The system reports that the ghost's mental break index has reached 88%. Only 11% more is needed to force a contract. Lammac is breaking into a cold sweat seeing the other side about to vomit from sheer frustration. "Hey ghost brother, let's make a deal. If I turn off the fan, you will sign a ghost contract with me, okay?" Putting on a very tough front, it scolds him. "You little brat, how dare you use that to threaten me? Who do you think you are to make me tremble?"
"This is driving me crazy!"
Lammac shrugs, appearing indifferent, as if he loves letting the fan spin wildly. However, the anger gauge is stuck at 88%, so it seems another trick is needed to finish the job. Finally, the ghost yields, setting a condition that Lammac must turn off the fan now for it to agree to the contract. What a hilariously dramatic ghost. As soon as Lammac turns off the fan, he urges it to hurry up and sign before he turns the fan back on. The ghost blames the strong wind from earlier for making its eyes dry and irritated. It even insists that Lammac give it a bottle of eye drops, and only after that is done will it agree to sign. The young man throws a bottle of eye drops to the ghost, but in reality he had already swapped the contents with super glue beforehand. Lammac is truly cunning. The ghost happily thanks him, while inwardly plotting to make him pay once it recovers its power. No sooner has it used the eye drops than it screams in horror, a cry reaching the heavens.
"Oh, heavens above!
My eyes, I can't open them anymore!" This Lammac is a great actor, asking if its eyes won't open because the medicine was expired. To be known as a demon ghost yet be so easily deceived by a kid, truly foolish. At this point it can only curse wildly, "You bastard, you son of a bitch, I curse you." The system immediately notifies that Lammac has received 50 mental break points, enough to force the establishment of a contract. Finally, the blind ghost contract has been established. "Miss, are you willing to love only Mr. Lammac for the rest of your life?" It immediately refuses flatly. After all, the ghost is male, not female, so its refusal is only natural. However, once forced into a situation, there is no longer a choice. The system coldly announces that the blood-eyed ghost Miss has agreed to sign the contract. At this moment, it can only weep in its heart. Finally, the subjugation ritual is complete and the process of physical fusion begins smoothly and ends quickly. Lammac looks in the mirror and sees that this eye looks as cool as Kakashi's. It looks quite majestic and imposing. So this is how signing a contract with an evil spirit works. For a complete ghost entity, it can fight directly when summoned, while a remnant ghost will merge with the body to increase attributes rather than fighting independently. After the fusion, the ghost remains extremely furious, only able to helplessly call Lammac a sly little brat. Lammac chuckles with delight. "From today on, you belong to me. Let me check your attributes." At a glance, the stats show it is a mid-level ghost, the blood-eyed ghost, with 100 ghost energy points. The current loyalty index is 3%, and if it hits 0, the host will lose control and face backlash. Its skills have not yet been activated. A question mark appears over Lammac's head. "Hey brother-eyed, your loyalty seems a bit too low." The ghost adds, "Of course I won't be loyal to you. You forced me to sign the contract, so give me back my freedom?" The system notifies that the blood-eyed ghost's loyalty has dropped to 2%. Only 1% left. It costs 200 mental break points to exchange for a ghost skill. Do you want to exchange? Lammac wants to see if activating a skill will help improve its loyalty at all. In a flash, he successfully exchanges and receives the skill of Eye Technique Blood Prison Mirage. This move allows the target, when looking directly into the blood eye, to be pulled into a blood prison illusion, paralyzing their actions while causing continuous blood loss. The spirit power consumption is 50 with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The control effect lasts 30 seconds for targets of equal or lower rank and only lasts 10 seconds for higher ranked targets. In a flash, that demon's skill was successfully activated.
It cheered excitedly. "Well done, kid. I truly misjudged you."
Oh my god, this feeling is truly exhilarating. The blood-eyed demon's loyalty score just surged by another 9%, hitting the 10% mark. Linmo leisurely walked off to search. So there's such a cool trick too. I never would have thought that after merging with the blood-eyed demon, my range of observation would become so extensive. This time, I've really hit the big time. In another corner, the group of classmates was still panicking in fear. Only Lil courageously charged forward and kicked the demon squarely in the face, while the two guys with her merely clung to her heels, muttering curses at these leech like spectral soldiers as they ran. But there are too many of them. We're no match for them, we won't be able to resist. How about using a teleportation talisman? Better that than becoming dinner for these demons. What a bunch of cowardly, incompetent kids. The guy wearing glasses immediately came up with a terrible idea. They would lure this horde of demons to the second floor so they could deal with Lin Mo. Doing so would free them all. What a truly selfish scheme. His accomplice hesitated, saying that it would be a bit immoral, like using someone else's knife to kill. But the guy with glasses remained indifferent, arguing that since he had a protective talisman, he didn't fear death, and Lin Mo serving as cannon fodder for them would be considered a great contribution. Lin Mo was leisurely strolling outside when he saw the whole group running frantically towards him. He immediately asked curiously, "Are you guys being chased?" The guy with glasses let out a smug and hateful laugh. Lin Mo, prepare to taste suffering. And remember to use your teleportation talisman. What kind of ridiculous farce are these crazy people putting on now? Behind them, a horde of hungry demons was fiercely charging forward. Only then did Lin Mo realize everything. It turned out they were planning to use him as cannon fodder. But this is even better. He can use this opportunity to test the power of his new skill. Leel's eyes widened in surprise as she wondered why he was still just standing there. Did he want to risk his life against the demon horde? Or had he been scared out of his wits? The bloodthirsty horde of evil demons continued to charge wildly. Lin Mo immediately activated the skill, Demon Eye Pupil Art Illusion. In just a blink of an eye, the demons were rigidly bound and fell to the ground. The skill's effect was excellent. It rendered them completely immobile. The control duration still had 25 seconds left, more than enough time for Lin Mo to deal with the remaining monsters. That girl was utterly astonished to see one of his eyes turn fiery red. She guessed he must have made a pact with that weeping demon. Not only that, but he also possessed that domineering skill. She felt truly indignant. Clearly, they were the ones who found it first. It was a super powerful intermediate weeping demon, so how could he have tamed it so easily? After everything was settled, the system's voice rang out, congratulating the host on acquiring 40 breakthrough points. But where did these points come from? It turned out it was all thanks to the contribution of those malicious classmates who had led this horde of demons here. Otherwise, if he had to go search for them himself, he would have been utterly exhausted. He harvested 5 low-grade demon beads, but if he ever caught those classmates intentionally playing dirty behind his back again, Lin Mo swore he would show them absolutely no mercy. At this moment, Lin Mo casually popped a few demon beads into his mouth to savor them.
Oh, the taste was truly excellent.
Now, as soon as the demons saw Lin Mo, they panicked and fled in disarray. This scene made people wonder who the real demon truly was. Lin Mo smugly turned to the eye demon and asked, "Was my 5// skill just now cool?" He didn't know when this weeping demon had become so friendly. It naively replied, "That was entirely thanks to my domineering power, you know. If you were dealing with those other insignificant residual demons, you wouldn't be able to clear them out so quickly." Lin Mo secretly thought to himself that no matter how powerful a demon pact was, it still needed a good master. A normal person wouldn't dare charge in and take on 5 demons at once. If the master were a coward, even the strongest skill would be useless. Who knows, we might even become soulmates later on. For now, though, we're like oil and water. The smug look on that guy's face makes me choke with rage, but seeing the scattered skeletons everywhere is an absolute delight. I caught a glimpse of a solid gold bracelet shimmering on the wrist of one of the skeletons. This is definitely a gold mine. Since they've already met their maker, I might as well put this wealth to good use instead of letting it go to waste. Looking up, I immediately spotted the sign for the hospital's finance office. This place is definitely a gold mine. And when it comes down to it, who in this world isn't obsessed with gold coins? Lam Mak quickly gathered all the items and hurried toward the finance office, only to run into a safe the moment he arrived. I thought I'd struck a big deal, but to my surprise, it was completely empty. Not a single penny left. It's highly likely the security bureau cleared it out already. The female teacher monitoring the exam from outside thought to herself, is this brat here to take an exam or to loot? She has proctored countless exams, but this is truly the first time she has witnessed such a bizarre scene. While the system kept issuing warnings about a high-level demon in the operating room ahead, Lam Mak was busy admiring the bag of gold in his hands. As he pushed the door to the operating room open, he was struck by the sight of a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and long, flowing hair, sitting upright on the operating table. Just thinking about it gave me goosebumps. Lam Mak stared intensely at her ample chest, estimating it to be at least a cup F. The vengeful spirit beside me also seemed pleased, nodding in approval of my excellent taste. It seems we are two of a kind, quickly finding common ground. Just like that, the blood-eyed demon's loyalty increased by 5%, reaching 15%. She really is a demon with an appreciation for beauty. She might look gentle on the outside, but in reality, just how terrifying is she? The vengeful spirit explained, "Of course, do you see what she's holding? It's covered in ancient incantations. If I'm not mistaken, she uses the sound of her music to claim lives." Far from being scared, the guy actually suggested charging in, planning to trap her with a restraint. But the problem is she's blind, rendering the blood-eyed demon's move completely useless. So, we've lost our advantage in this fight, and that big breasted demon is a high-level one. Am I really just going to surrender that easily? Now, the only option is to find a way to make her let her guard down. What else can I do? I'm going to have to rack my brain until it hurts again. Fortunately, I found an old doctor's coat left behind. Lam Mak immediately put it on as a disguise. Seeing this, the vengeful spirit hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, "Stop acting so crazy! With your current weak strength, charging in is just a death sentence." But for Lam Mak, the bold eat well, while the timid go hungry. Besides, how could he not be stirred by meeting a female demon with such a bountiful soul? As soon as the door opened, she shouted, asking who had entered. She began to pluck the strings, emitting intense sound waves. It sounded truly piercing and headache-inducing. Lam Mak quickly spoke up to stop her.
Please wait.
"I am the doctor sent here to perform your surgery." Hearing this, her movements paused and she asked suspiciously, "Are you really here to treat me?" Lam Mak stepped closer and offered his hand. "I'm a real doctor. If you don't believe me, smell the antiseptic on me." It seems this girl was a patient abandoned long ago, and over the long, lonely years, she has turned into a demon. She was immediately overjoyed, asking excitedly, "Doctor, where has everyone been all this time? I've waited here for so long. Can we start the surgery now?" Lam Mak maintained a very calm demeanor, showcasing his top-tier acting skills as he gently told her to lie down on the operating table. "Now I'm going to administer the anesthesia, so get ready." Hearing this, she obediently nodded and complied. She lay perfectly still like a completely domesticated pet, submissively exposing her massive chest right before his eyes. The young man no longer cared about what he was doing. His entire mind was now fixed firmly on those breasts. It seemed she was completely unaware that she had already passed away. Was this action of his not too despicable? However, in the blink of an eye, Lam Mak told himself to stay calm. This was not the time for hesitation. If he wavered, the one lying down would be himself. The male student immediately stuck the needle into the other person, not forgetting to ask if she felt any pain at all. There are no nerves left to feel pain anyway, he thought to himself, feeling smug. That's good then. It probably didn't hit a vein. Let me try again and poke straight into your arm to see. Her blood vessels are so well hidden, I can't find them anywhere. Her skin is so smooth, I'll surely have to poke a few more times to get it right. Why isn't it going in yet? Let me try again. I keep poking but can't find the target anywhere. Her arm actually had no visible veins left. He felt as if he were falling into a trap. She suddenly flew into a rage. After all, she was a ghost. The system suddenly chimed in, congratulating the host for reaching 40 breakthrough points as the frustration level of the big-breasted female ghost was skyrocketing. Only 50% reached. I have to aim for another 49%. I'll just keep acting to avoid losing my life. Lam Mak thought, scratching his head and acting embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'm too clumsy. Let me try again. He skillfully maneuvered the needle to poke straight into her body, his hands weaving together artfully without revealing a single flaw. The students outside were peeking in, astonished beyond belief. He dared to perform surgery on a ghost. His courage was truly heaven high. He clearly didn't know the meaning of fear. Teachers had once taught that the greatest taboo when facing ghosts was fear. If one kept their composure, the chances of survival were higher, and there was even a chance to form a pact with the entity. Was it true that this guy was at the bottom of the class? Looking at such confident demeanor, no one would think he was the worst student in the school. A male student next to him urged his friend to leave, suggesting they copy him to see if they might be lucky enough to sign a pact with a ghost. The teacher stood in the hallway closely watching every gesture Lam Mak made. His calmness and extensive experience were truly far beyond those of the other students. Lam Mak's temperament was indeed extraordinary. Now, the slightest slip up would mean death. Lam Mak slowly withdrew the needle from the big-breasted female ghost's arm. He told the ghost to start the surgery immediately, as he seemed to have lost all patience. I might as well ask what she wants to adjust. Breast enhancement or gender reassignment surgery? Actually, it's just a pointless question. Those breasts don't need lifting. The female ghost replied angrily, I don't need a lift. I just want to cut this tumor off so it stops being so heavy. The young man picked up the drill. It was such a waste for such a beauty to go under the knife, but she could cut off as much as she wanted. Without hesitation, she replied she wanted to remove half. Lam Mak calmly followed up, so, do you want to cut the left side or the right side? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. He thought he was truly trying to provoke her. Pushing her to the limit of her tolerance, she screamed, Are you crazy? Who performs surgery and keeps asking which side to cut? Cut whichever side you want.
Remove both for all I care.
The system again announced that the host had received 40 breakthrough points. The breakthrough index had hit the 60% mark. The strategy was indeed highly effective, and he continued to provoke her. That's fine too. So, do you want me to handle the top part or the bottom part? Should I cut the front or the back? I think the front part doesn't look very good. The more he babbled, the more furious the female ghost became. He promptly received another 40 breakthrough points, and the index climbed to 70%. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to keep agitating her. Lam Mak added even more ridiculous questions. Do you want to stitch the wound or leave a scar for aesthetics? Do you want it painless, or do you prefer a little bit of pain? I almost forgot I haven't even given you anesthesia yet. It's definitely going to hurt like hell. The system announced the good news that the master had just gained 40 additional breakthrough points. The young man continued to corner the female ghost, cutting her into 2 parts and leaving her there, unsure of what he intended to do, or perhaps he planned to leave scars all over her body in the hospital. We are currently having a promotion for you too when you sign up for membership cards. Now that the limit has been exhausted, she suddenly rose up violently and demanded that the young man return the part of her soul that was lost. Do you have a death wish or something to be causing such a commotion? The entire room was thick with tension, just as the breaking point index of the large inverted ghost hit the 99% mark. One could choose to forcibly sign the contract since everything had become quite easy by now. Sister, don't be so agitated. We still have many things that haven't been clearly settled yet. She truly no longer had any interest and only wanted one decisive blow to finish off Lam Mak for good. The young man calmly replied that he was afraid she would be disappointed. The system then began the process of signing a contract with the haughty, large inverted ghost. Are you willing to spend your whole life loving only Lam Mak, whether in wealth or poverty, to always respect and love each other forever? Regardless of illness or hardship, are you willing to stay by his side until the very end without leaving a single step? Hearing this, the ghost became so angry that her rage index skyrocketed 1,000-fold, and her entire body trembled violently. The large inverted ghost had no choice but to sign the contract, and the deal was finally concluded successfully. Everything was in its proper place, while she remained bewildered, unable to understand what on earth had just happened to her. In fact, she had never even nodded her head in agreement, yet the spiritual essence automatically merged into Lam Mak's body. The ghost remnant would fuse into his eyes to create a strange mark. This method was entirely different from regular contracts, allowing for summoning with just a wave of the hand when necessary. Now that he possessed 2 ghosts and still had 1 empty slot left, the vengeful ghost saw the large inverted woman next to her and showed signs of extreme excitement. No longer having to be all alone in this realm of spirits, she screamed in extreme fury, demanding that the fraudster release her immediately. But alas, everything was too late now. Sister, just accept your fate and stay quietly inside me. There is no need to go anywhere far or worry about your oversized body. I will take good care of you and help you out. She could only curse helplessly, thinking that this brat had absolutely no sense of shame, but the vengeful ghost grew more excited by the second, seemingly quite amused by the situation. Lam Mak began customizing attributes on the system interface. All information about the large inverted ghost appeared clearly. Its rank was an advanced vengeful ghost, its current ghost energy was 200 out of a limit of 400, and its loyalty was a mere 20%. Skills had not yet been unlocked because the loyalty level was too low. Taking her out of this hospital also helped Lam Mak gain favorability points in her eyes. He had just accumulated enough at 300 points for the vengeful ghost ranks. The system announced skill activation at 200 points, meaning that both the blood-eyed ghost and the large inverted ghost could only select one single skill. Since that was the case, he prioritized activating the skill for the large inverted ghost first. The conversion process was successful and they obtained the skill Fatal Requiem. The female ghost immediately activated level 1 Fatal Requiem, using enchanting music to cloud the opponent's mind, causing a mass stun effect when the target's HP is below 5% and potentially finishing off the soul instantly. It consumes 50 energy with a cooldown of 180 seconds, noting that the stun lasts 40 seconds for low levels and 20 seconds for high levels. Lam Mak couldn't help but marvel at such overbearing power. While the prison illusion could control actions, the opponent still retained consciousness and could resist with their will. Conversely, the skills of the large inverted ghost both restricted and threw the opponent's mind into chaos, amounting to complete domination, combined with a divine execution effect that was hard to withstand. Now that he had control skills in hand, Lam Mak only lacked a powerful finishing move. The core issue right now was his next choice. He needed to find an assassin or someone muscular to sign a contract with, and at that moment, a school announcement rang out, requiring all students to assemble. There was exactly 1 hour left before the clock struck midnight. Dormitory conditions and food portions would depend entirely on the number of contracts signed. With at least 1 required, students could then enter the school's ICU area. Truly cruel, those with only 1 contract could only stay in a normal ward, while anyone who hadn't signed one yet was destined to sleep on the street. The wards are on the 5th floor, but note that the right to stay can change at night. The spirits will come out to hunt, and students without shelter will face ultimate danger, with every one of their screams making people's hair stand on end. There are only exactly 30 minutes left until the hospital room door opens, so everyone should prepare themselves. Although they still felt a lump of frustration stuck in their throats, the contract had been finalized, and the big-breasted demon and the vengeful spirit had no choice but to shadow Lam Mak like a silhouette. Those students still hadn't been able to form a contract with any demon. They could only stare with admiration at the spotlessly clean and shiny ICU room, whispering to each other that they should look at the regular hospital rooms over there, which were terrifyingly covered in blood. The purple-haired boy had managed to sign a contract with a mediocre demon, so he was only qualified to stay in a regular hospital room. Even that was considered lucky. Just look at the long-haired guy standing over there, who couldn't even sign a contract with any demon and could only stand there crying and whining. Compared to that, I'm still doing quite well. Unlike that guy with the glasses who doesn't seem to be good for anything other than bragging. Hey Lam Mac, we have demons by our side now too, and they're even high quality, fully formed ones. Just you wait, the day I get my revenge on you isn't far off. Lam Mac just contemptuously told him that useless people should keep their mouths shut, and that someone as short-legged as him had no chance of catching up. The bespectacled guy was visibly bitter and shouted at Lam Mac to stop bluffing, saying that if he hadn't been lucky enough to sign that crippled demon last time, he would have been dead by now. The purple-haired boy was also annoyed, feeling sick at the thought of sharing a room with this guy tonight. But Lam Mac wasn't even sharing with them at all. The students out there didn't even have a place to squeeze into. Hearing that, he immediately raised his hand and asked, "Are you saying you want to yield this hospital room so I can buy it outright?" The young man replied nonchalantly, "Keep dreaming, honey, I am an honored guest of the ICU." The purple-haired boy taunted him, saying that his potential index was only 0.5, and that he could at most sign with a crippled demon, while the ICU required a score of 1 or higher, so he should stop bragging without shame. Lam Mac didn't bother paying attention to the jealous crowd. He would just wait for time to reveal who would be the one to regret being humiliated, and now they should move aside and stop blocking his way. Sure enough, they were extremely gossipy, their eyes wide open as they waited to see how Lam Mac would be kicked out. The moment he placed his hand on the ICU door, the system confirmed he met the requirements, leaving the whole crowd shocked and frozen in place. How could that be? Wasn't his score only 0.5? Suddenly, the system announced congratulations to the host for receiving 150 points for breaking the room's limits. Everyone started shouting about how the school's equipment could be so wrong, claiming that a congenital index couldn't be increased and that he must have cheated. Drag him out right now. I have to go tell the teacher? Walking inside, what caught his eye was a lavish feast with a steaming hot pot. It was true that the management had upgraded this place to a luxury resort level. There was beef and fresh duck blood that made his mouth water just looking at it. He didn't know if this was an exam or a health retreat, but Lam Mac tried a bite and praised it, saying it really suited his taste. The flavor was even better than at a restaurant. Although the others didn't like him, he casually invited them with a provocative tone. After acting hypocritically, he turned sharply to mock the others, saying it was a pity that they had no chance of stepping into this ICU room. And so, he comfortably picked up each piece of beef to dip in the hot pot, humming to himself as if he were the only one there with the hot pot in the quiet space. This performance made the jealous crowd want to go crazy, and the system chimed again, congratulating the host on receiving 100 points for breaking the room's limits. Oh my god, seeing the hot pot filled with everything from sweet broth to a side table stocked with extra sausages and beef, I'm drooling with envy too. Seeing the young man eating happily as if he were alone, the purple-haired guy began to lose his composure. He offered 10,000 to trade rooms, demanding to use money to buy comfort. But life is never that easy. Lam Mac calmly replied that since the food was already in his stomach, they couldn't expect him to throw it up. In the end, everyone has to bow their heads when they can no longer stand the hardship. The buzz-cut guy with a cold expression continued to use force. You must hand over the room to me right after you finish your hot pot. My father is a powerful figure in the safety bureau, so you'd better be smart and do as you're told. The guy with glasses took the opportunity to shout, Linmo, don't push your luck. Offending Miss Sun means you are finished. Continuing to show a nonchalant attitude, Lin Mo's behavior made the group of people so angry they were seeing stars. I will reconsider as long as you slap yourselves in the face, Lin Mo said. The guy in glasses immediately jumped up. Lin Mo, what did you just say? Seeing this, the purple-dyed buzz-cut guy turned to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. Lu Jie, just take one for the team. I will compensate you fairly once we're out of here. Despite his resentment, he swallowed his pride to please Miss Sun and stood still, waiting to be slapped. The buzz-cut guy didn't hold back at all, delivering a painful-sounding slap that was excruciating just to hear. The system sounded a notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 breakdown points. Taking this opportunity to intimidate and provoke the rowdy crowd, Lin Mo acted as though he wasn't satisfied and demanded the buzz-cut guy continue with another slap. Because she wanted a place to stay, she didn't hesitate to comply immediately. The most miserable one was still the guy with glasses who had to endure thunderous slaps, while Lin Mo casually pocketed another 30 breakdown points. Having finished slapping the guy, the purple-dyed buzz-cut guy asked meaningfully, Are you satisfied now? Get out of the room immediately. Hurry up. This Lin Mo really knew how to make things difficult. He nonchalantly replied, How awkward, I can't do it, essentially breaking his promise. But he hadn't deceived anyone. Earlier, he had clearly stated that if the buzz-cut guy slapped the guy in glasses, he would reconsider, not promise to hand over the room. Having thought it over, he flatly refused. It was enough to make someone's blood boil. The buzz-cut guy could only stand outside fuming helplessly. Fine, you bastard, just wait, you'll regret what you've done. The guy with glasses even turned back to threaten. Keep being smug for a bit longer. By offending the Sun family, it's clear you're tired of living. Whether he was tired of living was yet unknown, but he had just received 100 more breakdown points. Leisurely eating hot pot while those people seethed in resentment was truly refreshing. Having manipulated Sun Lel once again, Lin Mo felt as if he had just hit the jackpot. The wall clock pointed exactly to 11:15. The candle in the room was reduced to a small stub, its flickering light almost about to go out completely. Out in the hallway, two students were in a state of sheer panic. The girl sobbed incessantly, "How can, don't leave me. How can you have the heart to let a girl like me sleep out here? With so many evil spirits around, what am I supposed to do? Give me priority, let me sleep inside." "All right," he reassured her, "don't worry, girl. I've formed a pact with a ghost soldier. If you encounter danger, just call me, I will definitely protect you." She still hadn't stopped sobbing. "Do you really love me? Is your promise to protect me for life still worth anything?" And so they embraced passionately in the hallway, which had somehow turned into a dating spot. Crying, the girl said, "Since you've formed a pact with a ghost, your soldier's strength is greater, so sleeping outside will be much safer. If ghosts attack me, I'll kneel and beg Sun Lil's group for help. I won't let you get hurt." Watching this scene, Lin Mo could only shake his head in disgust. He was truly a complete fool. He happily swapped places with her, not forgetting to say "see you tomorrow." After a long, exhausting day, it was finally time to lie down and rest. Lin Mo fell fast asleep, drooling and oblivious to everything. The male student standing outside still harbored unceasing resentment. Lin Mo must have cheated to take the room, but more importantly, he paid no attention to him whatsoever. "I see he intentionally humiliated you so you can't even show your face." Hearing the goading from the guy in glasses, the purple buzz cut guy grew even more furious. "Wait until I get out, I'll show you. How can anyone sleep with blood all over the floor? This room is truly disgusting. I admire anyone who can lie down here." The male student in glasses acted gallantly to impress the girl. He took off his jacket and spread it on the floor for the buzz cut guy to rest on. That way it looks much neater, having just taken a full slap but still remaining persistently infatuated. The art of pleasing is truly superb. The purple-haired guy gloatingly praised the other party for being extremely sensible. This male student was so lovesick that he was willing to lie curled up in the hallway, murmuring to encourage himself to endure just a little longer, as he would be saved when morning came. Right at that moment, a strange sound rang out from afar, clearly a man-eating demon of giant stature. As soon as it spotted its target, it showed an extremely excited expression. It was none other than the Depko demon, a demon of the Hung Dean rank. It turned out to be such a formidable spirit-level evil demon. Backed into a corner, the only way to find a slim chance of survival was to charge into a death match with it. The male student gathered all his remaining strength to summon the Broken Axe demon to deal with it. As soon as the Broken Axe demon appeared, it began to grumble immediately, asking if he didn't plan to let anyone sleep in the middle of the night. Did he really think he was capable of confronting that spirit-level demon? Defeating it was impossible, but he had to take a gamble since there was no other choice but death. The students inside the hospital room were shocked and horrified upon seeing this terrifying scene. Even though she witnessed her boyfriend risking his life in a one-on-one battle with the demon, she still calmly curled up under her blanket to hide. Indeed, being a fool for love really could kill someone. She was so terrified that she even denied her relationship with the male student, let alone admitting he was her boyfriend. Coincidentally, Lin Mo had also arrived, completely different from the terrified crowd. Instead, he felt extremely excited, wanting to test whether this dingy demon was worthy of him forming a contract with. With every step it took, it seemed ready to crush everything around it to pieces. The demon that the male student had worked so hard to tame was easily defeated under its heels. This spirit-level vengeful ghost seemed to find feeding on other demons not to its taste. Being continuously blocked before achieving its goal caused its anger to flare up even more. It unleashed consecutive slashes, decapitating the Broken Axe demon in an instant. This aggressive state made Lin Mo find it quite interesting. This demon's strength was by no means ordinary, and not to mention its thick skin and high defense. It would be truly overpowered if he could tame it. He began to make a plan. Currently, he had the blood-eyed demon and the big breasted ghost, which were more than enough to charm or lure it. If he could form a contract with it, that would be perfect. But there was still another demon lurking in the shadows that hadn't revealed itself yet. It wasn't the right time to act, so he decided to wait for a better opportunity. It just slowly wandered off to continue its search for human flesh. Coincidentally, it headed straight toward that male student. It sniffed out the strong, delicious scent of human flesh radiating in the air. At this moment, he could only scream his girlfriend's name, Xiaoqian, "Save me," quickly beg them to help me. The other students were even more anxious than she was, but this cowardly woman was truly utterly useless. Only now did Lin Mo have his eyes open to just how troublesome so-called love could be. He was still screaming in despair, "Someone please help me." It decisively swung its blade directly toward him. In a blink of an eye, blood gushed from his mouth. The male student had no energy left and could only sit slumped on the ground. It calmly walked forward and severed his arm. The demon devoured him greedily, eating from his hand up to his wrist. If it hadn't been stopped in time, it likely would have eaten him bit by bit. It was pitiful that such a handsome young man lost his life just because he was obsessed with girls. Agonizing over the loss of his arm, he realized his threshold for pain and decided that being eliminated from the exam was better than dying a horrific death in this place. Even so, he remained determined and tried to take out the talisman, but unfortunately, with one arm gone, he couldn't tear it open. The demon, having finished eating his arm, began lifting the chainsaw to end his life. Fortunately, the male student nimbly dodged the terrifying saw attack. Lam Mak stood at the door watching, shaking his head in dismay. He was such a foolish, love-struck boy. He could have just used his mouth to tear the talisman open and been done with it. As it turned out, he used his mouth to tear the talisman and didn't forget to thank Lam Mak. And just like that, this clever young man officially left the competition. The demon was extremely confused, wondering where its tasty meal had disappeared to. Not only did it lose its meal, but it also helped Lam Mak earn another 40 defense breaking points. Lam Mak stood inside, taunting it until it was driven to fury. It lunged to attack but was completely powerless, as its strength could not damage the door. Lam Mak came up with another bizarre idea. He smeared some food on his hand and loudly called out, "Hey, cute demon, would you like a taste?" Smelling the food, it lunged at the door greedily. The young man once again used provocations to tease the demon. What a pity, how could it possibly get a bite? Nah, it grew more and more furious, slashing helplessly at the door, and with that he easily pocketed another 60 defense breaking points. The more it acted that way, the more amused Lam Mak became. Don't stop now, are you already exhausted? Keep slashing until you're panting without getting a single piece of meat. It left in frustration, and Lam Mak stared, calling after it, "Why are you leaving so soon? If you leave, where will I get my points?" He finally decided to unlock the door.
Stupid demon, I'm out now. Do you want to eat me?
Hearing the noise behind it, it whipped around. The students inside watched nervously, wondering what Lam Mak was planning. He was surely doomed. The demon roared in hunger. Seeing its prey, it smiled sinisterly and lunged forward frantically. This was exactly what Lam Mak had expected, and he carefully backed away step by step. As he retreated deeper inside, the demon was driven to madness once again, yet it still couldn't do anything about it. Just like that, the young man easily pocketed another 50 points for the next defense break. The more he provoked it, the more furious the demon became, which in turn earned him even higher bonus points. The guy just nonchalantly kept rushing out to taunt it. It was truly gluttonous, so it fell for the trap again, charging like a moth to a flame every time it caught sight of the young man, repeating the same action over and over, leaving everyone unable to understand why this demon was so foolish. Witnessing him laughing triumphantly in front of so many classmates left everyone in shock. Is this guy even human, having no idea what fear is? He really is a lunatic. By provoking it like that, he's just waiting for death later, and once the protective barrier dissolves, where will he run? No sooner had the words been spoken than a shocking development occurred. Instead of being afraid, he turned around and chased after the polar demon. What on earth is going on? Can a ferocious demon really be so afraid of a human that it doesn't even want to eat him? Lin Mo ran after it at full speed and shouted, "Stop right there, Mr. Polar, where are you running to? The heavens are watching, and you won't escape from my grasp today." This situation was truly a mix of tears and laughter, as it was the first time in anyone's life they had witnessed something so absurd. The polar demon's defense break progress bar had reached 80%, so it could not be allowed to escape. Now, he even dared to stand in its way, spreading his arms wide in a warm invitation. The guy was extremely provocative. "Fresh human meat, just out of the oven, please, help yourself." The demon could take it no more. It had no choice but to risk everything and charge into a life or death battle. This was the golden moment. Lin Mo immediately activated the blood prison canine scene skill. Before long, the demon stood frozen, as if all of his gestures were hypnotizing it. He kept coaxing it to eat. "Go ahead, this meat is delicious. My arms have very little fat, so don't worry about gaining weight. Why the hesitation?" He even patted his arm and breathed toward its face, as if beckoning it. The polar demon's defense break progress had reached 90%, with only 9% remaining, but the blood prison canine scene skill could only be maintained for 10 seconds against high-level demons. Now only a mere 3 seconds remained. The moment the effect wore off was the same moment it flew into a rage, madly rushing toward him. "It seems you don't like to dine, then." At this point, it was determined to kill Lin Mo for mocking it. Anyone who touches it is as good as dead. But essentially, the defense break had reached 99%, triggering a forced contract. Running into him was truly the demon's bad luck, as it was no longer a problem for this young man. And so, he confidently finalized the contract with the third demon. As always, the system voiced its question, "Mr. Polar Demon, please state whether you are willing to become the third demon of Mr. Lin Mo." The polar demon nodded in agreement. The ritual began, and a flash of confusion crossed its face as the contract was completed before it could even understand what was happening. Surprise, surprise, that is the power of coercion for you. Before it could even react, everything was settled, and the young man had successfully subdued the third demon. The teachers observing from a distance were also terrified. Clearly, a second ago the polar demon was screaming and rampaging, yet in the blink of an eye, the contract was signed. This method is something even the veterans of the Security Bureau might not be able to pull off. What method did this student use? This kid is truly interesting. The school issued an announcement. The polar demon has been neutralized. Only one spirit-level ghost remains in the hospital. Everyone please remain extremely vigilant. His classmates were the most shocked. He had taken down the polar demon in an instant. Is that guy even human? Even the boy with glasses stood with his mouth agape in disbelief. How could Lin Mo, who was supposed to only be able to sign contracts with mid-level spirits, take down a polar demon? He really is terrifying. MMC calmly stepped into the room with a weather-beaten face as the system immediately reported the good news that he had just earned 40 breakage points. The more he saw his opponent flailing in anger, the more delighted he became. These classmates were truly enthusiastic. Before he could even lift a finger, they voluntarily offered him breakage points. The system just confirmed that the newly subdued demon is classified among the lower-rank malevolent spirits. The ghost key index is currently at 560, only 440 more are needed to increase the loyalty level to 5%. Although the loyalty level is still a bit low, this electro demon has a wild personality, and it won't be easy to fully domesticate it. Seeing it as a fresh meat fanatic, LMMC came up with the idea to prepare a feast of raw meat, ensuring loyalty would skyrocket quickly. According to system data, vengeful ghosts typically can only use one move, while malevolent spirits have the advantage of possessing 2 skills. After harvesting quite a few breakage points, this was the golden time for him to activate the system notifications. He swapped the skill for the Electro Demon, instantly receiving the passive skill Blood Siphon, where for each point of damage sustained, 2 attack points are added, with no spiritual energy cost and 0 cooldown time. MC did not hesitate and decided to unlock the second skill next. The system reported a successful skill exchange. The Electrode Demon gained the Electrode Mad Dance move, using a spinning chainsaw to inflict area damage, consuming 100 spiritual energy with a cooldown of 200 seconds. A passive move to increase attack power combined with a wide-range sweep, it was indeed a perfect combination. With an additional offensive warrior in his crowd control lineup at his age, he was certainly among the top 1% of the most outstanding. The first rank involves ghost tamers controlling vengeful ghosts, the second rank is malevolent spirits, and the third rank consists of powerful evil spirit. The issue is that the ghost taming level must correspond to the contract. MC can currently only control vengeful ghosts, so controlling a malevolent spirit rank Electrode Demon is quite risky, potentially leading to betrayal if the situation gets out of control. Because of this, every move required careful calculation. Although he knew that if loyalty increased, the risk would decrease significantly, he still needed to upgrade his taming skills for now. Thinking for a while made the young man start to feel sleepy, and he began yawning constantly. Nothing is better than getting a good night's sleep. He lay down on the bed feeling like he was floating on clouds, although the surrounding scenery wasn't romantic at all. The early morning sunlight shining in looked quite eye-catching. Unfortunately, this encampment was not very pleasant. MC still maintained a calm demeanor. After waking up, he took out some snacks and ate breakfast leisurely. He deliberately provoked those students, eating heartily while watching them go hungry. He even teased them, asking if anyone wanted breakfast, and cordially invited them to try his pot of hot soup. Provoking people was indeed his specialty, and this time he easily pocketed another 60 breakage points. Although those students were choked with anger, they couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl calmly slurped her soup, making everyone look at her with contempt. Being both cowardly and playing innocent, she turned to her classmates with a fake knave look and asked what they were looking at. It was an eyesore. Someone who only knew how to take advantage of others without ever being willing to sacrifice. He looked at the bloodstain on the ground and asked her sternly if she had anything to say. Not only did she show no remorse, but she also shrieked that since she didn't have a ghost contract, how could she save him, and stubbornly argued that he had voluntarily given up his defense, so he shouldn't interfere. People like that truly do not deserve respect. MC shouted that she had promised to call for help but hadn't said anything yesterday. If not for Haokan, the one whose arm was taken by the Electro Demon would have been her, not him. Upon hearing this, she turned purple with rage, helping MC easily collect another 50 breakage points. Lammac deliberately provoked her further, scolding her for shamelessly uttering such words, remarking that her heart was more venomous than a viper's, and that she should look after her own miserable life in the upcoming round. The proctor loudly reminded all candidates to focus. The Class A assessment is decisive and the grand challenge has officially begun. At this moment, there remains 1 malevolent spirit and 3 low-level malicious ghosts in the area. The malevolent spirit will hunt you down, and whoever survives until midnight will pass the trial. The purple-haired girl trembled in fear, saying the monster yesterday was only an intermediate malevolent spirit, and it turns out there is another one. While they have all only contracted with low-level malicious ghosts, so how can they possibly fight it? The blonde boy was pale as a ghost, thinking that there is no point in fighting now, as preserving one's life is the top priority. We should find a way to escape immediately. But where can we hide now? We don't even know the location of the malevolent spirit, and if we accidentally walk straight into its lair, we are finished. The selfish girl, who had heartlessly abandoned her lover to save herself, shrieked, asking how they are supposed to manage now. No one bothered to pay attention to her. Such a selfish person should have been devoured by a monster long ago. and even the purple-haired girl found her irritating, bluntly declaring that she should handle her own business, as they are not on the same path. Looking at her panicked and dazed appearance, perhaps she has already encountered the demon by now. Lam Mak has spotted the target. That bizarre entity is an invisible ghost of the malevolent spirit rank. It seems all the students around are completely unaware of its presence. Could this be the effect of the blood eyes? The monster is clinging to the ceiling, maintaining a hidden state. It turns out it possesses a highly formidable stealth ability. Truly the invincible power of the divine blood eyes. After observing carefully, he felt overjoyed, never expecting to have subconsciously learned its stealth technique. In this critical moment, he could not stand idly by while others were in danger, so Lam Mak raised his voice to ask, "Do you want to know the exact location of that ghost? The ghost is right behind you all." The group of students appeared indifferent, even mocking Lam Mak for his unfunny prank, thinking that such childish scare tactics could not frighten them. Everyone thought he was talking nonsense until a grotesque ghostly hand suddenly reached out from thin air. It lunged forward and pierced through the body of the cowardly girl from earlier. She began to cry out miserably for help. If she had been a thoughtful person who knew how to sacrifice for the group, perhaps someone would have helped her, but unfortunately, with her selfishness and the current situation, this tragic outcome was entirely deserved. Will any friend be brave enough to rush into danger and save her now? That hidden entity gripped the girl tightly and frantically drained every drop of blood and all the life force from her body. The power of this monster is truly terrifying. Oh my God, it turns out the rumors about the ghost are real. Why did she suddenly become so horribly deformed? Those people could not actually see the invisible entity. They only guessed that the room was filled with evil energy based on the strange changes and the unnatural writhing of the girl's body. Even though they strained their eyes to search, they could not see a trace of the monster, yet in the blink of an eye, the unfortunate girl's head had completely vanished. With her body severed into 3 pieces, she was naturally eliminated from the exam. Lam Mak secretly thought that if she hadn't accumulated such bad karma by causing her boyfriend to lose an arm, her ending wouldn't have been this miserable. Even he could only sigh with wariness at her fate. Those stubborn students who refused to believe the warning about the ghost earlier can now just stare and endure the terror. Thanks to the blood eyes helping him see the invisible ghost, Lam Mak only needed to patiently hold out until midnight to pass. He was not foolish enough to rush into danger and leave those students to fend for themselves, as preserving his own life is the best strategy right now. The purple-haired girl suddenly noticed that Lam Mak's expression was a bit strange, yet she still could not detect anything unusual around them. It must be an invisible demon hiding itself, making it impossible for that group to see it. The bespectacled guy wondered, how could that Linmo figure out its whereabouts so easily? To be safe now, the only way was to stick to Linmo's heels. Who would have thought? They only knew how to tail behind, the whole group running after him, believing his blood, red eyes could see through the most bizarre things. Following this guy would surely keep them from getting lost. The bespectacled guy still looked extremely bitter. That blood-red demon was discovered by them first, yet it was blatantly snatched away by him. This fit of temper from him inadvertently helped Linmo pocket another 40 defense breaking points. The young man was bewildered because he was only focused on running, not doing anything excessive, yet his stats kept jumping. As soon as he looked back, the young man realized that the foolish group of students had been tailing him closely all the way here. The invisible demon keeps tailing them while they chase after me. In effect, I am leading a wicked demon along, and it's not even far away. Truly, I can't even escape. This group is a real burden. I must find a scheme to shake them off immediately. Right at this moment, the 2 fierce spirits that Linmo had just subdued offered to step in and finish off the invisible demon. Linmo wondered why they wanted to act like that. Perhaps there was some old grudge between them. It turned out this flashy demon had snatched away many of their delicious prey, so they were still feeling aggrieved. That's fine then. I might as well activate them to let the demons settle the score with each other. If I don't take this opportunity to increase their loyalty, I fear that sooner or later, I will be bitten back by these very demons. It seems that I have to let it personally exterminate that invisible demon before it will be truly convinced and obedient. After all, this is a long-awaited opportunity for it to get revenge for the pile of meat that was gnawed away. Linmo suddenly stood still, causing the whole group of students to panic and look confused. The bespectacled young man hurriedly asked why he stopped running, or if they had already escaped the invisible demon. But if they keep following this troublesome group until midnight, no legs could handle it, and they would surely collapse soon. The blonde boy tremblingly asked what they should do now. Actually, running was the most feasible option currently, and they were extremely grateful that, Big Brother, Linmo could see through the fierce demons and lead them along. The young man turned around, making a decisive and charismatic statement. I have no interest in running away. I just need to kill that demon, and the matter will be resolved. Everyone thought he had a death wish, because that invisible demon was a mid-level flashy tier that even the teachers found daunting. If one couldn't see it, how could they deal with it? Yet the bespectacled guy still urged his friends to just leave him behind and escape, thinking if he died, no one would compete with the girl with purple hair anymore. They had truly underestimated Linmo's strength compared to reality. The young man calmly walked straight toward the invisible demon, carrying absolute confidence without a hint of fear while facing danger. The entire participation process and every action of the students when choosing exam targets were observed and recorded by proctors down to the last detail. All the teachers in the school watched every step of the students through large screens, each in charge of a corner. Seeing so many people eliminated, they began to feel anxious. Some were choked, others vomited blood, some just wailed, and those who survived were gradually losing all hope. A teacher sighed wearily, "It's all ruined." All 7 students in the demon tomb area failed, plus 4 students were seriously injured and had to quit, and 3 others didn't make it. Another teacher was equally miserable. 8 students in the highway area seemed to have been scared into scattering everywhere. One of them was so shocked he had to be hospitalized in a psychiatric ward. If this continues, our province will have no ghost masters left. Everyone was very anxious. Only the teacher surnamed Duan sat calmly watching the screen, and she softly inquired about the current situation on Min's side. As a side note, this teacher is the most beautiful character in the story. Pretty and cold, exactly my type. Even the way she responds is full of charisma. I still have 4 students left on my side. Other teachers were extremely surprised to see there were still 4 people left, but the teacher sighed sadly. They should have passed the exam smoothly, but that guy chose the dangerous path of direct confrontation. This was supposed to be a test of concealment ability for normal students, so it is hard to go up against fierce spirits. The person the teachers referred to was none other than Linmo, whose every move was being watched extremely closely. Although he had signed a contract, his experience was still lacking, and perhaps he was still weak and just trying to show off. Knowing that, but seeing the teacher sigh so warily, isn't it a massive pity for a talent like that? Amidst the tension of the exam, Linmo remained alone, facing the evil, invisible demon head-on. I thought I had him cornered. Who would have guessed he would slither away as fast as a gust of wind? It really is impossible to catch up. His speed is top tier. The students now dare not even blink, covering their faces with their hands, thinking Linmo is done for this time. Who told him to look down on this demon anyway? Linmo mobilized all his contracted demons to work together to surround and attack the invisible demon. Oh, what a surprise, old woman. He managed to summon another contracted demon. Wasn't his limit supposed to be only 0.5? The contract threshold can actually be expanded, and it's a complete demon too. Now his limit has reached 1.5. Even at 1.5, he is still inferior to me, the bespectacled boy thought to himself. If anyone is delusional about their power, it is definitely him. The bespectacled boy sneered because his own limit is 2, but so what? At the end of the day, they are all just useless people who can't do anything other than subdue mediocre intermediate-level demons. There is nothing to boast about there. It is time to unleash the strongest move. Linmo ordered the pole and demon to charge into battle to confront it. As soon as it clashed with the saw-toothed creature of the invisible demon, it seemed like a match between 2 equals. Linmo urged the pole and demon to rush forward and crush the invisible demon to settle an old score. It didn't hesitate to charge, being well accustomed to devouring vicious spirits. With that massive, gigantic stature, surely one blow would be enough to finish it off. Piercing screams echoed throughout the space. Just hearing them made it clear that this battle was truly intense and terrifying. A demon possessing the power of a vicious spirit versus an opponent of equal strength. No one knows who will emerge victorious. Seeking to settle his grudge, the pole end demon seemed increasingly vigorous, its power increasing 1,000-fold. Every step forward was a slash that tore the invisible demon into 100 pieces. Dare to steal my food, do you? The system notifies host, pay attention, the invisible demon has only 5% health left. This is the golden opportunity to use the mortal sound-piercing slash. Linmo looked extremely triumphant as the busty female demon continued to play piercing, sharp notes to finish off the opponent. It really is effective. In the blink of an eye, the invisible demon was cleanly eliminated, and at the same time, the pole end demon's loyalty skyrocketed by 25%. The loyalty rating is rising really fast. By letting go of the hatred in its heart, its attitude has changed. The pole end demon is truly a fool, whether it's hatred or affection, it settles everything with meat. From that, Linmo realized that the most effective way to tame it is through food. As long as he is willing to spend money on meat, it will obediently increase its loyalty. After the fierce battle, Linmo won a glorious victory and obtained an intermediate-level buffalo demon, which can fetch tens of thousands on the black market, a real bargain. With the job done, he immediately summoned the demons back into his body. The students witnessed the scene and kept marveling, moving from one surprise to another. He not only defeated the invisible demon but also successfully contracted with the pole end demon. With 2 complete demons and 1 innate demon, his strength had far surpassed the surrounding students. How could this be? Everyone was stunned and in disbelief. It didn't stop there. In such a short amount of time, he had activated an innate demon skill. Linmo's aptitude was far beyond what they had imagined. At this rate, the leading position of the student council would surely be shaken. The more Linmo was despised in the past, the more gloriously he laughed today, and no matter how furious those students were, there was nothing they could do about it. To protect his throne, the purple-haired boy told himself that he definitely could not let him continue to advance, otherwise, he would become an immeasurable threat in the future. The teachers who observed his composed demeanor were also extremely excited. He signed contracts with 3 demons in less than a day. This speed might soon catch up to the top military experts. Not only that, but his ability to execute skills also reached an astonishing level of proficiency. A male student who was once considered the bottom of the class now made everyone admire him. It was too cool. They once thought Lin Mo was just a fool rushing headlong into confronting vicious spirits, but who knew he had everything calculated? Every action was not as stupid as it appeared. Among this year's students, apart from Tianjin, who unilaterally wiped out 2 vicious spirits, now there is this kid Lin Mo. They are truly formidable rivals for each other, giving the teachers quite a headache. At that very moment, the minister appeared, and he also seemed very excited about this special case. It is unexpected that such an outstanding talent has emerged. Although the man is of age, his demeanor remains youthful and free-spirited. Looking at his radiant face, it is easy to see the satisfaction surging within him. His magnificent presence is truly worthy of his rank as a minister. He ordered Ms. Man to contact the youngster Lam Mak immediately after the exam, stating that they need to provide every top resource to help him maximize his potential. And of course, the teachers must comply immediately. Not even finished with the exam yet, but already so relaxed. After taking care of that invisible malicious spirit, there are no more threats left. This is a moment to enjoy, gazing at the vast world where every demon holds an interesting secret waiting to be discovered. If it is possible to form contracts with all of them, wouldn't Lam Mak possess a powerful private army of demons? Thinking of that prospect, he felt extremely excited. Is the world's supreme throne waiting for him to conquer it with millions of demons under his command? It sounds like science fiction but is gradually becoming reality. World domination is certainly not a bad idea. Just thinking about it makes him feel energized. The examiner witnessing this scene also appeared extremely excited, as if the appearance of an individual with supernatural power was entirely real. The exam ended with the scoreboards clear. In this world, only 4 students remained. Lam Mak was the most outstanding, having completed the mission perfectly and naturally becoming the winner. 6 people participated in the A-level exam, among whom Hao Kan and Mak Tin were the failures. Hao Kan had to use an amulet to escape, while Mak Tin, whose name already sounds unlucky, met his end, being slashed into many pieces by the invisible demon. His love life also fell apart as a result. The blonde-haired boy breathed a sigh of relief for keeping his life, even though he didn't care about rankings. The results recorded that he was lucky enough to sign a contract with 1 demon but hadn't eliminated any, totaling a mere 60 points. As for Lusach, the bespectacled youth who is only good at calculating gains and losses, his result was signing a contract with 1 demon, failing to eliminate any opponents and stopping at 70 points. Tan Li, the girl with purple hair, signed a contract with 1 demon and successfully eliminated 2, achieving a total score of 80. The final result is the most surprising thing. Lam Mak signed contracts with 2 vengeful spirits and 1 malicious spirit, while simultaneously taking down 1 vengeful spirit and 1 malicious spirit, bringing his total score to 90. His classmates were visibly bitter because they had previously mocked him. This exam completely belonged to Lam Mak, with the reward being a precious clear spirit bid. As of now, Lam Mak has 5 primary vengeful spirit beads and 1 intermediate malicious spirit bead in his possession. Adding this high, level 1 is enough to help the blood pupil evolve into a malicious spirit and activate its second skill. It is truly wonderful. His classmates were bewildered to see Lam Mak innocently put the precious gem into a bag that looked like a trash bag. They mocked the boy for not knowing any better, unaware that it was actually full of gold, silver, and jewels. The proctor announced congratulations to everyone for passing the exam and informed them that they could now leave. Finally, the difficult trials have been overcome. The teacher could not hide her nervousness and was sweating, wishing every second for her students to return safely. The announcement for the students' return was just made, but the scene before her eyes shocked the teacher to the point of tears. She could not believe her eyes. The condition of the students was absolutely miserable. Some were covered in injuries, some lost arms, others had damaged eyes. All of them needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. There were students bleeding profusely, their conditions so critical they could barely stand. The teacher panicked and called for help, rushing to get a doctor because there were students losing blood heavily who needed emergency care. Doctors rushed in to support the students. In this world, taking an exam is like walking into a death trap, and everyone looked absolutely devastated. The teacher began to count. 20 students had passed the exam, but half of them were seriously injured. Lam Mak was the only one to return alive from the A level, a miracle beyond anyone's expectations. The teacher anxiously ran over to ask after him because, in her memory, how could a boy with his abilities face an A-level demon and return safely? She shook Lam Mak, wondering if he was in shock as he showed no reaction. Everything had ended well. It was okay. The teacher moved, embraced Lam Mak, and held him close. It felt very awkward when the teacher's chest accidentally pressed against the young man's face. The teacher announced Lam Mak's achievement. He excellently scored 90 points and won the MVP title, which is truly astonishing. This is truly an unprecedented miracle. A student who was always at the bottom of the class has now risen to lead the entire school, even revealing the qualities of a genius. A result that far exceeds all expectations, including his own. Lam Mak's teacher was incredibly surprised that a student who was usually lagging behind could win first place in the entire grade for the A-rank challenge and remain unscathed to boot. She patted his back and praised him. saying he truly lived up to being her student, and that she had told him he could do it. Lam Mak thought to himself, she scolds me all day long, yet she says that now. The teacher asked about the bag on the table, and Lam Mak replied that it was something he picked up in the ghost realm. The teacher exclaimed, "You picked up items from the dead. I never expected that a student who passed an A-rank challenge was already impressive enough, but to also dare to take items from the deceased? You even have the guts for that. Isn't this a shining star in the world of ghost, summoning mages?" Suddenly, a strange noise came from nearby. Seeing Hatuban fast asleep, Lam Mak felt helpless. This guy must have slept the whole day in the ghost realm. He looked at Hatuban's score and praised him, saying that this guy wasn't bad at all. "Wake up, school is over. Wake up, you team protector. Wake up and eat, my treat." Hatuban woke up and asked, "A glutton like you knows how to treat others." Lam Mak laughed loudly, "You fat guy. You're only quick when it comes to eating." While the two were walking through the streets looking for a restaurant, Lam Fong called Lam Mak. He told Hatuban, "I'm going to take a call. Go ahead and choose your food." The person on the other end anxiously asked, "How did the exam go, my good son? Did you fail?" Lam Mak announced that he had become the MVP of the A-Rank Ghost Challenge. Lam Fong laughed out loud upon hearing the news. "That's my son!" And Swang added, "Well done, son. Let's see who dares to look down on our son for having poor grades now. If you don't have enough money, just tell your parents. We sold quite a bit of rice these past few days, so I'll send you some." Lam Mak happily replied, "I have enough money. I also earned quite a bit in the ghost realm. Don't overwork yourselves, you're not getting any younger." Lam Fong added a final remark, "We are still very healthy. Anyway, we're gonna eat now. Mak Nai has really grown up, he knows how to worry about us." An injured man shouted back, "The people protected by the Safety Bureau won't let you off." Lam Fong used the scythe in his hand to slash the man's throat. He said furiously, "Just a tiny Safety Bureau, no matter how long I live, I will kill all you small fries." And Swang spoke up, "This is already the 7th time this year. Will the Safety Bureau discover us?" Long Fong replied defiantly, "They certainly can't, they can only increase their search range. If they dare to cross the line, I will enter the city." Hearing this, and Swang pouted, "Why go into the city? Just to bring more trouble for Mak Nai." Long Fong laughed wickedly, "Go to the Safety Bureau headquarters and send them all to their ancestors." A delicious pot of food was served. Lam Mak was startled. The fat guy had ordered quite lavishly. Hatuban beamed, "It's not often you treat me to a meal." Lam Mak looked back at his wallet, realizing 200 yuan had just flown into the fat guy's stomach. He asked, "By the way, what did you do in the ghost realm to be able to sign a contract with a ghost?" Hatuban recounted, "At first, I signed a contract with a trash can ghost and hid in there all day, nearly starving to death." Lin Mo leaned slightly to dodge, only to realize the guy had been passed out in a trash can all day, which explained why his entire body reeked. He Xiaoban expressed his regret, saying that from now on they would go their separate ways, with him going to college while brother Mo went to graduate school, and reminding him not to forget his brother if he became rich. Although Lin Mo claimed his theory score was the worst, he secretly thought that with the system's help, going to college or graduate school no longer made much of a difference. Suddenly, He Xiaoban cried out in joy upon seeing the TV,
Brother Mo, look, there's a beauty.
It turned out the screen was broadcasting an announcement about the high-ranking female security chief Shishi who had just defeated 2 high-level malevolent spirits, accompanied by her portrait. Lin Mo expressed his dissatisfaction, believing that with the abundant resources of the Security Bureau, defeating 2 high-level malevolent spirits was nothing to be surprised about. He Xiaoban criticized Lin Mo, saying he was just acting like sour grapes and that with their backgrounds they could never match with her. Lin Mo retorted mockingly, "And what about you? You've been pursuing someone for 3 years and still haven't won her over." Hearing this, He Xiaoban sighed sadly, saying Lin Mo had ruined his appetite, and the system immediately awarded Lin Mo 10 points. While eating, He Xiaoban praised her, saying Gao Shishi would definitely enter the most prestigious university, and with Lin Mo's test scores, he could get in too, so he shouldn't forget to send him some pictures. Lin Mo smirked, "Don't worry, I will definitely take the photos Jun Wangj wants." He Xiaoban curiously asked who Jun Wangj was, and Lin Mo casually replied that he was a pop star, then breathed a sigh of relief as he suddenly remembered that Jun Wang did not exist in this world. After finishing his meal, He Xiaoban excused himself and left first. Lin Mo called a taxi to go to the Beilan area. The car sped away as Lin Mo scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, the car shook violently. He stuck his head out of the car window and realized that this didn't seem to be the road leading to the Beilan area. Looking at the driver's expression, he realized with panic that he had gotten into the wrong car. The driver swerved quickly and announced that they had arrived. The car made a sharp turn and spun around. The driver opened the car door, leaving Lin Mo utterly confused. He pushed Lin Mo and said, "Boss, the person has arrived." He looked at the back of the girl ahead of him and smiled to himself. She really is youthfully ageless. And Ran turned around, smiling with immense satisfaction. Lin Mo showed clear disdain. Turns out you only look good from behind. She asked angrily, what did you say? And at the same time, the system awarded him 20 defense break points. Lin Mo was surprised. Even this works, but that face feels somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Ran stepped toward Lin Mo. Then she kicked the car behind him hard. Afterward, she questioned him. Intelligence says you obtained quite a few ghost beads in the ghost domain, didn't you? If you know what's good for you, hand over all the ghost beads, and I might consider sparing your life. Lin Mo couldn't believe it. Does this world really have highway robbery? Big sister, I've been a straightforward person since I was a child. What's the point of sparing my life? You might as well take it all. And Nian said irritably, I was talking about the bull demon. Why did you shut up and change the subject? What kind of creature is the bull demon? Does it taste good? She lost all her patience. How dare you be so insolent to me? Perhaps you still don't realize your current situation, do you? Have you watched the news? Do you know the Dark Syndicate?
I am Lo Dan.
Half a month ago, the security bureau surrounded me. I ran for my life from Dongbin to Taebin on a bloody path. This is case 1. Lam Mak scoffed at her. You must have had a really hard time, didn't you? Now is the time for you to relax. And Nian faintly heard the words of the person opposite her. She's too much. What if I don't rest? This has nothing to do with you. He refused. I'm just caring about you a little. If you're tired, take a rest. Don't overexert yourself. The system added 20 points. And Nian flew into a rage. Stop babbling about useless things. Hand over all the bull demons right now. The system announced another 60 points added. A guy behind her raised his blade and said, Boss, don't waste your breath on him. We can just take it by force. Lam Mak fled in a panic. Damn it, do they want to rob me of this item too? He immediately ran away. The two subordinates shouted one after another, Summon Death Demon!
Summon Dong 2 Demon.
They controlled them to attack.
And Nian ordered deploy.
The Death Demon and Dong 2 Demon were controlled to attack, charging straight at Lam Mak, but he managed to jump out of the way in time. Lam Mak slowly stood up. His heart was also full of anxiety. This is the first time I'm facing a demon tamer. I can't be careless. Obeying the command, the Death Demon and Dong 2 Demon rushed towards Lam Mak. Lam Mak suddenly remembered that the news had mentioned a dark syndicate specializing in looting, but the security bureau could not just turn a blind eye. Thinking about it, they seemed easy to deal with. He smirked. Let's see how strong you guys are. The burly man got angry. You kid, don't look down on us. The burly man ordered the Death Demon. The boss is drunk. It sprayed an extremely strong stream of alcohol toward Lam Mak. He quickly covered his nose as the overwhelming smell of alcohol rushed up. This is bad, I'm feeling a bit tipsy. Surprisingly, this is effective. This thing has a crowd control effect on monsters and it's intensifying. And Nian watched him sway and smirked triumphantly. Let me show you our power. She ordered, Summon Mummy Demon, Nightmare Demon. Lam Mak was startled. That woman had actually managed to summon 2 high-level wraiths. And Nian shouted loudly, Mummy Nightmare Strike! Immediately, the Mummy Demon slammed both fists into the ground. Lam Mak's body began to shrink. He felt something was wrong. The 2 demons rushed swiftly toward Lam Mak. Then Lam Mak slapped himself hard in the face.
Oh my god, wake up quickly!
Then he slapped the other side of his face. He slapped himself a few more times. And Nian's group was surprised. That's quite brutal. The 2 demons closed in right at Lam Mak's feet. Joy spread, we almost had them. However, Lam Mak skillfully escaped. Chang Hanan and Nian were baffled. How could this be? How did he know the location of that mummy demon? One of Lam Mak's eyes suddenly glowed red, and those people shouted in unison, Blood Eye. It seems this time it will be a bit difficult. She gave the order, Everyone attack together! They simultaneously commanded their demons to charge forward. Lam Mak rolled up his sleeves and said, Now it's my turn. He summoned a high-level female vengeful spirit named Pem Am to Men. She played a melody that made the demons clutch their heads in agony, and Nian's subordinates fared no better. Lam Mak calculated in his mind that he needed to land a lethal blow, otherwise, when the effect wore off, he would be in great danger. He summoned another demon and ordered, Go Dung Kuk Kwai, slaughter them for me. Both sides clashed like a storm, and the leader of the Black Robe Gang, and Nian, frowned due to the sharp pain in her ears from that chaotic noise. Lam Mak stood silently for a moment, observing the situation with sharp eyes, saying that the strongest enemy had to be dealt with first. He signaled slightly, Handle the one in the back first. Din Kuk Kai growled in compliance, leaping over the other heroic spirits, aiming straight for the leader of the Black Robe Gang and Nian. A decisive, powerful strike. But she had managed to dodge it quickly just in time. Lam Mak was puzzled. How could it not have hit? A heroic spirit had quickly shielded her. Perhaps it was a passive skill of a dream demon which automatically triggers when controlled within a certain range. The heroic spirit quickly pulled her out of the battle zone. The leader of the Black Robe Gang and Nian immediately entered a solid defensive stance. She was bewildered by Lam Mak's power. She had previously scouted students who had just finished their exams. They all had low activation skills, weak control abilities, and were easily defeated, but the person in front of her was far too strong. Lam Mak also pondered, thinking that demon controllers are truly not easy to deal with. If he couldn't defeat that clown woman, he would have to handle the others first. 2 members of the Black Robe Gang had not yet escaped the area of effect, and Din Kuk Kwai charged at them like a flash of lightning. The leader of the Black Robe Gang, Anian, screamed in fear to stop it.
Oh no!
But it was too late. Din Kuk Kwai quickly severed Chang Han's leg. Lam Mak furiously ordered. It missed slightly, but it was still effective. Din Kuk Kwai,
Continue the attack!
but the demon had been distracted by Chang Han's leg. Lam Pham frowned.
Damn it, it's out of control.
Din Kuk Kwai quickly devoured the snack that had fallen in front of him. Lam Pham clenched his fists, trying to suppress his inner turmoil. It is truly difficult for a first-level demon controller to control a heroic spirit. When Pam Am Tamen's melody ended, she entered a cool-down phase. The heroic spirits that were being controlled began to break free. The muscular man screamed in agony, his voice tearing through the chaotic and frantic atmosphere. That cry drew the crowd's gaze toward the spot where the butterfly peak devil was still calmly savoring its spoils. The death devil dove down from above, fast as a flash of lightning streaking across the sky. It aimed straight at the butterfly peak devil's position and unleashed a decisive strike. The delicious morsel slipped from its mouth and rolled onto the ground, causing the butterfly peak devil to fly into a rage and attack the spiritual hero who dared to disrupt its meal. The butterfly peak devil's gaze now radiated an unprecedentedly dangerous murderous intent. The entire battlefield was in turmoil, submerged in the sounds of horrific screams. The boss of the HO gang hurriedly gave the order. We were too careless. I didn't expect him to have contracted 3 devils. Prioritize saving the men, then retreat immediately. Without waiting a single second longer, the subordinates of the HO gang immediately fled in disarray. They hurriedly supported the heavily injured muscular man as they left the place. The whole group urgently dashed toward the parked car. Everyone get inside quickly! Sitting in the car, those who had just escaped death continued to tremble, cold sweat drenching their backs. The car's engine roared as it sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust that obscured the vision. The boss of the Black Robe Gang also quickly retreated. I've remembered your face. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Linmo smiled subtly. Next time we meet, remember to dress properly. Your ragged clothes have exposed everything. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, you've just received 30 defense breaking points. But he suddenly felt a familiar sensation flooding back. Wondering where he had seen her, Linmo searched his memory, and it seemed to be Cao Shishi. He immediately looked up information. Cao Shishi was originally the daughter of the director of safety, with wealth like water, so why would she compete for a few devil pearls with him? This matter made him feel increasingly confused. The more he looked, the more it seemed to match. What exactly was the hidden truth? Linmo glanced to his side. Shandong, what do you think? And the blood-eyed devil mused. According to my analysis, there is an 80% match. Linmo praised her endlessly. As expected of a professional, it really shows. He was still curious, not understanding why the director of safety's daughter would target him. Linmo pondered. That's not right either. The report said she is very strong, so why couldn't she even beat me alone? The more he thought, the more confusing it became. Whatever, just set it all aside for now. Linmo leaned down and picked up a gem. He chuckled to himself. Well, at least there is some gain. Items even drop like this after a fight. Linmo looked around, his face full of bewilderment. What kind of hellhole is this? He shouted loudly. If you people dragged me to this godforsaken place,
You should have taken me back too!
now how am I supposed to find my way home? Amidst the dark warehouse space, another scream echoed out once more. The muscular man, his face as pale as a ghost and breaking into a cold sweat, was receiving urgent first aid from his companions. His wounds were stitched up in a crude and sloppy manner. The boss in the ice-patterned shirt stood nonchalantly nearby, urging him on constantly keep going. The burly man's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth, muttering an apology for having implicated him. She heard this, her gaze flickering. What implication? We have always stood together, and I am already grateful for what you have done, so how could I blame you? It's just our bad luck to have crossed paths with that person. That guy is too strong. Another person in the group looked furious. If it weren't for that damn girl stealing the ghost fate, you wouldn't have had to go rob that kid. She quickly splashed water on her face. Her eyes were firm, and she swore with determination, if I run into him again, I will definitely avenge you. The night was deep and silent. The air was chilly. The bedroom door swayed gently. Lam Mak walked in, his face showing signs of irritation. How unlucky, I went to all the trouble of cycling back from goodness knows where. Lam Mak flopped onto the bed, his whole body exhausted, his eyes drooped, and his mind gradually drifted into sleepiness. Suddenly, a strange sound coming from the floor above made him jump in surprise. His face flushed red with anger. Lam Mak sprang out of bed and shouted loudly, damn it, acting crazy in the middle of the night. He grumbled through gritted teeth, looking annoyed. This landlord's son screams noisily every night. I went to complain about it before and got yelled at. Lam Mak gave a sinister smile. Today, I'll let you have a taste of misery. He immediately summoned a high-level female vengeful spirit and instructed her, later, you just do it this way. The room upstairs was filled with the resounding sound of karaoke music. People were gathered together and the sounds of laughter echoed everywhere. The landlord's son, where Lam Mac was renting, was holding a microphone and shouting excitedly, "Let me sing another song for everyone." Suddenly, the mother sitting on the sofa shivered violently. She glanced toward the window, wondering why she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Turning to her husband, she whispered with a look of fear, "Do you think there are any ghosts?" Her husband calmly reassured her, "Don't worry. The Safety Bureau has cleaned out all the ghosts in the city. It's probably just the wind and storm." The son complained resentfully, "Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? You're not even listening to me sing." The father laughed and tried to comfort him. "We are still listening, you just keep singing." The son didn't pay any attention to his mother's unusual state and continued to sing into the microphone. The living room light suddenly flickered out, and the mother jumped in shock. The husband tried to remain calm. "It's just a power glitch, don't be afraid." The mother instinctively turned her head, her eyes dazed with terror. If the power is out, why is the TV screen still bright? On the TV screen, a ghost with long, disheveled hair suddenly appeared. The mother and son immediately screamed in panic,
Ghost! Turn off the TV right now!
The husband frantically grabbed the remote and pressed the power button. He turned back to ask, "What's wrong with you two?" The mother and son finally breathed a sigh of relief. The father was bewildered, suddenly confused, wondering where the demon in the TV came from. The mother panicked, her eyes wide with terror, pointing at the demon lurking behind him. The father turned around quickly, his heart beating rapidly in his chest. A cold, hoarse voice rose from behind, making their hair stand on end, asking who was singing late at night and who was summoning its soul. The sound of high-pitched screams echoing everywhere made Linmo extremely satisfied. Congratulations to the host for breaking the space with 60 points. He smiled slightly with contentment. He then ordered the high-level demon, a curvaceous female demon, to go back. Cursing voices echoed from upstairs, "Who is singing in the middle of the night and scaring everyone? I'll give you a beating. I won't sing anymore. I swear I'll never dare to sing again so father can sleep in peace." In the hallway, Linmo happened to encounter the landlord and his son approaching. He cheerfully raised his hand in a friendly greeting. "Landlord, what was all the noise last night?" As for the little boy, holding his cheek with one hand and clutching his father's hand with the other, he avoided his gaze. But how could he escape Linmo's keen eyes? "Hey kid, what's with your face? Did you get beaten?" The father was still troubled by last night's events. "Don't mention it, last night my whole family was haunted." Linmo chuckled and teased, "Demons? How come I didn't see anything in my room?" "Surely it was because your son was singing last night that he brought the demon home." Hearing this, the father got angry and kicked the boy's butt, making him yelp, "You damned kid, making trouble with your singing in the middle of the night." After a scolding, the father turned to ask Linmo for help. "Young man, are you knowledgeable about this? Can you help my family deal with that demon? We haven't been able to eat or sleep all night." He scratched his head, pretending it was difficult. "This is simple enough. After all, I am a demon-slaying expert. Those little demons are nothing. But I still owe 5 months' rent." Understanding what Linmo was implying, the landlord waved his hand. "You don't need to pay it." Hearing that, like finding gold, he immediately agreed. "All right then, take me to have a look." Scene shifts to the landlord's house. After being invited in, he immediately sprinkled salt around the house. Next, he filled his mouth with water. Then he sprayed the water out forcefully toward the family. The scene looked as if he were spraying insecticide. After performing all 749 rituals, he happily left. "The music demon has been driven away. Don't sing in the middle of the night again." Behind him, the whole family was overjoyed except for the naughty boy.
Thank you, master! You are truly amazing.
After the family turned back and closed the door, Linmo's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it, his expression switching from cheerful to serious as he read the message. It turned out to be a message from his junior calling him. After messaging the person afar, an eye-catching avatar appeared on his phone screen. The fatty wanted to play a fake soul match with him, quite similar to the Love Calamity game he used to play where he had been a king, reaching diamond rank. Upon arriving home, before doing anything else, Linmo immediately entered the game to prepare for a few matches. On his phone, the list of match participants was now displayed. After notifying the team formation, he gave a slight smile. As expected, it was like that other game. There was even a blood-eyed demon, perfect for practicing its skills a bit. Then he scrolled and selected a character with tentacles just like an octopus and entered the match. He immediately messaged the other members, arrogantly saying that his blood-eyed demon had once had 5 consecutive kills, wet for your deaths. Hearing this, a player retorted, "Steady golden spear, don't play dumb, I've seen your record, 12 consecutive kills." He happily replied, "Let me get those 12 kills, steady golden spear, I've seen it, quit it, the outcome is uncertain, don't talk ahead." It seemed no one believed him. "Fine, I'll open your eyes, and then you'll know how good I am." Soon entering the match, as soon as he arrived, he asked his teammates to help clear the way. Level 2 can help friends clear the path. The characters on the screen gradually became clearer, looking just like heroes from Arena of Valor. At that moment, he saw an opening appear. The golden opportunity had arrived. He unleashed his move immediately, forcing the opponent to flee. That mummy ran quite fast. He inwardly praised the demon for its quick reflexes, managing to dodge a lethal strike. Immediately, the mummy also countered, activating a binding skill. Linmo felt amused and blocked it. You dare to fight back? I've already predicted your moves. The winner of this round is clear. The blood-eyed demon immediately deployed its defensive skill. The victory quickly tilted toward the protagonist, the boss, and ran dressed in black and sitting on a hammock was furious while playing something unknown. What kind of creature is this blood-eyed demon? To send a level 2 into battle. This won't do. Revenge is a must. While Linmo was playing the game, a notification on the screen made him freeze for a few seconds. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. Where did these points come from? He didn't bother much and returned to the match. It must be the player controlling that mummy. Might as well keep playing. He smiled while welcoming the luck of gaining more points. Little mummy baby, here I come. In the game, his character continuously attacked the enemy from the left, sweeping across the battlefield. Then he swerved to the right to bombard them, achieving a continuous kill streak. He kept pushing forward, causing the system to continuously announce he was unstoppable. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. The match ended quickly in a complete sweep. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. While victory was on one side, a crushing defeat on the other made Ran's face flush with anger, her complexion darkening as she muttered, "Damn it, this crazy blood-eyed demon keeps targeting only me. It still won't stop." She played while pouting with various expressions. "Here he comes again, I'm going to lose my mind." Not long after, Linmo's side emerged victorious. Opening his phone to check the opponent's profile, he felt a bit curious. This person must be the one who was controlling the mummy. Although he is handsome, he isn't so foolish as to not know what the other side is plotting, so he refused immediately without hesitation. Planning to add me as a friend just to curse at me? No chance. Just when he thought he'd get nothing else, luck struck again. The system continued to send notifications. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense breaking points. Linmo crossed his arms and legs, laughing with delight. He really got points again. Before his joy lasted long, he suddenly remembered the mummy. The blood-eyed demon's 2 skills could not only break control effects but also have the potential to counter-attack. He reached into his pocket and rummaged through it. If in actual combat, that backlash move would be a vital key. He took out a pile of demon pearls, likely needing all of them to upgrade the blood-eyed demon. He held the demon pearl to his eyes and muttered an incantation, backlash. Immediately, his eyes turned red while the system provided continuous reports. Loyalty increased by 5%. Blood-eyed demon upgraded to an advanced wraith, then a basic malevolent spirit. He used magic to turn on a virtual screen. As expected, it had increased by 2 levels at once. Without hesitation, he activated the system, continuing to use the blood-eyed demon's backlash skill, deducting 500 defense breaking points to exchange for the second skill, backlash. The system displayed the level 1 backlash skill info. Actively used when restrained by an opponent, counters 50% damage, consumes 50 spiritual energy, cooldown time 180 seconds. After upgrading the skill, he was surprised that the technique was so powerful, not to mention it shortened the cooldown. Linmo stood up and examined his eyes after using backlash, with such an intense effect. It's understandable that the cooldown is long. While admiring his handsome face and feeling overjoyed at getting his wish, 1 ring means a wraith, 2 rings mean a malevolent spirit. This means the higher the level, the more rings in the eyes. I wonder what my eyes will look like at the highest level. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded, interrupting his thoughts. He quickly regained his composure, wondering to himself who would come to visit his home at this hour. At the apartment complex where Lam Mak resided. He walked toward the door and asked what was going on. Tuk Fong greeted him with a smile. "I am the principal of Bach Duong Academy, and I'm here to invite you to join our school." Lam Mak shook his hand seriously, feeling quite surprised to be visited personally by the principal, though he wondered why he had never heard of this name before. He stepped aside to invite the distinguished guest into the house. After walking a few steps, the man commented on his modest apartment, leaving Lam Mak bewildered. Then Tuk Fong enthusiastically presented a commitment form for free housing and tuition to ease his burden. Lam Mak took the documents, looked them over, and was stunned by the generous tuition waiver. Seeing the certificate of the prestigious school, he began to feel an unusual surge of excitement. He secretly calculated that the tuition for the Ghost Speaker School was up to 100,000 per year, so being fully funded was a huge bargain that a practical person like him could hardly ignore. Tuk Fong energetically slammed the application onto the table and asserted, "You were personally recruited by me, so you will definitely be fast-tracked into the elite class with an elective major. Come on, let's agree to it. We can sign the admission form right now," he said, stepping closer, holding a pen in one hand and pulling him enthusiastically with the other. Seeing that Lam Mak was still somewhat hesitant to sign, Tuk Fong couldn't help but wonder why. He suddenly turned and asked what rank Bach Duong Academy held, causing the principal to freeze for a few seconds. Tuk Fong gave a hollow laugh, bragging that his school gathered many masters and didn't care for trivial rankings, as serving the people was what mattered, which made Lam Mak begin to doubt his reliability. Lam Mak fired a critical question that silenced the other. "You guys aren't just trying to scam me, are you?" Tuck Fong quickly explained, how could I be joking? Bakduong is the largest university in the entire province and the number of talented graduates is countless. Lam Mak asked him to list a few names, and Tuck Fong broke into a cold sweat, patting his shoulder and stuttering. I think it was Chuang Mu Mu or Lu Sang Sang. There are so many I have forgotten them all. A stylish woman stepped forward, the sound of her high heels echoing through the room, and she bluntly exposed him. You can't name anyone because there aren't any, are there? She stood there with a mocking smile, saying that all the talk about being the largest in the province or having 140,000 students was just bragging. Caught red-handed, Tuck Fong could only snort and look away. He glared at her and then boasted triumphantly, all the teachers at our school are 6th-rank ghost speakers or higher. Ms. Man replied sarcastically, that's because you're the only teacher in the whole school, isn't it? Tuck Fong was speechless, and Lam Mak gaped in shock at the fact that the principal was the sole teacher. Then she took off her glasses and introduced herself as a teacher from Snow Phoenix Academy. Lam Mak politely shook her hand and greeted her. Ms. Man held out an admission form and said happily, I'm here to take you to our school. Snow Phoenix is 1st in the province and 10th in the country. Student Lam Mak, please enroll. Looking at the two papers, one prestigious and one ordinary, Tuck Fong knew he had lost. He forced a smile, took back his form, and said sheepishly, it's fine, a normal person would surely choose Snow Phoenix. It's a pity to miss out on a talent, but that's okay, maybe we can cooperate later. Tuck Fong said as he dejectedly headed home, filled with sadness. Just then, the phone in Ms. Man's pocket suddenly rang. Ms. Man took it out and saw it was the director of education. As soon as she answered, the voice on the other end yelled, demanding she cancel Lam Mak's admission immediately, making Tuck Fong stop to eavesdrop. Ms. Man asked why, and Trin Sun quickly explained that Director Tao and Deputy Director Tan from the Ministry of Public Security had issued a ban. No school from high school to university could accept Lam Mak. He heard this and remembered that woman, Deputy Director Tan. Could she be Tan My Li's mother? So, the blockade of his education was her doing. Ms. Man frowned and questioned him, but he just dismissed her, saying she didn't need to know the reason. In short, Lam Mak was finished, and Snow Phoenix had no shortage of geniuses, leaving a heavy silence after the call ended. Avan was still reeling from what had happened. She turned to ask Lam Mak if he had offended anyone, and he simply raised an eyebrow before admitting that he might have rubbed someone the wrong way. The girl, feeling incredibly frustrated by this mess, sighed and said, you have been blacklisted by all the universities in Jiang province. No matter how exceptional your talent is, it will be buried, so I will try to secure an admission spot for you from the Department of Education. However, this would be quite difficult, Avan added sadly while patting Lam Mak on the shoulder. He looked at her and asked calmly, if I can't get into university, does that mean I can't conduct my own research? Hearing this, Avan shook her head vigorously and explained, universities hold the privilege of entering the ghost realm without this qualification. Many important forbidden zones will be closed to you forever. Furthermore, if you don't master the theoretical foundations at university, you will never pass the Ghost Master certification, and no team will want to recruit someone like you. Why don't you just find the person you offended and humble yourself to apologize? Perhaps they will forgive you, and then the opportunity to enter university will open up again. Avan sincerely advised Lam Mak, but he retorted coldly, in your dreams. Forgive what? It's clearly she who was in the wrong. Why should I humble myself to apologize? We at Bakduong need talent? He declared loudly before pulling out an admission letter. Hearing this, Lam Mak curiously asked if Bakduong Academy had access to the ghost realm, and Tuak Fong proudly stroked his beard and affirmed, of course we possess all the most prestigious teaching degrees and certifications in the entire province. He was stunned in disbelief, saying, but the person on the phone just now clearly announced that all universities had blocked me. Tuak Fong snorted with disdain. We at Bakduong are noble and upright. We cannot be in league with that group at the Public Security Bureau. Their notices hold no weight with me. Avan, standing nearby, felt awkward and forced a smile. After hearing this, Lam Mak showered him with praise. The principal is truly a noble person. I am genuinely impressed and admire you greatly. The principal was visibly delighted by the praise and urged him to sign the admission letter. Lam Mak did not hesitate and agreed immediately. He carefully double-checked with Tuak Fong regarding tuition waivers and housing, and the principal quickly replied, that is a given. Whether it's tuition or dormitory fees, I will waive them all for you. The dormitories here are clean, high-rise buildings and extremely spacious, so feel free to sign. The principal urged while Avan remained sullen. Lam Mak didn't think twice, feeling the benefits were too good and trusting in the principal's integrity. Tuak Fong took back the form and smiled brightly. Congratulations on officially becoming a student of Bakduong Academy. Lam Mak smiled with relief, thinking that since this was the only place in the province that accepted him, he had nowhere else to go. Tuak Fong patted his shoulder and asked further, by the way, do you have any acquaintances who want to join Bakduong? You'll be rewarded with 1 than the ghost pearl for every person you introduce. Hearing about this windfall, Lam Mak's face immediately brightened. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is this Hack 2 Band? You want to enter Bakduong Academy? Tuak Fong stood nearby, excited about successfully recruiting Lam Mak, while Avan could only watch him and sigh in regret for a rising star suppressed by the Public Security Bureau. At the ghost market, although the streets were quiet, the lights were hanging high and bright. A merchant saw him walking by and waved him over. "Brother, come take a look. I just caught this starving ghost. The price has been slashed." Lammac approached to inspect it and asked, "Boss, what abilities does your starving ghost have?" The man meticulously listed the details. The first skill is rapid consumption, capable of devouring ghosts 2 levels weaker. The second skill is the hunger curse, which marks the opponent and makes the victim feel constantly hungry, which is great for control. The ghost in the cage stared at Lammac, drooling profusely. He contemplated for a moment. The ghost's skills were mediocre, and more importantly, his contract limit was full. He had to wait to accumulate 1,000 points to unlock the defense-breaking skill before upgrading. "Maybe I'll pass," he said. The shopkeeper hurriedly rubbed his hands and pleaded, "Are you a student? How about I sell it to you cheap for 500,000? Hearing that sky-high price, Lammac smirked with contempt. The market price of a starving ghost was only about 100,000, and this old man was clearly trying to scam a kid. He maintained a calm demeanor and began to trap him. "Your goods are okay, but can you lower the price a bit more?" The owner stroked his beard, looking troubled. "For the sake of our acquaintance, I'll give you a 20% discount, $400. Lammac laughed sinisterly and tapped the iron cage. "Hey boss, this ghost of yours doesn't seem ripe." The man asked blankly, "This is a ghost, not a watermelon. Why would it need to be ripe or not?" He suddenly put on a fierce expression and threatened in a steely voice, "If it's not ripe, how am I supposed to eat it?" The shopkeeper and the starving ghost were scared out of their wits, their hearts pounding as if they wanted to jump out of their chests from sheer terror. Just then, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have just received 20 defense breaking points." He looked down at the ghost and commented, "How much does this one weigh?" "Weigh it again, I'm afraid it's underweight. And if I eat a starving ghost, will I feel hungry too? Wouldn't that mean I'm at a disadvantage? Do you sell stuffed ghosts here?" As he asked, he moved closer to the iron cage. The ghost inside trembled with fear as it watched Lammac's shadow drawing nearer. The owner shouted angrily, "Get lost! I'm not selling to you anymore!" Just as he finished scolding, the system sound rang out again, congratulating the host for gaining 100 breakdown points. Linmo grinned gleefully upon receiving the reward points. He walked away with a smirk, clicking his tongue mockingly, thinking that this boss had no patience at all to get so choked up with anger just from hearing that. Over on the other side, Sun Meili was strolling with Sun Mu, who turned to comfort her, saying that the brat who dared to offend her had been banned from the entrance exams by their father, so she shouldn't be sad anymore, as someone without background who dared to trouble them truly deserved it. With hatred and resentment clear on her face, she replied that she was still very aggrieved and really just wanted to vent all this anger immediately. Suddenly, a burst of noise caught Sun Meili's attention. She looked toward the crowd and spotted Lin Mo, immediately becoming furious because it was indeed him. Sun Mu spoke up with a disdainful expression, "Let me get revenge for you." At this moment, Lin Mo was busy negotiating with the shopkeeper. "Look, this ghost pearl has cracks, so the quality is quite mediocre. 200,000 is a bit steep, how about reducing it to 20,000? The shopkeeper almost fainted at the blatant lowballing and replied, 200,000 is impossible.
Are you trying to rob me?
Sun Mu stepped forward, snatched the ghost pearl from Lin Mo's hand and bought it instantly at the original price, surprising him greatly. Sun Mu glanced at Lin Mo with contempt. "If you don't have money, don't come to the market and embarrass ghost tamers." Beside him, Sun Meili chuckled smugly. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned in annoyance, thinking, "Why is it Sun Meili? Want to play with me? Then let me show you what I'm made of." Sun Mi smirked and handed his card to the shopkeeper, swiped the card to show them how to spend money, unlike a certain someone who disgraces the honor of ghost tamers. The shopkeeper smiled widely and said, "Handsome guy, that will be 600,000 in total." Lin Mo pointed at the pearl in his hand and curled his lip. In the end, who is the one disgracing ghost tamers? Spending 600,000 on a cracked ghost pearl like that. The ghost energy inside is probably 40% gone. I would find it expensive even at 300,000. Sun Mi was stunned, looking at the pearl doubtfully amidst Lin Mo's light laughter. But then again, it makes sense. This is exactly the trap set for simpletons like you. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Mo angrily. "I have money, so I'll buy what I like. As if you can control it. You hillbilly can't afford it but still dare to speak up." Lin Mo immediately beamed and shouted,
Shopkeepers, gather all the cracked ghost pearls.
"There's a big spender here waiting to buy them
Them at high prices.
Hearing this, everyone rushed over excitedly. "Sir, there are 30 cracked ones here. The original price is 86 million, discounted to 8 million. The two shopkeepers crowded in, making Sun Mu extremely uncomfortable. Sun Meili quickly spoke to defuse the situation. "Brother, let's go." They left together under everyone's watchful eyes. The system suddenly announced congratulations to the host for receiving 10 breakdown points. Lin Mo smirked as he watched them, calculating, "You think you can retreat that easily?" He suddenly pointed straight at Sun Mu and yelled, "Isn't this the son of Vice Director Sun from the Security Bureau? You have a bit of money but won't even spend it. Since you said you wanted to buy them, don't go back on your word. Vice Director Sun's reputation cannot be ruined by you." Sun Mio and Sun Meili's faces darkened as they heard that, turning to look at Lin Mo while gritting their teeth. The surrounding crowd began to gossip. The Sun family is so rich, they surely want to clear the market of cracked pearls. So they're spending their own money to buy them up. With a dark expression, he stood amidst the murmurs. That's Director Sun's son. I heard he's a genius sophomore at Snow Phoenix University. If he wants to buy them, they must be high-quality goods. Immediately, he angrily pulled out his card and gritted his teeth, saying,
Fine, I'll buy them.
Bring that 8 million worth collection here. The shopkeeper smiled brightly as he handed over the goods. Thank you, sir. Here are your ghost pearls. Sun Mu held the box, his face turning pale. This 8 million was meant for cultivation, not for this pile of trash beside him. Sun Mei shouted furiously, This hillbilly is way too malicious? The system sound rang out again. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 breakdown points. Linmo stepped forward, clapping and sneering. Bravo, truly wonderful. Sun Mu and her advanced fuming, gritting their teeth. Linmo, this is all your fault. Have you grown tired of living? Beat him to death for me. Hearing this, he gave a long, sarcastic yawn. You should actually thank me. Weren't you looking for cracked ghost pearls? I was just helping you stock up. Furious, he pointed at Linmo and roared, Linmo, I challenge you. Everyone around was stunned. A challenge between a sophomore and a high school student. They aren't on the same level at all. He must be out for revenge. Lam Mak crossed his arms and smiled at Tan Mu, thinking that for a sophomore to challenge a high schooler, he truly had no sense of shame. He stood nearby, furious, and held out a box of ghost pearls, saying, If you win, all of these ghost pearls are yours? He stared solemnly at the object presented before him while listening to Tan Mu's provocation. 8 million yuan worth of ghost pearls. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lam Mak kept a calm expression as he glanced at him and calculated silently. These ghost pearls, even if cracked, were worth at least 2 million, and there was no reason not to take a gift offered on a silver platter. Seeing him silent, Tan Mu loudly mocked him, Are you scared already? Immediately after, Lam Mak looked at them with total confidence and said, I accept your challenge. Around the arena, everyone was crowding around to cheer him on.
Good job, kid.
I support you. Make the Tuyet Fuang Club lose face.
Some, however, scoffed. Tan Mayu is the most outstanding student the school is proud of. How on earth could a high schooler win? Below the stands, the hackbang boss sat calmly, looking slightly surprised upon seeing Lam Mak. She then thought to herself that if it was him, he really did have a chance to win, so she shouted in support.
Defeat the guy from Tuyet Fuang.
Take him down for me.
Tan Mayu looked at him threateningly, saying, Before we start, let me make one thing clear. If you end up with a broken arm or leg later, don't come blaming me. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him to take revenge for when Lam Mak looked down on him previously. How could I give you a chance to cripple me? If you can't beat me, just run. Losing to a sophomore is nothing to be ashamed of. Lam Mak, showing no signs of fear, replied that he was talking too much nonsense, and then he immediately summoned the ghost butterfly. As soon as he gave the order, the ghost butterfly appeared and lunged forward to attack. Tan Mu quickly dodged the first strike but felt somewhat surprised by the strength of the primary level fierce spirit. He sneered, But my ghost is the strongest one here. In the blink of an eye, a squad of super-level fierce spirits was summoned, including a drowning ghost and an electric ghost. A bloated corpse appeared. Lam Mak silently praised his opponent, thinking that this Tan Mayu fellow actually had some skills. The spectators around them also praised him endlessly, saying that this battle was perfectly balanced in offense and defense, so the high school kid was hopeless, and should just concede to avoid getting beaten up. She was likely one of the few who disagreed with the crowd. Even though the electric ghost and drowning ghost were strong, their cooldown times were too long. If the high school student caught the right moment for a surprise attack, he could win. The man beside her laughed. Is this your boyfriend, ha? Why are you defending him so much? She quickly explained, That's not it at all, don't talk nonsense. I just don't want to see someone from Tuyet Fong win. The drowning ghost officially entered the fray, unleashing its suffocation ultimate move, immediately rendering Lam Mak unable to move. He tried to hold his breath, secretly worried, thinking the opponent's crowd control skills were truly too strong. Tan Mayu looked at the scene before him with glee. The drowning ghost's control duration is 2 minutes. I wonder if you'll survive until then. As for Lam Mak, he had already prepared a plan, and these 2 minutes were the golden opportunity to execute it. Following his command, the ghost butterfly continued to dash rapidly toward Tan Mayu. But the bloated corpse had already moved quickly to stand as a shield to protect its master. It took a deep breath to inhale as much air as possible. Instantly, its whole body puffed up like a giant balloon. The ghost butterfly touched it, but there were no signs of damage yet. Tan Mayu mocked, Is that all you've got? But he remained silent and did not answer. Tan Mo laughed heartily. I haven't even finished my attack yet. Then, he ordered the electric ghost to unleash the deadly current. Lam Mak realized the danger was right before his eyes. As soon as the 2-minute control time expired, he quickly leaped away from the point being electrocuted. Suddenly, a cry from the ghost butterfly rang out from the side, as it had been attacked by the bloated corpse. The vitality of the extreme ghost butterfly is depleting at a dizzying rate. The passive bloodthirst mechanism activates automatically. Each point of damage received is converted into 2 attack points, causing the starving corpse to writhe in intense pain as it suffers from the counterattack. Tan Mu suddenly falls into a state of extreme panic. Realizing the need for a swift victory, he roars an order to destroy that hick immediately, his eyes flashing with lethal danger as he looks at Lam Mak. The electric shock ghost crazily launches concentrated lightning bolts, but he nimbly dodges out of the danger zone. It lunges toward Lam Mak at unbelievably terrifying speed. The crowd below gasps in amazement as they see him thrown far away after the collision. Lam Mak springs up and charges valiantly toward the extreme ghost butterfly which is prying at the starving corpse. Tanmu screams in a panic, ordering the electric shock ghost to channel all its electrical energy to finish off Lam Mak. He maintains a steady pace to dodge the electric current, an unwittingly cunning smile blooming on his lips. Not a single spark of electricity can touch the hem of his clothes. And Nian cheers excitedly, "Great, the people of Toyat Phuong are only so after all, those movements are truly masterful." Trensun stands nearby looking anxious. This girl is truly too reckless. Isn't that Lam Mak, the one known as the restricted one? To go up against Tan Mu without being outmatched at all shows formidable strength, but his dodging skills in front of a genius like Tan Mu are still considered a bit inferior. He asserts firmly, Tan Mu has mastered the technique of combining ghost contracts. Lam Mak will certainly be defeated soon. She turns to look at him with an enigmatic smile. Are you sure? I see it the other way around. How about we make a bet for a green corpse demon bull crystal? Trensun hesitates slightly, so she provokes him. You don't dare. How can someone of your status be so lacking in confidence? He laughs loudly. You dare call me a coward, kid? Fine, if you win, I'll give you a green corpse demon bull crystal. But if you lose, you have to apologize to me. She rejoices inwardly. What a bargain! A gemstone worth 100,000 is within reach. He squints at her suspiciously. Why does this demeanor seem exactly like the daughter of the department head? The whole stadium is abuzz. Look, that level 3 kid is starting to counterattack. Lam Mak is now full of confidence, darting toward his opponent. He immediately orders the starving corpse to unleash the leg-binding kelp skill, and instantly countless wriggling green kelp stalks emerge from the ground. They rise up in increasing numbers, densely surrounding the starving corpse. Lam Mak thinks to himself, if that kelp catches him, it will be the end of any resistance. He suddenly closes in, causing Tanmu to curse angrily. Damn it, once you're caught by the kelp, you're done for. Lam Mak suddenly bores his gaze deep into his eyes, his pupils turn a bewitchingly bright red, making Tanmu suddenly feel a chill down his spine. The leg-binding kelp draws near, and Tanmu is certain that Lam Mak is tightly bound and unable to move. He laughs sinisterly, standing still now, so it turns out your skills only amount to this much. Lam Mak sneers back, look closely, who is the one that really can't move? Tanmu is shocked to realize his body is completely immobile. He is stunned, unable to understand what is happening. Tanmu panicked, realizing he had been caught by the blood demon eye. You forced me to use illusions to scramble directions, making me trap myself. Lam Mak sat down leisurely and mocked, you're quite cunning yourself. The sudden turn of events had the audience below cheering in excitement. Trensun frowned and calculated, the blood demon eye's skills are very rigid. They only work when used directly at the right moment when the opponent drops their guard. Not to mention, for a self-taught cultivator to grasp such supreme techniques is truly a once-in-a-century talent. She smiled triumphantly and poked her head out. See, the students from Toyat Phuong School can't do anything to him. Tan Mai Li retorted irritably. Who said my brother lost? The outcome hasn't been decided yet? She added. You've been beaten black and blue by a high schooler, yet you still have the nerve to talk tough. Then, Tan Mai Li ran to the edge of the ring and shouted, hurry and use your combined ultimate technique. Tan Mu thought to himself that he had intended to save it for the Bakjiao tournament, never expecting to be pushed into a corner by this high school brat. The spirit energy surrounding him became increasingly intense. It was time to put an end to this act. Tan Mu opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Immediately, the pile of bloated corpses began to swell like a tall building. Then it exploded, making Lam Mak feel nauseous and pale. Disgusting, is this your signature move, attacking by dumping biological waste? He suddenly paused. Wait, something's not right. Where did the starving demon go? Suddenly, a slimy hand emerged from the ground, making his hair stand on end. The starving demon lunged straight at Lam Mak from the pool of corpse sludge. It clung to him and laughed horrifically. Caught you. The more he struggled, the tighter it held on. The starving demon was like a tiger with wings in that environment. Its power was unleashed to its peak, leaving him extremely bewildered. It stuck out its long tongue threateningly. Don't even think about escaping. In his mind, Lam Mak was cursing the demon's entire lineage. At the same time, Tan Mu ordered the lightning demon to fire a bolt of lightning. Lam Mak realized his true intentions. It turned out the lightning was the key to this technique. He used the liquid from the bloated corpses as a conductor and coordinated with the starving demon to pin him down. Then he summoned lightning from the lightning demon to strike, which would electrocute him with precision. He had to exclaim in praise of this combination tactic. It was truly excellent. Lam Mak worried that his spirit energy was nearly depleted from overuse. He likely only had enough strength left for 2 final moves. If he used the blood prison illusion to escape the starving demon, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the lightning, and he would still end up dead. Thinking this, he decided to risk it all and launch his attack. Tan Mu suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of dark energy rising. It was none other than Lam Mak summoning a high-level female vengeful spirit, and he immediately ordered an all-out attack. Her slender fingers began to glide across the piano keys while Tanmu remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Instantly, a wave of dark energy surged forth and bound him tightly. Tanmu was shocked. Instead of using demons for defense, he's using them to attack me. Is he crazy? Does he want to risk his life against me? Just then, the lightning demon also lunged forward, throwing him into disarray, leaving his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Tanmu screamed, "Bloated corpse, protect me quickly!" Immediately, it lunged forward to block in front of him to shield its master. However, the scene that unfolded before his eyes once again left him stunned. The extreme butterfly demon, with its multiplied attack power, only needed a single kick to cause its opponent a tragic death. The situation became increasingly critical. Tanmu panicked to the point that his mind went blank. Meanwhile, the extreme butterfly demon continued to charge forward frantically, its mouth growling with a thirst for flesh and blood. Tanmu was terrified. This lunatic wanted to die together, and it would be a huge loss if his bright future were to be buried at the hands of a high school student. He screamed in frustration, ordering the electric shock demon to turn around and take down the extreme butterfly demon first. It immediately launched a lethal blow at the opponent's back. He let out a piercing scream. A scorched burn mark appeared right on the extreme butterfly demon's back. Due to the intense pain, he collapsed to the ground. Tanmu smirked gleefully. "Linmo, do you want to trade lives? You're dreaming. I'm definitely winning this match." He calmly devised a strategy. The extreme butterfly demon had lost a lot of blood, and since its passive bloodlust skill had been activated, its destructive power had increased tenfold. This was the golden opportunity to counterattack. Extreme butterfly demon, use your second skill immediately. Ghostly electric dance. His eyes turned blood red as he emitted eerie howling sounds. The extreme butterfly demon immediately unleashed its move. Tanmu was stunned and speechless. He hurriedly dodged the attack from him. Paralyzed by fear, Tanmu frantically crawled away. He turned his head back in a panic. The extreme butterfly demon was still relentlessly pursuing him. This caused him to scream orders for the electric shock demon to save its master. A sudden flash of lightning streaked across. It reached out to shield its master, but the extreme butterfly demon swung forward and sliced right through the electric shock demon's arm. It even struck Tanmu, making him howl in agony. One of Tanmu's ears was severed and fell off. Clutching his ear, he looked at the extreme butterfly demon in a rage and let out a loud scream. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have just collected 50 agitation points." Tanmu thought to himself, now that both the electric shock demon and Giant's vision are crippled, if the opponent's demon doesn't retreat to defend, I'll lose my life to the extreme butterfly demon. Suddenly, Linmo called out, "Extreme butterfly demon, come back!" and it immediately entered his body. Linmo breathed a sigh of relief, finally out of danger. A buzz of conversation erupted from the stands. That besiege way to save Zhao tactic was brilliant, otherwise he couldn't have broken Tanmu's combo skill. Others added their praise. This direct, life trading style is really interesting, simple, brutal, and effective. Someone else chimed in, "I bet even our Spark Regiment leader might not have thought of this." Zheng Shan observed everything with an excited expression. Such courage and quick-wittedness were truly rare, and Tanmu was no match for him. Down in the audience, everyone cheered in unison. "It's your turn to counterattack now." On the stage, the two monsters had been completely defeated. Linmo approached with a murderous look on his face. "It's your turn now." Tanmu trembled in fear. What are you planning to do?" Lam Mak suddenly shouted a command, and the big breasted ghost immediately responded with the fatal echo move, stunning everyone with its terrifying power. Tommy roared in frustration, absolutely refusing to accept such a pathetic defeat and vowing to counterattack immediately. The fatal echo move has the ability to finish off enemies in an instant once their health drops below 5%. The big breasted ghost skills are truly formidable, having easily wiped out the last two demons Tanmu possessed. Witnessing that heartbreaking scene, Tanmu simply could not accept this cruel reality. He had spent so much effort raising those two demons, and now everything had vanished into thin air. Tanmu was in so much pain and anger that he coughed up blood. Just then, the system suddenly appeared to congratulate Lam Mak for gaining 200 defense breaking points. Lam Mak silently looked at Tanmu and thought to himself that once a contract demon is destroyed, the backlash hits the summoner. Tanmu was simply reaping what he had sown. Finally, Lam Mak was officially declared the winner, and the crowd cheered loudly, chanting his name in unison. Lam Mak confidently walked over to Tan Mai Li, reached out his hand, and bluntly demanded the return of the buffalo ghost. Tan Mai Li gritted her teeth in anger and hissed, "Lam Mak, just you wait, let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Who cares anyway? Lam Mak had initially come just to buy the buffalo ghost, but now he had acquired a demon worth 2 million without spending a cent, so he quickly headed home to absorb it immediately. Meanwhile, Tanmi was still lying unconscious in a corner. From afar, Tren's son observed silently and muttered, "A genius that Xu spent so much effort to cultivate, yet he lost to a high school student. How embarrassing. I really don't understand what Cao Long Tram and Tan Duck Loy are thinking. To ban such a good talent, they truly are a bunch of blockheads." And Nian smiled cheekily and held out her hand. "Well, we should follow through with our agreement, shouldn't we?" Tren's son handed Nian the green jade and said, "You won, kid. This Jost Pearl is yours. and Nian looked extremely delighted with her hard-won prize. And Nian happily walked past Tan Mai Li's group and suddenly heard a whisper, "Kill him. Make it look clean." It turned out that Tan Mai Li was plotting to take revenge on Lam Mak. And Nian thought to herself that Lam Mak's spiritual energy was now exhausted, and with the injuries from his contract demon, he certainly wouldn't be able to fight them off. And Nian began to worry and couldn't just leave Lam Mak alone. As he walked, Lam Mak calmly said, "Everyone did a great job today, there must be a big reward." He continued, "The chainsaw ghost has eaten its fill of meat today." The chainsaw ghost looked at the meat in the bag, beaming with joy. As for the big, breasted ghost, Lam Mak gave her a shirt and told her that wearing it would stop her from feeling tired. But she didn't seem satisfied and told him to get lost. The blood-eyed ghost lady didn't see anything for herself, so she immediately asked for her share. Lam Mak smiled, pointed at the bag, and said, "You have a share too. I bought you the best eye drops, which is wind oil." The blood-eyed ghost lady gritted her teeth in anger. What the hell is wind oil? The system suddenly popped up to congratulate Lam Mak on receiving 40 defense breaking points. Lam Mak covered his mouth and laughed awkwardly. "What? Is wind oil not an eye drop?" The blood-eyed ghost lady was so furious that her loyalty dropped by 5%, leaving only 15%. Lam Mak hurriedly clarified,
I'm just kidding.
"Just look in the bag, there's no wind oil, it's all real eye drops." Hearing this, the blood-eyed ghost finally calmed down. "That's more like it." The system appeared again. The blood-eyed ghost's loyalty increased to 20%. Suddenly, she discovered a group of people following Lam Mak. He praised her. "Impressive. You can tell what's behind you while looking ahead." After all, she had lived for 200 years, so she was very sensitive to danger. The blood-eyed ghost was worried. "What should we do? Your spiritual energy is drained, and the chainsaw ghost is low on health. How can we fight?" Suddenly, an object flew toward them, and she quickly warned Lam Mak. It was the sticky mucus of a corrosive ghost rushing to attack Lam Mak. That was truly a life or death moment. A strange voice spoke up, demonstrating such quick thinking. It turned out to be one of Tan Mu's men, who continued, "No wonder Brother Tan was so miserably defeated by him." The third boss also spoke up. "Why talk so much? Let's kill him quickly to avenge Brother Tan." The situation looks difficult. With the addition of a blood-sucking ghost, Lam Mak quickly shouted for everyone to retreat. Unfortunately, their rear had also been blocked by Tan Mu's men. Lam Mak was anxious about being attacked from both sides, and asked the two of them if they could manage. The blood-eyed ghost maiden spoke. "Right now, I am only at the heroic spirit level and possess only 2 skills. If I could reach the night spirit level and activate the great boar, I might be able to put up a fight." She suggested they should surrender. Both the blood-eyed ghost maiden and the chainsaw ghost were powerless against the situation and had no choice but to raise the flag of surrender. On the contrary, the chainsaw ghost remained full of spirit. "I still have 10 drops of blood left. I can keep fighting." Looking at the current situation, wolves in front, tigers behind, the blood-sucking ghost hovering above, and Lam Mak running out of spiritual energy. He thought to himself that there seemed to be only one option left: surrender. One of Tan Mu's men cursed, "You are Lam Mak, aren't you? A useless guy like you dares to touch Tuyet Phuong." Lam Mak was worried about being surrounded on all sides and retorted, "Are you 3 big bosses planning to steal all my money?" Lam Mak calculated silently that there was no other way. The only option was to try to stall for time and look for an opening to escape. The henchman of Tan Mu replied firmly, "We don't need your money." At that moment, Lam Mak pretended to be coquettish. "So, do you want my beauty?" "That's quite a lot of you for that." Master Lam Mak tried his best to act cute, making the group feel nauseous. The system suddenly appeared and congratulated him on collecting 30 breaking defense points. The third boss felt a chill, while the other man was furious. "Stop blabbering. We want your life." Lam Mak had annoyed the wrong people, and they had no intention of letting him go. They summoned a corrosive ghost to attack him. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to press the blue button. If he acted too soon, how would he have any chance left? In front of him, the corrosive ghost was charging straight toward him. Suddenly, a strange jar fell down. A mysterious smoke spread out, causing Tan Mu's henchmen to cough violently. In that hazy smoke, they could not see Lam Mak at all. He quickly used his hand to cover his nose and mouth tightly to avoid inhaling the smoke. A rope was lowered. Lam Mak grabbed the rope and swung up. While swinging, he thought, "Who is this again? Whatever, the important thing is to escape." Halfway up, Lam Mak almost lost his grip, feeling extremely panicked. He looked up and seemed to recognize a familiar face. It turned out to be Nian. She reached out to support Lam Mak and said, "Whatever you have to say, just get up here first." Lam Mak hurriedly grasped Nian's hand so she could pull him up. The guy from Tan Mu's side saw this and signaled the third boss to chase Lam Mak. The third boss quickly mounted the blood-sucking ghost to pursue Lam Mak. He was smug about the blood-sucking ghost's speed, scorning that Lam Mak's group would not be able to escape. Lam Mak felt the situation becoming unstable. They were too fast to outrun. Should I summon Han Koi to deal with them? Master Lam Mak was worried, but Nian reached into her pocket to grab something, saying, "Just sit still and watch what I do." She pulled out a spray bottle shaped like a fancy chili pepper. Anian immediately pressed the button, spraying it directly into the faces of Lao Tam and the blood-sucking demon chasing him. Upon inhaling the pepper spray, both Lao Tam and the demon's eyes turned bloodshot, and they shrieked in agony as if consumed by fire. After a series of miserable screams, they finally ran out of strength and collapsed to the ground. Lam Mak and Anian quickly escaped their pursuers. He accidentally touched her waist, and Anian suddenly burst into laughter because it tickled. Feeling awkward, he asked why she had helped him. Without hesitation, she replied that she just found the Tiat Phuong gang's behavior annoying. Lam Mak smiled sheepishly, saying he had a harmful misunderstanding. Anian teased him, asking what he meant and telling him not to think she had feelings for him. Lam Mak hurriedly clarified that it was all just a misunderstanding. Then she let out a moody sigh. As they walked, Lam Mak asked if this was her usual place, and Anian replied that it was just one of her secret bases. Anian threw herself onto a chair and kicked off her sandals. She excitedly boasted that she had tons of gear like that, so she could hide here whenever she was being hunted. Hearing this, Lam Mak realized why she had the spray on her. The person who saved Lam Mak was the Anian from his memories. Only he didn't know her name yet. She happily introduced herself as Anian, where An means peace and Ni means natural. Lam Mak was surprised that she shared his mother's surname, thinking to himself that the surname An was rare in South Korea, and she was the second person he had met with it besides his mother. Anian's face fell as she explained it was her mother's surname, and her mother was currently in the hospital in critical condition. Lam Mak felt pity for the young girl who should have been carefree, but was now carrying the burdens of an adult on her shoulders. He placed a hand on her shoulder and asked if she became a thief to cover medical bills, and if she only saved him because she hated the Tiat Phuong gang. Hearing this, Anian angrily shouted that it wasn't the main reason. Her face darkened as she said it was all because of her hatred for Chao Long Tram. Lam Mak found the conflict between the two confusing, so Anian recounted the past when Chao Long Tram approached her mother to extract information. He made empty promises to deceive her mother, and once he achieved his goal, he cruelly turned his back and abandoned both mother and daughter. Not only did he order people to beat her mother, he also viciously stole her demon soul to give to his own daughter. It turned out that the demon doll that Cao Thai Thai often boasted about belonged to Anian. Lam Mak pensively realized they were half-sisters, which explained why they looked so much alike. Lam Mak despised Chao Long Tram's wretchedness for stealing Anian's demon soul, noting that his flashy exterior could not hide his filthy personality within. She sobbed, saying that she could overlook what they did to her, but touching her mother was unforgivable. Lam Mak loudly declared that since Chao Long Tram ordered his own pursuit, he was also an enemy, and since she was his, Anian, he would definitely help. He promised to help her take revenge and punish her father. Hearing that promise, Anian couldn't help but be moved to tears. She laughed and teased Lam Mak not to dream, as the opponent's power was too great, and besides, he was being hunted by Tiat Phuong's people, so he shouldn't be foolish enough to walk into his own death. Lam Mak regained his confident composure and said he knew that, but he was about to enter the Bakduong Academy, and once his training was complete, it was only a matter of time before he made them pay for justice. As soon as she finished speaking, Anian gave me a shove, saying she had a base nearby, a massive ancient tomb, and that she would take me for a tour when I had some free time. Being shoved until I was aching all over because of that ancient tomb, she nonchalantly insisted. I retorted that Lam Mak's imagination was truly rich, and since Anian, the big sister of the Black Sand Gang, was standing right behind me challenging me, why was I acting like such a coward? Provoked, my competitive spirit flared and I replied that I wasn't afraid, I just found their base peculiar. Anian further explained that the Black Sand Gang specialized in taking in people hunted by the Public Security Bureau, which is why they had to utilize places like ancient tombs, abandoned houses, or warehouses as hudouts, to which Lam Mak clicked his tongue and gave a thumbs up in admiration. However, deep down I thought differently. What kind of development was this? It was nothing more than gathering fugitives with nowhere else to turn. Glancing down at her shoes, I felt a fleeting sense of sympathy for Anian's difficult life, so I rummaged through my things and said, "You saved my life once, I have to repay you. Let me share half of the buffalo demons I earned today with you." Anian, the big sister of the Black Sand Gang, immediately declined politely, "No need, I don't accept that kind of gift. I only accept buffalo demons I've brought down with my own hands." But I didn't want to owe a favor, and as we went back and forth, my bag suddenly fell, accidentally revealing the pile of buffalo demons, along with something people shouldn't have seen. We both leaned in to get a better look. Discovering women's underwear next to the buffalo demons, Anian began to suspect I was a pervert and yelled, while I hurriedly waved my hands to explain that I wasn't that kind of person. I pointed toward the floating woman, asking her to vouch for me, and though slightly reluctant, Anian temporarily took me at my word. I held out a box in front of her, saying, "If you hadn't helped me, I would have been finished by those three. Even if I hadn't lost my life, I would have been maimed," and my money and buffalo demons would surely have been stolen as well. You deserve half of these. Seeing my sincerity, she didn't refuse anymore and said, all right then, later on, if you get targeted by the Public Security Bureau or Tayat Fong again, just come to the Black Sand Gang and ask for help. We bumped fists to seal the alliance. I nodded in agreement. The scene shifted, the sky began to rain, and I looked up toward the air. A neon stepped out and invited me to do something to kill time, saying that, with this stormy weather, I couldn't go back anyway, so why don't the two of us find something fun to do? Lam Mak stood stunned, looking completely confused. The scene shifted to a neon holding her phone, asking me to play a few rounds of Arena of Valor. I asked with a blank expression if she played this game too, like finding a kindred spirit, and Neon complained bitterly that she had been playing all night without winning a single match. We both quickly logged into the game, and I asked for her character name to add her as a friend. She said it was simple, so she would read the name out, and we would add each other first. About 5 seconds later, I suddenly found the name strangely familiar. I froze slightly, as this ID seemed to be the demon I had beaten to a pulp last time. Not waiting for me to react, she immediately interrogated me. Is Golden Spear never falls you, right? At this moment, I was left speechless with no way to deny it. The day had finally come. I knew who the person I constantly tormented was. And Neon lunged forward and shouted, why do you keep targeting me and refusing to let me go? Answer me now. Knowing I was in the wrong, I hurriedly apologized. I was truly wrong. How about I carry you to rank up? And Neon didn't accept and rained a flurry of punches on me, shouting as she hit that this was a lesson for me. I could only beg the heroine to spare my life. Hearing my plea, she quickly changed her attitude, acting coy but secretly agreeing, and the scene shifted to the next morning at home. A strange man slammed the table in anger. Why were 20 agents deployed and none returned? Go investigate clearly to see where they disappeared. A fat man wearing glasses reported that he had investigated and all 20 agents had gone missing in Mansun, and on the same day. Not wanting to hear more, Cao Longtram threw an ashtray to the ground and scolded, Mansun is so vast, what kind of deputy director are you that you still haven't determined the exact location? Fortunately, his superior stood up to take the blame, so Tan Duc Loi managed to keep his life, though he couldn't stop bowing his head to apologize. Tan Duc Loi reported that the opponent acted very stealthily. All tracking devices attached to the agents lost their signals, and they didn't even have time to send a final distress signal. However, Cao Longtram questioned what it meant that not even a distress signal could be sent. His face darkened with gravity. It meant the victim had no strength left to fight back. As a renowned Tier 6 spirit master had been defeated in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he traced his finger over the map, firmly asserting that this was a masterpiece of the demonic remnants, and that they were undoubtedly responsible. The secretary entered to address Tan Duc Loi, saying, Deputy Director Tan, there is a call for you. But Tan Duc Loi snapped at her. Can't you see I'm busy with important matters? Do you not know how to distinguish when to do what? The girl timidly replied that it was his family calling to report that his son had been beaten unconscious, was in the hospital for emergency treatment, and had been stripped of 2 contract spirits by a high school student named Lam Mak. Hearing the name Lam Mak, both men were stunned as if struck by lightning. Tan Duc Loi's face turned deathly pale because even if a contract spirit is dead, it still occupies a quota. Tan Mu had gone from a genius with 3 spirits to an ordinary spirit master, and while Cao Longtram quickly regained his composure and told him to focus on his child, Tan Duc Loi completely collapsed, thinking his life was over. After both parties left the room, he silently opened the photo of the father and son to gaze at it. Bringing it close to his eyes, he could not hide his pride in his beloved daughter. She was truly outstanding, having won first place in the entire province. Scene changed to black. Rob Boss was calmly riding on the back of a spirit, saying, Goodbye, I have to go take care of the tough guy. See you next time. And Lam Mak nodded happily. Go ahead. With that said, she turned and rode the wind away, while Lam Mak stood watching their figures gradually disappear. His heart was filled with excitement. This was perhaps the most wonderful day since he transmigrated into this world, the very day he enrolled at Bakduang Academy. Hak Tiu Ban saw him and waved excitedly. Brother Mak over here, who would have thought we would attend the same university? He turned to look at Lam Mak and rambled on endlessly about Bakduang Academy, praising it constantly while Lam Mak could only smile dismissively. Lam Mak discreetly looked elsewhere, thinking to himself that if Hak Tiu Ban knew this school was full of abandoned graves, he would probably pass out and demand to go home to his mother immediately, so it was better to keep it a secret as long as possible. The vehicle carrying them had gradually approached the destination. The bus slowly came to a halt, and Hak Tiu Ban trembled, his face bloodless as he pointed at the school and asked, Brother Mak, where is this? Why are there no houses to be seen, only abandoned graves? Lam Mak stammered a few words and although slightly awkward, he tried to explain, This must be an abandoned graveyard area built by Bakduang for training students. Just think about it, if students were timid, how could they pass? Only the courageous can do it. Upon hearing this, Hak Tiu Ban was thoroughly impressed and gave him a thumbs up. So that's it. Bachduang is truly a prestigious school. The bus had completely stopped and the driver loudly announced that the final stop, Bachduang Academy, had arrived. The two stepped off the bus and immediately the vehicle drove away, leaving them completely bewildered. Right before their eyes was a sign clearly marked, Bachduang Academy Station, Road to Bachduang Academy, and the two could not have been more shocked. It was only when a copper coin flew over and hit Hak Tiu Ban straight in the face that he snapped out of it. Hak Tiu Ban picked up what had hit him and asked in a panic, "Brother Mac, where is the school? Did we take the wrong dark bus?" No matter how much Brother Mac tried to reassure him, Hak Tiu Ban was still pale with fear, and after observing the surroundings he confirmed, "There's no mistake, this place is indeed Bachduang Academy." He and Lam Mac continued to pull their luggage along, and Tiu Ban couldn't help but ask in horror, "But where is the school gate?" Lam Mac calmly reassured him, "It's fine, just follow the directions on the map to the dormitory." Hak Tiu Ban cried, having no other choice but to sadly accept his fate. The two trudged along the path surrounded by cold graves. Suddenly, Tiu Ban's suitcase bumped into something hard. He turned back to look and screamed in terror, "Oh my god, what is this?" Lam Mac looked over, equally shaken. The object that Tiu Ban's suitcase had bumped into was the tombstone of a spirit, level blue corpse spirit. He looked at the scene before him in shock, especially since that azure corpse demon had a rank far exceeding all the demons he currently possessed. Over a dozen Mohuang demons were tightly surrounding him, aided by the resonance of the surrounding yin energy, causing Lin Mo to frown as he assessed the situation. Xiao Pan clutched his suitcase tightly and whimpered, "Brother Mo, what should we do now?" He gave a confident smirk and instructed him, "Stop making a fuss, quickly summon your contracted demons to break out of the encirclement, call out the big breasted demon and the chainsaw demon right now." Xiao Pan obediently complied and quickly summoned his trash can demon to appear. The trash can demon was a low-level specter that looked quite comical. Lin Mo stood in front of everyone and shouted, "Be careful, the azure corpse demon is about to charge." It glared and ordered its minions behind it to launch a massive attack, while his friend quickly flipped open the trash can lid and called out to him,
Brother Mo, hurry!
"Let's crawl in here to hide for a bit." Just as Xiao Pan was about to climb into the trash can, a hand suddenly reached up from beneath the ground. It grabbed his ankle tightly, causing Xiao Pan to cry out in despair,
"Oh no, I'm doomed."
"Pull me in." He tried to reach out toward the trash can demon, but its arms were too short to reach him. Lin Mo was speechless at this sight. He silently noted that the trash can demon was only good for defense but useless for offense, so he had to order the chainsaw demon to come to the rescue. After a successful rescue, it lifted Xiao Pan by his collar to its eye level. The chainsaw demon brought its face close to him and sniffed greedily, terrifying Xiao Pan, but Lin Mo quickly intervened, "Drop it, this thing isn't edible," causing it to look visibly disappointed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Xiao Pan screamed again as two more demons appeared. Without saying a word, the chainsaw demon sent the demon on the left flying with a powerful kick. Next was the remaining one. Each of them took a fatal kick from it. Witnessing its minions being defeated, the azure corpse demon flew into a rage. It roared, spreading its murderous aura everywhere. "How dare you kill my subordinates?" At this moment, he felt as if death was calling his name. The azure corpse demon lunged forward at lightning speed, intending to take Lin Mo's life. Just as its sharp claws were about to tear him apart, Lin Mo quickly unleashed the death, demanding counter, melody technique to deal with it. Receiving the order, the high-level female spectre immediately played a powerful melody that shook the surrounding space. The azure corpse demon's mind quickly fell under the control of the melody. Without hesitation, he loudly ordered the chainsaw demon to finish it off immediately. The chainsaw demon complied instantly, raising its saw in preparation to strike. It rushed forward and delivered a painful kick to the azure corpse demon. The demon took the hit head on as the saw blade pressed close to its neck. Even if it wanted to resist, it couldn't because the music had paralyzed its body. Lin Mo stood aside, gritting his teeth as he calculated. The situation was bad because the chainsaw demon was losing blood, making its attacks too weak, and even with support, it would be difficult to pierce this azure corpse's thick defense. Xiao Pan had already squeezed into the trash can and called out, "Brother Mo, hurry and get in here." Lin Mo glanced over and nodded in agreement. The trash can demon stood tall as an incredibly sturdy shield. With both of them hiding inside, Xiao Pan hugged his knees, trembling and muttering, "What should we do? That azure corpse's skin is so thick, even harder than my trash can demon." Although irritated by the garbage smell, Lin Mo replied, "Indeed, we need to figure out a way to deal with it right now." Through the crack in the trash can, he observed the situation and calculated, "I've already used up my swap contract, and now I need 2,000 points, which I haven't accumulated enough of. If I had enough, I could try to forcibly sign a contract with that azure corpse. Damn it, it's about to break free." He stared outside anxiously. At this moment, the dark, grimy hands of the pale corpse ghost were gripping the chainsaw tightly. It gritted its teeth, trying to hold the saw blade to keep the chainsaw ghost from moving even an inch. The echo skill had only 20 seconds of active duration left. The chainsaw ghost was also starting to clearly show signs of exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, the horde of ghosts behind them immediately swarmed forward. They clung tightly to the trash can ghost with crazed, ravenous eyes. Seeing that things were going south, Linmo yelled out. His fatty ghost was about to be torn to pieces, and it was holding its head in terror, crying and screaming with no regard for its dignity.
I want to go home.
He racked his brain for a way to cope. The trash can ghost was originally a low-tier entity, and holding out this long was already impressive, so he had to take a gamble. A ghost squeezing through a gap suddenly widened its eyes and let out a shriek. Suddenly, it was sliced in half, leaving Linmo stunned and curious. Who is this? Reinforcements. Another ghost approached, causing the surrounding ghosts to shrink back in terror. With just a gentle wave of its wing, the heads of those ghosts flew clean off. Startled, the pale corpse ghost turned its head to look at the newcomer. Furious, it charged forward to attack with utter rage. The girl coldly ordered the headless ghost to fight back. It immediately obeyed, raising its hands high, preparing to strike. A powerful strike slammed directly down onto the pale corpse ghost. Unable to dodge in time, it took the full blow and collapsed on the spot. They had cleanly dealt with the horde of ghosts in the blink of an eye. On one side was a vampire, a mid-tier evil spirit, and on the left was the headless ghost, a high-tier evil spirit. A girl walked over to her classman. Welcome to Baiyang Academy. Mu Wangqing offered a bright smile as she struck up a conversation. Linmo quickly ran over to greet her politely. Hello, sister. I'm Linmo. You arrived just in time. She smiled and introduced herself. I'm Mu Wangqing. Are both that chainsaw ghost and that huge squid ghost yours? He nodded with a smile to confirm. Right after that, Linmo recalled them both. Mu Wangqing stepped closer, lightly placed a hand on his shoulder, and praised him. Impressive, to hold out against the pale corpse ghost and the wild mind ghosts for so long. You're the most outstanding freshman I've ever seen. Linmo scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Behind him, Hai Xiaoban asked timidly in a whisper, Brother Mo, is everything okay? He turned to call him over. It's fine. Come on out. Seeing Mu Wangqing, Hai Xiaoban's eyes lit up.
Wow, a senior sister?
He quickly ran over to introduce himself. I'm Wang Kai, you can just call me Xiaoban. Linmo looked on in exasperation, saying, Get away from her. Your hands are covered in drool. Don't go wiping it on her clothes. She smiled gently and replied, It's no problem. You two must have been terrified just now, right? Hai Xiaoban puffed out his chest proudly.
No way.
A real man like me would never be afraid of those petty ghosts. If you don't believe me, just ask Linmo. Linmo could only play along. Yeah, that's right. Then who was the one crying and screaming to go home, only to shut up the moment you saw our senior? Linmo mercilessly exposed the truth, prompting Hai Xiaoban to quickly cover his mouth. Give me some face, will you? Amused by their banter, Mu Wangqing burst into laughter. All right, let's head to the school. You two still need to check into your rooms, and it's getting very late. Headless ghost vampire, return. She quickly recalled them both. Both of them turned their gaze toward Ouyanthan's arm. The demon suddenly sprang up, its body staggering unsteadily. As soon as it managed to stand, it ran away helter-skelter. Seeing this, Lam Mak asked, Senior, why did you let it go? She squinted her eyes and replied with a smile. Isn't an abandoned graveyard filled with all kinds of demons an ideal training ground? If they were all wiped out, what would you guys have left to practice with? Hearing this, he also understood the situation. Ordinary training grounds are always equipped with specially made formations and captured demons to ensure safety, whereas Baekdong Academy chose a graveyard as their training base. Thinking of that, Lam Mak felt exhausted. He looked at her with affectionate eyes and inwardly marveled at how incredibly optimistic this Baekdong Academy was. Ouyanthan reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, because the demons in the graveyard are the weakest. You only need to wave your hands and feed a little to win. The two of them pondered this silently. They had encountered a Tier 8 spirit-level corpse after walking just a few steps, yet she called it the weakest. Lam Mak continued to ask, Then how should we deal with this pile of buffalo demons? She happily ceded them to the others, and the two thanked her joyfully. Hatiu Ban asked curiously while picking them up, Brother Mak, what is the value of this pile of buffalo demons? He replied with a smile, Calculated as grudge-level demons, it's not much, at most 10,000 each. Lam Mak picked up the buffalo demons and calculated silently. The upside is the large quantity. This stash is already worth 160,000. He excitedly asserted, This graveyard isn't a training ground at all. It's clearly an open-pit gold mine. Ouyanthan signaled for both of them to follow her back to school. In the deep, silent darkness of the night, the three of them walked together, and Hatiu Ban began to complain. What kind of school is located in such a godforsaken place? It's even hard to find an internet cafe to browse the web. She pointed forward and shook her head in rebuttal. Who says that? Although the school is located in the outskirts of Tanhai, you just need to pass the southern graveyard, cross a mountain, and take a car to reach Lin Lang City. Besides, it's quite close to the center, and Tuyat Phuong Academy is also just by the river. But our academy is also wonderful. Every night you can watch the willow, the wisp flying in the graveyard like falling stars, she said excitedly, making the other two tremble. Lam Mak felt depressed, thinking, Sister, it's already lucky enough to see those willow, the wisps, without being scared out of our wits. Ouyanthan quickly spoke up. We have arrived. and the three of them were now standing in front of the academy gate. His eyes were full of determination. Back Duong, I have arrived. As soon as the group entered, they encountered other students, some complaining while others were openly jealous. A young man yelled uncomfortably, I also want to be escorted by the seniors. A man approached, tapped him on the head and scolded. Escorted? Escorted by what? Do you want a beating? He pointed directly at Lam Mak and shouted, can you compare yourself to them? They are excellent students personally invited by the school, and what about you? It's already good enough that I'm guiding you, what more are you asking for? Hearing the instructor speak like that, the other students looked at Lam Mak with admiring eyes. Everyone dispersed to return to their dorms. Lam Mak received the key to room 433 and was reminded, military training starts tomorrow, remember to prepare some sunscreen. Lam Mak happily accepted it and said thanks. Ayan Than also smiled and replied, no need to be formal, I'm leaving now. Before leaving, she didn't forget to advise, I almost forgot, remember to lock the door tightly when you sleep at night, lest the night demons wandering around disturb your sleep. Instead of paying attention to the advice, Hatuban stared at her. She is so beautiful, it would be wonderful if she were my girlfriend. He coldly extinguished the hope, she isn't right for you. I think you should find some gentler girls instead. He replied angrily, watch how you talk. The system suddenly rang, congratulations to the host for Team 10 defense breaking points. Lam Mak walked along the corridor to find the room number, while Hatuban kept trembling because this place was gloomier than outside. A moment later, he found his room number. His friend nervously clutched Lam Mak's sleeve. Wait a minute, Brother Mak, what does that sound? Could it be a demon? He smiled and reassured him. Why are you so cowardly? Do you think there are demons everywhere? Suddenly, Lam Mak stared wide-eyed at the scene inside the room. A young man was sitting listlessly opposite them and silently sharpening a knife. He shot a murderous glare toward the other two. Ho Xiaoben trembled and huddled behind Lin Mo, looking more terrified than if he had seen a ghost. He hesitated to ask him anything, but Lin Mo walked in, turned on the lights, and grumbled, sharpening a knife in the dark nearly scared the life out of us. He spun the knife a few times in his hand and replied, you don't need lights to sharpen a knife. Before moving closer and expressing his agreement, Lin Mo glanced over and urged, come on in Xiaoben, why are you just standing there? He stepped inside hesitantly. Both of them started unpacking their luggage and arranging their sleeping spots. Lin Mo looked down and slowly introduced himself, I'm Lin Mo and from now on, we're roommates. I look forward to your kindness. He kept sharpening his knife without pause and replied, I'm A. Thu. He lay on his bed, tossing and turning in thought, wondering, what an odd guy, I wonder if he's just shy or has some issues. Suddenly, the blood-eyed ghost whispered to Lin Mo that the man's knife was far from simple and terrified it, making him jump in shock. Lin Mo quickly jumped up and asked with a bright smile, hey, Thu, your knife looks really unique. What is it used for? He remained deep in thought for a long while. Finally, Thu lifted the knife and coldly uttered two words, shaving heads. Lin Mo turned to him, puzzled. Can a razor really be that powerful? The ghost replied in fear, that's not strange at all, that blade must date back to the Qing dynasty, when everyone shaved their heads to wear queues. It was used to shave adult men for years, and having absorbed so much yang energy over time, it has become a top-tier weapon for suppressing ghosts. Lin Mo watched with admiration, thinking, no wonder this guy is so formidable. He hurriedly called out to the other man. Then Lin Mo let out a stream of curious questions. Which kind of ghost are you contracted with? Can you share that? And why did you choose Beiyang? Let's hang out sometime. I think that knife of yours is truly powerful. Thu laughed cheerfully and answered every question without holding back. My contracted ghost is a shadow ghost. I came to Beiyang only because they offered a half tuition discount. As for hanging out, maybe not. I'm only interested in hunting evil ghosts. Hearing this, Lin Mo analyzed to himself, contracted ghosts are also categorized by rarity, while everyone already knows the techniques for common ones like corpse-eating ghosts or starving ghosts. Therefore, they are easy to deal with, but for S-class ghosts like the blood-eyed ghost or the shadow ghost, their skills remain a mystery, which can easily catch opponents off guard and secure a victory in battle. Thu seemed distant but actually felt quite decent. He was likely quiet earlier just because he was shy, and since he answered everything asked, he turned out to be quite an honest person. He quickly hopped off the bed and continued asking with a smile, Thu, where did you contract the shadow ghost? He wiped the knife and explained, my family has a tradition of head shaving. Every descendant must go to Shadow Mountain upon reaching adulthood to receive a shadow ghost. Only those who successfully contract with a shadow ghost are worthy of inheriting the razor left by our predecessors. After listening, he asked further, then why come to Beiyang? Thu wrapped up his knife and replied, the principal said he would have my tuition. Suddenly, his smile vanished. Lin Mo secretly sympathized with Thu, as in this era everyone prefers trendy hairstyles, making it hard to earn a living as a barber. He looked up and asked, what about you?
Why did you choose Beiyang?
Thu looked at both of them seriously. Lin Mo replied slowly, because the principal promised me a full tuition waiver, so I packed my bags and came right away. Hearing this, his face turned pale. All right then, if you ever need a head shave, come find me, I'll give you a discount. He also happily nodded in agreement with Thu. The night grew late, with a bright moon and a cool breeze. Hao Xiaoben looked at the empty bed and wondered, the room is still missing one person, where did he go? Lin Mo yawned and said indifferently, who knows, maybe he got eaten by a ghost on his way, a remark that left him terrified. He urged both of them to rest quickly because they had to participate in military training tomorrow morning. That sound echoed violently throughout the hallway. The room door slowly creaked open. With noisy sounds continuing incessantly, Lam Mak kept his eyes tightly shut, but he grumbled, telling Hak Tu Ban to take it easy as they still had military training tomorrow and shouldn't exhaust themselves. Suddenly, Lam Mak realized something was wrong and became instantly alert. Hak Tu Ban usually only took a minute for that, but 10 minutes had passed, so he hurriedly poked his head out to investigate the source of the noise. Lam Mak opened his eyes wide in horror, seeing Hak Tu Ban being tightly bound by red strings as if they were trying to crush his body. Lam Mak startled and shouted loudly when he saw Hak Tu Ban hanging suspended above the floor. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked right past his face. The sword slammed into the wall, severing the threads that were surrounding him. Lam Mak reached out to turn on the light, and did not forget to thank Arthur. Hak Tu Ban trembled and struggled to get up, complaining that he had kicked hard but Lam Mak didn't notice, and he had almost been suffocated to death. Lam Mak didn't pay much attention and laughed, patting his shoulder, which made him jump in fear. Sorry, I thought you were busy with private matters. I didn't expect you were being strangled and unable to breathe while sleeping. Hak Tu Ban looked down at his hands and explained the situation, bowing his head to check and realizing he could no longer control them. What the hell was going on? He picked up the cluster of threads and theorized, perhaps this is a puppet demon. Arthur stood nearby, pulling the knife out of the wall and analyzing, you think so too. But there should only be night roaming demons in this hallway. Why would a puppet demon appear? Lam Mak maintained a calm expression, which made Hak Tu Ban tremble even more. This isn't simple because someone is definitely messing with us on purpose. We just arrived here. How could we have any friction with anyone? He and Arthur glanced outside and suggested, let's just go out and see the truth for ourselves. As the two of them prepared to step out, he fearfully held them back. Don't leave me here alone. Hak Tu Ban looked terrified as he watched the two of them. Well, I'll just stay here and wait for you to come back. On the rooftop, the triumphant laughter of a group of people rang out, and they enthusiastically discussed whether the new students could handle it, or if they would be played to death if they didn't die. They would at least be scared to insanity like the one they did last year. He just stood silently to the side, taking a puff of a cigarette. Lone Swang stared at the puppet demon with a look of contempt. You trash in 433, you dared to let my goddess Mok Yin Than go pick you up. You're tired of living if you dare to touch my people. Let's see how the big brother of this school teaches you a lesson. Immediately after he froze looking toward the puppet demon, Lone Suong angrily threw his cigarette and snapped, daring to cut my strings. You guys are tired of living, follow me to straighten them out. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the whole group. No need to go to the trouble, because we've already arrived here. Lam Mak and Arthur looked at them with fierce expressions. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you're playing tricks fine, let's play to the end today. And the group became furious and shouted loudly. You guys are getting out of line. If you're being bullied, just obediently bow your heads and take it. It's our business if we like to bully, Lone Swang said, his face darkening as he looked at Lam Mak, grinding his teeth. You don't know the heights of the sky or the depths of the earth. Beat them to death for me. They excitedly prepared to attack with the stench demon and the predator demon, and Lam Mak, seeing this, sneered mockingly, is that all you've got? For upperclassmen, you're really pathetic. Hearing this, they pointed fingers in anger, daring to look down on us. You freshmen haven't even unlocked all your skills and you're already acting arrogant. I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun, and Lam Mak scratched his head with a bewildered look. Not seeing tomorrow's sun means it will rain tomorrow. They were so provoked by him that they choked on their own rage, unable to utter a word. The system's voice suddenly rang out, congratulations, master, for breaking 80 defense points. Arthur giggled beside him. This kid was indeed mischievous. Lone Duong roared in anger. No more talk. Quickly deal with that guy for me. The other two aggressively rushed forward. Seeing this, he calculated, we'll split up and take one each, and after we're done, we'll settle the score with that sly little devil. Before he could even finish his sentence, his figure vanished, surprising the other person. The sword gently swept through the silent night. The demon's head was suddenly chopped off. Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment, so fast! Even swifter than a human! Seeing this, they were terrified. Why? We couldn't even see his movements, and he didn't even need to summon his contract. He furiously rushed towards Lin Mo. You bastard. Let me show you what a real master is. He quickly unleashed a move that made his eyes glow crimson. It was the blood domain illusion. His body instantly froze, stood motionless, and then collapsed to the ground. The crowd cowered in terror. He hadn't even budged. Just a single glance. How terrifying. Perhaps I messed with the wrong person. But I can't lose my title as the boss. Lone Duong hurriedly suppressed his fear, pointed at Lin Mo and screamed, do you know what you are doing? Do you know the consequences of touching me? Linmo and Arthur both shook their heads indifferently. What consequences? He suddenly grinned eerily and rubbed his hands. Then let's just fight first and worry about that later. They cried and begged in fear.
Brother Lone, you must protect us! Hurry and stop those two!
He smiled deeply and patted their shoulders. Rest assured, I will definitely protect you too. The sly little devil behind him began to act, and immediately after, it waved its hands to control those two. The scheming Lone Duong used a technique to control them. Puppet secret art living being control. Being controlled, she was utterly terrified. Little brother, don't hit me! The two girls suddenly rushed forward, crying out in anguish.
We can't control our bodies! We didn't do this on purpose!
Seeing this, Linmo showed utter contempt, using those two girls as shields to attack and buy time to escape. Staring intently at him, Linmo said angrily, Want to run?
It's not that easy! On the rooftop!
The pitiful girl who was being controlled kicked towards Linmo, but he quickly dodged to the side. On the other side, Arthur also leaped to dodge the other girl's kick. As they drew close to each other, Linmo exclaimed, Hurry up, Arthur! Let's end this quickly. Arthur instantly understood. Linmo immediately summoned the ultimate butterfly demon. The two girls pleaded,
Don't kill us!
The girl beside her also said, Please, we beg you. The pitiful girl screamed at the top of her lungs. He aggressively pointed his sharp chainsaw at them. The two girls were surprised to find themselves still alive. The system appeared again and announced, Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 defense breaking points. He looked at them and thought to himself, These two thought they were dead for sure. To think they could contribute more defense breaking points to me. What a treat. Linmo said smugly, I don't harm innocent people. He glanced in another direction, but that guy is by no means innocent. Luan Shuang turned pale with fear. He frantically looked for a way to escape, but if he just climbed down, he would definitely be caught. Luan Shuang hurriedly ordered the puppet ghost to help him find a way to escape. With those words, he recklessly threw himself downward. He was utterly shocked. Lin Mo and Akyu quickly gave chase, shouting loudly not to let him escape. He quickly cut the control threads on the puppet ghost. This action caused Luan Shuang, who was sliding down, to suddenly free fall and crash heavily onto the ground. The system notified, Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 break defense points, while Luan Shuang crawled on the ground, crying and begging for help out of fear of being killed. The two looked down from above. Ah Chu wondered if it was okay to just let him go like that, but Lin Mo replied that if they dealt with him in front of the security guards, it would no longer be considered self-defense. He turned to look at the puppet ghost. Although Luan Shuang had indeed escaped, his contracted ghost was too busy bringing its master down to the ground and failed to escape in time. Just then, the extreme butterfly ghost suddenly rushed forward and took the other ghost's head. Luan Shuang, lying on the ground, immediately clutched his head and screamed in agony. Lin Mo collected the two ghost pearls. He suggested keeping the ghost pearls of the corpse-eating ghost and the puppet ghost, which the other party immediately agreed to, even though the guy in the back was still screaming for meat. He led the extreme butterfly ghost close to the two girls. It was delighted, while the two poor girls trembled and hugged each other tightly. The system displayed another notification that the extreme butterfly ghost's loyalty had just increased by 20%. Lin Mo was pleased that he had earned quite a few break defense points from this. The system informed him that his points had exceeded 2,000 and asked if he wanted to expand his contract limit. Smiling mischievously, he agreed to add another slot, bringing the current limit to 3,500. Akyu urged Lin Mo to leave. He nodded, recalled the extreme butterfly ghost, and wondered which ghost he should contract next. Just as he stepped into the room, he was startled to find the door wide open. Lin Mo immediately asked Akyu what had happened. He walked in, pointed at the trash can, and remarked that the other had bought a rather oversized trash can. The other replied that it wasn't his, and then called Fatty to come out because everything was settled. It turned out the boy was fast asleep inside. Lin Mo looked in and said to just leave him be, then told Ash Chu to get some rest early as well. He was shocked to realize that even a trash can could turn into a contracted ghost. A fresh morning began with the first rays of early sunlight. The alarm rang at 7 o'clock, and a hand reached out to quickly turn it off. A sleepy Lin Mo stretched, then suddenly froze at the sight before him. He saw Ah Chu sitting and cultivating with the ghost pearl in her hand, and Lin Mo inwardly admired how hardworking she was. Absorbing ghost key from a ghost pearl is how a ghost tamer increases their spiritual perception, though he didn't need to struggle through such training since he could just exchange points with the system. Thinking of this, Lin Mo smiled to himself. The only thing he needed to do now was to work hard at earning break defense points from everyone and all the ghosts. Lin Mo looked at Achu's shadow on the wall. Last night she was already very strong without even using her shadow ghost. He wondered how terrifying her true power would be. If a shadow ghost was effective, he would also consider contracting one. A moment later, he knocked loudly on the door to wake Fatty up for military training, and the boy rubbed his eyes as he woke up to answer. Arriving at the military training ground, the sky today was exceptionally clear with drifting clouds. Everyone gathered neatly in formation waiting for orders. A tired male student held his hat, fanning himself vigorously, and asked Lin Mo if he had brought any water. Lin Mo stood with his hands in his pockets and replied hesitantly, Lam Mak gave a sly smile and replied sarcastically, water, where would that come from? The crowd around him began to murmur in agitation. If you have water, share some with us, our throats are about to parching, we can even buy it. At this point Lam Mak's true nature was revealed. He pretended to look away as if it had nothing to do with him. Well, I did bring some, but I drank it all. Annoyance was plain on everyone's faces. They just wanted to punch the guy standing in front of them. We're withering from the heat, and you're standing there joking. Right then the system's voice rang out repeatedly, congratulations host, you have just received another 40 frustration points. An Quian stepped forward, stroking his hair with an air of conceit. I heard you guys are thirsty. A nearby person asked, how did you get some? An Quian remained triumphant. I don't have it yet, but my girlfriend is bringing it over. Knowing this guy just wanted to show off, the crowd whispered to each other. This Bakduong Academy is no different from a temple. Girls can be counted on one hand, yet this guy has a girlfriend as soon as he enrolled. Based on what? It's really true. An Quian glanced at Lam Mak, who was leaning against a nearby tree. Why is this guy still so calm without even a bit of jealousy towards me? Being a natural troublemaker, An Quian clicked his tongue and mocked Lam Mak. You're in college and still single. You're truly a useless loser. Lam Mak only smirked in response. Seeing that indifferent attitude, An Quian became even more irritated. Why pretend you're someone no one even bothers with? Just then, An Quian's girlfriend ran up to hand him a bottle of water. Honey, are you thirsty? I brought you some water. Seizing the opportunity, An Quian didn't hesitate to display PDA to the crowd behind him. Sweetie, feed it to me. Naturally, the expressions of the single people behind them could not look cheerful at all. An Quian also deliberately glanced at Lam Mak, his tone full of mockery because he knew someone didn't have water. Lam Mak could only shake his head in wariness at this performance. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in amazement and pointed toward a newcomer. Look, it's the senior, the #1 goddess of Bakduong. Uthan leisurely walked over holding a bottle of water as the whispers grew louder.
So beautiful.
I've already thought of names for our children. I've even planned where the two of us will be buried.
But isn't she single?
Why is she bringing cold Coca-Cola to him? So envious? Everyone gritted their teeth and asked, which guy managed to win over the senior on his first day? Coming closer, Uthan waved and called out Lam Mak's name loudly. Even Lam Mak was stunned, pointing at himself and asking back, do you mean me? Uthan stepped forward and held out the bottle of Coca-Cola. I brought this for you, Lam Mak. Lam Mak scratched his head in confusion and replied, for me? For what reason? Uthan leaned close to Lam Mak's ear and whispered, thank you for removing the threat to Bakduong. Hearing this, it suddenly clicked for Lam Mak. Is it because of what happened last night? Uthan placed her finger on her lips to signal silence, then winked meaningfully as if to say no more needed to be said. At this moment, everyone's minds felt like they would explode. The Academy goddess personally went to bring water to a freshman. The system notifications kept ringing. Congratulations, host, on receiving 10 frustration points times 10. But Lam Mak was unaware. He was bewilderedly wondering where this murderous intent was coming from. Looking at the notification board, he was utterly shocked. I worked hard for half a month to gather 1,000 points, yet this girl business alone has jumped to exactly 1,000 points. While the crowd was gritting their teeth in anger because they weren't the ones being given water by the senior.
A keen-eyed person suddenly shouted, look over there, another beauty has appeared.
A silver-haired girl was approaching with a bottle of water. Was she also coming to give water? It was Ani and Lam Mak's old acquaintance. Conversations flared up again. Everyone prayed that she wasn't looking for Lam Mak. Please, not that guy again. He already has a senior bringing him water. If there's another one, how can we survive? But reality slapped everyone in the face. Anian patted Lam Mak on the shoulder and asked with a smile, thirsty? I have lemon water. Seeing her, Lam Mak was also surprised. Anian, why are you here? Along with the sounds of system notifications for points were the miserable screams of the surrounding crowd. The guy who had brought his girlfriend to show off now thought bitterly to himself. I intended to bring my girlfriend to flex, but who knew I'd encounter this guy?
This is so annoying.
Uthan saw this and turned to ask Lam Mak, who is this junior? While Anian's gaze was fixed on the bottle of Coca-Cola that Uthan had just given him. Lam Mak was about to happily introduce them when Anian immediately brushed it off. No need. Immediately after, Anian turned her back and walked away in a huff, not forgetting to grumble. I intended to bring you water, but since someone else is looking after you now, there's no need. With his head full of question marks, Lam Mak thought to himself, why did Anian get angry? It's not like I did anything wrong. Seeing this, Nat Yuen Than could only shake her head and pat Lam Mak on the shoulder, telling him that since his girlfriend is sulking, he should hurry up and go after her to coax her. Lam Mak snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbed the lemonade bottle and ran off headlong while shouting,
Anian, wait for me.
Having said that, Lam Mak drained the bottle of lemonade, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and clicked his tongue in praise, grinning so wide that his teeth were showing. Anian, still feeling resentful, retorted, if it's so good, eat the rind too. Lam Mak, a fool who didn't understand why she was angry, asked cluelessly, what on earth is the matter? Lam Mak turned to Nat Yuen Than for help, Sister, what should I do now? Nut Yuan Than, also helpless at his low emotional intelligence, sighed and told him to keep chasing after her to appease her. What else could he do? Nat Yuan Than put her hand to her forehead, looking clearly exasperated. This guy looked bright, so why was his EQ so low? Meanwhile, Anian walked away feeling resentful, thinking that Lam Mak already had another girl by his side. Her mother was right. Men are all liars, and yet she had believed he was an exception. Finally, Lam Mak caught up and grabbed Anian's hand. Holding her back, he looked her straight in the eyes and said seriously, Anian, I have a few things I want to tell you. Anian pouted and replied, what else do you plan to babble about? Seeing this, Lam Mak stammered as he tried to make amends, smiling brightly and changing the subject by saying he wanted to praise the lemonade for being handmade by her. Anian was still jealous and sulking. Someone else already brought you water, so why didn't you just throw it away instead of drinking it? Lam Mak quickly held onto the bottle and replied, how could I waste such delicious water? He then drank every last drop without leaving a single bit behind. Unexpectedly, after finishing it, Lam Mak felt so refreshed that he asked, is there any more? It feels even colder than if it had been in the fridge. Anian, hearing this, trembled with rage and scolded him, cold in your head. She then exposed the source of the water, saying it was gathered drop by drop from an ancient tomb, so where else was he supposed to get more? He was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but replied with appreciation, no wonder the ancient tomb is so cold, it turns out it's full of yin energy. Thank you, it must have been exhausting collecting it drop by drop. Anian felt a little happy hearing that, but on the surface, she replied bitterly, I poisoned it, you'll drop dead in a moment. Lam Mak teased along, it doesn't matter if it's poisoned, do you have any more bottles? Please give me some more. Anian frowned and asked, what about the girl who brought you water earlier? Lam Mak acted spoiled to win her over. I've only been drinking your lemonade since this morning. Suddenly, Anian looked bored and said, I was going to take you to visit the ancient tomb base, but since you're so busy, never mind. Lam Mak wagged his metaphorical tail like a puppy to butter her up. How could I miss a chance to see such an interesting ancient tomb? I definitely have to go see it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself that the points he had just earned were enough to exchange for another contract slot, meaning he now had two. He had been bored anyway, and who knows, maybe he could contract a decent ghost in the tomb. Returning to a happy state, Anian snatched the bottle back and said, if you want to go, meet me at the east side of the Imperial Tomb site at 10 p.m. With that, she turned and ran off.
He shouted, see you tonight.
And they both waved goodbye. After parting ways with Anian, he happily told himself finally the coaxing was a success. But a second later, thousands of whispers sounded as if to rub salt in his wounds. I thought my EQ was low, but this guy is even worse. Someone replied, agreed, he's basically terminal at this point. Another added, what a weirdo. Lam Mak was bitter and retorted, the whole crowd of ghosts is ganging up on me. I clearly managed to cheer her up, so my EQ is extremely high. Just then, the system prompt suddenly rang out, congratulations to the host for breaking the defense points. Lam Mak was extremely confused. He hadn't done anything, yet his points were skyrocketing. He had no idea that thousands of men's gazes behind him were filled with resentment. Now he realized the joy of this. It seemed he would have to tell Anian to come to school more often. The scene shifted to 10 p.m. in a place thick with yin energy, where Lam Mak and Anian had arrived. A ghost was carrying them. Lam Mak looked green with fear as he surveyed his surroundings. She teased him gleefully, are you scared already? I survived a ghost tide when I was 10. Lam Mak asked in surprise, you survived a ghost tide at 10 years old. How did you not die? Anian replied proudly, I still had my ghost fate category back then, so those ghosts didn't dare come near me. Having said that, she excitedly announced they had arrived, while Lam Mak was lost in somber thought, wondering about the doll that Cao Long had seized and given to Cao Thui. What kind of childhood had this girl endured? They were set down, and Anian quickly walked ahead, leading him into a cave entrance hidden by dense branches. The branches were as long as arms, and as they approached the cave entrance, they startled a flock of bats, which scattered in all directions. Anian walked in excitedly. Once we enter this grave-robbing tunnel, we're almost there, while Lam Mak watched his surroundings with extreme vigilance. The two of them, one after the other, carefully slid down the dark passage in the cave. After the slope ended, they both jumped down into another space where dim light flickered upward. After landing safely, Lam Mak calculated in his head that this place would make a very good temporary shelter, especially for someone who was as heavily wanted as Anian. Two members of the HA gang suddenly appeared here. A burly man stepped forward to greet him, asking if the boss had returned, at which point Lam Mak was surprised to realize this was the person whose leg he had taken last time, but since his ghost had been destroyed by Lam Mak, he was now just an ordinary person unable to form contracts with ghosts anymore. The burly man did not show any resentment and happily said that since he was weak and lost his leg, he blamed no one. Upon hearing this, Lam Mak praised him, saying he was a real man. Suddenly, a voice called out from inside the hut, Lam Mak, do you remember me? Immediately after, the main character stepped out, who was H.A. Bang, causing Lam Mak to exclaim in surprise, "So you joined this group too?" H.A. Bang recalled the past and replied sorrowfully, "Anian not only saved my life but also gave me advice, which is why I joined. After all, where else could a useless person like me go?" Hearing this, Lam Mak felt relieved and looked at Anian, thinking to himself that taking in H.A. Bang was proof enough that she was a kind person, and it was truly precious that she had maintained a pure heart despite growing up in harsh circumstances. Seeing him looking at her, Anian took the opportunity to show off her base. "How is it? Isn't this place great? Those bastards at the Safety Bureau will never be able to find it." She took the opportunity to hold his arm while introducing it to him. "Look over there, the dragon head connects to an underground spring, so there is no need to worry about a water supply for daily living," she said. Anian led Lam Mak closer to observe and meticulously introduced it, saying, "The fruit juice I gave you was made from this water source, which is why it was so cool and refreshing." And Lam Mak stood by and couldn't stop praising it. Suddenly having a question, he asked, "This lobby is very nice, but why don't you guys break down the tomb door to expand the space?" Anian sighed and replied, "Do you think I haven't tried? But no matter what methods I used, that door wouldn't budge at all." Lam Mak skeptically asked if there were no other tunnels leading inside, while he simultaneously focused his vision to observe and thought to himself, "How strange, my blood eyes cannot see through it at all." Hokan spoke up, confirming that there were other tunnels, but they had all been abandoned after incomplete digging. The burly man added that those who tried to dig them had all died, and only this path leading to the lobby was clear. Hearing this, excitement stirred in Lam Mak's heart, as it seemed there was something terrifying behind the door, so he summoned the chainsaw ghost and ordered, "Quickly, saw it for me." The chainsaw ghost did not hesitate, immediately appearing and getting to work, trying its hardest to saw into the surface of the wall. Seeing that there was no change, the chainsaw ghost scratched its head in report. Lam Mak looked at the dragon head, which remained intact, and sighed in surprise. "Is it that hard?" Doubts arose in his heart, as the chainsaw ghost's attacks could tear through even lava, yet they did nothing to this door. A member of the HA gang mocked him. "Did you think we were stupid enough not to have tried that? This is clearly some kind of barrier or formation. It's not something easily broken." Lam Mak paid no attention to the sarcasm and focused on finding a way to open a path. "So it is a barrier." He summoned the chainsaw ghost again, and a blue light from his wrist flashed instantly. Lam Mak stepped closer to observe and thought to himself, "I keep feeling like this tomb door is emitting a strange power that is beckoning me." He reached out and touched the dragon head, his mind urging him to press it. The very next second, as if reacting to Lam Mak's touch, an hidden mechanism was triggered, causing the towering wall to begin shifting. The ground shook violently, leaving everyone confused. Was it an earthquake, or was the tomb about to collapse? Anian exclaimed, "No, it's not! Everyone look at Lam Mak!" The door slowly creaked open. The whole group stepped inside together. Nungo-kan cried out in surprise, "What is this blinding white light?" Anian could not hide her curiosity. How could Lam Mak open the tomb door? Someone replied, "Who knows? Perhaps this tomb has some kind of connection to him." Lam Mak thought to himself that his consciousness seemed to be connecting with this place. Every corner felt familiar, as if he had been here for a long time. He had to go inside and clarify everything. The eyes of the statue suddenly shifted. Lam Mak stood frozen in his tracks. Anian cried out in panic,
"Lam Mak, be careful!"
The stone statue suddenly moved. A host of demons and spirits appeared simultaneously, creating a path on both sides of Lam Mak. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Anxiety rose in his heart. If these statues were guarding an ancient tomb, they should have attacked, so why were they kneeling before him? What on earth does this ancient tomb have to do with me? So silently observed Lam Mak, noticing that an extraordinary bloodline was flowing through the boy's body. The burly men cheered, thinking that since he could make all the stone statues kneel, his identity must be very special, so they decided to enter quickly. But then a stone statue lunged out to block their path. Only then did he realize that the stone statues only wanted to let Lam Mak enter alone. Anian tried to rush in but was held back. "Lam Mak, you must be careful," she said, as Lam Mak walked forward slowly. On the first stone step, an image appeared of a warrior fighting fiercely against enemies, with his comrades advancing behind him according to orders. The atmosphere was incredibly intense. He was an illustrious general, leading thousands of troops, bravely slaughtering tens of thousands of enemies until corpses piled up like mountains. He was like a demon with blood flowing everywhere, causing all the people to fearfully kneel and worship him, and he was reverently called the Kneeling Sword by the world. His hair was already white, and he leaned against a tree trunk, using his sword as a cane, his gaze intently fixed on the royal palace that he had spent his entire life protecting. Lam Mak slowly approached the coffin. The person resting inside was none other than him, the legendary Kneeling Sword. A threatening voice echoed from inside the coffin, "Who dares to trespass?" Lam Mak cried out in terror, thinking this ancient tomb must be at least 300 to 400 years old, yet the person in the coffin could still speak. The blood-eyed ghost lady beside him reassured him, "Don't be afraid, that is only a remnant soul of the tomb's master. He cautiously introduced himself, "I am Lam Mak," and the kneeling sword asked with authoritative tone, "Are you the king of Fong Ma Kingdom?" Lam Mak was slightly startled and slowly replied, "Fong Ma Kingdom has not existed for a very long time." He did not seem to believe it and asked, "Gone?" Lam Mak replied gently, "Yes, it was destroyed by Chao Kingdom 50 years ago. Fong Ma was originally a small, ancient, absolute monarchy located in the southwestern region, with a total area of only 10,000 square meters and a population of about 20,000 people. 50 years ago, Chao Kingdom launched a large-scale attack on the royal palace, and Fong Ma Kingdom officially met its demise. Upon hearing this, the kneeling sword was filled with indignation. "The country I dedicated my whole life to protecting has been destroyed by that Chao Kingdom." The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, creating a terrifyingly destructive wave of ghost energy.
That Chao Kingdom deserves to die! Return my country to me! Return my people to me!
The wave of ghost energy carried such horrifying attack power that anyone who couldn't dodge in time would be in danger. The powerful wave of ghost energy soared high into the sky, looking from afar like a giant tornado accompanied by thunder, lightning, and violent gusts of wind, enveloping the entire safe zone. Cao Longcham observed the ghost energy tornado from afar and exclaimed in great terror, "The remnants of Fong Ma must have activated the seal to open the kneeling sword's tomb. I never expected that the tomb we have been searching for day and night would be right before our eyes." He immediately gave the order to dispatch people to urgently investigate the location of the kneeling sword's tomb and to kill any Fong Ma remnants on the spot immediately. Meanwhile, Long Fong skipped happily in the courtyard, joyfully telling An Suong, "Mak Ni, in this world, besides Mak Ni, no one else can open the kneeling sword's tomb, not even you or me." She walked over and asked anxiously, "Then will Mak Ni be in any danger?" Long Fong did not answer the question but looked around meaningfully. "I cannot stay in this village any longer. It is time to set out to protect Mak Ni." After speaking, he picked up the scythe placed nearby. His spirit was full of vigor. Just thinking about dealing with the safety bureau people made him fired up. "You stay home and watch our daughter, I'm leaving." As for Lam Mak, those present were stunned by the kneeling sword's terrifying power. What rank of ghost is this to possess such a horrifying amount of ghost energy? Witnessing this earth-shaking scene in one's lifetime would leave no regrets even in death, and Nian still thought only of him. "Lam Mak, you must not let anything happen to you." The kneeling sword became increasingly furious, asking himself why they destroyed his country and by what right that small Chao Kingdom dared to do such a thing. The blood-eyed ghost lady, hiding behind his back, suggested, "Try to form a contract with him, he is truly strong." Lam Mak was also frightened by the ghost energy, as he a ghost, but with this massive amount of ghost energy, if I form a contract with him, wouldn't I explode and die? Both of them stared at the powerful ghost energy, and the blood-eyed ghost lady reassured him, "That is just the ghost energy accumulated over a long time. As for the remnant soul, there is only a single strand. Look at the sword in the coffin." Mixie argues boldly, "But I don't sense any ghostly aura from him." The blood-eyed ghost lady grew impatient. "I already told you it's just a remnant soul, meaning it's only a trace of obsession, not even a full remnant ghost. If you want to form a contract, quickly drip your blood onto the sword. If it accepts you as its master, it will follow you, otherwise it won't.
Hurry, or the remnant soul will soon vanish."
He responded with eyes and bit his finger, thinking to himself that if he could subdue this formidable sword demon, his strength would surely skyrocket. Maxi dripped a few drops of blood onto the sword blade. A surge of strange, demonic power suddenly erupted, soaring through the air before plunging straight into his chest. PC only had time to let out a cry of fright. His body collapsed, and Nian, standing in the great hall, saw him in danger and immediately cried out in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her magic to summon her night hag. Mysterious purple light flickered in the darkness as the night hag quickly surged forth from the void, carrying in Hein and gliding forward. The stone statues sensed its presence and immediately tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. They thrust furiously, attempting to block the night hag's path. Another group of stone statues also rushed into attack, but it skillfully dodged them all. Seeing the enemies growing in number, the night hag utilized its flying ability to ascend higher. It landed on the stone platform where Mapasi had suffered the fatal blow, and Navan immediately ran to his side. Approaching the coffin, she saw Mexi lying there with an extremely strange expression. Anine panicked, shook him and called out, but he remained completely motionless. Having no other choice, she pulled him up, intending to carry him out of this place. Anine panted but still struggled to lift Mapc onto her back. Outside the ancient tomb, it was late at night, yet a large group of people appeared. Anayan's group guessed that the commotion here would attract the security bureau, so they urged each other to quickly retreat. Kai Traoange panicked as soon as he received the news.
"The security bureau's people are here! Big sister, let's leave quickly!"
On the high platform, the night hag was struggling to carry MPC, and Hein, standing nearby, also understood that if they hesitated they wouldn't survive being surrounded, so she nodded in agreement. A moment later, the night hag, carrying MPC with one arm and a Nihin on its back with the other, flew out through the old path. Anian saw the stone statues bowing on both sides of the path and was certain they would no longer harm MPC. So, protected by his aura, both safely crossed the stone path. after reuniting with the three subordinates. And Neen didn't delay for a second and immediately ordered them to leave this place. The entire group knew time was precious, so they didn't hesitate and rushed straight towards the exit. While Anayan's group struggled in the ancient tomb, the people outside were also rigorously patrolling everywhere. And Neven and her companions hid behind tombs several meters high. Her subordinate looked at NPC, worried that a demon had sucked out his soul. And Nan also wasn't sure, so she said they needed to find a doctor to check on him. The burly man on guard suddenly spoke up urgently. "The security bureau's people are coming this way." The burly man and the other person showed signs of panic and began to discuss an escape plan. The subordinate sitting next to Anian interrupted both of them. He believed it would be difficult to escape because the security bureau's people were very formidable. He also guessed that their target was MEPC and suggested handing him over to find a way to survive. How could Anayan agree? She frowned and suggested going to White Birch Academy, because MEPC was a student there and might receive protection. Grateful for having his life saved, a subordinate decided to protect his benefactor. He volunteered to distract the enemy so she could help Lammak escape. The other two refused to just stand by and joined in. The benefactor was so moved that her eyes reddened, and she was choked up, unable to speak. The three of them decisively brushed off her politeness, only having enough time to offer a few words of well wishes before quickly departing. Supporting Lammak, the benefactor watched their retreating figures disappear. With tears streaming down her face, she sobbed out a heartfelt thank you from the bottom of her heart. While the security bureau personnel were on high alert, a figure suddenly darted past in provocation, leaving them stunned. Another suspicious figure appeared elsewhere, drawing most of the manpower into a pursuit. The benefactor's subordinates continuously taunted them, driving them into a blind rage. The previously quiet ancient tomb area was suddenly filled with the echoes of shouting and pursuit, throwing the whole region into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the benefactor controlled the shadow spawn demon to whisk her and Lammak away in a different direction. Looking down at the chase from above, her tears fell continuously as she prayed in her heart for the safety of those friends. The shadow spawn demon glided silently through the air, thinking it had skillfully avoided all eyes. However, every movement was within Ton Duck Loy's sights as he sneered, wondering if they thought they could escape just by relying on that demon. "You underestimate the security bureau too much," he muttered before touching his evil spirit tattoo, summoning 3 ferocious white soul ghost wolves. They transformed into 3 brilliant streaks of light, dashing like lightning to stay hot on the benefactor's heels. She was no pushover either. As soon as they drew near, she detected the danger just in time. Burdened by having to carry Lammak, the shadow spawn demon was forced into a defensive position, struggling to dodge. Still a beat too slow, a green wolf struck her shoulder hard, causing her grip to loosen and nearly dropping Lammak. Realizing they were aiming directly for Lammak, she anxiously ordered the shadow spawn demon to protect him at all costs. Unable to favor one over the other, the shadow spawn demon had to pull both of them into its embrace to shield them. Unfortunately, one wolf seized the opportunity to lunge and bite her waist, causing her agonizing pain that pierced her to the core. Ton Duck Loy laughed gleefully at the sight, yet he still felt regret that he couldn't personally kill the benefactor, who was the director's illegitimate daughter. Thinking of this, he smiled sinisterly again. Surely that boy was the young inverse of the Fengma, and capturing him would certainly lead to a high-ranking promotion. The shadow spawn demon braced itself, holding the two tightly in its arms as they were completely surrounded by the white soul demons. Suppressing the pain, the benefactor ordered the nightmare demon to quickly take them to Ares Academy. It immediately lunged forward, dodging the wolves' attacks. Ton Duck Loy stood below, watching the direction they fled with eyes full of contempt. A smug and mocking expression appeared on his face. How naive they were, for his white soul demons would not let them escape so easily. Powerful surges of techniques were continuously unleashed in an attempt to block the pursuing demons. The white soul demons besieged them relentlessly, putting all their effort into attacking the shadow spawn demons' vital spots. The school gradually appeared in the night. The benefactor tremblingly held Lammak close, having finally reached their destination. Just as her strength failed, the shadow spawn demon also lacked the power to maintain its state and slowly fell to the ground. The ferocious white soul demons rushed forward, tightly surrounding the two of them. Unexpectedly, a powerful demonic entity appeared and knocked those people away. The silver soul demons panicked and hurriedly retreated. With an icy face, Yoyan Than snapped that they were incredibly audacious to dare release demons to run amok on the school campus like this. Seeing that they had help, and Nian weakly wheezed in pain, "Please save us, we are being hunted down." She was stunned upon hearing the plea and looked closely at the two of them. Why were Lammak and the girl who delivered water this morning in such a battered state? A fleet of police cars suddenly swarmed in, braking hard in front of the school gate when they saw Yuan Than blocking the way. She scolded them, asking who they were to dare run rampant at the school, while they growled threateningly that they belonged to the security bureau and were pursuing dangerous criminals, warning her that if she continued to obstruct them, she would be labeled as an accomplice. Yuan Than glanced at the group behind her and shot back. "They are just students of my school, not criminals at all," she boldly declared. "Let's see who dares touch the two of them." Furious, the people from the security bureau thought she was tired of living and immediately summoned a legion of demons to engage in battle. Yuan Than single-handedly confronted the security bureau group and hundreds of ferocious demons. She gritted her teeth in fear. If she let this horde of demons surround her, she feared she wouldn't survive. Suddenly, a figure flashed as fast as lightning, blocking the way right in front of her. The fiery hands of that old man appeared. With just a single move, he blew them all away. Yuan Than was overjoyed when she recognized that the man was the principal. The 8 king demons stood toweringly at the school gate, watching those people sprawled out on the ground. He ordered Yuan Than to quickly take the 2 kids to the infirmary, leaving this place for him to handle. Hearing the noise, the students in the dormitory rushed out one after another, wondering why the deputy director of the security bureau was here. They buzzed with chatter. The senior was protecting Lammak. Did they go out and cause trouble? The principal is only a 6th, rank 5 demon master. Can he hold his ground against so many enemies? Arthur watched from a distance, unable to hide his astonishment. He was shocked to realize that the sword energy radiating from Lammak was incredibly powerful, while the security bureau angrily demanded to know what the old man was trying to pull. Don Khan sternly replied, "Don't you dare touch my students." Tan Dukloi sneered disdainfully. "You're just the principal of a third-rate school, yet you dare obstruct the security bureau from making an arrest." Still standing tall as a barrier, he challenged them. "What if I do block you? If you want to touch my students, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Tan Dukloi's face turned purple with rage. "You are only a 6th, rank 5 demon master. What makes you think you can stop us?" He roared, ordering his subordinates to quickly summon all of their contracted demons. The others immediately and obediently followed his orders. Don Khan took a defensive stance and said coldly, "Then let's see you try." He decisively unwrapped the bandage around his arm. At the same time, Don Khan's hands erupted in small flames, causing Tan Dukloi to stare in sheer horror at the sight before him. Right beside him, 8 powerful contract demons appeared simultaneously. The students in the dormitory stood watching with wide eyes. The headmaster had summoned 7 demons, all of conal rank or higher. There was a judge demon, a rare species thought to be extinct, and even a super A rank made demon. Both the humans and demons from the security bureau were shocked and frozen in place. Tan Dukloi suddenly snapped out of it in terror. He realized this man was not Trak Fong, but rather the 8 demon king, Don Khan. With a face full of murderous intent, Don Khan asserted, "I am indeed Don Khan. Do you lot still want to risk your lives charging in here?" He whispered worriedly, "The commander of this region is Tinjiang, not Tindian. You have no authority to stop the security bureau from carrying out its duties. If you continue to obstruct the arrest of criminals, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Don Khan turned cold and stern. "I don't care who you want to arrest. I only know that the boy is my student. If you persist in charging in to harm an innocent person, don't blame me for not showing respect." No longer afraid, Tan Dukloi shouted his order, "Everyone attack at once. At any cost, we must capture the remnants of Fong Ma." They quickly closed in on the gate where he was standing, blocking the path. Don Khan calmly summoned the judge demon, and as soon as it received the command, it immediately raised its brush high. Glowing red characters flew rapidly from the tip of the brush toward the bureau's demons, causing them to panic before being frozen in place. He proceeded to summon another maid demon, a truly threatening force. The maid demon's scythe swung violently into the air and then slashed repeatedly at the security bureau's demons, making them scream in agony. Pieces of demon remains fell in heaps at their feet. The security bureau soldiers exclaimed in horror, "This is too terrifying! Is this truly the power of a human?" Don Khan glanced at them with contempt. "What a bunch of trash." Their faces turned pale as they looked at the scene before them. Then they turned and fled in utter terror. He smirked dismissively. "The security bureau is only capable of this much." The security bureau's motorcade revved their engines and sped away. Having watched the performance, the students couldn't help but be excited. Just 2 demons had easily disposed of the entire security bureau team. They cheered loudly and enthusiastically. "Our headmaster is truly amazing. From now on, who would dare look down on him?" The security bureau's motorcade sped along the dark road. Sitting in the car, Tan Dukloi began connecting with the chief of the security bureau. On the other end, Talong Tram asked anxiously, "How did everything go?" Tan Dukloi's response made him furious. This mission only netted someone uninvolved, and the target linked to the demon sword Tom was blocked. "Who would dare stop us?" Tan Dukloi replied sternly. "It was the commander of the Trandian army, Don Khan." The person on the other end replied, "He is currently serving as the headmaster of Bakduong Academy." Then, in a sarcastic tone, he added, "Don Khan would surely not protect the remnants of Fong Ma." As he spoke, Cao Long Tram recalled the past years ago, when attacking Fong Ma, he himself razed an entire city to the ground. Intuitively understanding the intent, Tan Dukloi panicked. "Chief, do you mean he gave up his position as commander of the Trandian army to go into hiding in Tinjiang?" Setting up that dilapidated academy was also to recruit many students, making it convenient to hunt down the remnants of Fong Ma. He is indeed worthy of the name commander of Trandian. He is truly cunning and unpredictable. He leaned back in his chair and continued, "There are 2 possibilities for him blocking you. Either he wants to claim the credit, or he wants to use this as bait for a bigger fish." Don't forget that the Fongma national advisor has yet to surface. Tan Duc Loi realized, are we just gonna let him steal the credit so blatantly? Cao Long Tram replied, of course not. Go ahead and interrogate the one we captured, and as for Baek Duong, we will plant an undercover agent to gather information. With this rare opportunity, he took the chance to let his son participate to build a foundation for the future. The three mysterious figures looked truly outstanding. Cao Long Tram confidently agreed and would also let Thai Thai tag along. All orders were noted. After he spoke, the other side fell into deep thought. Grandmaster Fong Ma, I swear that this time I will catch you with my own hands. The scene shifts. A man suddenly sneezes as if someone is bad-mouthing him. Who's talking about me behind my back? Shifting to another location, on a mountain, a man and a woman are taking care of a patient. The principal stepped in and asked about Lin Mo's condition. A student replied, Teacher, Lin Mo seems to be in a highly critical state.
Please save him quickly.
He stepped closer, carefully observed the young man's condition, and deduced this is due to too much yin energy accumulating in his body, which has damaged his heart meridian. Then, he pulled out an acupuncture needle. Just expel the yin energy and rest for a few days, and he will be fine. The needle gently touched Lin Mo's forehead, and a mysterious aura escaped. The girl asked anxiously, Teacher, what on earth happened to him? How did he end up like this, and why do the people from the security bureau want to arrest him? Zifeng reminded her not to get involved in this matter. Just as he turned his back, as if prompted by something, Zifeng froze and turned his head to look. He saw something in Lin Mo that made his expression change completely. A demon sword, the appearance is so similar, and the age matches too. He really is a remnant of Fong Ma. Without thinking twice, he reached out and grabbed him by the collar. The student gasped in shock, Teacher, what are you doing? In less than 5 seconds, he let go, his face pale, but he quickly regained his composure. He changed the subject. Then he glared sideways at him, but since he could do nothing, he could only sigh and turn to leave. In a peaceful countryside, the villagers were all cheerful, starting their daily routines. Suddenly, the villagers' houses burst into flames, causing mass panic. Some fled in terror while others perished, as a group of strangers suddenly appeared from out of nowhere amidst the sea of fire. Up in the hall, a mother and her 2 children had already been waiting for them without anyone realizing, the woman staring with a furious gaze. As it turned out, those events were just a dream. Lin Mo tossed and turned uncomfortably. What on earth happened? I've never been there, yet the dream felt incredibly real. Hak Tiu Ban rushed in, unable to hold back his tears of joy.
Brother Mo, you're awake! You've been asleep for 7 whole days!
Hak Tiu Ban cheered excitedly. I thought you would never wake up again in this lifetime. Being hugged by this lump of flesh scared Lin Mo to death, making him feel like vanishing.
Too heavy, you're crushing my insides.
Right after rejoicing, he turned to complain, you are so lucky, sleeping right through the entire military training period. Look what I've turned into after finishing it, he said, pointing at himself. Looking him over casually, Lin Mo replied, did you get even darker? If you go out in the middle of the night looking like this and smile, passersby will definitely be scared to death, thinking there are teeth floating in midair. Hak Tiu Ban yelled in frustration. You just woke up and you're already making a scene teasing people. Right at that moment, the system sounded, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 defense breakpoints. But he wasn't one to back down either, throwing a light jab back. But I won't bother arguing with you. If it weren't for the excuse of coming here to take care of you, I wouldn't have been able to skip classes. From the other side, a voice rang out. So you have a day like this too. Jia Lak's entire body was wrapped in bandages. Mocking him back, Lin Mo sat up and teased, at least I'm not like you, stupid enough to jump off a building. On the other side, despite being covered in bandages, he shot back.
Don't get cocky.
I will definitely avenge this broken leg. The system sounded again, plus 50 defense breakpoints. He teased threateningly again. If you keep throwing a tantrum, your other leg is going to be gone too. Hak Tiu Ban chimed in, but both of his legs are already broken. There isn't another leg left. MC immediately turned around to ask his friend. He vaguely remembered that Nain was the one who escorted him here. She also seemed to be severely injured. Where was she now? Hak Tiu Ban nodded in acknowledgement. Maxi Yam Than appeared out of nowhere and added, not only was she injured, but she almost lost her life to save you. Hearing this, he frantically went to find her hospital room. Maxi Yam Than informed him that Nain was in the intensive care unit and was still in critical condition. Because his physical condition had not fully recovered, his legs buckled as soon as he touched the floor, causing her to worry anxiously and quickly try to stop him. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years, Lone Seji sneered with delight, so your little tricks are finished too, huh? But MC's mouth was not easily bullied as he disdainfully replied, because I've been lying down for so long, my legs are just a bit numb. As he walked past, he took the opportunity to forcefully flick the man's bandaged wound. You seem quite concerned about me, here is a small gift in return. My God, the seemingly light flick of the finger was so painful that he wanted to be reincarnated. Lone Steam and Jiu still tried to use his small vocabulary of insults, but they had no effect, while MC walked away raising a contemptuous finger. Try chasing me if you're so good. LMMC quietly observed her for a while before asking about her injuries. Maxiem Than looked at Anen lying motionless on the hospital bed and replied, she was harmed by the soul, stealing devil and was struck by its deadly poison. Although she had been injected with anti-venom, her condition showed no progress. This type of poison was likely a special concoction of a ghost master, causing him to sink into deep thought for a long time. Immediately after, LMMC angrily declared, she ended up like this because she saved me. I must find a way to save her. Please tell me who in the Bureau of Safety was responsible for injuring her. Maxiem Than looked up and replied, that was Deputy Director Tan Duc Loy of the Bureau of Safety. Hearing that name, Mc immediately set off to find him. Tideg Sifong saw him and narrowed his eyes, asking, where are you going? Mc, with eyes full of determination, replied, I'm going to find Tan Duc Loy to see if there is any chance of stealing the antidote back. He strode quickly up the stairs and called back, first follow me this way. He frowned slightly, wanting to decline the offer because his heart was restless. If things were delayed like this, what if the deadly poison took N9's life? Maxiem Than gently reminded him, don't you understand the situation yet? If the principal hadn't stood up to the Bureau of Safety that night, you would have been taken away in chains long ago. LMMC was stunned upon hearing this shocking news. In utter amazement, he asked again, did he really save me once more? She stood opposite LMMC and gave him sincere advice. I think you should go with him anyway, there's nothing to lose. After a moment of consideration, he agreed. He stepped quickly onto the rooftop where Tidai Fong had previously arranged to meet. He looked toward the distant sky and said, the Bureau of Safety missed catching you that night so they didn't see your face clearly, but those people will soon investigate your whereabouts. I'm sure you still don't understand the reason the Bureau of Safety wants to arrest you, do you? Take Si Fong turned around and narrowed his eyes at him. Fell into deep thought. Indeed, they couldn't have acted just for revenge, but if it was because of the ancient Tum case, he hadn't gone Tum raiding, so it couldn't be for that reason. He frowned, turned his back, and threw back a question. You haven't even figured out this serious matter yet. You want to aggressively head to the Bureau of Safety. Even if no one else stops you, what does a first-level ghost master like you have to fight against a third-level like Tan Duc Loy? LMMC was at a dead end and didn't know how to manage. He anxiously asked for his advice. Principal, what should I do now? Take Si Fong pointed toward the opposite mountain and replied, that place is the lair of blue corpse ghosts with at least 70 malevolent spirits, even some sub-spirit level ones. If you can clear that place out, then you'll have the capability to face a third-level ghost master. Only then will your journey to find Tan Duc Loy have any hope of victory. He sternly outlined a clear path, but the thing concerning Memki most at present was N9's safety. He calmly stroked his beard and stated firmly, rest assured, because I am here, within a month, the girl will not die. Besides, the Bureau of Safety people won't dare to recklessly storm the school to arrest someone. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in gratitude. Tidai Fong was pleased to see this. You are my student, and our master-disciple bond has not gone to waste. The recent suggestion caused a question to arise in his mind, master and disciple. Could it be that he truly intends to take me in as a disciple? Tidai Fong said seriously, a student is just a school relationship while a disciple is a different matter. So, do you want to take me as your master? Lam MC looked up at him in shock. He wondered why he was being given such special treatment, not only protected from the Bureau of Safety, but also having efforts made to save Anayan, while people in the world fought to be his disciple and couldn't. Why was he so lucky? He smiled slightly and spoke up, what's wrong? Do you feel I am not qualified to be your master? Lam MC immediately fell to his knees. Your life-saving grace to me is heavier than Mount Tai. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. He sincerely knelt down to perform the apprenticeship ritual. He beamed as he helped him up and silently praised him. This boy seems to be very sharp. Lam MC's eyes lit up with determination along with some private calculations. Taking TV Fong as his master would give him a strong support, so enemies would have to be somewhat wary, and if he really had bad intentions, he would just have to remain more vigilant. Tixi Fong then turned his back and walked away without forgetting to instruct, as for the real reason the Bureau of Safety wants to catch you, go investigate it yourself. Furthermore, come to my office at exactly 11 o'clock tonight. Receiving an invitation to the office late at night, he didn't hesitate for a second to accept, secretly guessing that Tu Fong was going to bestow something valuable upon him. He walked slowly and asked gently, mentioning that he still remembered the student who was in difficult circumstances and wondered what his family background was specifically like. Lam Mak replied in a slightly hesitant tone, saying that he still had his parents and a younger sister at home. His parents were both farmers, and his sister was suffering from a serious illness. After listening to those confidences, Tu Fong just stroked his beard and walked away. Lam Mak and Hatiu Ban walked side by side to school. He turned to him and sighed, complaining, what a drag. If you had stayed in a coma for a few more days, wouldn't I have been spared from coming to class? Lam Mak scolded him sharply. So if I had become a vegetable, were you planning to skip all 4 years of school? Hatiu Ban laughed foolishly and praised the idea. That would be a pretty good idea too. Every day I go to the infirmary to visit you. It's on the way to see Miss Mock as well." The two of them chatted animatedly while making their way into the classroom. Inside the classroom, the crowd was buzzing with discussion, and a few male students gathered around Ma Tu to give her gifts to curry favor. Lam Mak watched the scene in shock. Oh my god, can they really be that infatuated? Hatuban nudged his shoulder and whispered, "You already have Miss Mock and that girl, so it's natural you find Ma Tu ordinary, but these guys see everything as glittering." Suddenly his eyes fell on someone. It was Arthur, who was sitting at the front desk, which didn't impress Lam Mak much. As expected of an excellent student, he walked over and pulled up a chair to sit down. After that, he sat quietly and didn't make a sound, his mind beginning to ponder the events of that night. He had indeed formed a pact with the remnant soul of the sword demon. However, no matter how much effort he put into channeling his energy, he still couldn't feel it, nor could he summon or control it. Now, with the precious item Tu Fong had given him, he was sure he could solve the problem. He looked at the packed items and stroked them gently. The school bell rang, and Tu Fong stepped in and announced clearly, "It's time to start the lesson." And the class quickly returned to a steady state. He cleared his throat a few times and requested that the class remain quiet. Tu Fong gestured toward the door and introduced, "Today our school welcomes 3 exchange students from the Toyat Fong Academy to study with us for a while." The first person to step inside was Cao Thai. As soon as she appeared, the male students in the class were dazed with infatuation. Lam Mak gave Cao Thai a sharp glare, secretly wondering if she had been sent by the security bureau. Tu Fong's face darkened at this point. He felt ashamed, thinking, "Why did I recruit such a bunch of idiots?" All 3 of them stood up one by one to introduce themselves. Cao Thai ignored the people around her and focused all her attention on Lam Mak. She quickly identified him as the person her father had instructed her to get close to in order to extract information. Tu Fong urged the 3 of them to choose their seats. Wherever Cao Thai stepped, the male students cast hopeful gazes at her, wishing she would sit next to them. In the end, Thai decided to choose the seat right next to Lam Mak. He glanced at her with a look full of suspicion. Cao Thai gave him an extremely friendly smile to greet him. The boys in the class quickly grew rowdy with jealousy upon seeing him getting her attention, and the system immediately sent a notification congratulating the host for receiving 20 breaking the defense points. Lam Mak cast a look full of hatred towards Cai Thi, secretly feeling contempt in his heart. Back when Nian was young, this girl had stolen her ghost destiny, and now, after being beaten to the brink of death by the security bureau, she was still sitting there calmly. He stood up abruptly in frustration, filled with endless disgust for her. Lam Mak irritably told Cai Thai to move, while she looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Cai wondered to herself, does Lam Mak not like me sitting near him? Even though this was something every man longed for. He glared at her again, coldly saying, "Are you deaf? Please get out of my way so I can get out." She slowly stood up as Lam Mak was trudging past. Cao Thai suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Lam, may I ask the reason why you want to change seats?" He threw her a sharp look accompanied by indifference. The scent of conspiracy is quite strong. That remark left Cao Thai standing frozen in her tracks, while Lam Mak had already settled into his new seat. The male students in the class witnessed him scolding her and were extremely excited. They sat there joking and whispering about him. One guy guessed, maybe they're ex-lovers, and Cao Thai made some mistake, so now she's trying to make up. Another nearby disagreed, maybe Lam Mak got bored and dumped her, so she's crawling back. The others shouted, "Lam Mak, from now on, you're my idol." While he just sat there in a daze for a long time. Tuok Fong cleared his throat to draw attention and said, "All right, no more gossip. Let's begin the lesson." After school, Lam Mak went straight to the school library to look like a diligent student. Finally, after some searching, he found what he needed. Lam Mak slowly pulled that book off the shelf. He opened the book and marveled. This scene was exactly like the palace he saw in his dream. As information about the ancient tomb appeared, Lam Mak flipped through every page to study it. So Thien Kai was originally the 12th state preceptor of the Fongma Kingdom. Thanks to his supernatural swordsmanship, he halted the invasion from China, earning the terrifying title of Sword Demon. However, after his death, Fongma Kingdom was no longer a match, and its territory gradually shrank until in modern times it was less than 10,000 square kilometers. The book also recorded that 50 years ago, China occupied the capital of the Fongma Kingdom, burned down the royal palace, and slaughtered the people. The last king committed suicide and the crown prince had to flee, but after 30 years in hiding he was still captured and executed by Cao Long, the director of the security bureau. Lam Mak frowned slightly, wondering why only he could open that ancient tomb, and why the remnant soul of that sword demon mistook him for the sovereign of Fongma. Who was he after all? He looked at the map and speculated, my hometown is right on the border of Jiang province and Dian province, and the old Fongma kingdom was also nearby. Could I really be a descendant of the sovereign of Fongma? That doesn't seem right. The crown prince of Fongma is already dead. Maybe I'm from a branch of the royal lineage. No wonder the security bureau wants to investigate my family so badly. This isn't good. My dad and everyone else are in danger. Thinking this, Lam Mak hurriedly closed the book, his face clearly showing anxiety and unease. He reached into his pocket and took out his phone. While Lam Mak dialed the number, he calculated inwardly if he were of the Fong Ma royal bloodline, his father wouldn't escape scrutiny either. The security bureau would likely reach his hometown soon. He kept calling for quite a while, but no one picked up. Lam Mak was terrified, praying in his heart that nothing had happened to everyone. Just then, the other end picked up. He hurriedly asked, "Dad, why are you only picking up now?" He replied cheerfully, "I'm on the train, so the signal is weak." "Son, I have some things from home I want to bring to you." These words caused Lam Mak to panic and try to stop him. "Dad, don't come. Jiang province is investigating me. I'm afraid you're in danger." Lam Fong on the other end laughed. "Why investigate our family? We've been dirt poor farmers for generations. What's there to check?" He still felt suspicious. Poor farmers. "Dad, are you sure none of our ancestors were wealthy or some kind of fallen nobility?" He frowned and asked seriously, "Did you discover something strange? What nobility? You're the first university student in the Lam family. Whether the family becomes noble or not all depends on you." Lam Fong joked to ease him. He hurriedly said goodbye to Lam Mak. "All right, son, I'll call you back when I arrive." Before Lam Mak could regain his composure, he had already hung up. Lam Mak stared at his phone and pondered. Dad couldn't possibly lie to me. So is this just a random coincidence? Has the security bureau made a mistake? Right then, Cao Thai appeared. She approached and started a conversation enthusiastically. "Are you interested in history?" He frowned, his eyes full of coldness, and replied, "Is that any of your business?" Cao Thai gently tucked her hair and asked, "May I ask what you meant by what you said earlier? It seems we haven't met before." Lam Mak glared with murderous intent, feeling inward contempt. Anyone who would steal his sister's destiny was no better than a beast, and to pretend to be innocent was even worse than a beast. Thinking that, he quickly turned to walk away and sneered, "Heaven knows what you've done. Don't you feel disgusted by your own actions?" Cao Thai was stunned. She asked loudly in panic, "What have I done?" Lam Mak replied curtly, "You know your dirty deeds better than anyone." Cao Thai hurriedly ran up to block his path. "Stop right there. You have to explain everything to me today." Lin Mo flatly brushed her aside and mockingly said that she was idling around, leaving Gao Shishi rooted to the spot, shocked by his attitude. Right behind the opposite bookshelf, a group of people was stealthily watching. They were extremely outraged by Lin Mo's ruthless behavior toward her, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for her. Ignoring the whispering crowd's gossip, Lin Mo calmly continued his search for books. The continuous system notifications adding points made Lin Mo grumble in irritation that he had already walked far away, and only then did Gao Shishi start to panic, reacting so slowly, while the moonlight gently cast shadows over the Baiyang Academy. Lin Mo strode down the dark corridor. As soon as he approached Shi Feng's room, the man invited him inside. Lin Mo peeked inside and found it strange. Why was the room pitch black without any lights on? Suddenly, a sharp object lunged straight at him from the darkness. A martial arts expert launched a vicious attack at Lin Mo, leaving him with no way to dodge. Lin Mo's face instantly paled as the deadly weapon was only a few inches away from him. The blade pierced Lin Mo's flesh before he could react. Thinking to himself if his life was really ending here, he closed his eyes tightly and waited. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. The ghost sword suddenly appeared, blocking right in front of him. It swung a sharp slash directly at Shi Feng. He hurriedly raised his hand to block it, but struggled immensely. The terrifying power of the ghost sword made it impossible for Shi Feng to resist, and he was soon sent flying backward. Shi Feng slammed his back hard against the wall behind him, causing it to crack. He struggled to get up, while Lin Mo watched in utter shock. He questioned why his master did that, and Shi Feng forced a reply saying, "You've never sensed its ghostly energy, so I had to use this method to force it to appear and help you." Hearing that, he looked down at his hands in a daze. Strange. Why couldn't he feel any trace of the ghost sword now? Slowly turning on the lights, he explained, "You probably don't know much about the ancient tomb you visited. That was the resting place of the ghost sword. Your contract accidentally released the long-accumulated resentment, which is also why you almost died from the invasion of yin energy," Shi Feng said while coughing violently as Lin Mo finally understood the whole story. Squinting, he explained that the reason Lin Mo couldn't sense it was because the ghost sword was currently just a remnant thought, even weaker than a remnant soul. Since the emergence of ghost tamers, no one had been capable of summoning or controlling it. Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion, asking why his master had attacked him, but Shi Feng cut him off before he could finish. "Remnant thoughts can be strong or weak. I acted to force it to reveal its true power. If it's strong, we use it. If it's weak, we discard it to save time." As Shi Feng spoke, he broke into a cold sweat and coughed again. Seeing this, Lin Mo curiously asked if it was truly powerful. He was about to run over to help him up but was stopped, as Shi Feng closed his eyes and asserted that it was incredibly powerful, saying, "I look fine on the outside, but I actually have a broken rib. This minor injury will heal in a few days." Despite his words, he secretly clenched his fist, which was covered in the blood he had just coughed up. Lin Mo carefully helped Shi Feng sit down and asked how to summon and use it. But he could only sigh, saying that it was very difficult, and success would depend on his own comprehension. At best it will take a few years, at worst decades, to master controlling it to deal with Sun Deli. Hearing this, he realized in shock that he could not wait that long. And Ran had only exactly 1 month left to live, and Lin Mo thought of her bedridden figure with a heavy heart. Shifeng lowered his face, hesitatingly, saying there was still another extreme way, and hearing this, he joyfully urged him to quickly reveal it. Tuok Fong calmly explained the training method, the very method that once brought him close to death. As long as he focuses and grasps it in the brief moment it reveals itself, he will soon master it completely. As soon as Lam Mak finished listening, everything became clear. With a radiant face he replied, "I understand." "Then I'll go challenge it now," Lam Mak said. Tuok Fong was startled by the idea and quickly stopped him. He grumbled, explaining that this action was too risky. If he couldn't force that entity to reveal itself, he would surely lose his life. Hearing that, he looked annoyed and questioned him. "So what should I do now?" Tuok Fong slowly stood up and proposed a plan. "Go hunt demons so that the connection between you and the demon becomes even stronger. The moment you are threatened by other demons, the likelihood of it awakening will be extremely high," Tuok Fong explained. Lam Mak excitedly asked, "So, was telling me to come to the desolate mountain to hunt demons also for this purpose? But earlier, when you stabbed me, no demon appeared. If it doesn't show itself, wouldn't I have died in vain?" Lam Mak cunningly retorted. Tuok Fong avoided his suspicious gaze and replied, "I have carefully planned this. You won't die, so don't worry." He quickly set off, not forgetting to wave goodbye and thank him before leaving. As soon as he saw Lam Mak close the door and step out, Tuok Fong's expression immediately turned grim. He could no longer hold himself up, collapsing and spitting blood. Tuok Fong clutched his chest in agony. "This sword demon is truly terrifying. I almost kicked the bucket," he thought as he slowly removed his outer garment. Outside, Lam Mak continued to run diligently towards the mountain. Tanmila subtly noticed the unusual behavior, living school secretly in the middle of the night. "There's definitely something going on." Tanmi smirked calculatingly, asserting, "This guy is going to meet the remnants of the demon sealing faction, isn't he? If we catch him, we'll have made a huge contribution this time." Cao Thaithi approached from behind, inquiring about the progress of the investigation at school. He frowned and replied, "I know someone in the military at Bac Duong. I personally saw Lam Mak being carried back that night. I heard he almost lost his life." Cao Thaithi quickly pieced together the events and then followed Lam Mak. "If that's true, then he's the one who escaped the ancient tomb that night. It's highly probable that he unsealed the sword demon." The two Tan siblings immediately gave chase. In the dark of the night, a young man ran off to find a demon, while 3 others secretly trailed behind him. The bright moonlight illuminated the world as Lam Mak diligently ran from the school all the way up to the high mountains. Tan Nu, while giving chase, wondered, where is he going? Ahead is the desolate graveyard, filled with evil spirits. Even though he's out of breath, he still hasn't stopped. The deeper he ventured into this area, the more demons appeared, putting him in a difficult situation. What is he doing here? It's like he's throwing himself into a death trap. Lam Mak continued to run without hesitation. "Those 3 are still following me. Whatever, I don't have time to care. There are much more important things now."
The green corpse demon has appeared. I've finally found it.
Lam Mak approached and called out loudly. He swiftly lunged forward, blocking the green corpse demon's path. It became enraged and thought to itself, "Who is this brat? He looks like just a normal first-level demon master, yet he dares to chase an evil spirit like me. This is certainly not simple." Lam Mak pointed at its face, challenging, I know you're the green corpse demon that ambushed me on my first day of school." As soon as the old matter was mentioned, it recognized him and flew into a rage. "You bastard who killed all my subordinates." Lam Mak grinned provocatively and moved closer to it. "What, you want revenge, don't you? Then come and kill me." The green corpse demon was utterly astonished and cautiously retreated a few steps.
"Wait, don't come any closer."
"Are your accomplices lurking around here, waiting to ambush me?" it asked, nervously glancing around. He didn't hesitate and grabbed the green corpse demon's hand. Then he put his hand on his own neck and suggested with a smile, "I swear no one else is around. I just want to beg you to end my life. Hurry up and use your strength to strangle me to death." The blue corpse ghost couldn't help but be horrified upon seeing this strange situation. It backed away from Lin Mo and shouted, "Are you freaking crazy?" With a serious expression, Lin Mo made a proposal. "Why didn't you finish me off at the cafe? You seemed so eager to do it last time, so what's wrong with you today?" It didn't bother to care and turned to leave, not forgetting to hurl insults. "If you want to die, go jump off a building yourself. What are you looking for me for?" Lin Mo replied shamelessly, "I can't jump off a building. I can only be killed by a ghost." "Hey, don't go. Am I not tasty, or has my flavor gone bad?" Just like that, he doggedly followed the blue corpse ghost for a long way. Lin Mo kept pleading for help, making the ghost feel extremely annoyed. He knelt on the ground with a pitiful face and begged, "I'll give you all the ghost coins I have on me. If you think that's not enough, I'll burn some money for you down there. You only stand to gain from this deal, not lose." Lin Mo earnestly pleaded with the blue corpse ghost. It irritably brushed his hand away and grumbled. It's not that I don't want to kill you, but the northern cemetery isn't my territory. If it were my place, you'd have been dead and buried long ago. Linmo cast aside all pride and insisted, What territory? You're just afraid of shadows over killing a single human. Stop making excuses and kill me already. The Blue Corpse Ghost warily explained, There are tens of thousands of hectares of abandoned graves here, with various great ghost factions intricately divided. They've all agreed on a rule not to arbitrarily kill humans in each other's territories. If I provoke the big boss of this area just to kill you, I'm afraid I won't have a way to make a living here anymore. It angrily turned away, leaving him dazed. Linmo helplessly held his forehead as ghosts also set up rules no different from humans. He thought to himself, could it be that all the ghosts I've passed haven't touched me because of this weird rule? The Blue Corpse Ghost took advantage of Linmo's distraction and gave a cunning smile. It quickly ran away and disappeared, making him cry out in panic,
Hey, don't run!
The Blue Corpse Ghost dragging its injured leg sighed to itself, Fortunately, I was quick-witted. I finally escaped that lunatic. But the joy was short-lived before Linmo caught up with an elated face. I've thought of a way. Just take me to your territory and kill me there. At this point, the Blue Corpse Ghost was surely speechless at his persistence. It ran for its life while screaming, I'm busy with important matters.
I don't have time to play with humans! I beg you, leave me alone!
No matter where it ran, he stayed close behind. I'm not letting you go that easily. Suddenly, the Blue Corpse Ghost knelt down on the ground. It earnestly clasped its hands and begged, I really have something important that I can't miss. If I'm late, I'm finished. I beg you, please let me go. Please, I'm begging you, it pleaded, bowing its head in despair. Sun Meili and Sun Mu, hiding nearby, witnessed this scene and were stunned. Neither of them expected that a lieutenant spirit-rank Blue Corpse Ghost would have to kneel and beg a mortal. The two of them looked at each other in horror and asked in unison, What kind of freak is he, anyway? Zhao Shishi beside them gently placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, Keep watching, perhaps we'll discover even more interesting things. Seeing this, Linmo sat down and advised, If you say only the boss of this area has the right to finish me, then take me there so he can do it. The Blue Corpse Ghost stood up, sighed, and reluctantly agreed, I happen to be going to congratulate him right now, so you can come with me. Upon hearing that, his face lit up with joy. The three of them stared at his receding figure. Along the way, the surrounding ghosts constantly eyed Linmo hungrily. They gathered in increasing numbers, their craving for human flesh reaching a peak. They were ready to pounce and tear him apart at the slightest command. Linmo saw this and laughed with delight. If attacked by this crowd of ghosts, the ghost sword would surely appear to save him. A drooling ghost approached. How long has it been since I last tasted fresh human flesh? He smiled radiantly and suggested it kill him quickly to have a full meal. After hearing that, the ghost froze, not knowing how to respond. That ghost quickly backed away with a look of contempt. Do you think I'm a fool? Killing someone right in the territory of that red-clothed female ghost is no different from suicide. Those malevolent demons cast glares at him, causing the point system to update constantly. Linmo clicked his tongue in disdain, calling them a bunch of cowards. The group headed to a place together. Curious, he asked the demon leader if the red-clothed ghost was celebrating her 80th birthday today. He immediately shook his head, saying it wasn't true. Today she was marrying the Western District Butcher Ghost, and small fries like them had to come join the celebration. Though he said that, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Linmo naively asked further and learned that the human leg it carried was a wedding gift. He then complained about gifts being rotten and uneatable. Hearing those sarcastic words, the Blue Corpse Ghost suddenly went silent. He recalled the past with a heart full of resentment. All of it was thanks to you. I should have caught that fat friend of yours. But you and that girl interfered. That is why I'm in such a miserable state now, he thought. Linmo flashed a devious smile as he came up with an idea. Then when you present the gifts, just say that I am your gift. Hearing him propose such an excellent plan, the demon did not hesitate to heap praise upon him. The demon excitedly thanked Linmo and both walked in together, while the Sun siblings and Gao Shishi continued to follow them secretly. She was completely stunned by the strange events unfolding, wondering where this Linmo came from that he could make the Blue Corpse Ghost submissive, and even other demons didn't dare touch him. The other two were equally shocked. He gritted his teeth, thinking Linmo must have held back at the ghost market. One respected by ghosts could not be so ordinary. Standing nearby, Zhao Shishi suddenly spoke up. Now I understand why Father ordered us to follow him closely. This guy's background must be incredibly mysterious, so today we have to break into this old house. Sun Miao immediately dismissed the idea, saying it was suicide. Sun Meili agreed because she didn't want to die in vain. One small ghost there would be enough to kill them. Zhao Shishi quickly reassured them that her father had prepared 3 ghost key pills. After swallowing them, their bodies would emit a layer of evil energy, allowing them to disguise themselves as ghosts to infiltrate without being exposed. Zhao Shishi explained while offering 3 green jade beads that emitted a gloomy black mist. They looked at each other for a long time before agreeing, each taking a ghost jade bead. Though hard to swallow, once in their systems, they felt a strange power flow through them. The gatekeeping demon announced the names loudly. Western District Scavenger Ghost offers human eyes. Southern District Blood Lake Ghost gifts a pair of hearts from lovers. Northern District Swamp Ghost offers a box of premium human flesh. Linmo cheerfully stepped forward to say hello. The demon glanced at him and shouted, Western District Blue Corpse Ghost offers a living man. The surrounding monsters gasped in surprise. Offering a whole living person was bold indeed, and this luxurious gift would definitely get him special attention from the red-clothed ghost. That demon immediately urged the Blue Corpse Ghost to take Linmo downstairs. He quickly pushed him into a nearby dark room. Linmo blankly turned around and stared at the door that had just slammed shut. His mind was filled with questions, wondering where all those ghosts had run off to. Linmo irritably kicked things aside and grumbled curses. What the hell?
Come on, hurry up and eat me!
Why doesn't any ghost care about me at all? The blood-eyed ghost suddenly appeared beside him, signaling him to be quiet. It said it had smelled the red-clothed female ghost, so they both looked up to observe. Curious about her hiding place, Linmo watched as it pointed to the ceiling, indicating she was sitting silently in the attic above. Eager to find the red-clothed female ghost, he gently pushed open the window. It was chaotic outside, so he tried to move as smoothly as possible to avoid making any noise. However, as soon as he slipped out of the room, the servants caught him red-handed. Linmo hurriedly dashed straight up the stairs. Two female ghosts looked at each other suspiciously, wondering if he was also a guest tonight. The other replied she didn't know since she'd never heard of the master having mortal friends. Linmo finally reached the room he suspected the female ghost was in. He cracked open the door and looked inside cautiously. Inside that room, the red-clothed female ghost was covered in a bright red veil and sat motionless on the bed. Rapid knocking echoed throughout the space. She gently concealed the scent of blood on Lam Mac. The red-clad demoness savored the scent of blood while acting coy, saying, The taste of mortals is truly sweet. Thank you for thoughtfully offering this bargain. I will thoroughly enjoy this night. He slowly approached and beamed a bright smile at her. Lam Mac slowly lifted the bridal veil, causing her to shyly chide him, asking why he was so impatient when the wedding ceremony was still underway. He excitedly thumped his chest and begged to be killed, saying how good it was to have found her and demanding she finish him off, which sent the demoness into a furious rage, scolding him and demanding to know if the mortal didn't know that only a husband was allowed to lift the veil. She shrieked in indignation at his actions. Lam Mac grinned and challenged her. You must be furious, aren't you? You're dying to take my life, aren't you? So don't hesitate, do it. The demoness sighed in resignation, saying that since he had already lifted the veil, he had to take responsibility and marry her, which made him turn pale with fear as he saw her closing in on him. She hugged him tightly and whispered that the one who lifts the veil is the destined partner, and he was now her groom, which made Lam Mac blush deeply. He hurriedly stepped back and shouted,
Calm down! I'm clearly a human!
She looked at Lam Mac with hungry eyes and replied, What does it matter that you're human? Lam Mac immediately turned on his heel and fled, cursing the bunch of freaky demons for not having a single sane one among them. The demoness's pupils glowed red as she unleashed her magic, causing the door in front of Lam Mac to slam shut instantly, making his limbs tremble. Lam Mac crawled toward the door, begging her to stay away, while thinking bitterly to himself that if she were trying to murder him, he wouldn't run. But these demons wanted to take his chastity. How could he just give that up so easily? The thought of that prospect left him deathly pale, determined not to let the demoness achieve her dark intentions. She looked at him with calculating eyes and gently called out to him. Lam Mac scrambled to escape while the demoness gave intense chase, forcing him to frantically beg the blood-eyed demon for help. It appeared, looking awkward, and told Lam Mac that it wasn't strong enough to help because the opponent was a lingering spirit about to ascend to demonhood. He roared in anger at it for giving wrong directions, but it sarcastically replied that it only led him there because he had asked to die, adding that no one expected she would crave his body instead of his life. The red-clad demoness kept obsessively chasing Lam Mac, while he silently calculated that even if he summoned all his subordinate demons, he would never be able to defeat her. It looked at her and smirked, telling him to just go along with it, since humans and demons could still have fun together, a remark that made the demoness standing nearby blush. The blood-eyed demon teased Lam Mac that, at most, it would only cost him a bit of yin energy, and he would recover after a few days of rest, which made him explode in anger and shout at it to shut up, just as she also shouted for them to stop. The red-clad demoness lunged forward in a flash. She threw herself at him, intending to grab him, leaving him terrified and thinking that his youth was about to come to an end. The demoness used her strength to pin Lam Mac to the floor. She whispered that she was the leader of this entire graveyard, and if he agreed to submit, he would surely gain unimaginable benefits. He bashfully shouted at her not to fall on him, while bitterly lamenting in his heart why finding death was so difficult. Could he really be forced to surrender here? Just then, outside, the servants were heard respectfully offering congratulations, urging their guest to enter because their mistress had been waiting for a very long time. As soon as the door was pushed open, the crowd froze in their tracks. For the sight that met their eyes was the red-clad demoness pinning Lam Mac down and looking at him with eyes full of affection. Lam Mak clumsily pushed her off and shouted with joy, having finally found his salvation. Lam Mak fearlessly approached the executioner demon and challenged him. I have already stolen your wife's soul. You must be furious with me, right? I know full well that you are boiling with rage. Instead of flinching, he joyfully grabbed the demon's blade and waved it around, saying, Go on, finish me off. The executioner demon looked puzzled, wondering what was going on. Lam Mak urged him, Don't just stand there, cut me down. He then added fuel to the fire. Just now I secretly touched your wife's veil, and that's not all. Lam Mak intentionally exaggerated everything to provoke him. The psychological tactic seemed to work. The executioner demon's face darkened as he roared, You dare lift her veil? Feeling triumphant as if he had achieved his goal, Lam Mak said, You missed the main point, there was more to come after that. Immediately the executioner demon burst into hearty laughter. So that's how it is? In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Lam Mak by the shoulders while the young man was still standing there, bewildered. The executioner demon joyfully removed the official's cap and said,
Thank you, brother.
Enjoy your wedding night. He placed the cap on Lam Mak's head and laughed boisterously, unbothered.
Adding, I don't have to marry her anymore.
As if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, he cheered and said, I'm going out for a drink, leaving Lam Mak with a face turned pale from helplessness. He was extremely confused. Was the executioner demon being forced to marry, and did his own act of lifting the veil make him a scapegoat? He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, I just wanted to find a way to die. How did it end up like this? The red-clad female demon, who had been silent until now, spoke up, My dear, a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, her voice sweet and mesmerizing. Lam Mak turned pale and stammered, Damn it, what do I do now? He turned to run toward the door, but it wasn't that easy. The red-clad female demon unleashed a dangerous, evil powers. Thinking of running away. You want to run. Long black strands of hair like tentacles quickly wrapped tightly around every inch of Lam Mak's body. The door slowly closed despite his desperate screams. He was eventually dragged back inside, and the door slammed shut, sealing the two of them inside without a crack. The scene shifts to the inn lobby where the group of Tonmiu and South Aile enters. The atmosphere was boisterous and noisy. Everyone, enjoy yourselves and eat and drink as much as you want today. Tonmiu scanned the room and spoke up, I don't see Lam Mak anywhere. Could he have already been eaten by these demons? South Aile added, That Than Thai demon is the one who came with Lam Mak. Let's go over there and listen to see what's happening. Her gaze was fixed directly on the demon who was engrossed in his drinking. The three of them snuck closer to him, trying not to attract the attention of those around them. They sat at the Than Thai demon's round table, and he asked suspiciously, How come I've never seen you before? Tonmiu pretended to make conversation. We just arrived from far away a few days ago. Hearing this, the Thantha demon replied excitedly, No wonder you look unfamiliar. Help yourselves to the food and drink, while Tonmiu offered an awkward, strained smile. He picked up something with his chopsticks for Tonmiu, showing concern. This blood sausage is delicious. Tonmiu looked at the food in horror, feeling a wave of nausea, and quickly covered his mouth to avoid revealing his true nature. Tonmiu's reflexive action of covering his mouth made the surrounding demons all stare at him simultaneously. South Aile nudged Tonmiu's arm slightly to signal a warning. She winked at Tonmiu as a sign to absolutely not let their identities be revealed. Tonmiu painfully forced himself to pick up the food with his bare hands and eat it frantically. I am a demon, this is really delicious. He tried his best to reduce the demon's suspicions, and so the three of them had to grit their teeth and close their eyes to eat the horrific food on the table. Tonmiu muttered resentfully while chewing, If it weren't for that bastard Lam Mak running to this hellish place, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was broken by the cheers of the executioner demon.
He jumped down from upstairs. I don't have to get married anymore. I don't have to get married.
His appearance attracted curious looks from the diners below. A demon wondered, What's wrong? Aren't you the groom? Another person eager for gossip asked, In this entire graveyard you are the only one who caught the bride's eye. The executioner demon happily explained, That young human who just arrived is only about 17 or 18 years old. He lifted the veil himself, so now he has to marry her. He thumped his chest complacently.
I'm free.
The demons below were still laughing and celebrating, joyfully congratulating the young man on escaping his bachelor life and urging him to have a few more drinks. The guy immediately complied and agreed right away. Meanwhile, our group of three friends was shocked to the core upon hearing the news. Tao Shishi was stunned and could not believe her ears, saying to herself, Linmo, that living person. Tonmiu, standing next to her, was even more astonished and blurted out, Is that guy crazy? Tonmiu and Li were also terrified inside, secretly thinking that Linmo running here in the middle of the night turned out to be to marry the ghost. Ghost Than Thi was equally surprised upon hearing the news and exclaimed, That brother is truly not an ordinary person. He even dares to marry that terrifying woman. At this moment, Cao Shishi regained her composure and probed, Brother Ghost, may I ask, why is Ghost Duty so overjoyed that he no longer has to get married? Upon hearing this, Ghost Than Thi exclaimed, You guys are clearly not ghosts who live in this region. Immediately after, Ghost Thanthe began to narrate. Clearly the lady in red was a woman from the Qing dynasty, but her husband passed away suddenly on their wedding day. Afterward, she was disowned by her husband's family, cursed as a jinx who brings death to her husbands, and subjected to relentless abuse every day. Ghost Thanthe continued the old story. In the end, she could not take it anymore, so she committed suicide in her wedding dress, then turned into one of the most powerful wandering spirits in this deserted graveyard. It turns out, while she was alive, she had a strong obsession with getting married. Therefore, the lady in red would force demons with decent appearances to marry her, but ironically, on the second day of their marriage, the demons who married her would all mysteriously explode and die. Speaking to this point, Ghost Thanthe became a bit more serious. This is also the reason why the number of good-looking demons is becoming increasingly scarce. Otherwise, it would not have been the turn of a crude guy like Ghost Ute. Upon hearing the story, Tanmu fearfully blurted out, "Then the living man up there, wouldn't he?" Without hesitation, with a dangerous look in his eyes, Ghost Thanthe speculated, "I'm afraid he is done for." Turning to Tanmu, Ghost Thanthe patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Little ghost, I see you look pretty good. I bet you are the next successor to be the groom of the lady in red." The ghost's words only terrified him, a man already timid, even further. Scenes of Lin Mo and the lady in red appeared vividly in his mind. Inside Tanmu, excitement rose, and he silently applauded. Lin Mo is actually offering himself to the lady in red. He truly knows how to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Tanmila looked annoyed and urged, "Shishi, this is not something we have to endure anymore. Now that Lin Mo is dead, we should leave, shouldn't we?" Cao Shishi replied with a determined look, "No, we must see the person if they are alive, or see the corpse if they are dead." Early on the second morning, Lin Mo, with a face as haggard as a zombie and wary eyes, was still half awake when a cold hand suddenly placed itself on his shoulder. He sat up abruptly, and hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover himself. The lady in red saw that he looked tired and smiled softly, asking, "Are you awake, my dear?" Lin Mo was terrified to see the person beside him and blurted out in panic, "What the hell is going on?" The lady in red slowly moved closer and gently reassured him, "There, don't raise your voice." Lin Mo angrily thought about the two of them being together without a shred of clothing, thinking there must be some illicit affair. Doubts surged in his heart. He hurriedly put his clothes back on and aggressively questioned the other party. "What have you done to me? Can you just kill me and get it over with?" The lady in red laughed playfully and teased, "Could it be that you also want to turn into a ghost and stay with me forever?" Hearing this, Lin Mo felt like crying but couldn't, only knowing how to wail to the heavens. "What sin have I committed to have to endure this?" Immediately after, he quickly slipped away, leaving the lady in red still sitting on the bed smiling to herself. But before he had gone far, he suddenly faced his own haggard, soulless reflection in the mirror. Lin Mo's face was withered, with 2 dark circles under his eyes that were truly terrifying. He immediately turned back and asked her, "Did you drain me dry?" The lady in red just gently reached out to put her hand on his shoulder. "How could I have the heart to do that? I also know that you have to save things to make them last," which terrified the guy deeply. Not stopping there, she continued to embrace him, stroking and comforting him. "Don't worry, I have ordered the servants to cook beauty, nourishing soup for you to recover. Now you are mine. From now on in this deserted graveyard, no one will dare to touch you. No one dares to touch me. That also means no one dares to kill me anymore, right?" After threatening and hugging him, she now tried to entice him to stay with her longer. "Why do you always want to die? What if, after you die, you don't want to turn into a ghost? What should I do then?" Lin Mo felt a lump in his chest upon hearing this.
Nuff, spare me!
"I really just want to die." He was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now, so he struggled to break free from her embrace. Seeing his desire to escape this place, the lady in red did not stop him anymore but reminded Lin Mo, "You cannot die. Except for the grudge ghost in the West District, no one dares to touch you." Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a bit suspicious and asked back, "The grudge ghost in the West District?" The lady in red slowly sat down on the bed and warned in a serious tone, "That's right, he is my mortal enemy. No matter what, do not go over there." The whole room suddenly fell into silence. Lin Mo froze for a moment, then finally decided to leave. Before doing so, he did not forget to thank her. "Thank you for letting me know." Watching his back gradually fade into the distance, the maid couldn't hide her curiosity. It was strange that she had been clinging to him just moments before, only to let him go so easily and leave him to depart like that. The red-clad female ghost seemed to have calculated everything in her mind and calmly replied, "Don't worry, he will have to return eventually." Walking halfway, Lammak felt exhausted to the core from being drained of his energy. Even lifting his feet felt difficult. It was truly bad luck to have his vitality sapped by the red-clad ghost. It took quite a while to crawl back to his room, and Lammak reassured himself that he should just get back to the dormitory to rest and recover before thinking about finding the ancient tomb again. Unexpectedly, Arthur suddenly appeared with a sword in his hand, leaving him startled and wondering why Arthur had come to this very place. Seeing Lam Mak emerge, Arthur didn't say a word and swung his sword repeatedly in his direction. Lam Mak broke into a cold sweat as the sharp blade hovered near his neck, and Arthur frowned, asking the dazed man before him, "Why are you reeking of such deathly energy that I almost mistook you for a ghost?" Hak Tiu Ban, who was sitting in the room, also asked in surprise, "Where were you all night at the internet cafe? Why do you look so haggard?" Lam Mak was too tired to bother explaining, so he clung to the bed frame, thinking, "Just let it be, I need to sleep to recover my strength." He dragged his heavy body onto the bed and told them, "If there's roll call, remember to ask for leave from me." Feeling that something was wrong, Hak Tiu Ban warned him, "I'm telling you honestly, it's best not to mess with ghosts anymore. Losing your yang energy for a long time can cost you your life." The break bell rang, and the classroom atmosphere grew lively. While everyone was wondering about Lam Mak's absence, Yuan Than suddenly dropped by to ask, "Is Lam Mak here? I need to see him about something." Seeing this, Hak Tiu Ban politely replied, "He just returned this morning, so he is resting in his room now." Upon hearing this, she didn't bother him further but left a message, then remembered to tell him that An Nian has regained consciousness. Tan Mai Li and Tan Miu, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, "Isn't marrying a female ghost a sure death sentence? How is that bastard still alive?" The two of them immediately began plotting. "It seems this mission isn't finished yet, let's keep tailing him and see." Shortly after waking up, Lam Mak rushed to the pharmacy to buy a box of kidney-boosting supplements. The shopkeeper looked at him and kindly advised, "Even if you're young and full of energy, you still need to practice moderation." While taking the medicine, Lam Mak whispered to himself, "I must try to recover a little so that I look presentable when I meet An Nian." In the distance, Tan Mu couldn't stop praising him despite the contemptuous looks from Ta Thu Tai Vai and Tan Mai Li, thinking, could that kidney supplement be the secret medicine that helps him hold up after a long night of intimacy with a ghost? If so, I must buy a few boxes myself. Immediately after, Lam Mak stopped in front of the infirmary door, and the group behind him hurried to keep up. As soon as he entered the room, Lam Mak anxiously asked about An Nian's condition. Realizing his question was a bit silly, he awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, saying, "That sounded foolish. How could it not hurt after being injured so severely?" An Nian smiled unbothered and said, "I'm already used to injuries like these." Even though she was doing better and didn't blame him, Lam Mak couldn't hide his regret, saying, "It's because of me that you ended up like this. I swear I will take revenge and bring back the antidote for you at any cost." And Nian replied gently, "You can't take all the blame. I'm the one who brought you to the ancient tomb, which is why this happened. But tell me, how were you able to open the tomb? And why is the Safety Bureau trying to hunt you down?" Lam Mak looked serious and said frankly, "I'm also doing my best to investigate, but I haven't found any specific leads yet." Seeing this, she teased, "You're really incompetent. Once I recover, I'll help you investigate. I'm quite knowledgeable about this." However, he seriously told her to take care of herself first. Afterward, An Nian offered to ask Lam Mak for a favor. He didn't hesitate to reply, "Just say it. Don't talk about one thing. Even if it were thousands of things, I would be happy to do them." She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My mother is seriously ill and bedridden in the hospital. Could you help me visit her and pay the remaining medical bills? I left the money under the sofa." Hearing this, he happily accepted immediately, saying, "I won't take your money, just leave it to me," and even firmly asserted, "Your mother is like my own mother." And Nian blushed upon hearing those words, shyly scolding him for talking nonsense. "My mother's name is Aniam and she's at Tehoa Hospital." Lam Mak gently took her hand to reassure her, "Leave this to me." In the distance, the three strangers never took their eyes off them. Cao Thither felt a surge of astonishment in her heart, thinking, "Why does that girl look so strangely like me?" Before she could recover, a doll ghost suddenly lunged out of nowhere, scaring Cao Thai out of her wits. It seemed that Aniam had realized this girl was stalking her and started to be on her guard. She didn't understand why that creepy doll suddenly went wild. Who on earth was she, after all? One peaceful morning at the hospital, Aniam was sitting blankly on her hospital bed when she suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. Lam Mak, smiling, slowly walked in carrying a bag of fruit and greeted her. "I am Aniam's friend. I came to visit you today." As soon as she heard that, her face turned pale with terror, thinking, could Aniam's friend really be him? Aniam startled and jumped out of bed, taking Lam Mak completely by surprise. He looked at the scene before him in panic, unable to believe that his mother-in-law was actually bowing so respectfully to him. Lam Mak, flustered, helped her up. "Auntie, what are you doing? Please stand up." "I am Aniam's friend. My name is Lam Mak." Upon hearing his name clearly, Aniam shed tears in shock. "The surname Lam. It really is the surname Lam." He sat down in front of Aniam in confusion and slowly spoke, "Do you know me, Auntie?" Aniam instinctively nodded in admission. But right after that, she quickly shook her head in denial. "Not at all. We don't know each other." Hearing this, Lam Mak couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just now it was as if she had reunited with an old friend, but now she was flatly denying it. making anyone feel there was something suspicious going on. She quickly came up with an excuse that Lam Mak didn't quite believe. And Neum once told me she had a friend surnamed Lam, so I guessed it was you. Right after that, he suggested, how about I help you lie down? You kneeling like this makes me feel so awkward. Once she settled back on the bed, and Neum hastily questioned Lam Mak, did anyone follow you when you came here? Lam Mak thought for a moment, then glanced toward the door, probably not. Why are you so worried? Did something happen? She quickly gripped his hand tightly and warned, I have a deep grudge with the security bureau, so I'm afraid they might misunderstand that you're associated with me and drag you into this. You must be very careful. Hearing this, Lam Mak politely replied and calmly explained, Neum was injured while protecting me, so she won't be able to come visit you for the time being. I promise to take good care of her, so please don't worry. Upon hearing this, she merely nodded calmly. Seeing Neum's strange expression really raised his suspicions her daughter was so severely injured, yet as a mother she showed no concern whatsoever, which was truly baffling. A moment later, as he was peeling an apple while chatting with Neum, she asked, I wonder if your parents are still doing well. Lam Mak cheerfully handed the peeled apple to her. They are doing great, they're still managing those dozens of acres of fields just fine. By the way, it's quite a coincidence that you and my mother share the same surname, Anne. Hearing this, Neum asked in surprise, your mother is also surnamed Anne, what is her name? He immediately replied that his mother's name was Swang. Hearing this, she was utterly shocked and kept murmuring the name of Lam Mak's mother. Seeing Neum's expression, he grew even more suspicious. Do you know my mother? But Neum avoided the question once again. I just rarely see people surnamed Anne, so your mother having the same surname makes me feel a sense of closeness. With that, she lay down and turned her back to Lam Mak to politely dismiss him. If you don't have anything else to do, you should go back first. Seeing this, he didn't dare to disturb her further and respectfully departed. Before leaving, Lam Mak turned back to look at her one last time, thinking to himself, Neum's mother is definitely hiding something, but since she refuses to talk, I can't force a sick patient. I'll just have to wait for another opportunity. Cao Thai was standing outside secretly eavesdropping on Lam Mak's situation and immediately reported his current location to Cao Longtram. Upon receiving this, he stood up in extreme excitement. Finally, Lam Mak has shown his true colors. I must personally capture this remnant of Fong Ma alive. At that very moment, a message came to Cao Thai informing her that he was about to arrive. Seeing Lam Mak walk out, she was startled and wondered, where on earth is this guy going now? Lam Mak was focused on his phone call, completely unaware that someone was tracking him. Didn't I tell you to go to Tam Hai, Dad? It's not safe here. He walked and talked, completely oblivious to Cao Thai lurking behind him. You've reached the train station. I'll come pick you up right away. Hearing this, she pondered and plotted. I must quickly report Lam Mak's latest whereabouts. I'll just wait for Dad to arrive and then we'll act together. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was flung open, and Cao Longtram walked in, shouting loudly, You met Lam Mak, didn't you? Is he the wretched spawn of Fong Mai? Hearing this, Neum angrily snapped at him. Are you crazy? You label everyone you meet as a member of Fong Ma! But ignoring her, he lunged forward and grabbed her collar tightly. Cao Longtram glared at Neum in a fit of rage. If he wasn't Fong Ma's bastard, then why did she cry every time she met him, and had the two of them been secretly keeping in touch? Neum angrily spat directly into Cao Longtram's face, leaving him stunned. Immediately after, she let out a bizarre smile, saying that he had told her how he tortured her daughter within an inch of her life, and asking if she didn't have the right to shed tears, calling him a wretched bastard who was worse than a beast for not even sparing his own flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, he flew into a towering rage and shoved Neum to the ground. How could that bastard you gave birth to be worthy of being my daughter? Tell me the truth, is she a remnant of Fong Ma? Neum writhed in pain as she struggled to pull herself up. However, Cao Longtram kicked her hard with his foot, causing her to let out a sharp scream of agony. He looked at her with contempt, questioning if she intended to protect that remnant of Fong Ma, then asked why she had betrayed the Fong Ma prince back then, noting that she likely didn't know how brutally he was tortured until his death, and that until his final breath, he still didn't believe she had betrayed him. At this moment, Neum cursed him in extreme anguish, saying he was a scoundrel lower than a human being. His face was full of malice as his hand tightly gripped her hair in a threat, asking if that girl was the prince's bastard and promising to treat her kindly again if she told the truth. She could only grit her teeth in endurance, reminding him that the princess, the crown grandson, and the little princess had self-immolated that year, and asking if he was blind, which led a furious Cao Longtram to warn her about choosing the hard way over the easy way. But just then, Cao Thi unexpectedly appeared. That sudden appearance left him completely astounded. Cao Thi immediately became agitated and questioned him. She said you have another daughter and that you almost beat her to death. Is that true? Seeing this, Cao Longtram hurriedly tried to explain. Don't believe this crazy old woman's nonsense. She is sick and just babbling randomly. She backed away silently despite his explanations, telling him not to deceive her again because she had heard everything from the start, mentioning she felt she had seen the girl somewhere as she looked exactly like her and was only about 2 years younger. And while Ta Long Tram still tried to justify it as a coincidental resemblance, Saithe cried tears of disappointment, saying that if he were innocent he would have evidence, but he was panicking, and his claims of only loving her mother were all lies. And Diem leaned back against the hospital bed and laughed defiantly. "Little girl, you probably don't even know that the despicable things your father has done extend far beyond this." He spun around and shouted furiously for her to shut up. The girl, unable to take it anymore, turned and ran away, leaving him in a panic as she no longer wanted to see his face because it was so revolting. Witnessing that scene, and Diem gleefully held her stomach and laughed uproariously, saying that Chalong Tram was finally tasting the flavor of retribution. Lam Mak happily waved to welcome Lam Fong. Seeing him, he beamed a bright smile. "My good son has grown taller again." And when Lam Mak wondered why he was carrying so much gear on his shoulders, Lam Fong quickly wiped his sweat and replied with a smile that he had brought walnuts for him that were dried and very fragrant. Hearing that, he gave a helpless smile, saying his father didn't need to gather that much. But Lam Fong waved his hand in denial, asking how this could be considered much. The two of them carried the baskets of nuts while chatting happily. Lam Fong mentioned he had originally planned to gather 2 whole loads, and Lam Mak suggested they go eat a proper meal. They strode along the busy streets, and as Lam Mak excitedly asked why he came, Lam Fong explained that he had been quite free at home lately, so he stopped by to visit him. He excitedly watched the passers-by and remarked that the city was nice as people dressed much more freely. Lam Mak then changed the subject to ask if his mother and younger sister were well, and Lam Fong's face filled with happiness as he said his mother was fine, but his sister's health was getting weaker, leaving her breathless after just a few steps. Hearing that, he said worriedly that next time he should bring her along to have a medical checkup, as the hospitals in the city would definitely be better. Lam Mak and Lam Fong walked into a restaurant as they chatted. "It's no use, son, she's been examined at every hospital big and small down there, but it hasn't worked." While the server was respectfully inquiring after the two of them, a thin and wobbly figure suddenly walked through the door. Nungo Khan with a pitifully haggard face approached softly and pleaded, "Please give me some rice to eat." The waiter waved him away dismissively, begging all day long, "There is no rice for you here." Lam Mak stared at the thin person in shock, unable to believe that it was Nungo Khan. He was also utterly stunned to run into him there. Nungo Khan was invited to sit down for a meal. He ate voraciously without showing any sign of embarrassment. Long Fong glanced at Nungo Khan and smiled meaningfully. "Don't tell me my son actually has friends from the beggar sect." Long Mak turned pale, looked at him, and hastily explained, "Dad, stop overthinking. I know him because he was the one who distracted the security team to save me and Anian." Immediately after, he turned to Nungo Khan and asked worriedly, "I haven't even had a chance to thank you. How did you end up like this? How are the others doing now?" Hearing this, Nungo Khan appeared cautious. He looked at Long Fong searchingly and hesitated to answer. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Long Mak reassured him, "This is my father. He's family, so there's no need to worry." Nungo Khan thoughtfully recounted the past events. "That day, the driver and I escaped. Fearing exposure, we didn't dare return to school. The two of us had to wander from place to place, waiting for things to quiet down before we dared to go begging." He recalled the terrifying scene of chaos from that day. Then he slowly continued, "Trang Han, having lost a leg, couldn't run fast enough and was ultimately captured by the security bureau people. I heard they tortured Trang Han day and night, forcing him to reveal who opened the ancient tomb, but he was extremely resilient, enduring all kinds of beatings without uttering a single word." As Nungo Khan spoke, pain was evident on his face. "My current strength is too weak. There's absolutely no way for me to rescue him. I'm afraid Trang Han will hardly be able to survive." After hearing this, Long Fong summed up with a serious expression, "I see. You kids went raiding together, and now that your friend is captured, you want to find a way to save him, right?" He looked at him with concern, making Long Mak feel guilty. "If you're tight on money, just tell me. This tomb business is very dangerous." Long Mak calmly replied, "I don't lack money, Dad. Don't worry about it. After we finish eating, you should head home quickly." "Nungo Khan and I still have to return to school?" Long Mak smiled and waved goodbye to his father, not forgetting to remind him, "Call me when you get home, Dad." He also waved cheerfully in response, "Don't worry, just take care of your own business." Watching his son's figure fade into the distance, Long Fong's expression suddenly turned solemn. Since Trang Han had saved Mac's life once, he couldn't just stand by. He reached into his coat, searching for something. He quickly pulled out a strange electronic device. Not long after, an imposing Long Fong stood before the enemy's massive building. As soon as they saw him approaching, several guards from the security bureau blocked the way. One of them shouted arrogantly, "Are you deaf? Get lost, you country bumpkin!" In response to that fierce look, Long Fong only curled his lip into a deep, knowing smile. He immediately activated the device in his hand, causing the souls of the guards to be suddenly sucked inside, and they all screamed in agonizing pain. Knowing when to stop, Long Fong quickly turned off the device. He indifferently stepped over the collapsed security bureau employees with lifeless rolled-back eyes. Just a moment later, the entire group collapsed to the ground, while Long Fong continued to walk forward calmly. In the blink of an eye, he stopped in front of the large doors. He leisurely approached and pushed the door open to enter. At that very moment, the sound of people talking excitedly was still echoing inside. The atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent as all eyes turned to Long Fong. An arrogant girl asked, "How did the guards let a peasant slip in like this?" She stared at him and snarled, "What do you want?" Long Fong did not answer, but merely clenched the electronic device tightly in his palm. The girl immediately sensed danger and hastily shrieked to warn her companions. They quickly took up defensive stances, summoning their energy ready to deal with the intruder. However, Long Fong only casually uttered a single sentence, "Too slow." He pressed the button to activate the electronic device in his hand. The soul of the stubborn girl was instantly sucked out, causing her to scream in agonizing pain. The others in the room met the same cruel fate. One by one, their souls were pulled inside that bizarre device. In the blink of an eye, they all lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, while Lam Fong calmly walked away as if nothing had happened. Inside the airtight interrogation room, a security bureau agent loudly interrogated the burly man sitting opposite him, asking if the one who opened the ancient tomb was Lam Mak. The man firmly shook his head in denial. "I've repeated countless times that I was the one who opened the tomb. Why do you people stubbornly refuse to believe me?" Losing all patience and seeing that the man was still stubborn, the security bureau agent pulled a remote control out of his pocket. He then ruthlessly pressed the red button on it. Instantly, a powerful electric current surged through the burly man's body, making him shriek in agonizing pain. Just then, the sturdy iron door was suddenly kicked open by Lam Fong, leaving the two security bureau agents in utter shock. His face wore a chillingly terrifying look of murderous intent, and one of the security bureau agents immediately demanded to know his identity. Lam Fong only gave a faint smile and replied, "I'm his father." As he spoke, he drew a wooden stick hidden behind his waist. The security bureau agent expressed suspicion. "Is he really his father?" The other one shouted, "Can't you see he's here to break him out of prison?" While they were still arguing, several sharp slashes were suddenly delivered with extreme decisiveness. A red line suddenly appeared on the necks of the two security bureau agents, making their eyes roll back. Then, blood began to gush incessantly from the wounds on their necks. The iron handcuffs on the burly man's wrists were also sliced clean through and fell to the ground. He asked himself in a daze, could this man be the king of hell reincarnated? But Lam Fong just looked straight at him solemnly and said, "Stop daydreaming, I came here to rescue you." The burly man quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. May I know your honorable name so I can definitely repay you in the future?" Lam Fong cheerfully waved his hand. "No need to be polite, it's just a small matter." He then handed him a life-saving card, and both of them left the cell together. The burly man was now filled with admiration. He dared to wipe out the security bureau just to save me. I must remember this great kindness. On the other side, just as Lam Mak returned and was about to speak, his roommate, who had just read some sensational news, swore. He quickly called him over to look. People from the security bureau were just killed. The bizarre thing is that no one survived, yet there are no wounds on their bodies. Rumor has it that it was caused by some kind of evil soul sucking magic. Hearing this, Lam Mak also felt a shiver of panic. He listened intently to the news broadcast and the anchor's commentary. According to the camera footage, the culprit looked exactly like a farmer. Lam Mak suddenly fell into deep thought. How could this guy look so much like my father? But it's absurd that my father would kill everyone in the security bureau. It was already midnight, and the trio of Tao Thi, Tan Mayu, and Tan Mai Lu were still tailing closely behind Lam Mak. In the chilling and gloomy atmosphere, he continued to make his way through the dense forests. As he ran, he calculated, the director and deputy director of the security bureau luckily escaped death. Tanduk Nagi is still alive, so I still have to find him to demand the antidote for a Nian. Furthermore, the sword ghost comprehension is extremely urgent. Before long, Lam Mak set foot in the demon's lair, which was the Hebe ghost tomb. The entrance to the tomb was deep and dark, and a small ghost was peeking at him. Lam Mak looked toward the tomb to the northwest, sure that the demon boss was hiding inside. The small ghost that had been peeking at him just now stepped out to block his way, asking what he wanted with its boss. Lam Mak grabbed the collar of the grudge ghost's underling, forcing him to reveal his master's hiding place. After struggling in vain for a while, the underling finally confessed that it was in the joint tomb ahead. Lam Mak immediately let go, letting the grudge ghost's underling fall. Without showing any pity, he threw him hard straight inside the tomb entrance and coldly ordered, "Go call him out here for me immediately." Thrown inside, the ghost underling slid a long distance in pain. In the joint tomb, the grudge ghost was the powerful boss. He was currently devouring an arm, while the heart-devouring ghost sitting beside him was also eating a corpse. While both ghosts were busy eating, the ghost underling rushed in frantically to report that things were bad, as someone had come looking for trouble. The grudge ghost stopped and wondered why it was a human causing trouble instead of a ghost. The ghost underling hastily confirmed that it was indeed a living person. He immediately told the heart-devouring ghost to quickly kill them all and drag them back here to use as drinking snacks. The heart-devouring ghost stood up with excitement. It had been a long time since he had tasted the flesh of a living person, having been eating dry meat that got stuck in his teeth every day. However, he already knew that Lammak was the bridegroom of the female ghost in red at the ancient mansion, having just married yesterday. Hearing this, the grudge ghost agreed, as no one would dare to come here acting so arrogant without a strong backer. Believing that the female ghost had shown him no respect, he ordered the heart-devouring ghost to kill Lammak. Since Lammak dared to come here looking for trouble, he wanted to let her know who the true master of the tomb was. Having received the order, the heart-devouring ghost vanished as fast as the wind. Rushing to the tomb entrance, he saw Lammak already standing there waiting. Leisurely putting his hands on his hips, Lammak looked utterly disappointed that only a single minor lackey had come to throw away his life. With eyes full of murderous intent, the heart-devouring ghost glared at him and called him extremely arrogant. He then swung his tail violently, creating a highly destructive whirlwind. A tail whizzed through the air, rushing forward with a howl. It suddenly slammed hard into Lammak's abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Although the injury made him vomit blood, it was not yet a fatal wound that could summon the sword ghost. Afterward, Lammak gestured teasingly with his finger, continuing to provoke the heart-devouring ghost, asking if that was all the skill he had. Infuriated by Lammak, the heart-devouring ghost's eyes turned blood red. As he attacked, he roared, "You arrogant brat who doesn't know the depth of heaven and earth, give me your heart." He accelerated and rushed to attack him while Lammak was still busy waving his finger and failed to react in time. Lammak continued to be blown away by the heavy attacks of the heart-devouring ghost, crashing his entire body into a tree trunk. The attack was so powerful that Lammak coughed up blood continuously, and the heart-devouring ghost's arm even pierced right through his body. Farther away, Chowthithi, Tan Miu and Tan Mailu were still silently watching. Terrified and trembling, the three of them could not understand why Lammak would challenge the heart-devouring ghost. He clearly had two ghosts but did not bother to summon them. Cao Thai thought to herself in shock that he must be a madman, never expecting her father would make her investigate such a lunatic. The injury had reached a critical fatal level, and Lammak's heart experienced a powerful surge of stimulation. An infinite source of energy suddenly burst from his body, which was the exact realization of the sword ghost that he had been yearning for. Suddenly, Lammak seemed to become a completely different person. He tightly gripped the arm of the heart-devouring ghost that was inside his chest. The ghost could never have expected that he still had the ability to resist. The ordinary Lammak had now vanished, replaced by a soul fragment of the Great Demon Defense General. The murderous sword ghost let out a roaring cry of, "Kill!" At this moment, Lammak's hand suddenly transformed into a skeletal hand of bare bones. Even so, when the sword ghost hand firmly gripped the precious sword, it still exuded a fierce and mighty power. With just a few clean and decisive sword strikes, he easily finished off the heart-devouring ghost in the blink of an eye. The two Tan brothers were utterly shocked, unable to believe that Lammak had defeated the evil spirit in the blink of an eye. They guessed he had been hiding his true skills since his time at the ghost market and the ghost domain exam. Tan Mai Li was frantic as she recalled how her brother had once provoked Lammak, fearing he would seek retaliation. Although Tan Mi was also trembling, he still tried to soothe his younger sister. It took a while before Cao Thai dared to voice her suspicion that Lammak was the one behind the wiping out of the safety bureau. Noting that with such terrifying power, it was no surprise he could massacre the entire bureau alone. Cao Thai was truly perceptive. She immediately realized that the powerful energy within Lammak was gradually depleting. His two skeletal arms had returned to their original form, and he was also able to sense the ghost energy from the ghost sword dissipating at a dizzying speed. Lammak was exhausted from expending so much energy, but he knew clearly that if he did not seize this moment to comprehend it, there would be no other chance. Lammak clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with determination that this time, at all costs, he had to keep the ghost sword. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to sense the lingering remnants of power, then unhesitatingly squeezed his left hand with his right, stimulating the surge of energy within his body. Suddenly, Lammak opened his eyes wide. He had finally touched upon the comprehension of the ghost sword. A moment later, he successfully summoned the sword from the ghost sword's hand. Lammak was overjoyed that he had finally mastered this comprehension. He gripped the hilt of the sword as if cherishing an invaluable treasure. Lammak swung a test slash toward the ground to verify the power of the blade. He felt extremely satisfied. Although it was not yet lasting, the ghost sword could level up over time. The system suddenly reported that the ghost sword was currently an intermediate level fierce spirit with 1000 ghost energy points, absolute loyalty and 2 locked skills requiring 200 points to unlock. Because he understood that the essence of the ghost sword was a remnant soul without its own consciousness, Lammak was not at all surprised to see the loyalty level at its maximum. Having gathered the necessary points, he did not hesitate to unlock both skills immediately. His finger pressed directly on the confirmation screen without a second thought. The system announced he had received the skill Cell, Chasing Sword, which when swung would inflict armor-piercing physical damage on the enemy but required a long cooldown of 120 seconds. The second skill was Evil Cleansing Sword, which with each swing released explosive sword energy dealing magic damage that ignored armor with usage conditions similar to the first skill. After reading the functions, Lam Mak was thrilled to have both physical and magical attacks without much effort. Just then, the blood-eyed ghost lady appeared, boasting that his choice to form a remnant soul contract with the ghost sword was absolutely correct. The earth-quaking ghost also jumped in to join the fun, claiming the ghost sword could not compare to him and demanding a 300-round duel to settle the matter. Lam Mak had to step in to mediate the dispute between the ghosts. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely fierce wave of yin energy approaching. A staff-wielding ghost slowly emerged from the shadows. It turned out to be the leader of the hop bitch Tom. Knowing Lam Mak had sent the reality ghost on its way, he roared, demanding a blood debt, while the lady in red remained calm, applying lipstick before the mirror. Suddenly, a subordinate ran over and knelt at her feet to report that Lam Mak had just caused trouble at the ghost incantation hall. The lady in red shouted angrily, asking why he went to the northwest area when he knew it was her sworn enemy's territory. The subordinate tried to calm her down, guessing that Lam Mak saw her enemy being harassed by the ghost incantation hall and stepped in to take revenge on her behalf. Hearing this, the lady in red was filled with satisfaction. She believed he had dared to charge into enemy territory for her sake. What a truly wonderful man. She immediately ordered all troops to gather and head to the hop bitch Tum to rescue her husband, at all costs. The red-clad female demon's attendant stepped outside and blew a whistle to signal the gathering of the 100 demons. Immediately, thousands of restless spirits appeared in a dense, orderly crowd awaiting orders. The red-clad female demon loudly declared to the ranks that today was the day they would fight a decisive battle to the death against the resentful demon lord, and the minions responded in unison with overwhelming morale. At the same time, Lam Mak was tightly surrounded by the resentful demon lord and his horde. Chautha watched from afar, secretly thinking that with such a massive number of demons and the presence of the resentful demon lord, it would be impossible to resolve this peacefully without an army. Tan Mu and Tan Mai Li were certain that Lam Mak would struggle to survive this time, and both breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to keep following him. At this moment, the resentful demon lord was radiating an incredibly intense killing intent with a fierce expression on his face. Deep down, Lam Mak felt extremely panicked. He had just mastered the ghost sword, and if he were to lose his life now, everything would be ruined. He could not afford to be reckless. He hurriedly backed away and waved his hands repeatedly, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the resentful demon lord flew into a rage, scolding, "You killed my underling and call it a misunderstanding. Do you take me for a fool?" He and his minions surrounded him, leaving him with no way out. They were determined not to give Lam Mak any chance to escape. A squad of long-tongued demons immediately rushed to attack, causing him great anxiety. Was he destined to perish in this place today? However, the demon that had just lunged at him was defeated instantly. It turned out that the butcher demon had arrived just in time, and seeing this, the weight was lifted from Lam Mak's heart. The butcher demon turned his head back arrogantly and said, "Just call me your ex-husband, and that's that." Lam Mak looked confused as to why he was there, and the other man pointed toward the red-clad female demon, explaining, "I came here on the orders of your wife." She stepped forward screaming furiously that anyone who dared touch her husband would not be spared. The resentful demon lord did not show any restraint, retorting, "You crazy woman, it is you who will be meeting your end today." The two factions, led by the red-clad female demon and the resentful demon lord, immediately lunged at each other in a fierce clash. On one side, enemies were being tossed aside decisively. On the other, the opponents were just as formidable, spewing out terrifying, corrosive slime. Watching the chaos before him, Lam Mak could not help but exclaim that he never expected to witness demons fighting demons like in an action movie. At this moment, the red-clad female demon approached him closely, asking with a gentle and caring tone if he was hurt anywhere, leaving Lam Mak with nothing to do but smile sheepishly. She brushed aside his resistance and assumed for herself that he had intended to secretly eliminate the resentful demon lord to surprise her, insisting that such dangerous matters should have been discussed with her beforehand. She even pouted, saying she did not want anything to happen to Lam Mak, no matter how puzzled he was. Meanwhile, the resentful demon lord was still frantically struggling with her minions. He swore that he would make the red-clad female demon and Lam Mak pay a heavy price for killing the reality demon. The red-clad female demon stood in front of him, telling her dear husband to just rest and watch her handle the opponent, then immediately summoned powerful lycoris flowers. The flowers looked soft, but they darted through the air with the speed and sharpness of assassination weapons. Even though the resentful demon lord could dodge the attacks, his minions behind him suffered heavy casualties. The demons pierced by the lycoris flowers soon dissolved into dust. Lam Mak was amazed by the red-clad female demon's power, as this move had both a wide range and dealt devastating damage. It was truly a magnificent area of effect attack spell. As soon as he finished speaking, the resentful demon threw a long silver needle, burying it deep into the chest of the effigy. Instantly, the red-clad female demon suffered the exact same wound, causing her excruciating pain. The girl's face turned deathly pale as she collapsed into Lam Mak's arms. He immediately realized that this cursed technique directly linked the opponent to the caster, meaning every blow dealt to the effigy was fully felt by the other party. Lam Mak was frantic with worry and asked the red-clad female demon if she was all right. She forced herself up and comforted Lam Mak, telling him these were just petty tricks. Right after, the red-clad female demon soared into the air, unleashing all her power with an overwhelming aura like a true queen. She began to chant, and no matter how hard the resentful demon tried to resist, he could not stop the attack. Nevertheless, he was determined to take a desperate gamble against her. The two demons clashed in the air, evenly matched, while Lam Mak could only watch from below. Before long, his fighting spirit ignited. Witnessing such a high-level contest, he could not just stand by and watch forever. He immediately summoned the high-level crying female demon, the fierce ghost disciple, and the demon sword that had just unlocked a new skill. Then he gave a decisive order. Everyone, charge and destroy them for me! Opening the attack, he used his soul-severing strike and swiftly sliced off the head of one demon. Suddenly, he noticed another demon preparing to ambush him. A giant fireball surged toward him, making Lam Mak curse inwardly. Fortunately, he managed to pull the corpse demon in front of him as a shield, blocking the deadly blow for himself and his companions. The blazing fireball collided violently with the corpse demon's body. It cursed him roundly, saying that it could block physical attacks but not magical damage. At that very moment, the system reported a 40-point defense break, leaving him only able to scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Seeing the intense standoff on the ground, the red-clad female demon began to feel uneasy. The resentful demon seized the opening, holding a silver needle and threatening, "Now if I target that brat, you'd better think carefully." Amidst her panic screams warning Lam Mak, the resentful demon launched his hidden weapons. Caught off guard, Lam Mak fell into a state of panic. The hidden weapons whistled through the air straight toward him. Fortunately, the flower containing the power of the red-clad female demon appeared just in time to block the attack for Lam Mak. Both he and the red-clad female demon breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. The resentful demon laughed triumphantly, provoking them, "A feint to deceive you, you've fallen right into my trap." He struck the red-clad female demon directly in the stomach. Lam Mak, down below, could only grit his teeth in fury and roar, "You cunning old hag." The high-level crying female demon finally began to unleash her life-reaping technique. The resentful demon was momentarily dizzy and disoriented. The red-clad female demon was also heavily wounded in the abdomen, and Lam Mak rushed headlong into the air. "Draw your sword quickly, that old hag deserves to die." He prepared to unleash the soul-slaying sword strike, while the grudge ghost remained arrogant and defiant, thinking, "Does this brat really not realize how thick my armor is?" Lam Mak couldn't care less and launched another attack, saying, "What does your armor have to do with my mother?" The grudge ghost smirked smugly, saying, "It's a wasted effort, this attack won't even scratch me." Yet the sword tip pierced through his body, leaving him stunned as the system recorded 200 points for him. Lam Mak coldly delivered the finishing blow without mercy. He looked at the corpse on the ground and clicked his tongue, saying, "Sorry, but this sword strike deals magic damage. It has nothing to do with your armor at all." The red-robed female ghost hovered in the air and declared, "The grudge ghost has been defeated. Anyone who wants to keep their life, follow me. As for those who want to remain loyal to the end, I'm happy to send you on your way." The grudge ghost underlings immediately raised their hands in surrender. They knelt on the ground to pay their respects to the red-robed female ghost, saying, "From now on, you are our master." She smiled triumphantly to herself, thinking, "After 100 years of fighting the grudge ghost, thanks to my dear husband's help, I've finally taken control. Oh no, where did my dear husband go?" It turned out Lam Mak was excitedly rummaging on the ground, having seen a spirit orb from an evil spirit class entity for the first time. Selling it would likely fetch about 2 million. He really struck gold this time. The red-robed female ghost swooped down and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, saying, "Husband, there's a celebration tonight for defeating the grudge ghost. Let's go together." Lam Mak annoyedly pushed her hand away. "I'm not going, I have to go to school tomorrow." The red-robed female ghost persisted. "You have the merit of defeating the ghost. How can you be absent from the party?" Lam Mak flatly refused. "I acted for my own sake. I didn't help you at all." She blushed again, thinking, "It's clear he did it for me, yet he keeps denying it." Lam Mak didn't bother arguing further and turned to walk away, saying, "I'm heading back to school. See you another time." The red-robed female ghost waved after him regretfully. "You must visit soon. I'll be waiting for you. My dear husband really is driven and ambitious." In the silent, dim forest, Tanmu still couldn't believe what had just happened. Was he seeing things? Had Lam Mak just defeated an evil spirit class grudge ghost? Cao Thai was equally shocked. The power of that ghost sword was perhaps on par with her own doll, and Lam Mak had even shaken hands with the red-robed female ghost to unify the wasteland. If he were an upright ghost master, it would be fine, but if he fell into the path of evil, it would be a catastrophe for humanity. A call from Tauthathi's father left her conflicted for a while, unsure whether she should proactively speak up, but the matter regarding Lam Mak was truly too serious. Only when Tan Mai Li asked a question did she snap out of her daze. Meanwhile, Talong Tram was roaring. The urgent report stated that Lam Mak had unified the wasteland and established a formidable army, and it had been verified that he had 4 contract ghosts. The danger level had increased significantly. Ton Duck Loi scratched his head, confused. Why don't we just kidnap Lam Mak and interrogate him? Why go through all this trouble? Cao Long Tram went on a rant after hearing this. There must be someone powerful backing him. If there's no proof that he's a remnant of the demonic sealers, how can the military intervene? Ton Duck Loi finally started to get worried. Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait? Cao Long Tram immediately outlined his plan. I want to force the person behind Lam Mak to reveal themselves. Every year, the Ghost Realm exam takes place in low-danger areas. This year, let's increase the difficulty so he falls into a desperate situation, and his backer will surely have to step in to save him. Ton Duck Loi cheered in approval. What an excellent borrowed knife strategy! But where should we choose for the exam site? Long Tram's gaze suddenly turned cold. Then, he pointed straight at the map Thuonglan City. Elsewhere, the Ghost King was being complacent. Everyone praises my ghost as talented and outstanding, but compared to that kid, it's still far behind. Just then, his nephew accidentally put the wrong end of a cigarette into his mouth. The old man jumped in shock and immediately threw the cigarette away. Deep in the quiet of the night, Lin Mo persisted in absorbing the buffalo ghost. After much effort, the purple-colored ghost energy finally began to transform. At that very moment, Lin Mo woke up and successfully broke through to the second level of the ghost controller stage. Observing the buffalo ghost, he excitedly told himself that thanks to it, he was able to easily level up to the second stage today. Controlling his ghost contracts would surely be much smoother now, and he hoped the chainsaw ghost would no longer suffer from loss of control. The precision of his maneuvers had also improved significantly. He would no longer miss his targets like before, and more importantly, he could now upgrade his ghost contracts. Before long, he drifted into a deep sleep, the last thought lingering in his mind being the hope that the chainsaw ghost and the blood eye ghost could evolve from fierce spirits to evil spirits to unlock 3 skills. As for the perverse ghost, it was a pity it was only a vengeful spirit. With these rambling thoughts, he sank into a sweet dream. The next morning in class, everyone was shocked to learn that the training ground for this year's top students from across the province was the ghost city of Zhonglan. A male student stood up in protest, demanding to know if the safety bureau had gone crazy. As the ghosts there were all of evil spirit rank or higher, and even elite ghost controlling teams couldn't guarantee their survival. Uncle Ghost King immediately spoke up to calm the crowd. He explained that this was not mandatory and that students had the choice to participate or opt out. Furthermore, the Aries teams were limited to 1 to 5 people, and whoever wanted to sign up should report to him. Lin Mo sat below, looking at Hao Xiaopan and calculating that both he and Arthur lacked defensive ghosts. Xiaopan's Trashcan ghost was quite decent after using its enhancement skill and could be used for cover when needed. He smiled and turned to ask, Xiaopan, what do you think? Let's go together. Hao Xiaopan, eyes still glued to his game screen, replied indifferently, I'm not going anywhere. Staying in the dorm to grind games is much better. Hearing this, Lin Mo tried to persuade him, come on, didn't you just activate that skill a few days ago? The Trashcan ghost's defensive power has increased, so there's nothing to worry about. Hao Xiaopan just gave a wry smile and firmly refused. Lin Mo smiled to himself, feeling cunning. It seemed the only way was to play his trump card to get him to agree. Suddenly, Lin Mo slowly took out his phone and leaned in to entice Hao Xiaopan. As long as you agree to go into the ghost realm with me, all of these materials will be yours. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. Is it really the content about the 7 muscular men and the petite girl? Lin Mo quickly tucked his phone away with a sly look. I'll give it to you once we're in the ghost realm. Faced with such a delicious temptation, how could Hao Xiaopan refuse? He agreed immediately. Remember to keep your word, you must send it to me as soon as we arrive. Lin Mo hurriedly agreed with a bright smile. A moment later, he nudged Lin Mo. Brother Mo, why don't we find another female student to come along for fun? Lin Mo was startled upon hearing this. A girl from our school. Do you really like that type? Hao Xiaopan pondered for a moment and replied. It's true that there's no one decent at our school. Seeing this, Lin Mo put his arm around his shoulder and interrupted. Forget it, the 3 of us are enough. Uncle Ghost King on the podium added another instruction. There is one more important thing. Every student going on the trial will have a death insurance policy paid for by the school. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaopan's face turned pale. Death insurance. Can't you say something that sounds luckier? Lin Mo slowly peeled an apple. After he was done, he gave it to Anran and said, I might not be able to see you for the next few days. It's almost time for the Ghost Realm trial. Since she was being fed by hand, she took a delicious bite. While chewing, Anran wondered, where is the Ghost Realm? Is it very dangerous? Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. It's just a small-scale haunted house, nothing to worry about. It's no different from a game. Hearing this, she looked skeptical. Not dangerous. Then what good treasures could there be? Outwardly, he forced a smile, but inwardly he mocked. It was a waste of time lying to her. It turns out this Anran only cares about money. Lin Mo bit the piece of apple in her hand and continued. That's right. When I get in there, I will find a way to deal with Zundalai and force him to hand over the antidote. He took a big bite and lowered his hand. Next, he offered the apple to Anran to eat. She looked at the apple and said with disdain, I'm not eating it with your saliva on it. Rebuffed, Linmo nonchalantly kept eating. Anran asked angrily, I just ate that, and there's still saliva on it, yet you can keep chewing. He happily finished the apple and replied, It's fine, I don't find your things disgusting. Anran's eyes were now filled with wariness as she reminded him, But there's poison in my saliva. As soon as she finished speaking, Linmo's chewing mouth froze and went stiff. He hurriedly spat out the food he had just put in his mouth. Why didn't you tell me sooner? And Nian witnessed the scene and laughed uncontrollably, asking him why he had to eat so hastily. Lam Mak was teased to the point of exploding with anger. Just then, Chow Thithai walked by and saw everything. She spotted Nian and wondered if she was her half-sister. As soon as she returned to the room, Hatch Tu Ban rushed over and asked, Lam Mak, there are only 2 days left until the ghost domain test. Why are you still sitting here reading this? Is this a collection of erotic photos or an adult movie? Lam Mak immediately closed the book and tapped him on the head, saying, You perverted mind, can you only think about such things? This is a detailed map of the Thuonglan ghost domain that I spent so much effort collecting. Every nook and cranny, every street is clearly marked. Hatch Tu Ban rubbed his head, confused, and asked what the point of looking at it was, since the Safety Bureau would provide maps anyway. Lam Mak snapped, You idiot, the Safety Bureau's maps only mark the locations of ghosts, but mine is different. It even marks the locations of banks. Upon hearing the word bank, Hatch Tu Ban's eyes lit up, and Athu standing nearby was also astonished. He smiled smugly and explained, Ghosts never touch money, so it's highly likely that the gold and silver are still sitting in the vaults. Hatch Tu Ban was delighted and immediately turned to leave, saying, I'm going to the supermarket to buy 3 pairs of black socks. Lam Mak stared after him, bewildered as to what he was planning to do. He replied without hesitation, Who doesn't wear a mask when robbing a bank? Athu and Lam Mak were finally at a loss with this idiot. The day of the grueling challenge finally arrived, and hundreds of people gathered in the assembly area. In a corner, Hatch Tu Ban stood next to him and whispered, I didn't expect Baek Dong to go all out and send 3 teams, including those from Tuyet Phuong. Lam Mak frowned and warned, Forget about them. We just need to focus on our own goals. Tan Duc Loi stood on the high platform and announced loudly, The ghost domain trial may now begin. The rules this year are as follows. The Safety Bureau will grade you based on the number and strength of the ghosts you eliminate. The top 30 people will receive rewards. The more you kill, the higher your score. I would also like to emphasize that this trial is completely different from the high school exams. You will not be equipped with teleportation charms. 2 young men nearby whispered anxiously about the danger of the game. Standing close by, Lam Mak heard everything and secretly speculated. It's probably not that the Safety Bureau doesn't want to provide them, but that teleportation charms only work in places with fixed magic arrays. Thuonglan City is too vast to set up such arrays, so in the end, everyone has to fend for themselves. Tan Duc Loi frowned and warned, It's still not too late to withdraw. A young man in the crowd heard this and tremblingly raised his hand to quit, drawing the attention of everyone around him. His companion angrily grabbed his collar and scolded, Are you a coward who wants to run away as soon as we start? Don't you know that if you withdraw, the whole team suffers? He broke free and shouted back, Without a teleportation charm, are you planning to rot in there? Survival is more important. After that, a series of other candidates, unable to withstand the pressure, also asked to withdraw. One team after another sheepishly walked away. Tan Duc Loi watched the scene with satisfaction, saying, Very good, those who remain are the true warriors. Go collect your supplies and assemble at the entrance. He glanced at Lam Mak and whispered to himself, As expected, the remnants of the demon seal are following exactly the route we laid out. The gate leading into the ghost domain was slowly creaking open. It trembled slowly and then swung wide open. The brave ones who remained were eager to step inside. They entered one by one. The entrance was already littered with dry bones scattered on the ground. Lam Mak's group maintained high vigilance from the moment they stepped in. This place was chillingly desolate, with the atmosphere shrouded in gloom and death. Everyone began to disperse in different directions. Hatch Tu Ban asked, Are we just heading straight to the bank? Lam Mak studied the map carefully and replied, Calm down. There are certainly more ghosts in the city than in the suburbs. Going too early will only lead to trouble. He frowned and pointed to a spot on the map, saying, We are currently in the eastern suburbs, and there is a village ahead. Why don't we stop by there first? Athu then chimed in, Whatever, what do you think, Tu Ban? The boy replied dully, Why ask me? I just need a safe place to get some sleep. As he spoke, he pointed toward the sky with a bored expression, forcing the other 2 to look up. The sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, signaling an impending downpour, forcing the group to quicken their pace as the 3 of them urgently searched for temporary shelter. As they entered a building, Hatch Tu Ban kept urging them to hurry, saying that others had already arrived before them. In front of the 3 of them, several other groups of people had already arrived beforehand. Lam Mak narrowed his eyes calculatingly, thinking to himself that it was fine. and that letting them go ahead to scout the way for them was actually a good thing. They quickly stepped inside the building, their figures gradually fading into the dim space. Lam Mak remained highly cautious, but after seeing no signs of movement, he reassured everyone that there were probably no demons in the village, so they could rest easy staying there. He chose this place as their lodging for the night, slowly stepping inside while speaking with Arthur and Hak Tiu Ban following closely behind, looking worried. Tiu Ban pointed and asked if this dilapidated house would collapse in the storm, and why they didn't choose the spacious ones like the others. Arthur walked over and patted his shoulder to reassure him that this was indeed the most prime location. As the group settled into their seats, Lam Mak smiled with delight and praised Arthur for truly understanding his thoughts. Tiu Ban still looked puzzled, wondering why this place was considered the best. Arthur wiped down the table and chairs with a cloth and replied that this location at the entrance of the village was highly advantageous. If they were to encounter demons, they could easily escape without being trapped inside. The young fellow finally realized what was going on. Looking at Tiu Ban's naive expression, Arthur could only shake his head in resignation. Lam Mak took out some dry rations to offer the others, telling them to replenish their energy because he would later go into the village to scout and see if there were any dangerous demons. The two of them took the rations and ate, while Tiu Ban began complaining about the stinginess of the safety bureau, noting that this food was only enough for 4 days, and for a big eater like him, it would probably only last 3 days. Lam Mak agreed that it was indeed little, but if they rationed it they could still hold out, when suddenly a person walked in to strike up a conversation, introducing himself as Hoa Khan from Langfong Academy. He smilingly suggested that his group had managed to sneak in some meat and wanted to share it with them, so they could enjoy it together. Seeing through this unusual behavior, Arthur and Lam Mak stared back with suspicion, thinking to themselves that nothing could be that good, but Tiu Ban could not help himself and stepped forward to greet him, introducing them as students from Bakdong Academy. Hoa Khan warmly handed over the meat, saying it was a gift of friendship, but just as Tiu Ban's hand was about to touch it, Lam Mak immediately stepped forward to stop him. Putting his arm around Tiu Ban's shoulder, he looked at Hoa Khan with a smile and asked how they had managed to bring meat in here. Arthur also raised an eyebrow and slowly stepped forward, reminding him that everyone's phones and food were supposed to have been confiscated upon entering the demon realm. Maintaining a forced smile, Hoa Khan revealed that he had sewn a hidden pocket inside his jacket to conceal it. Lam Mak, looking skeptical, then asked why he was being so generous as to reveal his secret and give them such a valuable gift. He casually replied that he was offering the food because he wanted a favor. If demons appeared tonight, those at the village entrance like them would be the first to notice, so he hoped they would give a warning so both sides could cooperate. Hearing this, Lam Mak smiled, took the meat, and agreed to notify them immediately if there was any danger. Hoa Khan happily turned and left, waving goodbye while saying that they needed to rely on one another in a place like this. No sooner had Lam Mak placed the 2 pieces of meat on the table than Tiu Ban approached, begging for his share as he was drooling with craving. Ignoring him, Lam Mak turned to Arthur and asked if there was anything wrong with the meat. Arthur drew his knife and stabbed it into the meat, while Tiu Ban curiously wondered what the two of them were doing and whether the meat was poisoned. Lam Mak gently put a finger to his lips to signal for silence, believing that giving away food for no good reason definitely hid some sort of conspiracy. Arthur lifted his knife to inspect it and confirmed the meat was not poisoned, but he felt that something was extremely off. Just then, the blood-eye demon suddenly appeared and whispered in Lam Mak's ear that it was the flesh of the flesh forest demon, causing him to realize the truth in shock. Still utterly clueless and fearless, Tiu Ban stared at the meat and asked what kind of creature the flesh forest demon was. Arthur explained that it was a type of demon that specialized in mind control, and that if humans ate its flesh, they would be manipulated by it for a certain period of time. He looked at Lam Mak and continued, admitting he had been too careless, and that they would have been doomed if not for Lam Mak's blood-eye demon recognizing it. Only then did Tiu Ban panic, throwing the meat aside and stammering to ask why they wanted to harm them despite having no grudge, while Lam Mak clenched his fists in anger and Arthur surmised that they wanted to manipulate their group into becoming scapegoats to lead the way so they themselves could remain safe. At this moment, Linmo exuded a terrifyingly cold aura, looking as though either we would die tonight or they would. He urged the other two to hurry, saying that the guy was definitely still lurking nearby, and to pretend they were eating meat and scream loudly. The 3 of them began their act, each screaming at the top of their lungs, their cries echoing everywhere to attract the attention of the stalker outside. Outside, Hoa Khan saw this and smiled sinisterly, thinking that those Aries fools were so easily deceived and that they would soon have 3 more people to use as human shields. As the night deepened, the sound of snoring became surprisingly loud. The 3 members of Linmo's group were fast asleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if he had caught an unusual scent. At that moment, both Linmo and Arthur sprang up in defensive stances, and Linmo cautiously asked who was performing a play over there. It turned out that high above, 2 ghosts were performing a spine-chilling play. The ghostly Hua Dan spoke first, announcing that the King of Hell had decreed they would die by the 3rd watch. Next was the ghostly warrior, asking who would dare to keep him until the 5th watch. Arthur was surprised to realize it was a type of strange ghost used during the July Ghost Festival, specifically designed to summon the souls of the living. At the same time outside, Hua Kun suggested to his captain that they should let those 3 fools go first as sacrifices. The captain nodded in agreement, deciding to let them face the 2 ghosts for now, and she began to acted the Flesh Forest Ghost's humiliation skill. The Flesh Forest Ghost immediately leaped out, and she continued to command it to deploy its skill. Inside, Linmo woke Fatty up and Fatty excitedly announced that it was starting and suggested they go, pretend to be controlled, and then teach them an unforgettable lesson. Arthur turned to warn Fatty to be careful, as the songs from those fairies were likely control skills, and he should try not to listen. Fatty worriedly replied that it was easier said than done, but Linmo immediately turned back and confidently said he had a solution. So the 3 of them walked to the front of the hall, and Linmo began to praise them casually, saying the singing was wonderful and the performer looked beautiful. From the corner, Hukun's group lurked and watched, one teammate saying contemptuously that they were fools for clapping while facing death. He added that since they were from Ares, they weren't anything special. Finally, the wicked captain said the plan was a success, and that whether human or ghost, everyone would be toyed with by their Flesh Forest Ghost. But suddenly, Hua Kun's eyes narrowed as he realized that those opera ghosts didn't seem as powerful as rumored. The 3 men were still completely normal, and it appeared their souls hadn't been taken yet. Hua Kun's captain replied arrogantly, agreeing that since the ghosts weren't strong, they should bypass them, kill the 2 ghosts, and seize the Ox Ghost to earn more points. Without further hesitation, she hastily led the charge, confidently leading the team into the attack. Hua Kun's entire team quickly approached the ghosts. The ghostly Huadan stood before them and sang out in an operatic voice, calling for their souls and spirits to come to her, pouring power into every word of her song. Along with that, Hua Kun's group suddenly felt an immense pressure, and his captain shouted out in realization that they were finished and had been controlled. All of them suddenly fell flat on the ground at once, and seeing this, the ghostly Hoa Dan laughed with delight. One of Hua Kun's teammates suddenly sensed danger. The ghostly warrior stood tall, raising his blade high, prepared to strike down. He couldn't react in time, and his arm was severed by the blade. Along with those screams of pain, Linmo could be heard cheering excitedly for them to keep fighting, while Captain Ngai and Zhang asked angrily why those 3 hadn't been pulled onto the stage. The hidden truth was finally revealed. It turned out Lin Mo's group had plugged their ears and thus remained unaffected. Hua Kun's captain realized bitterly that they weren't controlled by the Flesh Forest Ghost, and they had been tricked, while at the same time a system notification announced that the host had received 40 breakthrough points. Sensing the dangerous situation, she no longer had the energy to argue and hurriedly ordered the team to stop standing around and to quickly summon their contracted ghosts to escape the stage. Immediately after, a swarm of ghosts appeared and surrounded the ghostly warrior. The crowd began rushing toward him as if wanting to overpower him immediately. LMPC sat there not only without fear, but also adding fuel to the fire, using numbers to bully the few yet still showing off. If you're so good, come out and fight 1-on-1. The entire Hoax team heard this and went mad with rage, shouting in unison to tear the opponent apart, exactly as Mexi intended. He had successfully provoked them to fury. Mexi refused to let it go and continued to provoke them. What is that actor demon standing there in a daze for? Come on, provide some support. The diva demon seemed to wake from a trance. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide, creating a deafening sound wave. On this side, the warrior demon was being cornered by the other demons. After receiving the order from her, the warrior demon suddenly exploded with power. He spun around and swung his blade to clear out the surrounding demons. NPC clapped his hands and cheered delightedly. It turned out actor demons had both control and support moves. This skill was truly top tier. He secretly calculated that since he had 2 contract slots left, why not recruit this pair to complete the set? On the arena stage, the warrior demon swung his blade majestically, dealing death. The Flesh Forest demon was stealthily looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. But the warrior demon nimbly dodged skillfully, so the 2 demons clumsily collided with each other. Seizing the moment, the warrior demon swung his blade to slash the isolated demon. The defeated contract demons caused the Hoax squad to scream in pain from the backlash. NPC was still standing outside cheering enthusiastically. Great fight, those moves are truly beautiful. The situation turned unstable, and the commander gritted his teeth and ordered, if you can't take down the guy in black, focus on killing that girl. Killing her will break the control. His subordinates responded immediately. He quickly gave a decisive instruction to his comrades, hurry up and destroy the actor demon for me. On this side, the situation was not very favorable as the white, bandaged mummy continuously closed in on the warrior. He swung his spear, cutting cleanly through the demon's body, causing black blood to splatter. Without letting his weapon rest, the warrior charged straight at the hungry ghost with eyes full of murderous intent. Don't even think about escaping. The cold spear tip pierced through the demon's chest. He died with eyes wide and tongue out in utter terror. He majestically spun his blade in a circle. The demon corpses lay scattered across fresh pools of red blood like a battlefield. Changing targets, the warrior stared intently at the Hoax squad captain. She could only crawl on the ground, trembling and pleading, "No flesh forest demon or headless demon, please save me!" The demons struggled to stand up while their limbs were crushed, only able to cry out piteously. Under the warrior's pressure, she knelt down and kowtowed to LMPC. "Please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Just save me and I'll do anything you say." Here, he pretended to put his hand to his ear and asked again smugly, "What was that? I can't quite hear you." After he finished speaking, the warrior's blade swung down, severing her head as if sending a soul to heaven. The head fell to the ground and rolled away, leaving a long trail of blood, its upturned eyes still frozen in extreme horror. LMPC smiled broadly and clapped in approval of the decisive actions of the warrior. "Diva, do excellent, simply wonderful." Only then did he begin to cast spells with a haughty smile. "Now it's my turn to show off and open your eyes." The diva frowned with worry, assessing the situation. It wasn't good, as the warrior was trying his best to hold back a sharp chainsaw, his teeth gritted and limbs trembling under the heavy pressure. Seeing the critical situation, the diva hurriedly danced to transmit energy to the warrior, her mouth still murmuring a song about the hardships of the road. She sang as she gracefully performed an eerie dance, evoking images of guards with ox heads and horse faces. The songstress's melody echoed through the entire space. A bountiful stream of energy surged into the martial artist, and he nonchalantly absorbed every bit of it. The young man let out a powerful roar to shake off his fatigue while igniting his fighting spirit, leaving the supreme demon stunned by his incredible physical strength and endurance. The martial artist poured every ounce of his remaining strength into pushing the demon back. His screams grew louder as if trying to break through the limits of his exhausted body. His stubborn persistence finally caused the supreme demon to stagger back a few steps. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his inner strength into a fierce attack, prioritizing a preemptive strike against the enemy. Suddenly, the supreme demon launched a violent counterattack, causing the martial artist to lose his balance in a moment of vulnerability. Fortunately, he quickly steadied his footing and instantly regained his balance. Unfazed, the martial artist lunged into the attack again at breakneck speed, shouting, "Taste this move!" Lammac stood watching the battle from behind, silently admiring the martial artist's formidable skill before drawing his sword and joining the fray with a sharp, precise strike. Lammac swung his sword, striking the staff in the martial artist's hand with a heavy blow, and growled, "Soul locking." A single technique from Lammac knocked the martial artist down, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to get back up. The martial artist was so enraged that he gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he glared straight at Lammac. Not stopping there, Lammac unleashed another sinister move to torment his opponent, saying, "Go ahead, savor this," as he swung his blade down toward the martial artist's face with the declaration, "One sword strike." The blade descended just as the martial artist coughed up blood. The force of the impact kicked up so much dust that it obscured Lammac's figure. Fresh blood gushed all over the martial artist's face, while his mouth continued to spew red blood incessantly. Witnessing the horrific scene, the opera singer was so anxious that she broke into a cold sweat, screaming her senior brother's name in a panic. She rushed toward the martial artist, ignoring Lammac's group, who stood by indifferently as if nothing had happened. Just as she was about to reach him, the high-level female ghost immediately channeled her inner power through the strings of her instrument, and the bewitching notes bound the girl, preventing her from moving an inch. Not stopping there, the opera singer was yanked backward by an invisible force, pressed against Lammac's solid chest. Before the martial artist could utter a single word, he was pinned to the ground, continuing to endure brutal torture from the supreme demon. Lammac smiled arrogantly as he mapped out his plan, thinking, "Now, let's see how to dismantle this defensive layer. I might as well finish the job while I'm at it." Once he had calculated his moves, Lammac turned to tease the opera singer. "Little sister, is that guy your senior brother? Are you two lovers?" Faced with such a shameless, mocking question, she stammered, "What does that have to do with you?" Hearing this, Lammac suddenly grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him straight in the eye. His hand playfully rested on her slender waist before pulling her closer, and he whispered sweet, seductive words. "Why wouldn't it have anything to do with me? Someone as beautiful as you would be wasted on him. Why not come with me instead? I swear I will pamper you to the fullest." The opera singer screamed in anger, I swear I will drag you to the grave with me." She reached out with her sharp claws toward him, but Lammac didn't care at all and calmly warned, "If you dare lay a hand on me, your senior brother will pay with his life." As he spoke, he pressed a chainsaw close to the martial artist's face, leaving him to grit his teeth in agony. Realizing her senior brother's dire situation, the opera singer immediately faltered, turning her head in distress. Even so, her hands did not give up on their intent, slowly creeping toward Lammac's throat. She burst into uncontrollable tears of helplessness, unable to save or avenge her senior brother, crying, "You despicable, cowardly wretch." Ignoring the insults, Lammac brazenly replied with a rogue's tone, "Cowardly? I'm clearly just expressing my love for you." While looking for a way to cope, Lammac thought to himself that the defense breaking rate was only at 10%. He needed to make this crowd feel even more disgusted. He told himself that it was a waste for such delicate hands to endure the harsh rain and sun just to go singing with that guy. Seeing the actress sobbing and wiping away her falling tears, Lammac walked over to tease her. Her appearance truly made one feel deeply sorry for her. He quickly used his pale hands to wipe away the tears on her face. The system announced that the martial artist Ghost's defense breaking rate had reached 30% with only 69% left to force the contract. Seeing this, the martial artist roared, "You bastard, let go of my junior sister right now!" Lam Mak received more bonus points. Congratulations to the host for reaching 400 defense breaking points. A series of notifications popped up repeatedly. The opera actress Ghost's defense breaking rate had crossed the 69% mark, and the contract was about to be completed. Lam Mak was a bit surprised. He was teasing the actress, so why was the martial artist's progress bar filling up faster? Oh well, he might as well focus on dealing with that martial artist first. Having made his decision, he acted immediately. Lam Mak drew closer to the actress, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, and spoke flirtatiously, "Is your first kiss still intact by any chance?" Lam Mak slowly tilted his head, bringing his face close to the actress's face, and whispered suggestively, "Then let me have it, okay?" Witnessing the scene before his eyes, the martial artist flew into a rage. He screamed in desperation, hoping to stop the act. No. That very extreme reaction helped Lam Mak speed up the progress. The martial artist Ghost's defense breaking rate had reached 99%, and a contract could now be forced. At the moment his lips were about to touch the actress's bright red lips, Lam Mak suddenly stopped. He smirked with a triumphant smile. "Let's sign the contract." Instantly, a notification panel appeared in front of the martial artist. "Martial artist Ghost, do you want to become Lam Mak's contracted ghost? Do you agree to work like a beast of burden for the rest of your life to serve him?" The martial artist roared in fury. "No, I would never do that." But no matter how he replied, it no longer mattered. Because this was just a routine question. The system did not care about his wishes at all. Regardless of whether you consent or not, starting the contract signing. 20% contract signing. The martial artist was instantly and completely subdued. His soul was sucked in, and he became Lam Mak's loyal slave. Seeing that the martial artist had been completely subdued, Lam Mak's face lit up with joy. He couldn't help but laugh with delight.
Truly a masterpiece?
No longer seeing her senior brother, the actress angrily questioned Lam Mak, "Where is my senior brother? Where did you take him?" Lam Mak showed his rogue nature as he pulled at her lapels. "That guy doesn't need you anymore. I've sent him away. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm both considerate and understanding." Before he could finish his sentence, he was harshly scolded by the actress, "You bastard." But that very rage helped him get closer to his contract goal. The system reported that the actress Ghost's defense breaking rate had reached 80% with only 19% left to force the contract. Seeing the progress bar almost reaching the end, Lam Mak pushed his advantage further. Ignoring the actress who was weeping in self-pity, he said, "Do you know what kind of honey I like? It's the honey from you." Then he brought his face close to hers and spoke playfully, "But I still prefer to kiss your cheek." This action made the actress scream,
Shut up! Stop it right now!
She clutched her head in panic, begging him not to continue. The shattering of the actress's final defense was also the moment he met the conditions to sign the contract. The opera actress Ghost's defense breaking rate had reached 90%, which was enough to force the signing. Receiving the highly satisfying notification, Lam Mak did not hesitate to order sign the contract immediately. Immediately after, the opera actress began to hear mechanical sounds. "Opera actress Ghost, forget your senior brother. Becoming Lam Mak's contracted ghost is the honor of your lifetime. He will pamper you the most. Do you agree?" The opera actress screamed loudly,
I refuse.
Ignoring her fierce refusal, the system still forced the contract signing. "No, you do agree. Your words are just self-deception." Starting the signing, the opera actress screamed in agony, "Don't." But then, all that remained was the sound 20% contract successful. Immediately after, the opera actress vanished, pulled into Lam Mak's body along with her senior brother. Looking at the demonic sigils on his arm, Lam Mak was extremely excited. His goal of collecting 100 million ghosts had taken another big step forward. After that, he quickly summoned the opera actress and the martial artist, along with the chainsaw ghost and the big bracelet ghost out. "This feels so good." Voshin had barely finished her sentence when she screamed, "Let me go right now, give me back my junior sister immediately." The system immediately sent an alert. The loyalty of the ghost Voshin dropped by 5%, leaving it at 2%. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Lam Mak hurriedly tried to soothe her. "Calm down, I have no interest in your junior sister. Besides, she has already become my contract ghost. Isn't this better? You two can be together forever, and you won't have to worry about anyone taking her away again." This reassurance seemed quite effective. Voshin and Hodan appeared immediately. Hodan looked at him with great affection. "Senior brother?" And Voshin also gently replied, "Junior sister." The system reported again the loyalty of the ghost Voshin increased by 5% to 7%. Just as the two were embracing affectionately, the mechanical voice sounded again. The loyalty of the ghost Hoadan increased by 10% to 12%. But as if suddenly remembering something, Voshin scolded him fiercely, "But you still forced a kiss on my junior sister." He calmly replied, "I did no such thing. If you don't believe me, just ask her directly." Hoadan, who was leaning against Voshin's chest at the time, spoke up to confirm, "That's true. Now that I think about it, he only did that so he could make a contract with us." Hearing the satisfactory answer, he quickly regained his spirits. "So that's how it is.
You should have said so sooner.
Thanks to this, the loyalty of the ghost Voshin increased by another 20%, reaching 27%. Seeing this, Lam Mak could not help but exclaim,
It really increased a lot.
it turns out the most important thing to Vo Xin is still her junior sister. As long as I can keep Hoa Dan by my side, I have Vo Xin under control. With that thought, he turned to the two ghosts who were clinging to each other. This place is dark and desolate. Are you two planning to perform for the atmosphere?
What a waste!
Follow me to a crowded place so that the beautiful voice of the songstress can be enjoyed by more people. Hearing his suggestion, Hoa Dan nodded. What you say makes sense. Vo Xin, standing beside her, immediately responded, Wherever junior sister goes, I follow. I listen to her completely. Immediately, the system sound rang out. The loyalty of the ghost Hoa Dan increased by 18%, reaching 30%, and the loyalty of the ghost Vo Xin increased by 3%, also reaching 30%. Lam Mak smiled and said, Task complete. At this moment, in a deserted house in the middle of the night, Tiu Ban happily squeezed the bag of supplies in his hand. I got rations for 4 people. This is enough to eat. Athu added, the 2 weak ghosts remaining in the village have been dealt with. Hearing the two of them chatting, Lam Mak yawned. Even the military and elite Ghost Master squads couldn't do anything about Ghost City. What are you expecting from a group of students like us? In short, we will go into the city to play guerrilla, killing as many as we can. Go get some rest early. Saying this, he grabbed his bag and prepared to leave. Seeing Lam Mak intending to go out, Athu asked, confused, Aren't you going to sleep? He received the reply, Who knows, there might be a fierce battle tomorrow, so I'm going to upgrade my contract ghosts. Those words made him admire him. He was already stronger than him, and yet even more hardworking. His face became much more serious and determined. I must also strive to practice harder. Late at night in the abandoned house, the rustling of leaves echoed in the ears. Outside in the yard, Lam Mak was intently reading something while sitting on a chair. Immediately afterward, he summoned the high-level female vengeful ghost to prepare for his plan. Summoning the big-breasted ghost, he took 3 green jade stones, placed them on a piece of white paper, and picked one up. Lam Mak held the 3 green jade stones suspended in mid-air and shouted, Absorb. As he finished speaking, the high-level female vengeful ghost quickly swallowed all 3 stones. As soon as it was finished, the screen displayed a notification. Big-breasted ghost leveled up to low level Hung Nin. After absorbing them, her bust became even fuller. Lam Mak looked on mesmerized.
Big, it's really big.
Don't tell me it gets bigger every time she levels up? He quickly clicked on the second skill line on the interface. The system reported that the second skill was changed successfully. He received Lingering Echo. Lingering Echo Level 1, a mesmerizing musical note that reduces the spiritual power of ghost masters within the area of effect. If it is a wild ghost instead of a contract ghost, it can reduce ghost energy. Consumes 20 spiritual power, cooldown 120 seconds. Seeing these excellent stats, Lam Mak excitedly looked at her. Reduces spiritual power. What a top-tier support skill. As long as I can limit their spiritual power and ghost energy, I can counter the opponent's ability to execute moves. Immediately afterward, he put the high-level female vengeful ghost away. Big-breasted ghost returned. Lam Mak continued to upgrade another ghost. For the next one, he poured out all the remaining green jade stones in his bag. Then Lam Mak smiled coldly and whispered to his partner, Blood Eye Ghost, here's a treat for you. Instantly, the blood eye hidden in his body quickly absorbed all the emeralds. The moment the absorption process was complete, Lam Mak opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just comprehended an incredibly special ability. His right eyeball was now capable of seeing through all things, allowing him to easily observe Arthur, who was intently cultivating inside. Not only could he track movements, but he could also clearly see the system of blood vessels circulating under the skin. It was truly an extraordinary experience. Lam Mak could not hide his surprise. He excitedly praised the ability, thinking that seeing through an opponent's meridians and acupuncture points was truly wonderful. The blood eye demon emerged from his body and laughed, saying, My power has increased significantly. This is top-notch. I'll give you 5 stars for this. Hearing that, Lam Mak replied, The real surprise is still yet to come. He quickly tapped the 3rd skill icon on the system interface, and instantly a mechanical voice sounded, Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the level 1 blood curse for a cost of 1,000 points. This skill allows you to mark an enemy within a 50-meter radius. After 10 seconds of continuous blood loss, the target will explode, dealing true damage that ignores all types of armor, along with a soul consumption cost and a 5-second cooldown, noting that it cannot be cast consecutively on the same target. Lam Mak's eyes lit up like car headlights. With this move, there was no need to fear the Twilight demons anymore. Suddenly, the screen indicated the Blood Eye demon's loyalty had increased by 15%, and it thanked him, Kid, I rarely thank others, you know. The next notification popped up, confirming that the Blood Eye demon's loyalty had reached 99%, a figure that would remain permanently, and he officially possessed a lifelong demon contract. Lam Mak thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be this absolutely loyal. Later on, taming other demons will probably be just like this. While the night had not yet faded, the trio of Lam Mak, Tiu Ban, and Arthur packed their luggage to begin their journey. Halfway there, a group of people panicked and ran by, screaming, Run quickly! A wave of carrion demons is right behind us! The Safety Bureau is truly cursed for pushing us into an area infested with spirit-level demons. Lam Mak hurriedly stopped a man with a bandage wrapped around his head and asked, How many carrion demons are there? The guy replied, About 100, kid. You better find a place to hide until time runs out. Contrary to their fearful appearance, Lam Mac and Arthur looked extremely excited. More than 100 demon cores. The two immediately dashed off, ignoring Tuban, who stood behind calling after them helplessly, "Wait for me!" The bandaged guy looked at their rushing backs, completely baffled. These lunatics, why are they so eager to head to their deaths so early? With lightning speed, Lam Mac's group closed in on the wave of carrion demons, and as he ran, he mentally prepared himself. Let's fight. Arthur was no less impressive, immediately casting his shadow demon summoning move, and a bizarre dark shadow gradually appeared at his feet before silently advancing toward the demon swarm. At the perfect moment, the shadow demon lunged to attack fiercely with the sharp scythe in its hand. It gently swung the scythe in a basic stroke, wiping out the crowd of carrion demons in the blink of an eye. One by one they were defeated. The demons were either decapitated by the shadow demon's scythe or sliced in half instantly. The more they fought, the more intense they became. Arthur and the shadow demon seemed to possess an endless source of power, completely unaware of what fatigue was. Lam Mac stood aside and watched, unable to help but admire. This shadow demon is truly surprisingly strong. Afterward, he also decided to join the battle. Lam Mac summoned the martial artist and the extreme demon, thinking, I can't be outdone either. Let's go. It seemed that seeing more opponents appear, the swarm of carrion demons charged even more frantically, but before they could even touch him, they were blasted away, covered in blood, by Lam Mac's punches. The martial artist and the extreme demon also rushed into the fray, coordinating with him to strike the demons that were trapped in the middle, unable to escape. Although all three tried their best, unleashing all sorts of moves, the carrion demons did not seem to diminish but rather showed signs of increasing. Witnessing the situation, Lam Mac pondered, it seems my demon killing speed is still much slower than Arthur's. This is not good. Just then the crowd of carrion demons roared and charged, determined to tear his group apart. Lam Mac immediately activated the power from his right blood eye demon to deal with them. Instantly, bizarre marks appeared on the bodies of the demons, leaving them dazed, not understanding what was happening. He wore a confident smile and casually counted in his mouth, 1, 2, 3. Then, Lam Mac snapped his fingers right as he finished speaking. 10 seconds are up. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the corpse-eating demons exploded into pieces. Countless fragments of their carcasses were splattered all across the air. After the earth-shattering explosion, the demons lay scattered across the ground, while Lin Mo and his group took the opportunity to finish off the few remaining ones. While Lin Mo and his teammates were busy cleaning up, members of other teams stood by and watched silently, their eyes wide open. They gasped in astonishment, wondering who the real demons were. They were only freshmen, so how could they be this absurdly strong? Seeing their bizarre smiles and eyes glowing red in the night, the others couldn't help but tremble. Why did they look even more excited than if they had encountered real demons? One of the group members glanced at Xiao Pang with curiosity, asking why he was standing on the sidelines when they were all part of the same team. Xiao Pang looked back, his icy gaze showing clear disdain, stating that his two lackeys were enough to handle these small-time demons, and he, Wang Kai, would only hunt the final one. Members of the other team looked at him with admiration, some even cupping their hands in a gesture of respect, wondering if this big boss was truly the strongest person in the team and apologizing for their rudeness. Lin Mo zipped up his bag and shouted loudly, Pangzi, stop standing there blankly, hurry up and go pick up the demon pearls. To which Xiao Pang immediately and obediently replied, yes, I'm coming right away. The members of the other teams were stunned by Xiao Pang's lightning, fast change in attitude, and huge question marks appeared over everyone's heads. The night covered the area, making the atmosphere even more desolate, while the Zijin building stood proudly in the high sky. Inside the room, a man sat with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea alongside two maidservants, while a skeleton knelt at the foot of the steps to report. That person was the Scholar Demon, leader of the Shanglin region, who demanded to know if the intruders were from the military or the security bureau, and if any were above the 7th rank. The skeleton replied that he had captured and interrogated them, but they were just freshmen there for a trial. None of them were formidable, just a bunch of snot-nosed brats. The Scholar Demon laughed coldly, thinking he expected the opposition to have gathered their main force, but told them to send men to capture them all for a midnight meal. The Frozen Demon hesitated and asked if they should capture them all, wondering if that would anger the Security Bureau and cause them to send an army to crusade against them. The Red, Black Demon grinned, baring his gold-capped teeth, and scoffed that if they could do that, they would have acted long ago, and at best, they would only surround them with a magic formation. A tall, burly smoke demon with a cigarette in his mouth spoke up from the crowd to chime in. The smoke demon slowly exhaled a hazy cloud of smoke, his voice raspy as he said, "Boss, just leave those 1st or 2nd rank demon tamers to me." The Scholar Demon gave a sinister laugh and said, "Fine, make it quick and don't let anyone escape." To which the smoke demon hastily promised, "Don't worry, boss, I won't let a single one get away." Lin Mo's group was treading through streets filled with corpses in the city. Leading the way, Lin Mo carefully reminded them that the level of the demons in this area seemed to have increased. Arthur tilted his head, took a deep breath and nodded, agreeing that he could also sense the presence of some extremely aggressive demons. Xiao Pang turned to ask his two brothers if they should leave now that they had obtained the corpse-eating demon's pearls, and Lin Mo agreed, noting that the place was more dangerous than he had thought. Jiying pointed forward, saying the bank was right there. It would be a waste not to rob it, and they would retreat after this. Suddenly, a deafening explosion accompanied by clouds of dust startled Lin Mo's group into high alert. In the murderous red light, 3 demons with long, sharp horns appeared. As the smoke cleared, 3 burly demon spirits stood glaring directly at Lin Mo's group. Seeing this, Arthur hurriedly shouted, "It looks like 3 high-level demon spirits. What's the plan? Are we fighting or not?" Lam Mac's reflexes were extremely fast. Before the spirit bear could even swing its axe down, he grabbed Tiu Ban by the collar and dragged him inside the bank immediately. Arthur quickly spoke up to reassure him that it was only a spirit bear and that the 2 of them could easily take it down. Lam Mac nodded in agreement and said, "That is true, but if we fight, it will attract other demons, and then there will be nowhere to run." Tiu Ban was the slowest of the group. Clutching his bag tightly, he screamed at the top of his lungs while running as fast as he could.
Lam Mac, save me! They are right on our heels!
Seeing this, Lam Mac froze and turned around to look behind him. His eyes immediately turned blood red and he instantly activated the blood territory illusion skill to buy time for Tiu Ban. The high-level spirit bears were caught off guard, their minds reeling and dizzy as they muttered some strange words. Seeing this, Lam Mac shouted, "Run now," while they haven't regained their composure. However, Tiu Ban's shrill scream suddenly rang out and his pale face made Lam Mac jump as well. "Lam Mac, look over there!" A horde of ghost-controlling demons had surrounded the 3 of them, leaving him horrified by their sheer numbers. Where are all these demons coming from? No wonder the armies and elite ghost-controlling squads that entered here all lost their lives. Athu frowned at the demons before them and spoke to Lam Mac about the next plan. "I will find a way to distract them." With that, he knelt on one knee, pressed his hand firmly against the ground, and shouted loudly. A large shadow spread from his palm. "Shadow Ghost, abyss of black shadows." That darkness spread continuously, using the 3 of them as the center point, and began to expand into a pitch-black zone surrounding them. Not stopping there, the darkness continued to expand through all the passages, causing the fierce demons rushing towards them to halt, not daring to take another step. Athu led the group through the demons, saying, "Run fast." Lam Mac looked at his teammate with admiration. "This trick is great. People outside the shadow zone can't see us, and the demons inside have their speed reduced by 70%, but it only lasts 60 seconds, so we must hurry." While running, Lam Mac praised the figure darting past the demons. "You are truly skilled. Reducing speed on such a large scale is absolutely brilliant." Tiu Ban struggled to keep up behind them,
Panting for air! Stop chatting, Lam Mac!
"My legs are about to give out. Aren't we there yet?" On the way, Lam Mac suddenly spotted a towering building lying silently by the road, and he shouted excitedly, "That's the place." The 3 of them dashed into the large glass doors, with the black shadow following closely behind every step they took. By the time they disappeared into the darkness, the shadow on the ground gradually receded into nothingness and vanished without a trace. Tiu Ban lay flat on the floor, gasping for breath, while Athu caught his breath and said, "We are safe for now, but as ghost controllers you 2 need to train your physical fitness more." After a moment of rest, Lam Mac's eyes flashed with excitement. Not hiding it at all, the bank.
The treasure is finally here!
Suddenly, from a hidden corner behind a large wall, Lutrak slowly appeared, making the 3 of them startle and look at each other in surprise. Lutrak pointed straight at his face, his expression annoyed and irritable as he shouted, "Lam Mac, why is it you?" He jumped back and muttered, "Lutrak again." He looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. With so many fierce demons outside, even these 2 bottom feeders managed to get in here. Could it be that both of them have demons that can fly? Lam Mac put his hands on his hips and thought, "What a small world, and I hope this guy hasn't swiped all my money yet." Tiu Ban quickly replied, "None of us have ones that can fly. But..." Lam Mac stopped him. "Forget about that. I suppose you haven't managed to touch the money here yet, right?" Just then, a group of second-tier ghost controllers stepped out and interrupted with a haughty attitude. "Whether he touched it or not is none of your concern." Lam Mac clicked his tongue. Well, it turns out a first-tier ghost controller like you is leeching off these 3 second-tier guys. Don't tell me you're using that thick skin of yours to suck up to them." Lutrak angrily rolled up his sleeves. "Who's leeching? I'm a person of ability and talent, not like trash like you." The system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, you have received 40 points of defense break." Lam Mac did not reply. He simply quietly revealed his arm full of brilliant marks, making Lutrak's eyes look as if they were about to pop out, 6 of them. Lutrak was astonished. "Impossible? You must have pasted pictures or fake tattoos on. There is no way you could have contracted 6 demons." Lam Mac calmly replied, "How many I possess has nothing to do with you. Today, the wealth in this bank belongs to us. Not even the sky falling can stop it." The second-tier ghost controller stepped forward to block his path, narrowing his eyes with a threatening look. "Brat, don't you dare act like you're preaching to me." His face suddenly hardened, his glare fixed firmly on him. "Even if you possess 6 demonic spirits, the 3 of us together make 9. Enough to send you to your grave." Lam Mac rolled his eyes and gave a mocking laugh. "Why are you leaving Lu Kuei out? Is he not considered a human? The system notification immediately chimed. Congratulations to the host for harvesting 40 points of psychological damage. Lu Kuei barked back.
Stop spouting nonsense!
No matter what, you lot don't stand a chance against us. Lam Mak leisurely rolled up his sleeves with a smug smile and signaled his two comrades. Is that so? Let's see just how capable you talented folks really are. Arthur, Xiao Ban, get ready to engage in battle. A bizarre entity shaped like a giant eyeball with jagged teeth suddenly appeared, growling in a deep warning tone. Did not make a move under any circumstances. Its gaze was fixed intently on the bank's large glass door as if it had spotted an immense, looming threat. I have already observed it. Through its vision, a crowd of vicious demonic spirits was approaching, led by a smoke demon. More than a dozen high-level evil spirits and one superior-grade evil spirit were closing in on the bank. We need to leave immediately. The creature's expression was one of extreme horror and anxiety. A superior-grade evil spirit alone was terrifying enough, but combined with a dozen high-level evil spirits, there was no way to win. Hurry up and run. Lam Mak did a complete about-face, cheerfully draping his arms around Arthur and Xiao Ban, saying, I was just joking with you guys to lighten the mood. All the money in this bank belongs to you. Don't go anywhere. Lu Kuei, thinking he had scored a win, curled his lip with arrogance. Cowards. Now do you know that you shouldn't mess with people from Shufeng? While dragging his two companions toward the door, Lam Mak put on a fake smile. Yes, you're absolutely right. No matter what happens, you guys must hold your ground here, okay? Xiao Ban looked at Lam Mak confused. Brother Mak, why are we retreating so urgently? He only received a hurried response. No time to explain. Xiao Ban, summon your trash can demon immediately. The young man obeyed without hesitation, quickly casting a spell to summon the trash can demon as requested.
Summon, trash can demon, appear.
He quickly dove into the ghostly trash can and looked at Xiao Ban and Arthur with a look of urgency, urging them loudly, hurry up. The group of vicious evil spirits slowly approached the bank, while the three of them hid inside the trash can demon, disguising themselves as an inanimate object on the roadside. The moment Xiao Ban saw them, he was so scared he became tongue-tied. It's
a superior, great evil spirit.
Lam Mak had beads of sweat on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fortunate we managed to get in here before they arrived. Lu Kuei started screaming curses.
Damn you, Lam Mak!
You didn't say a word about the monsters coming? A second-ranked demon controller shouted.
Shut your mouth!
Just focus on fighting for your lives, save whoever you can. The smoke demon leisurely brought a cigarette to his lips and exhaled a hazy cloud. His raspy, murderous voice echoed. You little brats, if you can hold your ground for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, I will let you go. A second-ranked demon controller, his face deathly pale, hurriedly pressed his fingers against his arm to summon his demon and shouted, Summon! Contract demon! We have to fight them to the death! Inside the bank, intense sounds of battle erupted repeatedly. After a deafening explosion, the sound of something shattering echoed through the space. Xiao Ban asked Lam Mak, panicked, Brother Mak, can you see the situation? Who has the upper hand? He tilted his head to observe and remarked, those three from Shufeng have decent technique. Even if they can't beat the demons, they're at least putting up a fight. The boy frowned at Lam Mak and suddenly remembered their original goal. So, are we not taking the money anymore? Arthur and Lam Mak answered in unison. Why would we give that up? Lam Mak explained. If the demons are exhausted, we'll jump out for a sneak attack to grab both the money and the demon cores. Arthur added, and if they're still strong, we'll just sit here and wait for them to leave before we sweep up the cash. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. Arthur and Lam Mak looked at each other and high-fived. That's the perfect plan. Xiao Ban could only sigh. Good heavens, you two are geniuses. Compared to you, I feel like an idiot. He glanced at Xiao Ban with a mocking tone. You look like you just fell from the sky. Lam Mak poked his head out from the trash can to watch the battle and curled his lip in appreciation. Those two from Shufeng are actually pretty good. Their offense and defense are coordinated perfectly. After a long period of fierce fighting, the group from Shufeng University and Lu Kuei began to pant for breath. Seeing the demons tightening the circle, they felt a sense of extreme helplessness. One member, clutching his bleeding arm while gasping for air, looked at the smoke demon and exclaimed,
You lost! The time for the incense to burn is past! Keep your promise and let us go!
The smoke demon sneered through the thick smoke obscuring his evil face. You believed a promise from us demons. Has your brain been eaten by dogs? He immediately summoned jet black crosses to bind them all, saying, Today, not a single one of you is allowed to walk out of here alive. If I am forced to unleash my finishing move, you all will die without any regrets. Your time is up, you little punks. Those people were all beaten black and blue across their entire bodies. Even their faces were covered in wounds. Screams for help rang out incessantly. Lin Mo stood outside observing this scene in shock, while Liang Ying's pupils instantly constricted. 4 lives were snatched away in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo's eyes widened and his eyebrows furrowed. His tone mixed with extreme astonishment. It was all over in less than half a minute. Arthur, standing nearby, calmly explained that it was the smoke ghost trump card called Insightful Judgment. The thick fog would erode the opponent's mind, making them repeatedly witness their past sins, being interrogated every time a deed appeared until they collapsed from exhaustion. He paused for a moment, then continued, Look at that rascal over there, his body is covered in wounds, proving how many crimes he committed when he was alive. Linmo immediately praised, as expected of a theoretical expert. However, he maintained a serious look. Although the Snow Phoenix group has consumed quite a bit of the smoke ghost power and taken down 5 or 6 vampires, his ultimate move is too overpowering to be dispelled. Perhaps we should forget it. Losing our lives over some spare change is not worth it at all. Arthur grabbed the weapon behind his back and firmly asserted with a confident expression, "I believe we have enough power to defeat him." He unsheathed his sword, its sharp blade reflecting eyes burning with battle intent. Even though the smoke ghost technique is terrifying, it has a fatal weakness, a cooldown time of up to 1 hour. Hearing this, Linmo clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Without his killing move, he's easy to handle. We must finish him off while he's still weak." Linmo leaped out of the ghost trash bin and warned, "We must win quickly. If other ghosts catch our scent and swarm here, we'll be in big trouble." Arthur nodded in response, "Understood." Xiaoban poked his head out of the ghost trash bin, pointing at himself with a resentful look as he watched Linmo and Arthur's receding backs, asking, "What about me?" Linmo glanced at him with a triumphant smile, "Just stay there quietly. Later I'll need your trash bin to collect the money." Inside the fog, the smoke ghost heard a noise behind him and slowly turned his head to see who was brave enough to wander into his territory. From the main entrance, Linmo and Arthur, weapons at the ready, stepped closer to the ghost tamers under the smoke ghost's contemptuous gaze. He smirked, his face showing clear delight at seeing someone come to sacrifice themselves. The smoke ghost clicked his tongue mockingly, "Oh my, more delicious prey served right to my mouth." He glared at Linmo and Arthur, then authoritatively ordered his subordinates,
All of you go!
"Tear them into 100 pieces." A flash of light burst forth, and the ghosts were instantly scattered. Linmo shouted loudly, and the summoned ghosts were ready in fighting stances. "Where are the ghosts?" The student warrior ghost rushed forward, swinging its blade at the vampires. "Taste this." Linmo also charged into the vampires, using his soul-chasing sword move to sweep them away. However, the ghosts remained unscathed, making Linmo think to himself, "Are they really that tough?" The vampires charged crazily toward Arthur like a pack of rabid dogs. It was unclear if they actually had rabies. Arthur, seeing this, shouted, "Linmo, be careful." The characteristic of vampires is being extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Once an opponent is wounded and bleeds, their attack power and aggression will skyrocket. It will be hard to deal with them then. The high-level female wraith quickly used her anti-sound power to take Linmo's life and also shouted, "At this stage, there's no need to save spiritual power anymore." Several sawteeth suddenly spun rapidly at high speed. The butcher ghost swung his electric chainsaw around, instantly knocking away the surrounding vampires. Seeing the scene before him, the smoke ghost was stunned. These two seemed much stronger than the previous 4. Linmo and Arthur continued to fight side by side amidst the circle of vampires hovering in the air. The smoke ghost suddenly ordered his subordinates, "All vampires, use the tornado to tear the target apart." "At your command." The group of mid-level vampires was spinning wildly, forming eerie whirlpools. The fierce funnel clouds surged straight up into the air. Successive waves of wind cyclones appeared to reinforce them. They all charged simultaneously in the direction of Lam Mak and A Thu. Both Lam Mak and A Thu were terrified, thinking that this was the end and they couldn't escape. Unexpectedly, Hat Tiu Ban came flying toward them while clutching a trash can. He swung the trash can forcefully toward them and shouted loudly to activate Reinforced Trash Can Demon. The trash can-shaped treasure soared toward them. It positioned itself in front of Lam Mak and A Thu as a shield against the cyclone. Het Tiu Ban and the other two quickly scrambled toward where the trash can had just landed. Just as the trash can touched the ground, they all dove inside. The group of vampires crazily attacked the trash can but failed to cause the slightest damage. Lam Mak delightedly praised Het Tiu Ban for being so skillful, and the boy proudly gave a thumbs up, swearing that from now on, no one would dare call him a freeloader. Lam Mak wondered if this ghost-level trash can demon could withstand attacks from demon-level vampires. Tiu Ban smiled brightly and reassured him, "Don't worry, the first 5 seconds of reinforcement are completely immune to damage." A Thu, with a tense face, immediately asked, "Then what happens when those 5 seconds are up?" Suddenly, a vampire slipped into the trash can and reached out, startling them, and Tiu Ban shouted, "That's exactly what happens." A Thu swung his sword to slash the demon away and urged Tiu Ban to retract it quickly before the trash can was ruined. Tiu Ban immediately retrieved the trash can. As soon as they lost their shield, the three found themselves tightly surrounded by the vampires. They were panting from exhausting so much energy. Lam Mak told Tiu Ban that the previous block was magnificent, and now he should find a place to hide and leave the rest to him and Arthur. Het Tiu Ban hurried to find cover while the other two rushed into the enemy formation, determined to finish the fight quickly. The sword in Lam Mak's hand continuously flashed with cold light. Arthur coordinated rhythmically with him, causing the demons to fall beneath their blades. In just a moment, the vampires were scattered, leaving only the smoke demon facing the two of them. He looked at them angrily, wondering how they could be so incredibly strong, realizing he had been too subjective in underestimating the group. The demon gritted his teeth, hissing smoke, and decided that he would finally have to make a move himself. His eyes were bloodshot, constantly emitting billows of thick smoke. Immediately, a thick fog blanketed the space surrounding the two of them. Lin Mo and Arthur coughed together, their hands covering their mouths alertly. Amidst the hazy smoke, I admit you are strong, but meeting me in this mist, you are nothing. No one can see me. I am invincible. Suddenly, that person appeared behind Lin Mo, pipe in hand, charging forward and telling him to meet the king of hell. Lin Mo suddenly whipped his head around. He was stunned to be discovered by him. Lin Mo immediately drew his sword. The blade lunged straight toward him in a flash. He smirked. Who said you couldn't be seen? The smoke demon howled in pain and anger. Impossible, you can see me. System, congratulations host on gaining 80 breakthrough points. Lin Mo's eyes were glowing red. I see you as clearly as daylight. He smiled triumphantly. The smoke demon looked at his eyes in panic and yelled, Blood demon! How many demons do you have? The blood-eyed demon is my bane, making my invisibility nearly useless. Just as Lin Mo swung his sword, he vanished. The smoke demon hid in the mist, thinking if he could not kill him. Right then, both Arthur and Lin Mo were on guard behind them. Suddenly, the smoke demon rushed from the fog, aiming right for Arthur's back. Then I will kill him. He held a medicine bag, preparing to strike it down on Arthur's head. But Arthur managed to dodge in time. He was bewildered to have missed Arthur. A sword stroke rose. Arthur slashed directly at his neck. The smoke demon shrieked as blood poured from his neck. He clutched his neck in pain and rage. The smoke demon turned back and asked Arthur in surprise, How did you see me as well? Arthur answered slowly, Even in the smoke, you have a shadow. If you have a shadow, I can feel you. Upon hearing that, he grew furious. Are you truly new students? One after another countering me, it's sheer bad luck. The smoke demon pointed at them angrily. Anyway, I am a high-level ghost spirit, while you are only weak second-tier ghost tamers. He gathered smoke into a circle at his feet. With such a gap in status, how could you possibly win? The smoke beneath his feet suddenly flew up. Hovering in the air, he called down, Though you may counter me, wait until my great formation is complete, you will still die. Lamb looked on with contempt. So, do you intend to stay up there until the great demon returns? Smoke Ghost gasped for breath and replied, That's right, you don't have any long-range attacks. As long as I dodge a little, there is absolutely nothing you can do to me. He spoke imposingly, I will stay with you until the great demon returns, and then I will deal with you, which means you have less than 50 minutes left to live. Lammac laughed loudly, placing one hand on his blood-eye ghost. Oh really? Let's see how you dodge this time. Lammac's eyes widened. Above, Smoke Ghost suddenly saw a strange mark appear on his hand. What? You've already activated the third skill of the blood-eye ghost. Even the most talented experts have to reach the 5th level of the ghost controller stage to do that. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand exploded violently, causing him to scream as one of his arms was severed. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, host. You have received 150 points of defense breaking damage. He quickly escaped. Arthur watched him go, then turned to Lammac. Should we chase him? Lammac calmly replied, Leave it be. He is a high-level evil spirit anyway, and even if he's injured, he won't be easy to catch. Lammac continued, Let's go handle the bank first and then figure it out. At the bank, a ghost was using a saw to cut open a safe. The iron door was cut through and fell down. Inside, it was full of money. Their eyes lit up. Little Pan and Arthur exclaimed, Oh my God,
I've never seen so much money in my life.
This is enough to pay for my family's generations. Lammac and Arthur scooped up the money, and he shouted, Trashcan Ghost,
come out and store the money.
Take it all? Don't leave them a single bill? Little Pan touched his hand. I'm coming right now. The Trashcan Ghost appeared, looking extremely confused as money was shoved into him. Lammac said joyfully, Coming here this time was truly the right choice. At the Zijin building where a savage gloom covered everything, Smoke Ghost rushed over, Big brother. He fell down and stuttered. I was beaten by a human. Red Black Ghost sneered. Smoke Ghost, don't tell me an evil spirit like you was defeated by some first-year kids who haven't even lost their baby teeth yet. Smoke Ghost retorted angrily, It's because those two have skills that counter evil spirits. Hearing this, Scholar Ghost, the boss sipping his drink, frowned. You actually got beaten to a pulp by a bunch of brats. Damn it, and there were 2 of them. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought there were 2,000 of them. What bad luck. Seeing the uselessness of his comrade, Red Black Ghost, shaking his dice, walked forward with confidence. Big brother, why don't you let me go? Scholar Ghost sat leisurely on his chair, nodding fine. Remember, don't kill the ones who beat Smoke Ghost. Daring to bully my subordinate, let's see how I should torture them. Red Black Ghost bowed respectfully. Yes, big brother. Scene change. Back to Lammac, Arthur, and Little Pan. What do we do next? There is another bank below the Zijin building. Lammac waved his hand to refuse. Forget it. Do you feel that the Smoke Ghost was different from other ghosts? Its action seemed organized. We'd better retreat to the suburbs, it will be safer. But it seemed the current situation was not suitable for the 3 of them. Little Pan pointed fearfully outside the glass window. But, it seems we can't get out anymore. Outside the Zijin building, demons and ghosts surrounded them. 100 demons were parading, and the three of them had to brace themselves to fight back. Arthur frowned in frustration. My singing skill only lasts 60 seconds. If it had lasted twice as long, we definitely would have escaped by now. Lam Mak turned to Tiu Ban and asked, "Hey, can that trash can of yours move?" Tiu Ban quickly replied, "When I activate the hardening state, the movement attribute is also unlocked." However, he scratched his head sheepishly. It's just that the speed is turtle slow. It takes a whole minute to move half a meter. Upon hearing this, Lam Mak turned pale. 1 minute for half a meter is no different from a snail, yet Tiu Ban was still foolishly smiling it off. Still, this was their last hope, so Lam Mak let out a long sigh and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I guess this is it. For now, let's just hide in there and slip away. I'm afraid the smoke demons will call for reinforcements." He nodded immediately and said, "I'll shrink myself down now." Boom, an oversized trash can appeared. Lam Mak rushed forward, the top priority being to escape this crowd. Once they reached a quieter place, they could figure out the next step. A while later, the bin slid across the ground, and just as Tiu Ban said, it had only traveled a short distance. Along the way, two demons were chewing on a thigh and chatting. One complained, "What kind of person is this fat? It's all grease, no meat." The other pouted and replied, "Stop being so picky. My skull doesn't even have a scrap of skin on it." Coincidentally, the bin containing the three troublemakers bumped right into these demons. The one holding the skull kicked it hard, saying, "Where did such a huge trash can come from?" He questioned, "Which region are you a demon from that I've never seen you before?" Tiu Ban, hiding in the bin, could only stammer, "Oh." Seeing the critical situation, Lam Mak whispered quickly, "Tell him you're from the outskirts visiting relatives in the city." He replied in a small voice, "I'm a demon from the outer village visiting my uncle in the city." The demon laughed loudly, "So, you're just some country bumpkins who just arrived in town." The demon who was chewing the thigh earlier suddenly flew into a rage, threw the thigh aside, and cursed, "Damn it, it's too greasy. I'm too bored to even eat it." The demon with the skull appeared polite. "Hey, please be a bit more civilized." As he spoke, he opened the bin's lid. "Why don't you throw your trash in the designated place like I do?" But as soon as it was half opened, a strange scent wafted past his nose. The skull demon was startled. "Huh, why is there the scent of a living person here?" The red-eyed demon's limbs began to flail. "There's a smell of a living person." The trash can trembled in fear. "Oh, sir, please don't hit me." He grit his teeth and demanded, "Confess, why does your stomach smell faintly of a living person?" The trash can scratched its outer shell and replied in confusion, "I just devoured 2 guys, so the aftertaste is still there." But the demon had already sensed something unusual. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Just as he was about to scream, a hand reached out. Gripping his throat tightly, the demon turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. He was yanked inside before he could scream, and the lecherous demon vanished into thin air inside the bin. Lam Mak used all his might to cover the demon's mouth tightly. Arthur seized the opportunity to thrust his sword for a fatal blow. A strange noise from inside the bin caught the attention of the lecherous demon, who turned his head in confusion to look back. Inside, the demon dissolved after the finishing blow. Lam Mak exclaimed, "This guy really died pathetically. He lost his life just trying to take out the trash." Outside, the lecherous demon approached the trash can. "I think I heard the wandering spirit calling." "Hey, country bumpkin, where did the wandering spirit go?" Tiu Ban replied nervously, "He went that way." The lecherous demon turned and walked away. "This guy only good for rambling nonsense." The cup was lifted, gradually revealing the dice underneath. The red-black demon laughed gleefully. "Your score is lower than mine."
The crowd trembled. "No way! I'll risk my life against you!"
He waved his hand, his face expressionless, saying, "If you play, you must bear the consequences. If you lose, leave your life here." In an instant, the man's head was severed from his neck, his body collapsing, causing the girl to shriek. The red-black demon narrowed his eyes, looking at the guy in the hat with a cunning expression. "It's your turn," he said. Everyone saw how terrifying that was. The guy waved his hands repeatedly. "I won't gamble with you." But refusing wasn't easy. The red-black demon sneered, "Not gambling means you concede defeat and you must die immediately." A headless body fell. The young girl, in a panic, cried and begged, "Please spare me." The red-black demon grinned mischievously. "Play around with me. Who knows, you might win. If you win, I'll let you go." A few seconds later, open. The cup was lifted, revealing all 6s on the dice.
It's a tie.
"You didn't win against me." The girl joyfully screamed, but only halfway through,
"I'm alive! I'm really alive!"
it turned out the red-black demon was too cunning. Gambling was never fair. He laughed eerily. "Who said I lost? The total is 18 points for both of us, but I'm the house, so naturally, I win." 3 bodies piled up. The red-black demon casually turned his back. It was fun, but now it's time to get to the main business. He ambled past. Where are those bullies, the smoke demons, hiding? Inside the perfectly silent trash can, the others watched carefully. "Damn it, that demon is searching for us." Arthur paled. "That's the red-black demon, a high-ranking fiend. Our chances are slim. His power is enough to make me vanish without a chance to resist." Lam Mak, surprised, asked if he had any weaknesses. Arthur replied that if he gambled with him there was a glimmer of hope. His Dice of Death skill increases his power tenfold if he wins, but if he loses, he can't attack. Lammac understood. So I just need to win the bet, right? Arthur quickly stopped him as footsteps outside drew closer. It's not that simple. His second skill, Controlled Dice, ensures he has a 90% chance of winning. In a flash, the trash can lid was flung open. The red-black demon laughed with delight.
Found you. So this is where you brats were hiding.
Discovered, all three had no choice but to step out. Lammac still smiled. Hello, Mr. Red-Black Demon, what brings you to us? The red-black demon froze. Regular people are terrified when they see demons. Why is this kid so calm? Anyway, he didn't care. The red-black demon reached behind his back. He showed off a few dice in his hand. Want to play a few rounds? The rules are simple, 3 dice each. Whoever rolls a higher score wins. Lammac put his hands in his pockets and stepped closer. What are the betting conditions? The red-black demon enthusiastically replied, easy. If you win, I let you go. If you lose your life. Lammac narrowed his eyes, looking displeased. That won't do. It's not fair at all. It should be if I win, you must also die. He roared furiously. You have no right to set conditions with me! If you want to die early, keep babbling. Lammac smirked. Then can I add a few more betting conditions? He pointed behind him. I'll bet the lives of those 2 as well. If I win, all 3 of us must be allowed to go. But if I lose, all our lives belong to you, and you can drag them down to the underworld with you. The red-black ghost's counterattack was intense. I applauded, admiring that it dared to play so recklessly, so I liked it and agreed. The sound of dice rattled. It was time, and both players were ready in their positions. Each person shook the hidden numbers inside their respective cups. The red-black ghost placed its cup down first. Let me start the game first. Using the same old trick, he opened the cup with a sinister face. 18 points, the highest on the table. Hand over your lives to me now. Athu and Xiaopan were terrified to the extreme. Linmo frowned and spoke up in annoyance. Wait a minute, I haven't finished shaking yet. How can you be so sure the winner isn't me? The red-black ghost laughed contemptuously. Don't waste your effort. Even if you roll an 18, I'm still the dealer. In the end, I'll be the winner anyway. Hearing this, Linmo glared at him, his hand still shaking the cup. Do you understand the rules of this table? As long as I haven't opened the lid and seen the score, I haven't lost yet. System notification. Congratulations, host, for receiving 80 breakdown points. The red-black ghost said angrily, then keep shaking. Either way, you won't escape death. 10 minutes passed, and Linmo still hadn't opened his cup, deep in calculation while taking deep breaths. Hurry up. The red-black ghost pointed at him furiously. Damn it, are you going to open it or not? If you don't, I'll beg you to. System. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 breakdown points. Linmo calmly replied, fine, I'll open it then. The numbers were slowly revealed. Xiaopan counted under his breath 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s, and an extra 1. That's 19 points in total. The red-black ghost was fuming, grabbing Linmo's shirt. Where did the extra 1 come from, you masked brat? He calmly replied, I just shook one of the dice into 2 halves, ready to admit defeat. System notification. Congratulations, host, for receiving 500 breakdown points. The red-black ghost clutched its head and sat on the floor. No, I don't accept this. Linmo smirked deviously. I've definitely won this round. While the red-black ghost was still in a daze, Linmo quickly called his friends. Let's get out of here. As they walked, Athu asked curiously, how did you do that so ingeniously? Linmo explained, with the blood, I ghost keeping watch, eventually I'd get a 6. As for cutting the die in half, 1 slash from the ghost sword was all it took. Xiaopan exclaimed in admiration, Brother Mo is truly the best of the best. Athu also gave a thumbs up, incredible, absolutely incredible. Linmo laughed awkwardly. After walking for a while, Xiaopan suddenly wondered, Brother Mo, where are we heading next? The trash can was back in action with the group. Linmo replied, hold on, let me check the map first. At the same time, voices echoed nearby.
Hey, come catch me! If you catch me, I'm yours!
Linmo was curious. What's going on? Upon looking over, the whole group was shocked. 2 large cow ghosts were approaching.
Hey, come over here! Come over here to this cow! Crash!
The cow's head rammed in. Due to the strong impact, a huge force was generated, causing the trash can to start rolling steadily. The body of the bin no longer touched the ground. Spinning around and around, Linmo screamed in terror. Good grief, what on earth is happening? Xiaopan replied. It seems we were hit and are rolling down. Inside the bin, the 3 were piled on top of each other, feeling nauseous one after another. Linmo yelled, open the lid, let me out. Xiaopan felt dizzy and lightheaded. It couldn't be opened. Perhaps the trash can demon was panicked and couldn't control the lid, while Athu lay on the floor as if clinically dead. Seeing the trash can demon rushing towards him with a crash, the buffalo demon awkwardly said, I didn't do it on purpose, okay? The scene shifts to the underground parking lot. The doll demon strangled itself and laughed loudly, scaring the 2 rookie demons to death, who then cried out, please, no don't. Their pleas were useless. They choked as their necks twisted, their eyes rolled back, and saliva drooled from their mouths. After that, they collapsed onto the floor. The doll demon mumbled a few incomprehensible words again. Then it twisted its own head back in a full rotation. Cao Thaither raised her hand to command the dull demon to return. Everyone ran out happily, praising, "Your demon is truly powerful." With just one move, it tore 2 lieutenant-level demons to shreds. "You truly are the director's daughter. How impressive." Cao Thithi frowned and said, "For now, stop talking about such useless things. The Central District demons are too strong. Our group must quickly gather other students to escape, or else we'll all perish." The black-haired young man raised his fist and agreed.
Let's rush out together.
Everyone unanimously agreed to follow Cao. Hearing a strange noise, Cao became vigilant and quickly signaled everyone to pay attention. The trash-can demon rushed over and crashed into a wall pillar. Lin Mo, Athu, and Xiao Ban were also rescued. He asked the other person, "Are they still alive?" Cao Thithi was surprised to recognize them. The 2 people next to her also discussed. He still has the presence of mind to pick things up.
How formidable.
He's gone so deep, yet he doesn't have a single scratch. Old Third frowned and said, "Isn't that the guy who fought Tan Mu at the market?" The black-haired guy interjected, "It is him. The other day, he even used pepper spray to play a dirty trick on me." Lin Mo was bothered by the noise, so he looked up. Lin Mo pointed and said, "Ah, it's those petty bickering guys from before." The whole group blushed and retorted.
You're the petty one.
Old Third was about to rush forward to teach him a lesson, but Cao Thithi stopped him, reasoning that now was not the time for internal conflict. Lin Mo smirked and said, "It's good that you're being sensible." Just as they were about to get into a verbal spat, Lin Mo accidentally glanced over and saw the pile of buffalo demons that Cao Thithi's group had just defeated. He immediately urged his teammates to quickly pick up the loot.
So many buffalo demons.
"Brothers, grab them quickly before they're gone."
It's a huge haul.
Old Third's group furiously protested, "We clearly killed them. How can we let others swoop in and take our spoils?"
You rude bunch.
The system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have received 50 room breaking points, multiplied by 10. Cao Thithi's annoyance was clear as she advised, "Lin Mo, now is not the time to be greedy for buffalo demon loot. Life and death matters are more important." Lin Mo coldly retorted, "What kind of demon is greedy for buffalo demons? Where are his buffalo demons lying?" Cao Thithi was stunned, then stammered, "We want to form an alliance with other students to escape the city. We hope you'll join us." Lin Mo, while picking up demon orbs, replied, "If I join you, I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back without knowing when." Cao Thithi turned pale and asked, "Why do you doubt me? What have I ever done wrong to make you speak such harsh words?" Lin Mo glared directly at her, "You still don't know what you've done. The sordid things you've done are far more despicable." Her response left her speechless. Tan Mai Li and another female friend ran over to comfort Thithi, saying he's just a scoundrel. Just ignore him. These useless people, even if saved, won't do anything useful for society. What we need to do is escape, not do charity for trash. Lin Mo replied, Yes, I am indeed the trash." He picked his ear, closed one eye, and feigned boredom, then told everyone, "Please stay away from trash like me, so you don't get dragged into trouble later." Cao Shishi turned on her heels and left. Even so, she still cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Mo. "You useless trash, find your own way to survive." Lin Mo raised his middle finger and stuck out his tongue in a provocative, mocking gesture. Not long after, outside the garage, Cao Shishi's group had their path blocked by a strange smoke. She covered her nose with her hand, and Sun Mao's group behind her also froze. Thousands of ghosts descended from the sky, led by a painted-skinned ghost of the evil spirit class. Cao Shishi screamed in panic,
Disperse and run quickly.
She dashed forward and Lo San hurriedly followed close behind. But escaping was not that easy. "This way is completely blocked. You brats, you think you can just run away after killing our ghosts?" The frozen ghost spoke up. Lao San stared blankly. "It's an evil spirit, not to mention the fierce ghosts surrounding us. We're done for." Sun Meili cried in terror, "Cao Shishi, what should we do?" Cao Shishi frowned. "There's no other choice. We have to go all out with our firepower and charge straight through." She summoned the doll ghost. "There are many of us. If we band together, we might find a way out." Lao San's group followed suit,
Summoning theirs. Let's fight them to the death. Charge!
The arrogant ghost struck down, "You weaklings." The entire group was blown into the air. Another ghost rushed forward. "Me turn to strike." The thick smoke made things difficult for Cao Shishi's group, as dark shadows flickered in and out of view. The blonde guy became alert, trying to ambush me. "Corrosion ghost, get them." However, as the corrosion ghost drew near, Lao San waved his hands frantically and pleaded,
Don't attack, it's me.
The blonde guy sighed in relief.
Oh, it's you.
You scared the life out of me?
But right next to Lao San, an identical man had just collapsed. The blonde guy panicked. Wait a minute, why are there 2 identical blonde guys wearing sunglasses? If only he had realized it sooner, for the painted skin ghost had just removed its mask. It coldly ripped his heart out with its hand. "You've been tricked, darling." Losing his heart meant losing his life. Just as he collapsed, Lin Mo's group also showed their faces. The 3 of them turned pale. Lin Mo whispered, "If Cao Shishi's group is finished, we're next." The black-haired guy shouted in panic, "Watch out! The painted skin ghost can disguise itself as our allies." The group began to suspect one another. "Are you a ghost?"
I should be the one asking you that.
This inadvertently gave the fierce soldier ghost the upper hand. Noticing the two arguing, he thought, there's indeed an opening. He opened fire with a barrage of explosives.
D, all of you!
Arthur said gloomily. It looks like Cao Shishi's side won't hold out much longer. Xiao Pang turned to Lin Mo. Brother Mo, which way should we run? He looked across to the opposite side. Naturally, on this side, only a lethal demon would have a chance to escape. The lethal demon let out a long, sleepy yawn. Drip, drip, that sound piqued the lethal demon's attention. She rejoiced inwardly, not expecting someone to recklessly rush to their death like this. Her subordinates charged forward.
Arthur, finish it off!
Arthur leapt up, summoning an enveloping darkness. The lethal demon took a deep breath. If that's the case, I'll just wipe them all out at once. A freezing curse spread, and the subordinates managed to jump up just in time. A massive block of ice froze the feet of Arthur and Xiao Pan. Xiao Pan tried to wrench his feet free, while Arthur panicked.
We're dead!
Lin Mo landed safely. That was a close call. He was almost frozen. He activated his power, his eyes turning red, blood eye backlash capable of reversing the opponent's control effects. It still isn't as strong as when it reflected back at the user earlier. The lethal demon ground her teeth. How truly annoying. After sealing her movements, Lin Mo brandished his sword and charged, one strike to shatter the soul, another to destroy the evil. But the blade shattered instantly against the rigid layer of ice. Lin Mo was impressed. As expected, a demon tier, its armor and magic resistance were incredibly strong. The lethal demon sneered, impressive blood eye backlash. You are strong, but unfortunately you cannot break my ice. Once the skill wears off, that is when you will die. If that's what you want, then I'll oblige. Lin Mo used a blood curse. How about this move? A sigil appeared and the lethal demon panicked. What is this? The frost rebounded upon her. The lethal demon was flung back, slamming hard into the wall. She clutched her pain, gripping her wound. It was too powerful. Lin Mo remained calm, taking this opportunity to rescue Xiao Pan and Arthur, summoning them now. The demon warrior and demon spy appeared to help. One was wounded, while the other brought a chainsaw to clear the ice. Arthur and Xiao Pan had escaped. Arthur sighed. I was too careless. I didn't expect the lethal demon to be so fast. And Xiao Pan agreed. So cold, so cold. Lin Mo urged them. All right, let's run. Just as they were about to run, both replied to Lin Mo in unison. Let's go. As he was about to step away, someone's hand grabbed his foot. The girl from earlier was being dragged across the ground by two giant demons. Her face was filled with terror and desperation. Save me? Lin Mo looked at her with contempt. Sorry, I'm a useless person. I'm not qualified to save you. She screamed in pain. Please, no. Then she was dragged away ruthlessly as the system announced congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 breakdown points. Cao Shishi quickly grasped the situation. Lin Mo has already broken out of the siege. Let's escape quickly. However, not everyone had the strength to run. She grabbed Sun Mei's hand and said, forget about him. Let's go quickly. The girl nodded vigorously. Yeah. Lin Mo, along with Arthur and Hai Xiaobin, were running for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them. Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed something unusual. Why was Hai Xiaobin running even faster than him and Arthur? That didn't make any sense at all. He frowned in suspicion. How strange. Hai Xiaobin is clearly covered in a ghostly aura, yet even the blood pupil cannot see through it. I must test him immediately. To test him, Lin Mo stopped. Hey Hai Xiaobin, I just remembered something. Before entering the ghost realm, my phone got reset, so I can't send you those clips I promised. Yet Hai Xiaobin just kept running with his head down, not caring in the slightest. Who cares about some stupid clips? Saving my life is way more important. Whoosh! A green sword cut straight across. Hai Xiaobin was forced to stop. It was an attack unleashed by Arthur. The painted skin ghost was bewildered. How did you find out? Clearly, even an evil spirit, grade blood pupil, shouldn't be able to see through my painted skin technique. Lin Mo replied, you're right, it is indeed difficult for the blood pupil to see through it completely. But knowing Hai Xiaobin's personality, if he knew the videos were completely gone, he would definitely grumble to death. He could never remain as calm as you. The painted skin ghost screamed in frustration. This is crazy. What kind of clips could possibly be more important than his own life? The system announced congratulations to the host for receiving 50 breakdown points. Lin Mo interrogated, where did you take Hai Xiaobin? Behind him, Arthur also swung his sword. Speak up now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. The painted skin ghost let out an evil laugh and clasped his hands contemptuously. You think two mere brats like you can kill me? As the secret technique was activated, Lin Mo was horrified. It's a teleportation skill. The ghost suddenly appeared behind Arthur. I must get rid of this guy first. Lin Mo shouted, Arthur, watch out! Deeply.
Shadow shift!
The painted skin ghost was stunned when his hand was firmly gripped by Arthur's shadow. What is this? Arthur said solemnly, so Rebensai. The shadow immediately raised the scythe high. The painted skin ghost tried to dodge, but he was still hit by a painful strike. Clutching his wound in panic, he thought, damn it, this guy is too tough. If this keeps up, I'm highly likely to lose. He immediately cast an escape technique.
Things have gone south. Time to retreat.
Panting and drenched in sweat, Arthur asked, where is Hai Xiaobin? Lin Mo was extremely anxious. No matter what, let's go back and find him. Dead or alive, we must find him. The two of them hurriedly turned back to look for Hai Xiaoban, running into Cao Shixi's group along the way. She grabbed his hand to stop him. Lin Mo, you can't go back there. There are at least 3 evil ghosts and countless fierce spirits there. I'm afraid Hai Xiaoban's chances of survival are slim. Without a second thought, Lin Mo brushed Cao Shixi's hand away. Let go of me. Then he rushed off. The muscular man exclaimed in admiration, what a loyal and righteous man, I truly respect him. If he survives, I will definitely make friends with him. What a pity. This situation is extremely urgent. We should retreat immediately and quickly contact the safety bureau. Who knows, we might still be able to save him. A desolate scene of ruins and devastation. Lin Mo rushed into the ruins, searching for Xiaoban among the horde of ghosts and human corpses, when he suddenly heard Xiaoban call out. Xiaoban was hiding under a ghost's corpse. He exclaimed, over here, Brother Mo. Even though he had found him, he still had to remain vigilant. It could be a painted skin ghost. Xiaoban asked in confusion, what are you two doing?
Hurry up and save me!
To verify, Lin Mo used his old trick to test the reaction. I suddenly remembered that my phone fell into the water right before entering the ghost realm, and I had to format it. The videos I promised you probably can't be delivered anymore. As expected, upon hearing about the lost videos, the real Xiaoban immediately started crying and lamenting. He threw a fit.
What? All the videos are gone.
Lin Mo, you're dead to me!
My 6-pack series system.
Congratulations to the host for earning 300 defense breakpoint. Xiaoban whimpered, the 6-pack series, my 6-pack series. Lin Mo quickly replied, it's really him, save him quick. Toxic gas spread behind them as a crowd of high-level ghosts and fierce soldiers lined up. Kid, you dare to come back. You really don't show any respect to us ghosts of Kanglan City. The frozen ghost's face turned pale. This time, I will absolutely not let you guys leave the Kanglan ghost realm alive. The red-black ghost clenched his fists and said in annoyance, a majestic holy ghost like me actually lost to a wet behind the ears brat. How am I supposed to show my face in public after this? I must be killed? The smoke ghost agreed exactly. That blood-eye ghost counters me too much. We must kill him. Refusing to back down, Lin Mo flipped them off and cursed at each one of them. You're not convinced, are you? Just because you can't beat me, you want to silence me.
What a bunch of cowards.
And as for you guys, calling for backup because you can't win.
You are the kind of people I despise the most!
The red-black ghost fumed.
What?
I can't beat you if you have the guts. Let's go another round. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 defense breakpoints. Pink. The smoke ghost.
Grimace, I can use my ultimate move now!
In a 1-on-1 fight, you're dead meat. System got hard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 defense breakpoints. Pink. Boom, boom. The red, black ghost and the smoke ghost were knocked flat on the ground. The scholar ghost appeared waving his fan.
What a bunch of useless trash! The 2 ghosts were surprised, boss.
The scholar ghost frowned. Look at you guys. Repeatedly getting thrashed by a mere brat. You haven't even put up a proper group fight, and yet you already need a boss like me to step in. You've completely embarrassed all the ghosts of Kanglan City? Lin Mo's face darkened. Is about to become a ghost king. Anyone looking at this lineup couldn't help but worry. Defeating the smoke ghost and the red-black ghost was sheer luck. Could they escape now? Against the frozen ghost and the painted skin ghost, they could barely manage to flee. Lin Mo cast his gaze toward the scholar ghost. But against the scholar ghost in front of them, they might not even get a chance to fight back. An immense pressure. It was clear at a glance that there was a massive gap in their strength. The scholar ghost sneered, today I will show you what true power is. Lin Mo panicked. Could it be that I, Lin Mo, am going to lose my life here? The scholar ghost taunted, hey, kid with the toy wooden sword, show me everything you've got. He grinned,
go ahead and slash right at my face.
Lin Mo sneered in contempt, a toy sword, huh? After escaping, Lin Mo was furious. Even though the opponent was about to become a ghost king ruling over evil spirits and fighting him was definitely out of the question, he still couldn't let these ghosts look down on him. He pressed his hand to his eye, activating the blood curse. Look at this. An insignia appeared clearly before the scholar ghost's eyes. He gently waved the fan in his hand, and the seal immediately vanished. Everything became clear. The scholar ghost gave it another gentle wave. The mark was swept away by the whirlwind, flared up, and then exploded into the sky. Lam Mak was frightened out of his wits. Right then, Athu added that this was the scholar ghost's signature move to dispel all debuffs. The minions nearby jumped up and cheered, wow, amazing, absolutely top-notch. Murderous intent enveloped the buildings as the remaining Sai Thi fled in panic. With such strong killing intent, Chow Thai Thai must have sensed it. Lam Mak, they've encountered a half-step ghost king. It looks like the 3 of them are truly finished. Tan Myla sneered, that guy is finally dead. The muscular man gasped for breath. Good thing we slipped away early, otherwise meeting a ghost king would have been the end of us. On Lam Mak's side, the ghosts were still shouting praises for their leader. You're incredible, boss. Lam Mak calculated that since the scholar ghost seemed to enjoy flattery, maybe pleasing him would make him spare them. Putting thought into action, Lam Mak clapped enthusiastically in praise. Incredible. That fan wave was just like Princess Iron Fan's banana leaf fan. One wave terrifies ghosts and gods, two waves shake the heavens and earth. It worked, the scholar ghost laughed complacently. This kid is quite sharp-eyed. Lam Mak nudged Tuban. The flattery's working, let's cheer together. Although Tuban was a bit slow, he obediently followed suit. The two troublemakers took turns flattering him. Exactly, this fan wave is absolute peak. I thought it was a gale force storm. Lam Mak forced a smile, pleading, Great Lord, please be generous and spare us this once. The scholar ghost burst out laughing in delight. He replied with a brazen look, no way. The scholar ghost irritably fanned hard as sharp saw blades flew forward. Do you think I'm a fool who'd spare you for a few words of praise? Flattery isn't nearly as tasty as flesh. Lam Mak had to brace himself to withstand the force. Then the ghost's large frame leaned down. Lam Mak cried out in pain, Scholar Ghost, please have mercy on us. Lam Mak gritted his teeth, clutching his wound. Tuban called out in panic,
Lam Mak!
He also cried with palms together in plea, I beg you, please grant us a way out. Then Tuban pulled Athu's arm. Athu, kneel down with me. But Athu firmly refused, resolutely declining to kneel. I would rather die than ever kneel before demons. The scholar ghost laughed wildly. Rest assured, after I've finished my meal, I will reunite your souls. He raised his fan once more. Red hot saw blades rush forward relentlessly. This time it was Athu's turn to take the blow. He bit his lip and endured it. The current situation was extremely dire. The three of them against the entire crowd. The scholar ghost approached Athu closely. Don't worry, even in death, I won't let you be lonely. He spun his fan, revealing its razor-sharp serrated teeth. The scholar ghost cackled.
D for me!
Linmo cried out in panic, Arthur? Suddenly, a crow swooped down, cawing, Don't. It carried a letter under its foot. Stop! The scholar ghost suddenly froze. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Could the living Yama still be alive? The scholar ghost cautiously received the letter. Then, he gently broke the seal with his hand to open it. His hands trembled, and his whole body shook violently. Why am I acting like this? The scholar ghost asked in surprise, Is your name Linmo? Linmo, covered in blood and dirt, nodded. Yes, is there something wrong? The scholar ghost held up the letter and asked, What is your relationship with the living Yama that he would order me not to kill you like this? Linmo was bewildered. The living Yama? I don't know him. I only know that if I go down there in a moment, I will meet the dead Yama. The scholar ghost frowned. Perhaps you have met him before but just don't remember his name. He fluttered his fan again, and an image clearly appeared. Look here, do you know this person? Linmo was clueless. I don't know him at all. Since I was born, I have never met anyone like that. The scholar ghost was puzzled. That is indeed strange. He has never saved anyone before. Linmo's eyes widened as Xiao Ban supported him from beside. But whether I know him or not, the living Yama wants to save me anyway. So, can we leave now? The scholar ghost said in annoyance, Get lost quickly. Linmo smiled slyly. Yes, then goodbye, and I hope we never meet again. The horde of ghosts made way for Linmo's group to pass through. The scholar ghost instructed his subordinates, since he is someone the living Yama wants to protect, order all ghosts in the central area not to attack them. The red-black ghost obeyed. Yes, understood. The red-black ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we didn't kill him, otherwise we wouldn't know how the living Yama would deal with all of us. Linmo, along with his two companions Xiaoban and Arthur, was crossing the ghost-infested path. The ghost stared intently at them without launching any attacks. Surprised, Linmo looked around and said, They really aren't attacking. Just a moment ago we almost died, yet a single letter solved everything. Linmo suddenly turned serious and asked his companion Arthur, Arthur, do you know who the living Yama is? He earnestly replied to Linmo, The living Yama is one of the 10 great evil demons wanted by everyone. Recalling the Yama commanding a ghost army to attack cities, Arthur continued, He once led a ghost army to massacre 11 cities in the northern kingdom. Then he suddenly realized something unusual and curiously asked Linmo, How do you know him? Hearing his friend's suspicion, Linmo was equally confused and replied, I really don't know him. I'm also wondering why he saved me. Lam Mak stood blankly, unsure why Yama had stepped in to save his life. The mystery of the previous tomb raiding incident remained shrouded in darkness, and now with a living Yama suddenly appearing, he wondered if these people were somehow connected to him. Arthur, who had been standing by, rushed over excitedly to hug his two comrades and said, Forget about who that Yama guy is. The fact that the ghost didn't touch us is enough. Let's head straight to the next bank and fill our trash cans with cash. The scene suddenly shifted to Lam Mak's parents, where Mrs. An Suong was busy doing laundry and turned to ask her husband, Mr. Lam Feng. You could have just written directly to that ghost scholar and everything would be fine. They wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Mac Nai's head, even if you dared them to, so why must you trouble the little Yama to intervene? He smiled gently and replied, It's not convenient for me to reveal myself yet. If the boy were to ask some curious questions, wouldn't all my secrets be exposed? Suddenly, Lam Feng grew thoughtful, took a long drag of his cigarette, and exhaled smoke with a very tense expression before slowly instructing his wife. Absolutely do not let him know anything at this moment. The burden of restoring the country for tens of thousands of people might just cause him to break. In the distance, the figure of a young girl carrying a heavy bucket of water approached, calling out from the gate. It turned out to be Lam Thanlak, Lam Mak's younger sister, who was naturally frail and often sickly. She asked gently, "Mom, have you just returned from Tan Hai?" Seeing her frail daughter carrying such a heavy load, her mother panicked and cried out, "My precious daughter, why are you carrying this huge bucket of water with such a slender frame?" Lam Fong hurried over to take the bucket from his daughter's hands to carry it inside the house. She quickly reassured her father, "Dad, I'm just exercising a little to loosen my joints." But he responded sternly, "You walked all the way from behind the mountain, and you call that just right? You're ill, so stop trying to help your mother and me with anything." Being scolded by her father, Thanlak felt hurt and sniffled, saying, "I understand. I won't help you and Mom anymore from now on. Is that what you want?" Seeing his daughter's tears, he hurriedly comforted her. All right, let's just consider it sports training." Mrs. Nswang also chimed in to support her husband, saying, "Light exercise has its benefits." Thanlak widened her eyes and asked, "Really, Mom?" And she immediately replied, "Certainly." Hearing this, she stopped crying and excitedly asked her parents, "Is my brother doing well at university lately? May I have permission to call him and talk for a while?" Lam Fong looked at his daughter with affection and said, "Not right now, dear. He's stuck in the ghost realm and we can only contact him after he gets out." Hearing the ominous name, she felt terrified for her brother and asked, "The ghost realm sounds scary. Is it very dangerous there, Dad?" He avoided looking directly at her and reassured her, "Don't worry, your brother is as resilient as a leech and quite sturdy, so no one can do anything to him." Watching his daughter beaming with a smile, his heart felt heavy with concern. On the contrary, her own condition was the real worry, as he didn't know if she could hold on until next summer. At the command center of the Flying Land Ghost Realm in the quiet of the night, an officer on duty reported, "Deputy Director, the ghosts here are fiercer than we imagined, and even our troops are struggling to quell them." Tan Duc Loi roared, "This is too much for a bunch of new students. I order this competition stopped immediately to bring the students back." He stood proudly with his hands behind his back while Tao Thai stood right behind him. Duc Loi casually announced to his subordinates, "Since this is training, it is normal to lose a few lives. Consider it their sacrifice for the peace of the people." Thai Thi snapped at Duc Loi, "If all these children were to perish, it would be a shocking educational disaster. Aren't you afraid that the ministry will come after you for accountability?" He gritted his teeth, glared at her, and scoffed, "Accountability? The main purpose of this is to lure out the Feng Mo remnants hiding behind Lam Mak. That glorious achievement will be more than enough to cover up these minor mistakes. Those who achieve great things should not concern themselves with trifles." Upon hearing this, Thai Thi went pale at his chilling cruelty. She trembled with anger and shouted, "I can't believe you hold other people's lives in such low regard." Duc Loi smirked deviously and glared at her. "Hey Thay, don't forget that this was your father's idea too." Thai Thai yelled directly at Duc Loi, "But Lam Mak is as good as dead. A half-step ghost king is cornering him. What use is your plan now?" Hearing this, he jumped in surprise and shrieked,
What?
Duc Loi glared furiously and ranted, "Why are you only telling me such important news now? Either way, the people behind Lam Mak will reveal themselves to save him." Ti asked sarcastically, "And what about those poor students? When do you intend to save them?" Before she could finish expressing her frustration, he shouted his orders, "Attention, all troops! The Feng Mo remnants are about to come out of their lair." As soon as they heard the command, the soldiers immediately lined up and shouted in unison, reporting to the director, "Everyone is ready for battle." Looking at the ready force, Duc Loi walked away while ordering them to set off, and his subordinates collectively shouted in response, "Understood." They turned on their heels and left, leaving Hai bewildered by their lightning, fast change of attitude. She silently thought that they had only come to scout the situation and did not care in the slightest about the lives of the students. Her face suddenly hardened when she pondered Lin Mo's words, could the Safety Bureau really be that rotten and despicable? The scene shifts to the Fuji Bank. The trio of Lin Mo, Hai Xiaopan, and Arthur are standing there, observing the layers of protection that have been damaged in some places. Arthur sighed, saying it seemed the thieves had already cleaned out everything during the tremors 2 years ago. Lin Mo retorted irritably, "These bastards, what is even left here?" While Hai Xiaopan calmly comforted him, saying at least they had occupied the bank, so they wouldn't be returning empty-handed. The three decided to leave the building, and Lin Mo urged everyone to look for somewhere else instead. Suddenly, a man was thrown hard toward their location. The man lay sprawled on the ground, gasping and begging the bureau chief to save his life. Lin Mo was astonished, wondering why this middle-aged man had appeared during the freshman training session. Hearing the man call out, "Bureau chief," Lin Mo was suspicious about whether he was from the Safety Bureau. He told the group to hide first, while Hai Xiaopan wondered why he couldn't see that man's contract ghost. The blood-eyed ghost lady nudged his shoulder and pointed up, telling him to look above. Lin Mo shouted when he saw Sun Deli and the Safety Bureau team using an invisibility ghost to hide their tracks in an attempt to sneak into the ghost domain. The subordinates panicked, asking the bureau chief what they should do now that their plan to infiltrate had failed. The blood-eyed ghost lady made a sarcastic comment, asking if they truly believed that the ghosts in the Shanglin ghost domain were all incompetent and useless. Seeing that group, Lin Mo angrily guessed that they were most likely targeting him, which was why they risked their lives to break into this place. At that moment, Sun Deli and 2 others were being pulled high into the air by his mid-level Silver Soul ghost. The people left behind below screamed and begged the bureau chief not to abandon them. He coldly explained to his subordinates, "My Silver Soul ghost can only carry 3 people. There is truly no way to save everyone." Even though they were being torn apart by ghosts, those abandoned still tried to scream, asking why he was so heartless to discard them. Sun Deli, however, was pulled away and disappeared in another direction. Lin Mo witnessed the entire incident. He angrily shouted Sun Deli's name and said that the old man had finally appeared while his 2 friends looked at him with confused expressions. Lin Mo rushed off, causing a bewildered Hai Xiaopan to call out after him, asking what the hell he was trying to do. With a murderous look on his face, he ran while looking back, saying he was going to take the antidote from Sun Deli to save and ran. Hearing this, Arthur also charged after him. Lin Mo asked for his support using the Shadow Ghost to block the Safety Bureau members, and Arthur replied, "Don't worry, I'll lend you a hand." Hai Xiaopan, being a bit chubby, lagged behind. He panted while calling out for them to wait. Elsewhere, Sun Deli and his 2 escaping subordinates were discussing the situation. He claimed that it was this very street, yet they saw no one, while one asked if Lin Mo was truly dead, and the other remarked that if the expert behind Lin Mo had fought the Ghost King's forces, the street would have been destroyed. Sun Deli gravely concluded that it seemed Lin Mo was dead, they shouldn't linger here, and they must quickly retreat from Shanglin. In the distance, the red-black ghost and the smoke ghost slowly approached. The red-black ghost mocked them, saying, "You think you can just come and go as you please so easily?" And the smoke ghost sneered that they clearly didn't think much of the Shanglin ghosts at all. Sun Deli's group turned pale when they saw the 2 evil-level ghosts. It was already difficult for 3 third-tier ghost masters to fight ordinary spirits, let alone face 2 evil ghosts and win. Sun Deli hurriedly cast his skill to summon his Silver Soul ghost. The Silver Soul ghosts rushed in to attack the 2 ghosts with a blood-draining move. Their group intended to find an escape route, but that was further away than a dream. Before the words could even be finished, a loud explosion resounded in the sky. Despite being in full flight, Duck Loi had to halt and look up. Witnessing the spectacle above, he exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is this?"
Oh, my soul-devouring demon!
Duck Loi's expression changed to one of shock as he saw an object hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. The shadow from afar, growing closer by the second, was the technique called Deep Mist Black Shadow. Lam Mak charged forward with his sword and roared, "Ton Duck Loi,
Don't you dream of escaping! Athu, unleash your skills to support me!"
Overwhelmed with shock, he yelled, "Lam Mak, so it turns out you're not dead yet." Lam Mak, filled with murderous intent, concentrated all his strength into his sword and lunged straight forward. Not to be outdone, Duck Loi summoned the Samurai Ghost and the Extreme Butterfly Ghost to face him. Duck Loi stood rooted in place, powerless and afraid, screaming, "Summon Invisible Ghost."
Deathmatch Ghost.
The Deathmatch Ghost blocked the attack from the Samurai Ghost, while the Invisible Ghost stopped the Extreme Butterfly Ghost. Seeing this, the 2 subordinates behind frantically shouted,
Help the director quickly summon.
Before they could finish, Athu closed in, held a knife to one's neck, and threatened, "Don't move, or you'll lose your life in an instant." Immediately after, a dark shadow quickly bound the 2 of them tightly, making them scream out loud. He used the Deep Mist Black Shadow to wrap the 2 subordinates like Egyptian mummies. While they screamed, the red-black ghost and the smoke ghost watched from afar. The smoke ghost wondered blankly who it was and where it was, and why they were fighting among themselves. The red-black ghost added, "Exactly, isn't the security bureau supposed to protect students?" The 2 ghosts stood commenting that every move Lam Mak made was lethal, clearly aiming to finish off the deputy director, likely learned from Hades himself. At that moment, Lam Mak kicked Duck Loi hard in the stomach, making him spit blood. Though angry at being deceived, they had to admit they'd seen many cruel ghosts, but never a human this ruthless. Duck Loi stumbled backward, clutching his stomach and coughing violently and continuously. Watching Lam Mak approach with his sword, he turned pale and thought to himself, "He truly wants to take my life." Ton Duck Loi shouted orders to the 2 summoned ghosts. Invisible Ghost, Deathmatch Ghost, "What on earth are you 2 doing?
Come here and save me now!"
Startled, they replied,
"Yes, sir!"
Lam Mak jumped high, ready to swing his sword down, and said, "Invisible Ghost, it's too late." Duck Loi watched him charge helplessly, unable to do anything. Lam Mak lunged forward, channeling all his energy until the sword glowed with lightning, then unleashed, "One sword smites all evil," his eyes burning red and his hair standing on end. An arc of energy shot out incredibly fast, aiming directly at Duck Loi's position. When the blow struck, his clothes were torn to shreds, and Duck Loi could do nothing but stand there and scream. Lam Mak was now standing right in front of him, pointing his sword at the man writhing on the ground, and declared, "I win." Then he stomped hard on his stomach with his left foot, causing Duck Loi to vomit blood again. Lam Mak, with overwhelming murderous intent, looked at him and barked, "Where is the antidote?
Hand it over right now if you don't want to die!"
Hearing that, Duck Loy became smug and replied with contempt, "If you want to save that brat, you surely won't dare to kill me. You'd better get on your knees and kowtow to beg me." Not wanting to argue with Duck Loy's arrogance, he swung his sword and severed the old man's left arm. Duck Loy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as one of his ears had just been sliced off. Lam Mak coldly asked him who said he wouldn't dare to take a human life. Despite the agonizing pain from his severed arm, the old man defiantly challenged him, saying, "If I die, you will never get the antidote for that girl, so you have no choice but to keep me alive." Finishing his sentence, Duck Loy tilted his head back and laughed gleefully. His shrill laughter ignited Lam Mak's rage. Gritting his teeth, he threatened that if the old man didn't hand over the antidote, he would kill him first and then wipe out his entire family. Although his face had turned pale with fear, the old man maintained a triumphant look and scoffed, "I bet you wouldn't dare go through with it." Sighing at the old man's shamelessness, he replied, "You really are a man without honor. I can't leave a Nian's life in the hands of someone like you." But the old man interrupted him, sensing that Lam Mak was starting to give in. "Then let me go and escort me out of the spirit realm. Once that's done, you can go to the safety bureau and turn yourself in." The look of wariness on Lam Mak's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin as he told the old man that he was far more ruthless than him. Immediately after, Lam Mak turned in another direction and called out, "Smoke Ghost, come out here now." Upon being called, the figure pointed at himself and replied curtly, "Calling me." He grabbed Duck Loy by the head and pushed him toward the Smoke Ghost. While the red and black demons closed in, Lam Mak requested, "Your Eye of Judgment technique can interrogate souls, right? Use it on this guy and force him to give up the antidote." Hearing this, the Smoke Ghost questioned why he should obey him, saying, "Have you forgotten how you tortured me at the Hoi Fong Bank?" Lam Mak sincerely apologized for the past and asked for his help, promising to owe him a favor. The Smoke Ghost curled his lip and said, "How much is a favor from you actually worth?" Seeing that the ghost was not yet convinced, he whispered that he had a close relationship with the living king of hell. If he owed the ghost a favor, it meant the living king of hell would owe him one, to which the Smoke Ghost nodded and said, "Now that sounds like something." The ghost stepped closer to Duck Loy and agreed to help, making the old man cower on the ground. The Smoke Ghost hesitated, asking if using the Eye of Judgment would kill the old man. Hearing this, the old man immediately cried out, "No, you can't." Knowing Duck Loy would die, Lam Mak's eyes lit up with excitement.
Even better.
"Go ahead and use it, don't hesitate." His reaction left the two demons stunned, silently thinking that this guy was truly ruthless. Despite his face being covered in tears and snot from fear, Duck Loy still tried to shout insults, calling Lam Mak a piece of trash for colluding with demons, when suddenly a notification appeared saying the host had just received 500 break defense points. He looked at the old man with contempt. "Weren't you acting so tough just a moment ago? Why are you now so scared that you've peed your pants?" Interrupting the chaotic scene, the Smoke Ghost told him to step back to avoid being caught in the crossfire, while the old man remained on the ground begging for mercy. The Smoke Ghost gripped Duck Loy's hair tightly, causing him to shriek in extreme pain. He exhaled a stream of smoke from his nose and mouth. It wasn't ordinary smoke, but the Eye of Judgment skill, designed to settle old scores. Inhaling the smoke from the ghost's mouth, Duck Loy foamed at the mouth and let out one last piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. As soon as the body lay still, the old man's soul suddenly separated from his physical form. In the blink of an eye, his spirit was bound tightly to a cross by chains. The Smoke Ghost pointed at the soul imprisoned on the cross and told Lam Mak, "You can start the interrogation now." He stepped in front of Duck Loy's soul and demanded in a stern voice how many crimes he had committed and how many grievances he had caused. Trembling with fear, he confessed to all sorts of shameful events since the age of 4, on a cold winter day. Duck Loy recalled the scene of his own cold-bloodedness and heartlessness as he drowned a poor stray cat during a winter night. Upon hearing him speak of his first sin, the soul of the smoke demon appeared and whipped Duck Loy, scolding him that animal cruelty is a heinous crime while striking him. After the painful beating, he struggled but continued to pour out his confessions about when he was 17 years old. To climb to the top, I ordered the jailer demon to eliminate 7 other rivals, only I deserved to pass the cruel hell test. Duck Loy recalled the cowardly moment of hiding and pushing others to their deaths. Lam Mak remarked with a serious expression, "Killing 7 people at once is truly deserving of punishment." Under Lam Mak's command, the smoke demon continued to whip Duck Loy. Standing nearby and overhearing, Haktuban and Arthur were horrified by his brutality. Haktuban exclaimed, "This old man is terrifying to kill so many people at just 17, and Arthur agreed, "He truly deserves to die." Lam Mak grew furious at Duck Loy's confession and rained punches and kicks onto his body lying on the ground, growling, "For a person like this to serve as the Provincial Security Bureau's deputy director shows just how rotten the bureau has become." But the story did not end there. Duck Loy continued to report his crimes from age 20. At age 23. At age 25, then age 26. At age 36, though his crimes after the age of 57 were unclear. However, just hearing those previous confessions was enough to imagine the horrifying extent of those crimes. Each confession was met with a lash of the whip. Lam Mak lost all patience. He stepped forward and delivered a heavy punch to the face of Duck Loy's soul hanging on the cross, shouting, "You have so many sins, how much longer do you intend to speak?" Then he grabbed the soul by the neck, threateningly asking about the antidote. Duck Loy, now covered in injuries, finally confessed that the antidote used the ghost pearl of the silver soul demon as a catalyst, along with 12 grams of honeysuckle, 8 grams of broomrap, and a single tribulus fruit flower boiled over high heat for 3 hours. Having heard what he needed, Lam Mak released Duck Loy's neck and turned to leave. Before departing, he turned back to instruct the smoke demon. "Finish him off." Lam Mak slowly approached the silver soul demon with his sword in hand and shouted toward it, "Silver soul demon!" The moment it turned its head, he plunged his sword straight into it. Being stabbed, the silver soul demon turned into a gem. Lam Mak held the gem in his hand and said, "The ghost pearl has been obtained." He cradled it in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. As he stroked the gem, Lam Mak said, "Finally, a Nian can be saved." Having finished, he left but did not forget to look back, smile, and say goodbye to the smoke demon. "Thank you very much." The smoke demon smiled back at Lam Mak. "It was just a small token of my goodwill." Then he pointed at Duck Loy's 2 subordinates in the back and asked, "What about these 2? Lam Mak replied indifferently, "They are a gift for you." The smoke demon and the red-black demon happily carried off the 2 subordinates and Duck Loy's body. The smoke demon said to Lam Mak, "Excellent, I can't wait. We're going now, hope to see you again." Hak Tiu Ban asked inquisitively, "Why does the security bureau keep targeting you, and what are the Fongma remnants?" Lam Mak also looked surprised and replied, "I would like to know too, but we can only head back and investigate slowly." Arthur pondered deeply and shared his deductions with the 2. The Fongma remnants are the surviving people of the Fongma nation. He recalled his father's image and whispered that when his father was young, he used to go to the Fengmo country to get his head shaved, and the local people there were very honest and simple-hearted. The story goes like this: Arthur suddenly remembered seeing everyone being forced into hard labor at the construction site, so he poured out his feelings. According to the information I have, they were coerced by the Chinese side into the most dangerous areas to work, and the Safety Bureau and the military are currently hunting down refugees. But what does this have to do with you? Hearing Arthur's account, Lin Mo wondered if his own family were refugees from the Fengmo country and why the Safety Bureau was so hostile toward refugees. Exhausted by his chaotic thoughts, he shouted that it was better to stop thinking about it. Lin Mo placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder and asked, "Arthur, today I saw you strike at the people from the Safety Bureau without any hesitation. Could it be that you also hate those people?" Arthur replied, "Not exactly, but after hearing about the many crimes committed by Sun De, I instinctively felt that killing him was the right thing to do." Then, he lowered his voice, "There are those who are even more cruel than the devil." Lin Mo patted Arthur's shoulder in agreement. "Exactly what you said is absolutely right." A subordinate was reporting the situation to Bureau Chief Gao Longchen, stating that only one search and rescue team had returned and there was absolutely no news about Deputy Bureau Chief Sun or Alana. He waved his hand dismissively to signal his subordinate to retreat and replied, "I understand." Sitting in his armchair, Longchen thought angrily to himself that he had intended to use the examination to investigate the Fengmo remnants behind Lin Mo, but unexpectedly the result was a failure. Sun De was killed, and there were countless casualties among the students. This matter would surely lead his superiors to hold him accountable. The more he remembered Lin Mo's triumphant expression, the more he flew into a rage and shouted, "What a bunch of useless people who can't accomplish anything." Lin Mo, Arthur, and He Xiaoban walked toward the gate, with injured people lying scattered all around. The students from Shufeng University were smug because no one in their team had been harmed. A bald man arrogantly mocked, "Oh, how depressing, some teams were wiped out, while others are tattered due to a lack of members?" The bald man shouted to show off his achievements, "Only our group is intact, and we've returned with glorious victory. It's understandable how can mediocre schools compare to the prestigious Shufeng." Lin Mo, standing behind him, was fed up with the guy's arrogance and retorted, "That's impressive, not a single life lost. How did you manage to survive in the Central Zone?" The bald man laughed and replied, "Who would be foolish enough to head into the Central Zone to die? We only stayed in the suburbs hunting stray demons, so we win every time." The bald man was self-satisfied while his 2 henchmen groveled. One sighed that the team leader was so brilliant, and the other chimed in that the number of demon crystals they had was also at the top of the leaderboard. Then, the bald man glanced at Lin Mo with a look of contempt and sneered, "A bunch of useless students from your trashy school? Probably couldn't even hunt 1 or 2 demon crystals, could you?" The minister stepped out to announce over the loudspeaker, "Order everyone, please bring the collected demon crystals up here for the experts to evaluate and grade." He further cautioned that the demon crystals would be returned after the evaluation and that no one should try to deceive the inspectors with fraudulent tricks. The minister stepped back to signal the start of the evaluation and invited 2 people from either side to step up to the inspection table. 2 people covered in wounds stepped forward, presented only a single crystal, and said, "This is our spoils of war." The judge didn't even bother to touch it and immediately ruled, the era of this demon crystal is over 5 days old, it could not have been taken from the Thuonglan abyss, fraudulent. Result voided. Next. 2 others also covered in wounds brought up a crystal. The judge picked it up, shook his head and said, this is a contract demon crystal, invalid. Next. The bald man pushed his way past the person who had just finished testing and shouted,
Get out of my way!
He grinned and yelled, open your eyes and watch this. Then, the bald man poured a large number of crystals from his backpack onto the inspection table. The 2 judges picked up the crystals to examine them and announced 13 vengeful spirit crystals, 4 free spirit crystals, and 1 evil spirit crystal. The crowd below began to whisper and chatter. Someone remarked, it seems like our Shufeng will be taking home the championship trophy in this year's exam again. Ms. Man sighed regretfully, regretting that the elite team had dropped out midway, otherwise the championship title would surely have been hers. The bald man chuckled delightedly, firmly convinced that this time he would win the top spot. Surprisingly, a hand was raised high and a voice spoke up, Teacher! It turned out that Lam Mak was asking to speak, saying, Teachers, the container is a bit too small. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned around to look at him in astonishment. The minister calmly spoke up, What do you mean by that? Surely this dish isn't big enough to hold your ghost beads, is it? Lam Mak calmly replied, Of course. Haktuban summoned the Trashcan ghost. Upon receiving the command, Haktuban immediately performed a summoning technique. Coming right up, summoning the Trashcan ghost. Instantly, the Trashcan ghost appeared and poured out a series of dazzling gems, blinding everyone. The notification boards flashed continuously. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 room clearing points. Among the crowd below, some exclaimed in astonishment, while others couldn't believe their eyes. Are you kidding me? The notifications continued to appear. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 room clearing points. All the judges were stunned speechless. So many! Is it really this many? The system continued to report, Is it really this much? Lam Mak smiled and said, Would need another 10 containers just to barely hold them all, teacher. From the audience, Ms. Man watched the scene unfold and thought to herself, I always thought Lam Mak would fade away soon, but he's made incredibly rapid progress, even becoming unbelievably strong. If it weren't for the Department of Safety, he would already be my favorite student. The minister grandly announced, I hereby declare that the champion of this trial is Lam Mak's team from Bakduang Academy. Then he gestured towards the 3 of them. Athu and Hak Tiu Ban stood beside him. At the same time, this team also shattered the record, becoming the team with the highest score in the history of the Ghost Realm trials. After receiving their awards, dawn had broken. Lam Mak, along with Athu and Hak Tiu Ban, immediately set off to visit Nian. Eager to see her, Lam Mak slipped some money into the driver's hand and urged him, Uncle,
I'm in a huge hurry!
Please floor it for me. Seeing the money, the driver cheerfully replied at once,
You got it?
So he revved the engine and zoomed down the road, then yelled loudly to the people in the car, Hold on tight, everyone. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the gate of Bakduang Academy. Lam Mak excitedly jumped out and told the other 2, I'm off to look for Nian now. You 2 go back to the dorm first. Athu and Hak Tiu Ban, unaccustomed to the high speed, stood behind, vomiting profusely. He hastily ran straight to the infirmary to visit Nian. Lam Mak pushed the door open and walked in, then joyfully said, Nian, I'm back. Finding the room deserted, as he turned to leave, a voice called out, She's not here. She got bored of lying around, so she went to the library. That person was Oyen Than. She shook her head and said, I advised her to wait until she was fully recovered before going, but she wouldn't listen. Meeting an acquaintance, Lam Mak smiled brightly and asked for a favor. Senior, this is the antidote formula and the ghost beads from the White Soul Ghost. Could you help me brew it? Yuan Than happily agreed. Of course. Since a junior has asked, how could I refuse? He quickly headed to the library but didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye to Yuan Than. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm off to find Nian now. Witnessing Lam Mak's affection for Nian, Yuan Than thought to herself, he treats her so well. I wonder when I'll meet someone as sincere as him. In the quiet library, Nian was engrossed in reading a book when Lam Mak pushed the door open and walked in, then waved enthusiastically, calling out to her. Seeing him return safely, Nian both happily greeted him and playfully teased, Oh, so you survived and came back, huh? He asked her worriedly, Why aren't you resting in bed? Let me take you back. Nian waved him off, saying, It's fine. Come quickly and see this. Once he was comfortably seated beside her, she began to recount what she had just discovered through hundreds of books. I have unearthed a great secret about the Fengma dynasty. She quickly pointed to the page and said, About 15 years ago, the crown princess perished in a sea of flames along with her 3-year-old son and newborn daughter. His face suddenly tightened while she kept on rambling. Suppose if the crown prince's grandson had escaped back then, he would be 18 now, and his younger sister would be 15. Taking in this information from her made him question in shock. So you mean to tell me that I am the crown prince's grandson, and my younger sister holds the status of a princess? He countered that it was just a coincidence, saying there are plenty of sibling pairs like that in the world, But she immediately offered her judgment. Then why does the security bureau keep hounding you and harping on about the remnants of the Fengmai? Then she pulled up his sleeve and added, having the ability to open the ghost sword tom is definitely not a coincidence. He still did not grasp it and questioned her. Didn't you say that the princess burned herself along with her children? If they were both lost, how could I be the grandson? As she leafed through the book, she signaled him to look down. She then pulled out a document page and pointed it out. In the auxiliary palace of the Eastern Palace where the crown prince resided, it burned to the ground, and 3 charred corpses were recovered. He listened intently and then wondered, doesn't that fit perfectly? Didn't both children die in that fire? She held her ground and shared. At first I thought so too, until I gained access to the secret history of this kingdom. She picked up the book, opened it to the required page, and explained, before the collapse, there was a palace maid named Tai Toyan who secretly had an affair with a guard and gave birth to a boy. When the country fell, he was exactly 3 years old. Finishing her sentence, she turned to a new page. It is clearly written here that the last king was over 70, but when the incident occurred, one of his concubines was about to give birth at the same time as the crown princess. Confident in her deduction, she looked at him and asserted, the key is that after the army's attack, the list of those who died or were captured lacked both children. Upon hearing this, he understood the issue. Was she implying a swapping the prince for a commoner scheme? He stroked her hair and laughed. That sounds so absurd. It's a real loss to the country if you don't become a writer. How did you come up with such a script? She pouted and replied, you should trust me because my sixth sense is very sharp. He smiled and retorted, but I even have parents at home. She looked at him with great solemnity, clutched his hand, and said, your father's name is Kwang, and in another sense, this word is also called Sun Fong. She then used her index finger to trace letters onto his palm and explained, the crown prince's cousin, who is about 50 years old, goes by the name Sun Fong and once served as the state preceptor of that dynasty. Seemingly having seen through the deep hidden truth, he exclaimed, if so, then every loose end has been tied. Returning to the past context, the princess was instructing, Fong, I entrust these 2 levs to you, they are the last hope of this entire dynasty. He obeyed and earnestly begged, your highness, why don't you run away with us? I have reached the 8th level of the Ghost Master rank, so I will surely be able to protect you. The crown princess wept and refused, I cannot. Only when the security bureau sees me lying in the flames with their own eyes will everyone be safe. I must stay. The small boy tightly held his mother's hand and whispered, Mom, don't cry anymore. Please don't be sad anymore, Mother. Hearing her son's voice made her heart ache. She wiped the tears from her child's face and choked out, my good son, protect your little sister and live a truly happy life. Then Lam Fong carried the 2 children away while silently promising, I swear I will not betray your expectations. I will definitely raise them to be good people. Recalling the news snippets he had seen earlier, he muttered, no wonder the area was swept clean as soon as the news came that the farmhand had been caught. It's highly likely that my father was responsible. Seeing that he was still confused, she added, although it might seem like a coincidence when everything fits together so strangely, that is the truth. After listening, he thought to himself, perhaps I need to interrogate the old man properly to get to the bottom of this. My head is spinning like a top. He kindly asked if she was tired from scouring through all those books, and she beamed. When one has a desire to find the truth, fatigue is just a small matter. Hearing that, he lightly tapped her on the head and teased her. I think you're just eager for drama. Go back to your room and take your treatment medicine. The antidote is already there. She clutched her head and groaned.
That hurts so much.
And Nian pouted and said, I helped you solve the mystery of your body, yet I haven't even heard a sincere thank you. Lam Mak smiled lightly and teased, of course, I must repay you. How about I offer my own body to compensate you? And Nian didn't find the joke very funny and replied, planning to use your body to pay off a debt again. Why do I feel like I'm the one losing out? That remark made Lam Mak blush deeply. Immediately after, the 2 of them left together and accidentally ran into Tan Mai Lai on the way. Seeing him walk past her nonchalantly, she turned her head and asked, Lam Mak, did you see Deputy Director Ton Duc Loi inside the ghost realm? Lam Mak turned back with a look of extreme annoyance and replied, who is Ton Duc Loi? I don't know him at all. And Nian whispered to him, did you really not meet him? Lam Mak then honestly replied, actually I did. Hearing that, she pressed him, so where is he now? Lam Mak just calmly replied, I've already taken care of him. That answer made Nian so excited that she lunged to hug Lam Mak and exclaimed,
Wow, you did great.
She playfully pinched his cheek and squeezed his waist tightly, forcing him to beg, stop squeezing my waist. If you break it, you won't have anything left to use later. His suggestive remark made her blush as she asked, use what, exactly? Lam Mak just smiled gently and waved his hand, oh nothing. Miley stood at a distance watching the 2 of them being intimate and thought to herself, why does the doll demon stir up for no reason every time I see a Nian? Now that they were back in the infirmary, Lam Mak sat there attentively blowing on a bowl of medicine to cool it down for An Nian. After blowing on it, he handed the bowl to her and advised, "This medicine is quite bitter, try to bear with it." Seeing him treat her like a child, she smirked. "This is nothing," ignoring the fact that Oen Than was standing there watching their affectionate scene. And Nian immediately took the bowl and downed it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Lam Mak turned to thank Yuan Than. "Thank you very much, senior." The girl happily replied, "We are fellow disciples, so don't be so formal. The teacher already said he accepted you as his successor, so from now on, you are my junior apprentice brother." Yuan Than stood up, preparing to leave, but didn't forget to add, "By the way, the master wants to meet you tonight to talk. Remember to be on time, junior brother." Hearing this, Lam Mak replied politely, "Yes, I will." As soon as the door closed, Nian immediately changed her tone and said to him seriously, "It is very likely that Dichfong is the military commander who attacked the Demon Wind Kingdom and killed your people, including your grandfather, the Ghost King." She also warned him to be very careful tonight. Hearing Nian's revelation, Lam Mak was extremely surprised. He thought to himself, if he truly was the prince of the Demon Wind Kingdom, why would Dichfong protect him and take him as a disciple? Or was he plotting something else? As soon as he stepped out of the infirmary, Lam Mak felt his phone vibrate. Before he could say a word, his father blurted out, "Son, did you get out of the ghost realm? Are you missing any limbs? How were your exam results? Your mother and I are very worried." Finally getting a chance to speak, he replied, "Dad, stop joking. Do you think I'm calling you from hell? As for the results, they're just average. They only barely broke the record for the entire province." Hearing that news, Mr. Lamfong and Mrs. Nswang couldn't stop laughing, while his younger sister Lam Than Lak looked at him with admiration. His father spared no praise for his son. "Ahaha, well done. Truly worthy of being my successor." Lam Mak suddenly teased back, "That goes without saying. Who else but me is the only student in our Lam family line, right, Mr. Sun Feng?" That statement made his parents freeze in surprise, thinking to themselves, does Mak know the truth? Not letting the awkwardness last long, his parents quickly regained their composure. Mr. Lamfong said, "Sun Feng, what are you talking about? We live in the mountains, so strong wind is normal." His mother quickly added, "Than Lak wants to talk to you, you two catch up." Knowing full well that his father was trying to cover up the truth, he thought to himself, the old man is dodging the subject again. I'll have to see if there's a way to find out more later. After a few exchanges, his parents passed the phone to Than Lak. The young girl excitedly praised her brother. "Brother, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to break the provincial exam record in the ghost realm." Lam Mak smiled and told his sister, "Little Lak, it's not that I'm extraordinary, it's just that the guys in my batch were a bit weak." Hearing that, Than Lak replied, "You still love to show off as always. If I could be as strong as you, that would be great." Lam Mak told her that as long as she stayed healthy, he would bring her to Jiang province to study in the future. With his sister's intelligence, she would surely surpass all the top students there. Than Lak laughed and said he was teasing her again. Lam Mak joked further, "My little sister is so beautiful. Any guy who wants to get to know you will have to pay me 10 trillion in tea money first." Meanwhile, the two siblings' parents went outside to discuss the matter, and Swang guessed correctly that Mak likely knew about his origins, but Lam Fong was determined to keep it secret because the Lotus cult was not yet strong enough and the time was not right. He added sternly that if he rushed to seek revenge now, it would ruin the plan. Instead, he needed to focus on cultivation to become more mature every day. Suddenly, from the horizon, a devil crow flapped its wings and flew by. Holding the newly received letter, Lam Fong thought to himself that this was surely an urgent secret report from Baby Yama. She worriedly asked what the letter said, and Lam Fong explained to Nswang that the Northern Kingdom and the sovereign state were about to sign a ceasefire agreement. He predicted that the sovereign state army would soon withdraw to defend, and ghost realms like Thuong Lan, Bien Than, and Nam Sun were about to face calamity, so he had to leave her in charge of the house to head up to the cult. Having finished speaking, he hurried away, and Nswang only had time to call after her husband's back. "Leave soon and come back safe?" Lam Mak kindly told Lam Than Lak to go to bed first. "Xiao Luo, you go and rest early, I still have some things to handle." After ending the call, he turned off his phone and headed to the training grounds of Baiyang Academy to meet someone. Lam Mak greeted enthusiastically, "Master, what did you call me here for?" The other person turned around, and it was Tik Fong. He asked how he felt after winning first place in the trial, and if he felt stronger yet. Lam Mak smiled, scratched his head and replied, "How could I not be stronger, master?" Seeing him seem self-satisfied, he sternly said, "Emph, do you think defeating a few useless guys from the security bureau makes you truly skilled?" Seeing Tik Fong's disdain, he wondered if his master had discovered he knew the secret because his attitude was unusual, but he still replied, "I think I'm doing okay." Tik Fong barked irritably, "What do you mean okay? I think you're still far behind." Then he immediately summoned the maid ghost and the judge ghost to fight him. The emergence of two giant ghost entities terrified Lam Mak. Good heavens, could master really be planning to kill me to silence me? Tik Fong added sarcastically, "The people at the security bureau are just military rejects, so your victory over Tonduk Loi means nothing." Then he softened his voice and told Lam Mak, To make real progress, you must have the courage to face stronger opponents. Although still afraid, he understood Tikfong's intention. It seemed his master had no intention of harming him. He ordered him to attack. "Come on, use all your strength and charge at me." Lam Mak replied fearfully, "Fighting you is no different from seeking death." He added tremblingly, "Your ghosts are all terrifying demon-level entities, and you're even a level 7 ghost master." Understanding the concern, Tikfong waved his hand and said he would actively suppress the strength of his contracted ghosts. Immediately, his ghost entities shrunk, and after completing the adjustments, Tikfong turned and spoke to Lam Mak. "Now they only have the power of malevolent spirits, no stronger than your ghosts. I also compressed my spiritual energy down to level 2, so don't say I'm bullying the small with my seniority." He smiled slightly and replied, "If you only use 2 malevolent spirit-level ghosts, won't it turn out that I'm about to bully you?" Tikfong looked at him seriously. "Then come in here and show me what you've got." Hearing this, Lam Mak stepped back and began the summoning ritual, summoning the giant mirror ghost along with the chainsaw ghost. Then he decisively ordered, "Chainsaw ghost, attack immediately!" Meanwhile, the female wraith standing behind also began unleashing her soul-seeking ominous melody to provide support. Tikfong and his 2 subordinate demons only needed to take a slight step back to easily dodge Lam Mak's attack. That made him panic, carefully measuring the distance to skillfully dodge the deadly sound waves. Despite that, he stubbornly gave chase and ordered the 2 demons to continue their pursuit, thinking to himself that as long as the opponent fell within the sound wave's range of influence, they would surely be suppressed. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the chase between Lam Mak and Tikfong was still a stalemate, as neither had managed to inflict a single scratch on the other. Realizing this approach was ineffective, he remarked, "Well, this is quite interesting. If this move doesn't work, I'll change my tactics." He touched his wrist, causing it to glow, and then summoned loudly, "Manifest now, martial artist demon and Hwadan demon." Right upon being summoned, the Hwadan demon and martial artist demon duo immediately assumed ready stances to fight the opposing demons. Lam Mak hastily ordered, "All 4 of you, charge and slaughter them for me." Tikfong's face darkened as he remarked, "Hemph, so this is how you operate." He quietly observed the martial artist demon's attack and the maid demon's skillful defensive parries. The earth pole demon rushed forward, swinging its chainsaw straight down at Tikfong's head. But the maid demon immediately blocked the blow and flung him a distance away. Observing from behind, Lam Mak spotted an opening and shouted, "Martial artist demon,
Unleash your move now!"
Upon receiving the command, the martial artist demon's eyes suddenly widened and glowed brightly. It immediately executed the triple consecutive slashes technique, repeatedly swinging its blade forward to attack. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the earth pole demon immediately grabbed its chainsaw and rushed to the rescue. Sensing danger, the judge demon became extremely vigilant. It cautiously leaped to the side to assume a defensive stance. The lightning-fast movement speed left both the martial artist demon and the earth pole demon unable to react in time. By the time they regained their bearings, they had crashed painfully into each other. Seeing this, Tikfong sneered, "I didn't even bother to use a skill, and this is the best you can do." He raised his eyebrows provocatively. Everything so far was just the warm-up. As soon as he finished speaking, the maid demon charged straight ahead from behind, causing Lam Mak to instinctively step back. Unprepared for this, he panicked and gasped in surprise. Utilizing his skills to summon a sword from the palm of his hand, he shouted, "Sword, come!" Lam Mak unleashed a powerful slash emitting a formidable aura, but she was quick enough to dodge it. Seizing the opportunity, the judge demon rushed over to stand behind the maid demon ready for battle. Realizing their intention, Lam Mak was shocked. It turned out the maid demon was merely a decoy, while the judge demon was the actual spearhead. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the judge demon thrust its blade straight toward Lam Mak. Unable to react in time, he cried out internally, "This is bad.
I won't be able to dodge!"
MC activated his eye technique, awakening the powerful illusory blood domain. The 2 demons quickly dodged the attack, making him exclaim in surprise. He couldn't believe they closed their eyes just as he activated the blood domain. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and he couldn't help but scream miserably. MC was hit directly by a palm strike, his body mercilessly flung far away. Struggling to get up amidst the throbbing pain, he gritted his teeth, enduring the torment of his body. Looking towards his master, he secretly thought that his opponent was clearly holding back as he hadn't broken a single bone. Tikfong stepped forward to teach him, saying, "At this rate, you probably couldn't even handle an ordinary private in the army." MC panted, stunned, "Can't even defeat a private." He gritted his teeth, contemplating, "If Uncle Kus is the crown prince of the Demon Wind Kingdom, then I'll be facing the army, not the Department of Public Safety." Having thought it through, MC resolved to train diligently. If he wasn't strong enough to resist the army, he would be nothing more than a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He unleashed an evil, cleansing sword strike aimed directly at the judge demon, but it managed to dodge in time. It calmly raised its brush, swinging it while drawing strange lines in mid-air. The brush crashed into MC's sword hilt, making him cry out in pain. The judge demon was unaware that the martial student demon and the butterfly extreme demon were stealthily approaching from behind. The 2 demons simultaneously lunged down to attack, forcing the enemy to retreat clumsily. At this moment, all 4 subordinates surrounded MC, their sole purpose to protect their master. MC immediately gave the order, everyone charge? His demon army was full of vigor, some growling, others shouting loudly, all roaring, kill, in unison. Just a minute later, his soldiers were exhausted, lying sprawled on the ground. MC sighed exasperatedly. This is really hard, controlling 4 demons at once, yet their fighting style is still too monotonous. He began outlining a strategy. Should 2 unleash skills while 2 close in, or should they launch an all-out attack at once? Realizing it wasn't good enough, he shook his head and rejected it. This fighting style works against wild demons, but facing an experienced person like Tidix Fong, I'm sure to lose. Tidix Fong said sternly, now have you realized your own shortcomings? He stepped closer to analyze. Your contract limit is high, but don't think that simply upgrading your rank is enough. TVC Fong grabbed MMC's collar and admonished him, the coordination between the demons and between the demon tamer and them is the real key. He roared, your positioning and the timing for unleashing skills are vital factors that you completely lack. MMC swiftly gripped his treasured sword tightly and charged straight towards the judge demon and made demon shouting, watch this move! The judge demon coldly kicked MC in the stomach, making him cry out in pain. The 10-minute training session had ended. The maid demon, who was fighting the butterfly extreme demon, suddenly turned to look at MC with a mischievous gaze. The demon maid suddenly swung her razor-sharp scythe, dragging a chainsaw along as she lunged at Lam Mak, forcing him to struggle to dodge. Training has been going on for half an hour now. Watching the little junior brother's first training session is truly interesting. And Nian heard this and shrank back with an anxious look, whispering that this was even worse than a circus act. If he kept falling over like that, Lam Mak would surely collapse. Ointhan gave a strained smile as she recounted that this was still better than the time they were tossed around like balls, and Nian's eyes went wide with surprise as she asked, was it really that brutal? Could it be that we searched for the judge demon, only to end up in such a miserable state? The judge demon did not hesitate for a second, launching a thunderous kick straight at Lam Mak. The judge demon's earth-shattering kick left Lam Mak dizzy as he was sent flying backward. Suddenly, Lam Mak's expression became contemplative and a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his face. Instantly, the martial artist demon and the opera singer demon had silently surrounded the judge demon from both sides, seizing the opportunity to strike. The opera singer demon quickly began to sing in an enchanting voice, unleashing her special ability to control others through demonic drama. The martial artist demon coordinated smoothly, maneuvering his blade to lunge straight toward the judge demon, demanding that he stand still and not move. The judge demon remained indifferent and expressionless, chuckling as he praised him, saying that he had made some progress. In the blink of an eye, the judge demon slipped toward the opera singer demon and spoke in an authoritative voice. Too bad you are both still young and inexperienced. Lam Mak was drenched in sweat with a pained look on his face. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, damn it, it's still not working. Ointhan watched intently with an expectant look, saying, the little junior brother learns really fast. Back in my day, it took me half a month to coordinate well with my contract demon. And Nian stood by, restless and pained, and retorted, what kind of intelligence is that?
Look at how badly injured he is!
Suddenly, Principal Tukfong sensed something unusual and cast a wary gaze behind him. A pack of wild demons, led by a female demon in a red dress, charged in unison, and she shrieked, who dares to hit my beloved husband? Everyone charge and finish him off immediately. Ointhan panicked and exclaimed that a group of wild demons was attacking, and Nian calmly replied, look closer, it seems they aren't attacking Lam Mak but are targeting the principal. Ointhan breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her face, thinking, attacking the master. Well, that's fine, he can take care of himself as long as the little junior brother is safe. The red-clad female demon rushed toward Principal Tukfong with fiery eyes, shouting, you old geezer, how dare you touch my husband?
Die!
A wild demon beside her also barked aggressively.
Don't be afraid, brother, I'm here to save you!
Tukfong calmly dodged the attack and asked nonchalantly, what is going on here? Do we have some kind of grudge against each other? Seeing this, Lam Mak hurriedly stopped the red-clad female demon.
Stop right there! That is my teacher!
During the struggle, he accidentally pulled hard, causing the dress of the red-clad female demon to slip down. The red-clad female demon immediately blushed with embarrassment and cooed at Lam Mak, leaving him frozen and speechless. Oh, my beloved husband, do you really want us to be like this in front of so many people? And Nian frowned in anger, clenching her fists and muttering, that Lam Mak daring to be so intimate with that female demon. While Nian was fuming, the system suddenly reported, congratulations to the host for receiving 60 points for breaking the defense. Lam Mak was stunned and confused, wondering where did these defense-breaking points come from. The red-clad female demon cast a seductive glance at Lam Mak and said sweetly, wait for me to finish off that old man, and then we can have some fun together. Lam Mak turned pale and hurriedly intervened. No, that's not necessary. Tell them to stop right now. The red-clad female demon pouted, confused, but obediently followed his request. Fine, I'll do whatever you want. Just as she finished speaking, the red-dressed ghost opened her mouth wide and ordered everyone to stop immediately. Hearing that command, the crowd of wild ghosts froze like statues and stopped singing all at once. Master Tukfong flew into a rage, his face grim and bulging with blue veins, demanding that Lam Mak quickly and clearly explain the situation to him. As soon as the red-dressed female ghost heard this, She immediately flared up and shouted at the old man to just try and touch her beloved husband. Lam Mak hurriedly intervened and explained that it was just a misunderstanding because his friends at the graveyard thought the teacher was bullying him, so they stepped in to help. The red-dressed female ghost suddenly switched to a cooing tone, leaning close to Lam Mak's face and saying she missed him dearly, causing the young man to panic, avoid her, and stutteringly urge her to leave quickly because he was busy. Obeying her husband, the female ghost and her minions regretfully turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him that if he needed any support from the Wasteland Cemetery, he should just say the word. Principal Tuck Fong suddenly loomed up from behind with a stern expression, loudly reminding him not to just stand there in a daze but to continue training. Wasting no time, Master Tuck Fong coldly summoned a group of shield ghosts and announced that the training target this time would be 3 of them at once. Lam Mak grimaced and hurriedly dodged the violent blows from the shield ghosts, silently lamenting that this challenge was truly much tougher than before. Without any hesitation, the shield ghost swung its arm and delivered a powerful punch to Lam Mak, sending him flying quite a distance away. Covered in bruises and pain, Lam Mak gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up, silently cursing that the old man was intentionally using public duty to exact a personal vendetta. In the silence of the late night, only Lam Mak's heavy panting could be heard. When the clock struck midnight, Master Tuck Fong clasped his hands behind his back and calmly praised his performance today as quite decent. And Nian hurriedly ran over to kindly wipe the dirt from Lam Mak's face, while the boy, despite being exhausted, still tried to hold his chin up and asked if he looked impressive today. Mak Yuan-than narrowed her eyes with a bright smile, praising him as the smartest person she had ever met besides her master. Hearing this, Lam Mak just smiled modestly and curiously asked more about that senior disciple's strength. Mak Yuan-than's eyes lit up with excitement as she revealed that he was currently a highly wanted criminal in 7 different countries. Stunned, Lam Mak could not believe his ears, stuttering as he pressed for information about the status of the other senior brothers and sisters in the sect. Feeling too overwhelmed, Lam Mak quickly gestured for Mak Yuan-than to stop because he had begun to realize that no one here was a normal person. Mak Yuan-than continued to explain with a smile that although they often clashed with their master, they behaved very politely toward family members, leaving Lam Mak with only a forced smile as he feared that politeness was nothing good. She maintained a well-meaning expression and patted Lam Mak's shoulder, reminding him that since it was just the 2 of them now, he should be obedient and listen to their master, causing him to quickly nod in agreement just to get it over with. Suddenly, Nian pouted sulkily and spoke up, questioning how Lam Mak intended to explain his relationship with that female ghost from earlier. Confused, Lam Mak scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, stuttering as he asked if she was referring to that red-dressed ghost. In a tight spot, the young man didn't dare look directly at Nian, telling her that for some reason he had fainted in the old house at the graveyard that night, and when he woke up, he found her clinging to him, swearing that he was not lying. And Nian narrowed her eyes with a sharp look and asked again if that was really all. Lam Mak immediately raised his hand and swore, with an extremely trustworthy expression, to confirm that that was all there was to it. Mak Yuan-than suddenly interrupted with a sly smile, showing great interest in knowing how he felt right when he woke up. As if hit where it hurts, Lam Mak was suddenly tongue-tied, fearing that if he accidentally revealed the truth, he would be in big trouble. And Nian stood with her arms akimbo, her gaze full of scrutiny, insisting that Lam Mak provide a satisfactory answer immediately. Lam Mak suddenly had a quick thought and babbled a long string of explanations, saying that what happened when he woke up was actually this and that. As if saying it was the same as not saying it, and not saying it was also fine. Everything just unfolded the way it had to. In short, a tangled mess he hadn't anticipated until it was all over, concluding that my story must sound reasonable to both of you, right? After listening to Lam Mak ramble for a long meaningless stretch, both Nian and Mak Yuan-than felt dizzy and completely failed to understand what he was talking about. Seizing that opportunity, Lam Mak quickly said goodbye to everyone and wished Nian and his senior a good night to make a swift getaway from the scene. While Nian was still in a daze and hadn't regained her composure, Mak Yuan-than could only smile helplessly, realizing they had both been diverted by his heap of useless information. Now I understand the whole story, which immediately made Nian fly into a rage and shout, "Linmo, quickly tell me the truth." Linmo squinted, grinning, then bolted, looking back to tease, "And Nian is still recovering. Remember to support your stomach when you eat breakfast tomorrow, or you won't digest it in time." Muningayan-than with a helpless expression sighed in exasperation and spoke. Little junior brother is indeed a rare talent with a bright future ahead. After hearing this, Nian pouted, unconvinced. Talent. I think he's just an idiot. Moved into Linmo's dormitory when everything had sunk deep into silent slumber. Linmo gently pushed open the door and was suddenly greeted by Hatiu Ban's head poking out, exclaiming joyfully, "After so many days of waiting, you've finally come back, Brother Mu." Seeing Hatiu Ban grinning widely, Linmo frowned in confusion and asked, "What the hell are you still doing up at this hour instead of sleeping?" Hatiu Ban, with a covetous gaze, grinned from ear to ear and subtly reminded him, "Brother Mo, where are those videos you promised?" The collection of teachers and the 13 episodes of Secrets of 13 Tall Young Men and a Weak Little Girl. Linmo was stunned, speechless at his friend's greed. It's just these things. Okay, I'll send them to you right now. Hatiuban excitedly shouted with his mouth wide open, "Dear teachers, here I come." After finishing, Linmo turned and left. "I'm going to take a shower. You enjoy yourself at your leisure." On Hatiuban's phone screen, numerous educational materials from various types of teachers suddenly appeared. Hatiuban instantly turned to stone, his face filled with extreme disappointment. Hatiuban choked with indignation and roared in fury, "What is this pile of junk?" Or at that moment, the system announced, "Haas has received an additional 500 room destruction points." In his room, Linmo was rolling with laughter. "I didn't lie. They are all teachers teaching, aren't they?" Hatiuban's face turned dark with annoyance as he looked at his phone. "Don't tell me the 7 tall young men and a little girl is also a scam." The familiar melody of the Calabash Brothers immediately resounded cheerfully on the screen. Hatiuban, furious, threw his phone violently to the ground and screamed curses. "Damn you, Linmo." The system chimed again. "Congratulations, host, you have harvested another 500 room destruction points." Arthur, who was sleeping soundly, had to jolt awake due to the deafening noise. "What's going on? Is there a ghost attacking the dormitory?" Hatiuban knelt on the ground, full of resentment, and yelled,
Linmo, you scoundrel, how dare you trick me? That demon released my grandpa!
Arthur could only shake his head helplessly at the scene. "It's just a video. Why are you so agitated?" Inside Linmo's room, he was eavesdropping on the situation and chuckling with glee. The pranking plan had been a complete and brilliant success. On the rooftop of the White Birch Academy dormitory, Linmo was diligently and step-by-step upgrading the power of the ghost electrode. Linmo maintained a solemn expression, concentrating all his efforts to convert energy to support the ghost electrode's upgrade. As soon as it sensed the abundant energy surging throughout its body, the ghost electrode let out a roar of satisfaction. A male student on the floor below suddenly poked his head out, looked up at the rooftop, and grumbled angrily, "What the hell is going on? Making so much noise in the middle of the night?" Linmo showed an embarrassed look and quickly apologized sincerely. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally lost control of my strength just now." The moment the male student saw the fierce appearance of the ghost electrode, his face turned pale, and he quickly disappeared without daring to utter another word. It's okay, you can continue, nothing's wrong." Linmo's eyes were filled with excitement as he patted the ghost electrode's shoulder and said softly, "Let's continue, shall we? Quickly activate your third skill." Linmo exerted all his mental power to amplify the ghost electrode's strength. The skill swap for the electric saw demon's third skill was completed. The ghost electrode stood still, sensing the powerful transformation within. The electric saw demon's loyalty increased by 9%, reaching 99%. From now on, its loyalty will not decrease, and it will become a lifelong contracted demon. Linmo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Finally, I've found a way to deal with demons that have high physical armor and magic resistance. I won't be cornered like before. This is a perfect way to compensate for the offensive shortcomings." With everything done, Linmo quickly gave the command to recall electric saw demon return. Lammak calmly summoned a sword, followed by the immediate appearance of a mysterious ghost magic sword. He gripped the hilt tightly and focused all his power on upgrading it. The magic sword evolved into a mid-level malevolent spirit, then continuously broke through to the high-level malevolent spirit rank. Looking at his hand with bulging blue veins, Lammak smirked with interest, wondering how much longer it would take for this arm to turn into a terrifying skeleton. Without hesitation, Lammak excitedly continued to channel power into the precious sword, successfully activating the third skill to obtain the first sword proficiency level. Lammak carefully observed the system panel and curled his lips into a smile. This was truly the perfect move for assassinations. When used, it leaves a phantom image in place while the original body dashes forward at double speed, simultaneously reducing damage taken by 95%. Finally, he would teleport back to the phantom's location within a 50-meter range. This skill consumes 300 spiritual energy and has a 600-second cooldown. Holding the precious sword in his hand, Lammak pondered the large spiritual energy consumption and the lengthy cooldown. It seemed this could only be used as a trump card in the decisive battles this afternoon. Once finished, he quietly turned away and thought to himself that the number of buffalo ghosts he lacked was still too great. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade when his wallet was fuller. The scene shifted to the training field, where Principal Tukfong was already waiting with his hands behind his back. Tukfong raised his eyebrows, his sharp gaze pointing directly at Lammak, as he warned in a stern voice that it was highly likely he was about to lose his life. Hearing this, Lammak froze for 5 seconds, his face turning deathly pale and speechless. Slowly lighting a cigarette, the principal calmly stated that according to the latest news, the northern faction had reached a truce agreement, and soon the military would take over the security bureau. Tukfong solemnly reminded him that their investigation process was very strict and his identity would soon be exposed, causing Lammak to turn pale with worry. If this reached Cao Long's ears, the situation would become many times more dangerous. After finishing his cigarette, Principal Tukfong used the tip of his shoe to gently extinguish the embers. He looked at Lammak with a profound gaze, advising that whether he confronted the military or not, he at least needed to have the skills to protect himself. Lammak regained his spirit, his eyes burning with determination, and suggested that his master begin the training immediately, using the full power of the 4 evil spirit-level ghosts without holding back. Seeing his student's immense willpower, Tukfong broke into an interested smile and nodded in agreement with the request for the 4 ghosts. Tukfong's 4 ghosts appeared instantly, and he gleefully ordered the training session to start right away. Lam Mak stood ready in a defensive stance. Although his expression wavered slightly, his eyes showed clear resolve to test himself. As soon as Tukfong's signal ended, both sides charged at each other as he shouted the command to attack. The red ghost lunged with its claws, and Lam Mak quickly blocked it, causing sparks to fly in all directions from the point of impact. At the same time, the skeletal ghost swung its scythe to attack, while the zither ghost continuously played eerie melodies that created an overwhelming wave of purple energy. While the opera ghost and martial ghost were about to charge, Lam Mak unleashed a strike that immediately sent the opera ghost flying back. The chaotic battle was extremely intense. Lam Mak fought fiercely in all directions, while Tukfong simply observed from a distance with an air of composure. While stroking his beard, he assessed that the rhythm of the boys' offense and defense had become much more natural, but there was still a considerable distance from the systematic coordination of the military. In another corner, Lam Mak was being surrounded by the red ghost and the shield ghost, causing him to fall into a stalemate. Realizing the dire situation, Lam Mak brushed aside his fear and shouted, deciding to charge forward instead of running away forever. Seeing this, Tukfong controlled the ghost to fire a barrage of arrows and silently made a mental assessment. If you take a wrong step here and fall into the line of fire, do not blame this old man for showing no mercy. An arrow carrying terrifying power lunged straight at Lam Mak, but he remained stationary without dodging. Just before the arrow hit, he activated his clone, and a silhouette covered in mysterious green energy appeared just in time. He hurriedly changed his direction, letting his clone confront that arrow. He jumped high into the air and swung his sword, neatly splitting the arrow in 2. Upon landing, Tukfong stood still, observing the situation before him. He was extremely astonished by this ability. The boy had mastered all 3 ghost sword techniques in less than half a month, and his natural talent for activating skills seemed to have already surpassed that of his head disciple. Lam Mak kept his eyes fixed on his master, who was calculating he needed to take advantage of the sword path technique while it was still active to quickly defeat the enemy general. Suddenly, his right eye glowed bright red and he shouted loudly, "Blood curse!" Lam Mak dashed forward like a gust of wind, heading straight for his master. Tukfong would not go down easily. He raised his hand to perform the Blood Night Demon summoning technique, conjuring a demon wrapped in bandages and surrounded by dark demonic energy Manhwa. The fierce demon tightened its grip around him to form a solid shield. Lam Mak closed in and swung his sword at his master's waist, but the master had already ordered the demon behind him and said smugly, "Dodge it. Leader, you're wide open now." Lam Mak smirked to himself, thinking, the 8 Demon King is indeed tough to deal with, but forcing the opponent to summon another demon makes it worth it. The shield demon suddenly lunged forward, using its shield to attack Lam Mak from behind with the sun-facing amulet technique. Lam Mak was furious. With a cold gaze, he shouted, "Sword path." He shifted his body to the side, so the shield's slam didn't hit anyone. He suddenly sensed something unusual and looked over in a panic to see 3 arrows flying towards him. At that very moment, the chainsaw demon used its saw to block the 3 arrows, shattering them, which caused Lam Mak to fall backward and shout, "Block them now." He tensely scanned his surroundings, reminding himself not to let his guard down. The training session wasn't over yet, and he had to keep going. The Blood Knight demon watched the battle and said, "Just now, he intentionally left an opening to lure the shield demon and the judgment demon into a trap. He then used the sword path to break through the encirclement with ease. Leader, you've been tricked by him. Who would have thought that in just one night, he could activate 3 ghost sword techniques and coordinate offense and defense so skillfully?" After seeing a few techniques from Lam Mak, the Blood Knight demon offered its assessment. In terms of contract limits, he is second to none. Regarding his natural talent for skill activation, he is no less capable than your head disciple, and in terms of ruthlessness, he is no match for even your 8th disciple. The Blood Knight demon watched Lam Mak dodging on the field and added, "In terms of ruthlessness, he doesn't lose to the 8th disciple, and when it comes to cunning, he is certainly no less inferior to your 2nd disciple." The Blood Knight demon patted Tukfong on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Leader, you have gained another brilliant disciple. He is a talented student, so stop picking on each other." Then, he pointed at Lam Mak and said in a stern voice, "But he is still very green and needs much more tempering." Hearing this, the Blood Knight demon understood what he meant and said nothing more. Suddenly, the Blood Knight demon rushed forward excitedly, causing Lam Mak to look over in alarm. "Well then, let me go over there and join the fun." The shield demon and the night demon closed in on Lam Mak, forcing him to struggle to dodge their attacks repeatedly. Seeing this, the night demon raised an eyebrow and challenged, "Kid, do you want to increase the difficulty by letting me jump in too?" Upon hearing this, Lam Mak's face darkened. "This level is nothing, hurry up and come at me." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Blood Knight demon lunged and attacked, sending Lam Mak flying, which made the night demon shout,
How tough!
The Blood Knight demon looked up at Lam Mak as blood-colored energy radiated from his body, forming a vortex. In the middle of that vortex, sharp blades were simultaneously pointing straight toward the sky. The group charged straight toward Lam Mak, who was hovering in midair. Having nowhere left to rely on, Lam Mak gritted his teeth and took the hits as the blades pierced his body. He secretly thought that his opponent's skills were formidable, and Defong must have held back, or else he would have met his ancestors long ago. Just as he fell while losing his momentum, Quila suddenly rushed over. She used her body as a cushion to catch him and pulled him into her arms. Quila helped him stand up with a look of concern. Lam Mak let out a breath from exhaustion and thought, I still haven't mastered everything perfectly. I need to close this gap immediately. He shouted, let's continue. They practiced intently until the sunset had completely faded and the moon had risen high. Exhausted, Lam Mak lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath while Tuok Fong sat nearby, leisurely smoking. Tuok Fong held the cigarette between his fingers and praised him. You did well today. Lam Mak happily asked, Master, am I strong enough to defeat a private yet? Tuok Fong turned to look at him with a smirk. That's enough. 3 or 4 lowly privates are no longer a threat to you. He glanced at him shyly and gently reminded him, Master, you are getting old, so please smoke less. A look of melancholy appeared on Tuok Fong's face as he whispered, being old, this is my only remaining comfort. He sat beside him, lost in thought. Over the past few days, Dai Fong had taught him wholeheartedly, but wasn't he the one who led the army to the Fong Ma kingdom to sow such sorrow? Full of suspicion, he asked, I heard rumors that you are the demon king Don Ken Khan, who once served as the commander of the allied forces. Tuok Fong, who was smoking, suddenly froze and stammered, He sank into the silence of distant memories. Suddenly, as if losing his soul, he bit his tongue hard and let out a sharp cry of pain, causing the cigarette to fall from his hand. He recounted the past sorrowfully. In that battle, I was still the deputy commander. After it ended, I was promoted to commander. Lam Mak remained skeptical. Conflicts between nations are common, but how could you be so heartless as to carry out such brutal massacres and looting? Tuok Fong was silent for a long time before speaking. That is true. The person who gave the order was the commander of the allied forces at that time, my senior disciple, who is also your grand master. Lam Mak was so shocked that he sat up abruptly. It was him. Tuok Fong looked at him calmly. Don't be too agitated. Sooner or later you two will have to face each other. But not right now. You need to become stronger quickly, or you will surely lose your life when you meet him. He was silent, his eyes filled with both surprise and indignation, his brows knit together, and he hissed through his teeth with great difficulty. I understand. Tuok Fong closed his eyes to suppress a sigh and slowly explained, to be honest, after the war ended, I felt immense regret. I wish I had never taken part in that massacre. Old memories came flooding back. The Fong Ma kingdom had always advocated peace, but the sovereign kingdom, wanting to take over, fabricated a monstrous lie that the Fong Ma kingdom was about to open the barrier in the southwest to let demons flood the continent. His voice grew heavy. The false rumor spread quickly, causing many nations to become outraged. The sovereign kingdom immediately summoned the allied armies to punish the Fong Ma kingdom. At that time I, too, was blindly deceived and contributed my efforts. Tuok Fong gritted his teeth and continued, when everything was settled, the truth was revealed. The Fong Ma kingdom never opened the barrier and was actually trying to reinforce its defenses. Who would have guessed that a great nation would dare to deceive all of humanity? Hearing this, Lam Mak slowly concluded in an angry tone, so the sovereign kingdom took advantage of that opportunity to take over the Fong Ma kingdom, slaughter the innocent, and destroy my home. Tuok Fong clenched his fists, his eyes darkening. The sovereign kingdom led everyone by the nose. They didn't just slaughter people during the fighting. Even afterward, they didn't spare the 100,000 survivors. His voice grew even more indignant. The sovereign kingdom pushed the remaining citizens to the outskirts to use as human shields. If demons attacked, they would be the shield of flesh to protect the citizens of the sovereign kingdom. After hearing his master's story, Lam Mak could not contain his rage. He punched the ground hard, creating a deafening thud. Lam Mak's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The ground cracked under his punch as he let out a roar. This is truly a blood feud that can never be forgiven. Tuok Fong took a deep breath to steady his mind, then slowly confessed to Lam Mak that he would have found out sooner or later, and since he had asked, he would share the truth. Lam Mak stared intensely at him. The master did not want to go along with those people in doing wrong and detested the military, so he founded Bach Duong Academy, and taking him on as a disciple was just a way to atone for past mistakes. Tuok Fong turned his head away to avoid the question, saying, let's just say that's the case. On principle, Tuok Fong's haggard face, a trace of resignation flickered. He sighed and said, if you want to come to me for revenge, I will accept it without any complaints. Lam Mak's gaze remained fixed on him, and he replied calmly, no, this cannot be blamed entirely on you. If I am to blame anyone, it should be this nation. He stood up from the rock and landed gracefully on the ground, then said, I want China to pay in blood for the debts it has caused. Lam Mak strode closer, touched his shoulder lightly, and adjusted his joints a few times, his back straight and determined. Master, let's continue training tomorrow. Warmth welled up in Tuok Fong's heart. He muttered softly, what a kind child. It seems the people of the Fong Ma region have a chance to be saved. The next day, convoys of tanks rolled into the city. The entire Chinese army returned to defensive positions. Troops were stationed across provinces, and even the provincial security bureau was taken over by the military. The demons and ghost scholars were forced to relocate, and the army began sweeping ghost realms within the province, wiping out the fierce ghosts lurking about. Tukfong tapped hard on the blackboard, which displayed a large announcement about the ghost purging mission. He stated that schools would receive quotas, and students participating in support would receive generous compensation. Contrasting with his enthusiasm was the silent atmosphere of the students below. Some were even slumped over their desks fast asleep. Not a single student raised their hand, but as someone shouted, "Teacher?" Tukfong's eyes suddenly brightened. "Student, do you want to sign up for the mission?" However, the male student looked bored and grumbled, "No, I'm hungry. If you're done with the lecture, please don't drag it out any longer." Despite this, Tukfong tried his best to encourage the students. "If you kill ghosts, you'll be praised by the media, appear on TV,
And be on the radio!
everyone, sign up quickly." Lammac glanced at Arthur, his gaze asking, and Arthur, being an intuitive teammate who understood just by a look, replied, "It's a waste not to hunt ghosts for their demon crystals." From the back of the classroom, Lammac raised his hand high. "Teacher, we'll take the mission." Tukfong, as if he had found a savior, shouted happily, "Good." After a fierce scramble, Lammac and Arthur secured the mission slot. The bell signaling the end of the class rang throughout the vast campus, marking the end of the day after a tiring period of study. Lammac held the paper listing the missions: 2 intermediate-level weeping ghosts at Bakduong Academy, 3 intermediate-level malevolent spirits at Langfong Academy, and 6 primary-level evil spirits and 4 high-level malevolent spirits at Toyat Phuong Academy. He wondered, "Principal, why are our missions so weak? Why do other schools get more ghosts than we do?" Tukfong smiled. "Regarding this, we are a college. How can we compare to elite schools? I had to struggle just to get these missions." He turned and headed toward the door with a relaxed demeanor, his voice sounding vaguely cheerful. "Something is better than nothing." Suddenly, Tukfong stopped and looked back at Lammac and Arthur. He chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Besides, rules are made to be broken." Lammac quickly grasped Tukfong's intent. "Master, do you mean we should go and poach their missions?" But the principal feigned ignorance. "I never said that." Lammac looked at Arthur, and they high-fived. Regardless of whether it was an official mission, they would just go and poach them. Arthur nodded in agreement. "Exactly. At worst, we don't get the reward. Killing ghosts for demon crystals is already profitable. Who cares about the money?" In the vast library with towering bookshelves, Lammac strolled leisurely down the aisle, his demeanor calm as if he had no worries weighing him down at that moment. Suddenly, Lammac's footsteps halted before a massive bookshelf, and he peered through the gaps between the stacks, apparently having found his target. He spoke slowly upon seeing Anian sitting on the floor, leaning against a bookshelf and reading intently. "So you really are here?" Anian replied indifferently, "Reading here doesn't cost anything. Once I have to leave, I won't be able to read anymore." He frowned slightly. "Leave? But the security bureau's wanted notice for you hasn't been lifted yet. It's still very dangerous to go outside." Anian rested her chin in her hand and looked at him with clear eyes. "But I'm not a student of Bakduong. How could I hide here forever?" She stretched slightly, glanced at him, and said softly, "Don't worry, I've been running from the security bureau for years. I know exactly how they operate." She paused for a moment and then drew closer to LMMC, lowering her voice to a whisper as if sharing a shocking secret. "And besides, I smell like money right now." Anav leaned close to his ear, breathing a provocative warmth into it before whispering, "In the next few days, the safety department will transport a shipment of supplies to Teenhei, and I am targeting that." Hearing this, LMMC stood stunned for a long moment, his eyebrows raised high in surprise at the information she had just revealed, silent and not knowing what to say. Anavan's attitude was resolute. "This is the debt that the safety department must pay me." Lamamenshi thought to himself, to dare to confront the safety department head on this girl is truly hopelessly reckless. She turned to LMMC and playfully stuck her tongue out. "Just wait until I get my hands on the good stuff. I'll give you a share." LMMC sighed softly. Originally, he had planned to invite her to steal a mission from another school, but it seemed this plan had to be put aside. He looked at Nahayan and asked, "Are only the 3 of us going?" She shook her head helplessly. "Engi-kun is completely useless now, and that driver's ghost doesn't pose any threat at all." Hearing this, LMMC immediately suggested, "Are you going alone? How about I?" Before he could finish his sentence, Anine placed a finger on his lips to stop him. "Shh." She turned her face away to hide her sadness. "What if your identity is exposed during the operation and the safety department uses that as an excuse to arrest you? I don't want to involve you." Anine held up the book in her hand to show LMMC the title. "Besides, I'm not as weak as you think. Look at this." He was utterly astonished. A formation array. Formation arrays are inherently created by ghost tamers by manipulating the spiritual energy in their bodies. Each type of array has completely different functions and scales. High-level formation masters can seal off ghost domains or erect barriers to block ghosts, but this discipline is extremely difficult to learn, and since it only serves to suppress ghosts, very few people pursue it. LMMK looked at her in astonishment, his tone unable to hide his surprise. "You managed to grasp such a difficult thing in such a short time." Anine smiled proudly, her cheeks slightly flushed as she glanced at him triumphantly. "Others might not understand it, but I certainly can." However, as soon as she turned away, her heart ached because of her poor financial situation. Just one book costs tens of thousands. How can I afford it? Just as Nahan placed the book on the shelf, MC quickly grabbed it. You haven't finished reading it yet, right? I'll just check it out for you. Her face immediately brightened. Really?
Thank you so much.
MC shrugged. No big deal. I'm still counting on the spoils from your heist. Anine nodded resolutely. Of course, definitely. MC and I stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the open ground as heavy rain poured down relentlessly. MC looked at Athu and sighed. With such heavy rain, we won't make it to the mission site tonight. It would be so good if Tibu Bean were here. We could just crawl into the ghost trash can and have nothing to fear. Remembering how Tibu Ban had vehemently objected back then, I'm not going, absolutely not. I haven't forgotten how you tricked me, and I won't fall into your trap this time. Covering his head with his hand, Athu turned to ask MC, didn't you also invite Sister Yubenthan? Where is she? He forced a smile. The principal gave her some errands. She said she would meet up with us later. A massive fortress loomed before them under the white sheet of rain. MC pointed in that direction and exclaimed, it looks like there's a house up ahead. Athu narrowed his eyes to look and commented, it looks just like the mortuaries I used to see back when I roamed the world doing funerals. MC wondered, what is a mortuary used for? Athu lowered his voice, and amidst the pattering rain, his voice sounded extremely creepy. It is the resting place of the deceased. However, MC didn't care in the least. Whatever, as long as we can avoid the rain. If any demons or ghosts show up, we can just treat it as them coming to throw their lives away. The two of them walked side by side through the main gate of the mortuary, the rain growing heavier with no intention of stopping. Heavy raindrops fell onto the tiled roof of the mortuary, the pattering sound in the silent late night making the atmosphere even more eerie. Athu looked up at the mortuary gate, thought for a moment, and made a decision, and MC also nodded in agreement. The rain is too heavy. Let's go inside to take shelter. Both of them reached out to push the large wooden door, the harsh creaking sound echoing in the silence and giving them goosebumps. Stepping inside, it was a vast room filled with corpses, 2 rows of cold bodies lying silently opposite a small altar, the dim red candlelight casting a strange glow upon this eerie space. An old woman with a wrinkled, ancient face suddenly appeared right behind Lam Mak. Her hoarse voice startled both of them. You are disturbing my guests. Lam Mak sneered, glancing at her and asking, what guests? We're just staying for the night, Granny. We'll be gone as soon as it's dawn. The old woman replied, the people lying here are my guests. The old woman waved her cane, frowning and glaring at Lam Mak. This entire inn is for the deceased, not for the living. Get out and spare me the trouble. Lam Mak nodded rapidly, then quickly pulled Arthur by the arm, turning towards the door to make a quick escape. He didn't forget to glance back and say to the old woman, yes, we're leaving right away. However, the old woman suddenly noticed the weapon on Arthur's back. She quickly called him back. Wait, are you a descendant of the master barber? Arthur turned to look at her, nodded slightly and politely replied, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yes, is something wrong? The old woman's wrinkled face suddenly broke into a sinister smile, and she made an offer. If you agree to shave the heads of my guests, I'll let you stay for one night. Upon hearing this, Arthur's face turned pale, and sweat poured down his body. You want me to shave the heads of corpses? Lam Mak chuckled. That's better than wandering outside in the rain and wind. After much agonizing consideration, Arthur reluctantly nodded at the old woman, accepting. All right. He held his sword and asked the old woman, they're all dead, why do they still need their heads shaved? She didn't bother to explain, just snapped, why so many questions? Just do it quickly. Arthur, stunned, grabbed a lock of the corpse's hair, brought the sword blade close to the scalp, and meticulously shaved bit by bit. If it weren't for the pouring rain, he would never have agreed to this bizarre task. The sword blade accidentally dug deep into the corpse's scalp, and with a careless sweep, a large patch was shaved off, making Arthur jump. Sweat dripped down his forehead. It's ruined. I accidentally scraped the person's scalp. With no other choice, he turned to his companion sitting behind him and pleaded, Hey Lam Mak, give me a hand. Seeing Lam Mak engrossed in his phone with a cheerful expression, Arthur hesitated to bother him and quietly turned away. I guess I can't rely on him. I'll have to do it myself. Lam Mak seemed to have just sent a picture of them sheltering at the inn to his senior. The other person quickly replied, You brats, you can't even leave me alone while I'm having a late night snack. The system's voice chimed, congratulating the host on receiving 100 points for breaching the room. Lam Mak's eyes lit up, and he murmured, I didn't expect such an unexpected windfall. On the other side, Arthur pointed at another corpse and turned to ask the old woman, This person is already bald. I guess he doesn't need to be shaved, right? The old woman put her hand out to block Arthur and shouted,
Still have to shave.
I told you to shave all the hair on their heads. Don't miss a single strand. Arthur sighed in resignation. All right. She ominously reminded him, Be careful, don't miss even a single hair root. The old woman's hunched figure shuffled towards the door and disappeared. Lam Mak advised, Now that she's gone, don't be too diligent. Just shave a few strokes as a formality. Arthur calculated, well, I'll do 2 more as payment for lodging. The 3 coffins placed in front suddenly began to shake violently, accompanied by loud noises. Lammack asked in alarm, what's happening? Arthur, standing nearby, guessed, I don't know, it seems like the corpses whose heads were just shaved are starting to move. Suddenly, the lids of the 3 coffins were all flung open. 3 skeletons clambered out, making dry clicking sounds as they hit the sides of the coffins. Both young men turned deathly pale. Even after having their heads shaved, they can still come back to life. 2 more corpses sat up, making Arthur jump and cry out in terror. Lammack watched closely as Blood Pupil jumped on his shoulder and said, this group seems to be corpse-nurturing ghosts. Lammack asked blankly, what are corpse-nurturing ghosts good for anyway? Blood Pupil began to analyze in detail a corpse. Nurturing ghost hides and nurtures a surge of ghost energy within a corpse. 49 strands of corpse hair will grow on the top of those corpses' heads. It added, by the time the corpse hair falls out on its own, or is shaved off by someone with yang energy, the corpse will be completely controlled by the ghost. Lammack thought gleefully, if I can sign a contract with a corpse-nurturing ghost, won't I own an entire army of the living dead to tank damage? What a bargain! Deal, I've decided to tame another one. He looked curiously at Blood Pupil, and the little monster quickly replied, that old woman just now wasn't the corpse-nurturing ghost, she was just someone forced to work for it. It seems this ghost is extremely cunning. Lammack focused power into his eyes and ordered, Blood Pupil, search thoroughly. Do not miss even the smallest crevice. He looked around frantically but saw nothing unusual except for the ghostly aura enveloping the space. Lammack suddenly looked toward the backyard and spotted the old woman hiding with a phantom. He shouted, they're in the backyard. He urged Athu to rush with him toward where the ghost was hiding.
Let's go!
With a cold face, Lammack delivered a powerful kick, sending the backyard door flying into pieces. The old woman screamed in anger, who gave you permission to barge in here? Do you want to stay in a coffin forever? Unfazed, Lammack retorted,
You ghosts, get out here right now!
He channeled spiritual energy into his hands and roared, you won't show your face, will you?
Then I'll force you out.
The 2 summoned ghosts, the student warrior and the supreme ghost, immediately swept through the nearby pile of bones as Lammack threatened. If you don't reveal yourself, I will destroy every single one of your corpses. The old woman exclaimed in fear, if you destroy its corpses, it will hunt you down and bring disaster. The system suddenly notified, congratulations host on receiving 100 points for breaking defense. Lammack replied excitedly, I'm waiting for it to get angry and show its face. Countless seals and a surging blood aura began to appear, spreading throughout the courtyard. From deep beneath the soil, a pair of pale, cold hands suddenly emerged. Soon after, a series of corpses rose from the ground one after another, letting out blood-curdling screams. The old woman's face paled as she trembled and cried out, we're dead. The corpse-nurturing ghost has truly gone berserk. Blood Pupil on his shoulder quickly warned, the corpse-nurturing ghost is recalling the living dead. Once nurtured successfully, it stores them in a corpse bag to be summoned instantly when needed. Before their eyes, the fierce living dead were roaring frantically and charging straight at them. He assessed calmly, the combat power of this group is only around the level of primary vengeful ghosts. Despite their numbers, they shouldn't pose much of a problem for us. Blood Pupil spoke up in panic again, be careful not to get the corpse poison in their blood on you. Lammack was startled, corpse poison. Looking at the toxic fluid staining the ground, Blood Pupil confirmed, that's right. Although the living dead are weak, their nails, teeth, and blood all contain corpse poison. Do not touch them under any circumstances. Surrounded by grolls, Lammack worried, how can I avoid touching them when there are so many? If this stalemate continues, it'll be the end of us sooner or later. He kicked away a lunging corpse and shouted, is there any way to find the original body of the corpse? Nurturing ghost to finish it off quickly. Hearing this, Athu quickly jumped onto the roof and climbed the wall to look around, then said in disappointment, that ghost is too cunning, it has probably hidden itself away long ago. Outside the gate, the cracking sounds of the living dead mingled with Lammack's constant shouting. Athu said tremulously, Lammack, we are tightly surrounded by the living dead with no way out. Lammack gritted his teeth and calculated. If I can't find its hiding spot, then I'll have to use a method to force it to show its face. He immediately turned to threaten the old woman about the hiding place of the corpse, nurturing demon. She was so terrified that she broke out in a cold sweat and said, I honestly don't know. He kidnapped my grandson to force me to look after the corpses here. Linmo listened attentively to her explanation. She continued, every time he finishes refining a corpse, he disappears again. I have no idea where he's hiding. He flew into a rage, roughly throwing her to the ground and cursing,
You're truly a scoundrel!
The swarm of living corpses rushed towards him, making him involuntarily exclaim, why does this feeling seem so strange? Protected by the martial demon, Linmo pondered, destroying the completed corpses won't pose a challenge to the corpse-nurturing demon, but eliminating those that are still incomplete is the key to breaking its defenses. He spun around to stare at the old woman and surmised, could this be the critical weak point to counter the corpse-nurturing demon? He growled threateningly, demanding that she reveal the location of the remaining corpses. She wailed awkwardly, my grandson is still in his hands. If I tell you he'll be in danger, please, have mercy on me. Linmo remained resolute. He urged her to speak quickly. Who knows, we might still be able to save that poor grandson. The blade pressed against her neck, making the old woman tremble and shed tears.
All right, I'll tell you.
She crouched down and explained, down in that deep basement, there are still hundreds more corpses. As soon as he heard that, Lin Mo darted past the fierce living corpses. Hey, Thu shouted loudly, there are truly too many demons blocking the way. Lin Mo told him to let him clear the path, then he gathered all his strength and unleashed a move. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared, clearing the chaos everywhere. Lin Mo said gratefully,
Thank you, my friend.
I need to strike fast and win quickly. Thu quickly reminded him, yes, you must be very careful. Lin Mo silently stepped into the gloomy room filled with corpses. The pungent smell of decay made him grimace uncomfortably. Hyde Unji suggested that these incomplete corpses probably weren't poisonous. He immediately asked again and received confirmation that he could chop freely. Without hesitation, he frowned and resolved to fight.
Good. Let's see where you can hide this time.
Lin Mo swung his sword, continuously slashing at the horde of corpses, and received a notification from the system. He smirked triumphantly.
You've finally shown yourself, you stubborn thing, come out now!
After the massacre left bodies scattered across the floor, Lin Mo leaned on his sword, panting. Floor 1 is done. Let's keep going. On the second floor, Lin Mo stormed in and cleared out the living corpses. The system reported, congratulations host, you have gained 400 defense breaking points. The corpse nurturing demon's disruption level has reached 69%, only 30 more to go. Descending to the third floor, he looked at the notification board and was still not satisfied. Try a little harder. The system reported again, 200 more defense breaking points have been added. Lin Mo wildly swung his sword, laughing loudly. The measurement results showed that the defense breaking level had reached 80%, nearing the direct contract threshold. On the other side, the sorcerer sat grumpily in a dark cave. Why has the demonic energy from those corpses suddenly vanished like this? He clenched his fists, his face contorted as he roared in fury, who dares to destroy my corpse-nurturing work? Standing behind him, the grandson of the innkeeper trembled, his hands clasped tightly to his chest in fear. He turned and choked the boy, yelling, that damned old woman dared to betray me. The boy weakly gasped for mercy. The sorcerer gave a sinister smile. If you want to blame someone, blame your foolish grandmother for not knowing how to keep her mouth shut. As his hands tightened around the child's neck, the system suddenly announced, congratulations! The corpse-nurturing demon has fortunately received a Q&A event. If answered correctly, it will become Lin Mo's servant. Please listen to the question. In a fit of rage, he looked up at the sky and roared, what the hell is that sound? Congratulations, you have completed the Q&A. The problem is, Dad is not home. What are we eating tonight? The answer is listen to your mother. Saying the contract 10%, 20%. Instantly, he turned into a plume of smoke and dust, and the boy was dropped to the ground, sitting flat. The night was pitch black. What the hell is going on here? The mage's figure gradually faded, his face filled with shock, and one could even see right through his body to the dirt and rocks behind him. He was pulled away by an invisible force, his body twisting mid-air in a bizarre direction. The mage was completely drawn into Lin Mo's raised arm. Lin Mo stared at the mark on his hand and smiled smugly. The contract was a complete success. A horde of zombies with glowing blue eyes rushed toward Arthur. Suddenly, they ground to a complete halt. Only then did Arthur wipe the sweat from his forehead and breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Lin Mo had succeeded. Meanwhile, Lin Mo happily admired the marks on his arm, thinking, another one. Next time I should arrange them evenly so it looks nicer. Then, he stretched his hand out to summon the old mage, who emerged from his arm. Summon corpse-rearing demon. As soon as he appeared, the old man waved his arms and cursed, you bastard, how dare you destroy so many of my corpses? Lin Mo opened the system interface and clicked on the corpse storage slot. The information panel for the old mage popped up, corpse-rearing demon, rank low, level soul spirit, ghost Q 570 is 430 more to level up, loyalty 1%, skill corpse bag locked. Zombie 1112, watch out, Pashangsi corpse, you're possessing thousands of zombies, that's terrifying. The old mage clutched his giant bag, his eyes red with rage. Lin Mo could only scratch his head with a sheepish smile. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have had even more than that. In the room, the fierce corpses stood in straight lines. Lin Mo waved his hand to placate him. Calm down, I only destroyed 2 of your layers, isn't there still one left? What good does that do? A single strand of corpse hair takes half a year to grow.
I'd have to wait another 20 years!
Lin Mo turned and smiled at the old mage. I have a solution. My friend's shaving blade can clear this corpse hair incredibly fast, saving you a ton of time. Hearing this, the old man asked excitedly, is that true? Lin Mo looked up and called out, AQ. Let me borrow your blade for a moment, all right? AQ, clad in a pure gold outfit, ran swiftly down the stairs. He held out the blade with both hands and handed it to Lin Mo. Here is the blade. Lin Mo didn't take it, but said, you are the expert blade user here. Help me shave off the corpse hair on these zombies' heads.
But I don't know how to shave heads!
Lin Mo smiled and said, no need to be too neat, just shave it close to the scalp. Well, that's simple then. AQ quickly stepped up to the corpses and swung his blade a few times, shaving their heads completely clean. Looking at the system panel's updated info, the old mage's mouth twitched. Well, that's actually not bad. Corpse, rearing demon loyalty increased by 9%, total is now 10%. Still, he turned his face away in a huff, saying, but corpses are hard to come by. You ruined everything like this.
It is still unforgivable.
What do you mean hard to come by? There are tens of thousands of hectares of wild graves around Birch Academy. The corpses there are countless? Hearing that, the old mage suddenly remembered the painful memory of being chased half to death by a horde of ghosts. He replied tremblingly, you mustn't touch the bodies in that graveyard. The ghosts there are extremely fierce. Last time I only touched one corpse and they chased me until I barely escaped with my life. Linmo patted the old mage's shoulder, gave him a thumbs up, and winked. Don't worry, that graveyard has already been conquered by the red-clothed female ghost. She and I are very close. It's perfectly fine if you take a few bodies. Hearing this, the old man asked happily,
Really? That's wonderful then.
Rearing demon loyalty increased by 5%, total is now 5%. Just then, Akchu turned around to report. It's all done. Clean them up. Will do. He opened wide the massive sack he frequently carried on his back to absorb all those corpses inside, securing them. The bag bulged more than before, and when it was slammed down, it cracked the floor. That was the end of it. A new notification appeared on the system interface. Lammac clicked on the skill upgrade section and successfully swapped the first skill for the zombie cultivator. The new skill obtained was level 1 corpse control, allowing him to summon any number of zombies and control them flexibly within a 500 radius, consuming 1 spirit energy per zombie with no cooldown. The status board switched to other content. Having completed the change for the second skill of the zombie cultivator, the new skill was named Zombie Self-Destruction. Level 1 Zombie Self-Destruction allowed him to detonate any zombie to create area of effect damage. Targets hit would suffer magic damage and be afflicted with rot poison, causing continuous health loss, costing 10 spirit energy with no cooldown. Lammac stared at the system screen and rubbed his chin with a sly smile. Controlling each corpse only cost 1 unit of spirit energy, so with his current spirit power limit as a second-rank spirit master, leading 1,000 zombies at once would be easy. When everything was settled, Lammac and Arthur walked outside and saw a figure rushing toward them. It was the landlady, who asked with a trembling voice, Sir, is my grandson still safe and sound? Lammac pointed inside and replied with a smile, Your grandson is on the mountain peak across from here and is doing well. Hearing this, the old lady was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Is it true? Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much. In the dark night illuminated by the pale moonlight, the silence was broken only by their conversation. Everything was done, and he could finally get some well-deserved sleep. Let's rest now. Tomorrow we have to go to the swimming pool to handle the Security Bureau's mission. The next day, Lammac arrived at the site of the mission to exterminate evil spirits at the swimming pool, standing on the deck leaning against the railing with Arthur to enjoy the breeze. Suddenly, there was a buzz of discussion behind him. Did you hear the news? Another person has lost their life at the Thui Fong swimming pool. That's the 12th victim this month? Hearing that, Lammac thought to himself, isn't the Thui Fong swimming pool where I accepted my mission? A middle-aged woman immediately spoke up. I heard about it. They say some of them died miserably, their faces blackened as if poisoned. Even some police and agents from the Security Bureau who came to investigate died. This is definitely caused by evil spirits, it's truly demonic. Suddenly, Lammac walked over from somewhere, tapped one of the people in the group on the shoulder, and asked with a smile, is it really as terrifying as you say? I was just planning to go there for a swim. The man turned back, his face pale with fear. Don't go, please don't go there. You'd be better off swimming in the river than being foolish enough to enter that place. My aunt works as a lifeguard there and saw with her own eyes 3 men die underwater. Lammac pondered for a moment after hearing this and asked himself, drowning, could it be caused by water, ghosts? The guy looked visibly terrified, grabbing his own throat and trembling, imagining a woman with glowing red eyes and long hair strangling him. It's not that. I heard they were strangled to death by a woman's hair. Hearing this, Lammac speculated in another direction, strangled by hair. Could it be a hair ghost? The man shook his head with a disdainful smile. I can tell you haven't studied at all. There's no such thing as a hair ghost in this world. I am a second-rank spirit master, so I know quite a bit about these kinds of spirits. He held 2 fingers to his chin with gleaming smug eyes. According to my experience, this is a type of female ghost that has accumulated extremely deep resentment. Lammac immediately retorted, making the man feel as if a heavy stone was pressing on his head. How did you do your research to be so half-baked? Just because someone is strangled by long hair, it has to be a female ghost. Men in the past also wore long hair and braids. Who knows? Maybe it's an ancient male ghost. The guy pulled a notebook out of his pocket and stated firmly, Don't disbelieve me. I've put in the effort to look up news about all 12 deaths at that pool. He opened the notebook and held it close to Lammac's face. After cross-referencing their identities, all the victims were male. Even the police officers who died while investigating were all men. Have you ever seen a type of ghost that only kills men? It has to be a woman's vengeful spirit. Lammac rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm, which made the man gasp in amazement. Only killing men. That sounds strange. Doesn't that make this very dangerous?
What on earth is that?
He stammered. Seven contracted spirits. Big brother, you're really cool. Lammac looked down at his arm and replied casually with a slightly dissatisfied expression. It's nothing, I've only stopped at a single-digit number. Consistent congratulations to the host for receiving 50 points of defense break. The second-rank Spirit Master looked at him with an admiring gaze and blushing cheeks. Since the profession of Spirit Master appeared, those who possess dozens of contracted spirits can be counted on the fingers of one hand.
A master! This is definitely a master.
He smiled so hard his eyes squinted and quickly extended his hand to greet him. My name is Lathan from the Chichtin Academy. From now on, you are my only big brother. Lammac also extended his hand to shake his and introduced himself. Lammac, Bakduang Academy. Hearing that name, Lathan suddenly jumped up. Are you the one who broke the record in the spirit domain trial? Lammac folded his arms and closed his eyes proudly. It's nothing special, be humble. A while later, the ship docked. We've arrived, let's go. Lammac and Arthur stepped off the ship and turned to wave goodbye to Lathan. I still have work to do, let's talk another time. My mission is at the crematorium. If you're free, big brother, drop by to hang out and maybe give us some pointers. Arthur Quay asked Lammac if the crematorium ghost seemed to be a high-level spirit and whether they should take on this mission. Of course they had to take it, but they should deal with the swimming pool case first. Lammac replied with an unhappy expression, saying Lathan just told them the ghost in the pool only targets men, so it seems this one is quite a tough nut to crack. He pondered and calculated, noting that they had only managed to defeat a smoke ghost of spirit rank by luck, and facing one of the same level without clear information meant they couldn't be reckless and had to find a reliable strategy. Less than a minute later, Lammac clenched his fists excitedly, saying he had an idea. The dense tree canopy outside the corridor obscured the deep blue sky. The girls in the pool whispered to each other, asking if doing this was really okay, to which one replied to just follow her lead, as it would surely be a success. The pool owner, Thaifong, approached the two and shouted, "What are you girls doing here? This place is temporarily closed, leave at once?" One girl tossed her shiny blonde hair. The other two girls were actually Arthur and Lammac in disguise. They said they were from Langfong Academy and had come to subdue the ghost there. Hearing this, the owner's face relaxed into a smile, and he clasped his hands together, saying,
You finally arrived!
I am the owner of this pool. Due to the consecutive murders, I haven't been in the right state of mind for anything. Please quickly eliminate this ghost. I would be extremely grateful to you ladies. Lammac put his hands on his hips, scratched his head and pouted, thinking that empty gratitude was useless, and he would rather have something more practical. The owner grinned and held up both hands to signal the number 10, saying, A small matter. As long as you kill the ghost, I will pay each of you 100,000. Lammac winked at Arthur, saying, All right, let's get started. Not wanting to waste time, Lammac grabbed the owner's hand to lead the way, but the owner backed away in terror, insisting,
No way!
There is a ghost inside that specializes in killing men. He was so terrified that he hurried away, shouting,
I absolutely dare not go in there! You ladies go ahead, I'm going to get your money!
Lammac stared at his retreating back, feeling that there was something unusual about this owner, though perhaps he was just overly terrified. The two of them entered the pool area together. They couldn't afford to hesitate any longer, as waiting any longer would mean the people from Langfong Academy would arrive, so they headed inside. It was pitch black inside the pool area, and a young woman holding a phone high up said, Hey guys, I'm here at the Lamteen swimming pool. She showed no fear, smiling and winking at the camera, saying, Drop a heart so I can take you all to explore the crime scene. The comments below scrolled rapidly. The host is really brave. There have been over a dozen incidents here. What a pro. This is so risky. There's still blood on the ground. I'm so scared. Let's go back. DM Tam, don't risk your life. Let me take you somewhere safer. Lammac stepped inside, each footstep emitting a small spark of light. Lammac and Arthur entered, then asked in confusion, Is there someone in here? The female streamer turned around, capturing both of them in the frame, and said,
There's someone here!
Oh my god, how are the backsides of these two beauties even more impressive than mine? These two must be men disguised as women. If I'm wrong, I'll walk on my head! I get it. The ghost only kills men, so they're cross-dressing to trick it.
These guys are really clever!
A gust of wind blew by, causing Lammac's skirt to fly up, revealing the shorts underneath. Lammac embarrassedly used his hands to hold the skirt down. Under the livestream's chat box, comments flooded in.
What did I just see? Someone give me eye bleach. That guy's skirt just flew up. My eyes are going blind.
Oh my god, so disgusting.
At the same time, Lammac's system board showed a notification, and he wondered in surprise, strange, where did these defense breaking points come from? Not caring about the system anymore, he turned to the girl and asked, Who are you and what are you doing here? She enthusiastically replied, Hello everyone, I'm DM Tam, and I'm live streaming a horror topic. Hearing this, both Lammac and Arthur turned as red as tomatoes. A livestream, weren't their cross-dressing efforts now being witnessed by tens of thousands of netizens?
This was a disaster. It was so humiliating.
In another place, a shrill scream echoed, Oh my god, didn't Lam Mac and Arthur say they were going to kill a ghost? Why are they cross-dressing on a live stream? Hak Ban held up his phone and laughed loudly. Principal, hurry up and look at this. Principal Tuck Fong stared at the phone screen, his face darkening. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "They just had to catch a demon, but they had to cross-dress and completely ruin my dignity." He gritted his teeth and ordered Yuan Than and Tu Than, "Drop all that paperwork, go quickly and save those two disgraceful fellows right now." "Yes, master," they replied. She gave a meaningful smile, then quickly jumped out the window. Before leaving, she turned back to remind Hak Ban, "That's right, Tu Ban, remember to send me the livestream link." The young man happily signaled his agreement.
Yes, senior!
Yuan Than sat on the back of a blonde vampire, then soared away. Just then, blazing red streams of killing intent rose from the bottom of the swimming pool. Lam Mac and Arthur were startled and got into a ready stance. "They're here." Lam Mac squinted, observing carefully. As expected, cross-dressing can't fool these demons. Be careful, their demonic aura is much stronger than that of low-level evil spirits. He glanced to the side and his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just seen something horrific. Suddenly, several long-haired demons with blazing red eyes charged straight towards them. Lam Mac yelled in alarm, "Be careful up there." The demon opened its mouth wide as if to devour both of them. 3 long-haired demons crawled into view, appearing right in Diem Tam's frame. "Everyone, will these 2 cross-dressing guys be able to hold out? Let's vote." She hid behind the door, watching the 2 confront the demons. Below, people were chatting excitedly.
It's over. Those 2 are, at most, second-ranked demon tamers. They're definitely going to get beaten badly.
I agree with the comment above.
This place is only safe at noon, morning, and night. You have to flee quickly.
Who knows? I think these 2 look decent. At least they know how to run. Voting closed. After the voting closed, the results appeared on the screen regarding the 2 cross-dressing guys' chances of winning. Cannot win 8%, can win 2%. Diem Tam's sickly sweet voice rang out just as the 3 demons charged at Lam Mac and Arthur.
Let's witness the power of cross-dressing, guys! They're here!
A demon flew towards them, its mouth full of sharp teeth agape and its eyes bloodshot red. Blazing red streams of energy shot straight towards Lam Mac's position. Arthur drew his sword, and green rays of aura began to emanate from around his body. He delivered a slash into the stream of energy, causing it to explode violently. Both Lam Mac and Arthur quickly jumped back. One of Lam Mac's eyes glowed red as he asked anxiously, "Why are they so strangely strong?" The blood-pupil demoness emerged and replied, "These are obsession demons, a type of demon born from resentful obsessions. In their own territory, if they encounter targets related to their obsession, their combat power will surge." Lam Mac rested his chin thoughtfully. So this swimming pool is the obsession zone and men are related to them. But what exactly caused this deep-seated resentment? Arthur swung his sword to block in front of him, facing the poisonous aura. "Don't worry about those things anymore, let's deal with them first." "All right." Lam Mac summoned all the monsters he had tamed to confront the 3 obsession demons. They continued to scream with open mouths in pain.
Men! Cursed men!
Lam Mac and Arthur created a protective barrier against those streams of energy.
I can't stand this malevolent aura anymore.
Let's end this quickly with a decisive victory.
Blood curse.
Nothing happened, leaving him standing there dumbfounded. The trio of demons twisted their bodies for a long time, but no change occurred. They paused for a moment, then fixed their bloodshot gazes and perverted smiles on the 2 of them. The blood-eyed demon lady frowned in surprise and exclaimed that the blood curse seemed ineffective against them as they possessed a massive damage reduction ability against opponents related to obsessions. Lam Mac covered his mouth in panic, wondering what on earth was happening. With both increased power and insane defense, how could they fight? If he had known, he would have waited for Yuan Than. Suddenly, Lam Mac's eyes wavered violently. He scanned the area where the demons were. Only 2 remained now, so where had the other one gone? A stream of hot liquid began to pour down from the top of Lam Mac's head. It turned out an obsession demon was standing triumphantly on his head, its hand tightly gripping Lam Mac's hair. Fairy red tentacles tightly coiled around his body, making him curse that he could no longer move. The other 2 demons also used tentacles to bind his and Arthur's demons, rendering them completely immobile. This was the signature imprisonment technique created by obsession demons. All the men and male demons had fallen into a state of total suppression. Lam Mac turned to ask the blood-eyed demon lady if there was any way to break it. It was too late to use a counter-attack now. Suddenly, he remembered that although the male demons couldn't do it, didn't he still have 2 female demons by his side? Lam Mac shouted to the 2 female demons, "Beg-breasted demon and pagan opera demon, quickly deal with this mess of hair for me." Hearing this, the demon gripping his hair flew into a rage. Women are not allowed to help men. It let go of the long lock of hair and leaped into the air. It swung its arm, sending tens of thousands of long, sharp hairs lunging toward Lam Mac, determined to eliminate this detestable man. The hairs lunged close, but Lam Mac remained calmly still, unmoving. He turned around, his eyes glowing with a brilliant red light as he employed the blood domain illusion technique. The enemy immediately fell into an illusion and froze mid-air. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lam Mac urgently ordered the 2 female demons, "You 2 cut through this hair for me immediately." The 2 female demons struggled to trim each strand, frustrating him with their slow progress. Lam Mak impatiently urged them because the illusion was about to dissolve. He couldn't waste more time on this hair, and decided to take a gamble. Maybe he would find a way out. He shouted with determination while still glancing at the enemy who was trying to escape. Never mind me, focus on dealing with the true bodies of those 3 demons first. Following their master's command, the 2 female demons immediately rushed in to attack. The Peking opera demon began to sing while the big-breasted demon strummed her instrument as deadly haunting sounds rang out. Due to being hit, the obsession demon's body also began to twist. Tam continued to chat calmly on the live stream. Well, we have underestimated this young man again. He has just summoned 5 complete demons, all of which are rare types. His talent is truly top tier. Through the screen, Lam Mak's 2 female demons were battling the 3 obsession demons, causing quite a stir online. What a pity. If they had encountered regular guardian spirits, it would have been quite a battle, but instead they ran into the natural enemy of men. How truly unlucky for the young man. The demon woke up, its eyes opening with a fierce look as it peered around. Upon waking, it suddenly broke into a cunning smile. Seeing this, Lam Mak started and exclaimed, "The magic trick is over. The obsession demons are starting their counterattack." She quickly leaped up, gesturing for each strand of hair to fly out and attack. Those tangled masses of hair lashed out at the 2 female ghosts, sending them flying and making them cry out in pain. Then they rushed toward Lam Mak to attack. All men deserve to die. Without turning around, he merely glanced sideways, his expression darkening as he wondered how deep the resentment could be. Now there was only one way. The giant bag that the mage always carried slowly opened, and he began to unleash his skills. A stream of corpses poured out continuously from inside that bag. All of them charged simultaneously toward the 3 obsession demons. Seeing the swarm of corpses, the demon slammed its leg down hard, dead. Then it used its foot to stomp on the face of another. Dead. The demon screamed in rage, kicking dozens of corpses away. "Die, all of you!" Suddenly from behind, a corpse leaped up and tightly gripped its neck, causing it to freeze in shock. Seizing the opportunity, dozens of other corpses swarmed in. The 3 demons were pinned down and crushed by the corpses. Lam Mak said happily, "The sea of corpses tactic has succeeded." Lam Mak closed his eyes and sighed in relief. Obsession demons indeed have binding techniques, but with such a vast number of zombies, they cannot control them all. Luckily, he had signed a contract with the corpse-rearing demon. These zombies truly could serve as a wall of flesh at critical moments. The obsession demon buried under the corpses trembled violently, filled with hatred. It flew into a rage, unleashing its power and roaring, "Stop it!" Things were starting to look bad. Seeing this, Lam Mak anxiously called to the mage, "Keep summoning. The obsession demon is consuming too much demonic energy because of the surrounding zombies, and its hair has loosened significantly. Once it is exhausted, we can win." The mage gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling, his heart aching as if it were breaking. No more left. Seeing this, Lam Mak smiled comfortingly. "Don't be sad. Wait until we get out of here, and I'll give you another 1,000 corpses." Only then did the mage agree with teary eyes. "You must keep your word." Tam trembled with fear but still gripped the phone tightly. "So many zombies, it's terrifying. Everyone, can the guy in women's clothing win?" Seeing the obsession demon screaming on the screen, more comments appeared. "The poor little sister is scared out of her wits, right? Quick, come into my arms." But these zombies are only low-level ghosts at most. It's only a matter of time before the obsession demon destroys them. The guy in women's clothing is clearly stalling, but he won't be able to escape a fatal end. Why do you only think about people dying? Such bad luck. I'm just telling the truth. I bet 1,000 fish balls I'll make a profit this time. I bet the one above is definitely going broke. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, making Tam jump. "Who's bullying my junior brother? Who is that? The voice is so alluring." She walked forward with slender legs. Tam was also stunned in amazement as her black shoed feet stepped into view. That person was Oyen Than. She coldly brushed back her hair and walked in gracefully. The comment section became even more lively. "This beauty, this tall figure, not even a model could compare to her. She called that guy junior brother? Can someone tell me which school they attend? I want to apply there every year." "I know, let me tell you." Seeing her arrive, Lam Mak and Athu turned their heads, overjoyed as if they had struck gold, saying, "Senior sister, come quickly and save us!" Oyen Than continued to wave her hand slowly, walking towards them at a steady pace. Coming. She curled her lips arrogantly, extending her arm to command the summoning of the entire army of demons she had conquered. Countless giant monsters appeared one after another, ready to plunge into a life and death struggle. They rushed forward to attack the other demons so fiercely that the ground shook and cracked open. Witnessing the brutal melee, Linmo hurriedly spoke up, "Senior sister, the zombies are allies, don't let them get hurt." Yuanqing walked up leisurely and teased with a smile, "You've contracted another corpse-rearing demon. Your talent is almost catching up to masters. How envious! Why don't I have so many contract slots?" Seeing one of her monsters tightly bound by strands of hair from a duty demon, Linmo shouted anxiously, "Senior sister, be careful, the duty demon's control ability is truly formidable." Yuanqing put one hand on her hip, snapped her fingers with the other, and spun around proudly. Her demon's eyes suddenly flared with a violent red light. It braced itself, causing the hair wrapped around its body to snap and fall away, while its roar disintegrated all the hair rushing towards it. Seeing this, Linmo asked in surprise, "Why couldn't I break the duty demon's control? Yet you could." Yuanqing winked playfully. The headless demon naturally has no head, and its body is covered in tough scales that grant immunity to all mystic arts, not to mention, its ultimate skill grants immunity to control and a 20% lifesteal bonus. Hearing this, Linmo was stunned with admiration. Mystic immunity, control immunity, senior sister's strength truly far exceeds what I ever imagined. Murky black strands of hair once again coiled around the wrist of Yuanqing's demon. 3 duty demons forward simultaneously to mercilessly besiege the monster. Linmo raised his eyebrows to remind her, "Senior sister, quickly clear the control for yourself so we can defeat them together. The headless demon is a support type that can clear control for itself and its allies, but your current demon lacks that skill." She chuckled softly, waved her hand to summon a vampire demon, and replied nonchalantly, "No problem. As long as we eliminate them, the crowd control status will be automatically lifted." The vampire demon darted forward, its body spinning like a cyclone. It transformed into a storm that tore through space, charging directly at the 3 duty demons. Another monster leaped high into the air, striking down with a mountain, cleaving hammer of peerless power. The hair of those demons was sliced cleanly away by the violent vortex. One demon screeched a warning and hurriedly retracted its hair to retreat, evading the attack. A ghostly blue flame flared up in senior sister Yuanqing's hand. She smiled. The game isn't over yet. She channeled her inner energy to execute the infernal prison skill, summoning a netherworld cage. A massive cage slammed down over the heads of the 3 duty demons. They realized in panic that they had fallen into a trap. The red-eyed demon flashed a sinister and cold smile. One duty demon quickly dashed out before the cage could lock shut. The other demon's eyes flickered with a bright red light. It seemed to be plotting its escape. She raised her hand to command, and the soul-binding chain immediately bound the duty demon tightly. Azure energy chains wrapped around the demon's midsection, leaving it unable to escape. It was yanked back into the cage and shrieked bitterly, "Damn it, really damn it." The other demons immediately began hurling insults. "You're a woman, yet you're defending men. How truly stupid." After the 3 demons were locked away, Linmo began to move. It was truly impressive. The coordination between the headless demon and the vampire demon to force the duty demons into the jailer demon's skill range was masterful. The senior sister controlled her techniques as skillfully as if she were reading from a textbook. He held his sword and approached the cage. "All right, now it's time to send you all on your way." The duty demons hurriedly sealed their demonic energy. The 3 demons stopped resisting and could only whimper, "We are not resigned to this. I don't care. It's clear that we were miserably harmed to death by men. So why should we be the ones being punished?" Hearing this, Linmo paused, not saying another word. As his sword blade remained pressed against their throats, one of them spoke up. "Wait." Both hands gripped the iron bars of the cage, its eyes brimming with tears as it pleaded. "Before you kill us, I want to ask for your help with one thing." Linmo replied, "I am a human and you are a demon. On what grounds should I help you? I could trade for a different secret." Another demon hurriedly pulled its hand back. "Don't bother asking him for help. No man is trustworthy. That's right, in any case we are all dead anyway." She gripped the bars tightly and screamed, "As long as I can take revenge, I'll do anything you ask." Linmo looked at her, stunned, not knowing how to react. Finally, he relented and asked, "Tell me first, what is it you want me to help you with?" That duty demon, with tears streaming down her face, sobbed as she told her story. "It was he who harmed us to death." Her voice rang out, filled with pain. "It is the owner of this wicked swimming pool. 3 months ago, that bald owner slandered a pool cleaner for harassing single women who came to swim. He would tightly grip their throats regardless of how much they struggled in despair. The legs pinned underneath continued to kick helplessly in the air as they didn't know how to handle the situation. After a while, all movement became sluggish before suddenly going limp. In the end, the poor girl was tortured to death by him, and then he staged the scene to look like a drowning. She died feeling deeply wronged and far from resigned. As she reached this point in the story, the 2 duty demons hugged each other, tears flowing freely. One said that the girl was herself, the second victim, while the one standing closest to the bars whispered, "I am a reporter." While clutching the bars, she recounted how difficult it was to investigate the truth, and after handing the evidence to the safety bureau, the person sent to investigate turned out to be the younger brother of that very swimming pool owner. At this moment, her hand loosened slightly, trembling with agitation as she added, "In the end, I could not escape the clutches of this devil." Images of the safety bureau investigator and the cleaner tied up to death flashed by, along with a cold tone. "When duty becomes a demon, we vow to slaughter every man who has ever insulted us." The duty demon's face suddenly darkened, and one eye turned deep red as she continued, "That bald man was also quite lucky. He just happened not to be there that day." The bodies of the 2 victims fell in front of him, and she added that he saw the scene and was terrified, after which he dared not venture near the pool ever again. With those words finished, he quickly fled while 2 of the 3 duty demons were distracted and not paying attention to what was behind them. Hearing this, Linmo gently placed his index finger on his chin and frowned slightly. "I understand now. You want me to lure the owner here so that you can easily take your revenge. No sooner had he finished speaking than the demon gripping the bars shouted firmly, "That's right. On what grounds should we die so miserably while that owner still lives his life freely out there? We are not resigned to this." Arthur and Yuanqing, standing nearby, also appeared furious. The Safety Bureau is truly a group of scumbags, and that damn owner is even worse than a beast. Just then, a flurry of comments appeared on the livestream screen. The Safety Bureau treats human lives like grass. I used to trust them so much. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. 3 beautiful girls murdered so cruelly? I am so angry that my heart, liver, and lungs hurt. I can understand other pains, but if your kidneys hurt, it must be because you have kidney failure. I cannot ignore this. No matter what, I must report this owner. Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by the Safety Bureau? Lam Mak listened calmly and then set a condition, saying that this task was not difficult, but he needed her to reveal the secret first to see if it was worth his effort. Lian received the cold reply, her expression hardening, and said, "Then I will tell you at exactly 10 o'clock at night, 3 days from now, the Namsun Demon Realm will simultaneously break the siege to crush the Chao Nation's military defensive line." This information left all 3 of Lam Mak's companions so shocked that they stood frozen in their tracks, unable to utter a word. The obsessing demon's voice echoed hauntingly again, stating that the number 3 demon in the Namsun realm would command 10,000 demonic legions to swarm across the northern ridge of Linlang City. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her face as she continued, saying that over 20,000 local residents and 5,000 survivors from Fangma were there. They would certainly not be able to evacuate in time. She added that while the deaths of the Fangma people were of little concern, the suffering of the locals was something the Chao Nation surely did not want to witness. Lam Mak was deep in thought. If his master said the Chao Nation was using the Fangma people as human shields outside the city, wouldn't they be the first to perish when the 10,000 demons swarmed across? The obsessing demon gripped the bars, his voice harsh and triumphant, claiming that simply reporting this news to the Safety Bureau would earn a great merit, and asked if this secret was enough for him to help her. Lam Mak put on a satisfied expression, praising her information as quite good, and agreed to lure the boss there to help her. He gripped the hilt of his sword until the veins on the back of his hand stood out, telling himself that he must take action in this battle. Recalling the miserable lives he had witnessed, he thought to himself that he was doing this not for the Chao Nation, but for the poor people of Fangma. Just then, the 2.5-year chicken picked up a basketball and spoke up, saying that since the 2 of them had subdued the obsessing demon, they had to fulfill their promise to perform a dance routine. He excitedly threw the ball aside, turned his back to the audience, and began to sing about the demon-slaying girl, saying that because she was so beautiful, the demons had to act coy with envy, and the exorcist girl never spoke many words. He turned and danced to the rhythm of the music, praising her beauty that turned all demons to ash, even making the Demon King despair as his dreams of invasion crumbled. The author notes that the reader is also humming along to this song with a weird smile. 2 skimpy outfits, a maid costume and a school uniform, were tossed onto the floor without a second thought. A certain figure was leisurely putting a blue t-shirt over his trim physique. Once finished, Lam Mak put on his baggy jacket and informed his senior sister that he and Athu were going to lure the boss there. Hearing this, Yuan Than immediately showed a look of annoyance. She frowned and insisted that she wanted to finish him off with her own hands, even if he did not intervene. Athu, who had been standing still as if contemplating something, stopped her and asked Lam Mak if he really wanted to kill him himself. Lam Mak replied in a serious and concise tone that every debt must be repaid, and the one who caused the trouble must face the consequences. He glanced at the 3 demons rampaging in the cage, asserting that the boss would, of course, be left for them to deal with. He then turned to Athu and added that by doing so, they would not be breaking the law and the Safety Bureau could not interfere. Hearing this, he looked excited and praised the plan as excellent. He spoke seriously with Owen Than, saying that 2 people were not enough and they needed her cooperation. She heard him out without any hesitation and gave a satisfied thumbs up, as if this were as easy as pie. In another corner, the owner of Thuifeng swimming pool was lounging with his legs crossed, smoking, when he suddenly heard a sarcastic voice remarking that the 3 demons were truly difficult to deal with. It turned out to be Athu and Lam Mak, who walked out laughing and chatting happily, saying, "Didn't we eventually slash those creatures into ashes? What a great haul." That sight hit the eyes of the Thuifeng swimming pool owner, causing him to hurriedly drop his half-smoked cigarette to the ground. He immediately jumped up excitedly, mouth agape, and asked loudly if the 2 young men had finished off those demons. Lam Mak held up 3 orbs and replied, "Of course, these 3 spirit-level demon orbs are still brand new." Hearing this, the boss rejoiced and praised them repeatedly. Immediately, Lam Mak held out his hand and asked for the remuneration they had agreed upon earlier. However, the man deliberately turned away and tried to change the subject, saying, "Why the rush? What if those demons aren't completely dead yet? Wouldn't that mean you've gained an advantage?" As he finished speaking, Lam Mak's face suddenly darkened, turning as pale as if all the blood had drained from it. The owner of the swimming pool, Thifong, was walking along when he suddenly stopped, as if he had just remembered something important. He looked back over his shoulder, sweat streaming down his pale face, and tremblingly suggested that the two of them should go ahead and scout out the area. But A Thu and Lam Mak looked at him with contempt and mocked him, leaving him stunned. He was a grown man acting like a coward, being as soft as a girl. They added another sarcastic remark, telling him not to insult women, as this guy was much more timid than that, which made the pool owner's face darken in silence, while he cursed them in his head, telling them to just wait. A moment later, Arthur and Lam Mak strode out in front, leaving him to trudge along behind. He huddled in defense, constantly darting his eyes to observe all directions with extreme caution. The space ahead was plunged into the silent night, and there was absolutely no one to be seen except these three strange guests. By now, the pool owner Thifong finally breathed a sigh of relief and let his guard down, smirking triumphantly that the evil spirits had finally been eradicated. Immediately after, Lam Mak spoke up to demand their payment of 100,000 each, saying not to forget to hand it over. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned, gritted his teeth, and muttered that these kids were far too greedy, adding that if they dared to demand money from both, he would report them to the security bureau and cause the school to face a major disaster. Hearing this, Lam Mak's face immediately hardened, his smile becoming strained as he threatened that if he didn't pay up, they would leave the demons to him, inwardly thinking that this guy was truly the scum he expected him to be. As soon as he finished speaking, the pool owner turned his head, and frantically asked what he meant, questioning if they were refusing to kill the demons anymore. He hurriedly blocked their path to interrogate them, asking if they were playing him and if the evil spirits were actually still alive. At this moment, A Thu and Lam Mak lazily stepped back a few paces and gently asked him in return if he wasn't lying to them, leaving the old man trembling and stammering incoherently. At the same time, Lam Mak frowned slightly, his expression radiating murderous intent as he softly issued a powerful command to his subordinates. 3 lingering will ghosts immediately emerged from the void, yet the pool owner remained oblivious, only trembling as he wondered why they were suddenly backing away. Suddenly, a voice filled with grievance and rage rang out from behind, causing the old man to be terrified to the extreme. He looked back and let out a loud scream. It was you who made our lives miserable, so today you must pay for your crimes with your old life. Instantly, all 3 rushed forward to besiege him with long, terrifying strands of hair flying about, creating heavy pressure on their opponent. The black strands of hair slowly caressed his face, causing the pool owner to lose all his courage as he wept miserably and begged for them to save him. However, the hair wrapped tightly around his head and sealed his mouth, making every sound he tried to utter muffled and unintelligible. Before long, his entire body was thrown straight into the swimming pool, handled roughly and without any mercy. His hands, feet, and entire body were tied up so tightly that he couldn't move. Only then did he show extreme panic, thinking to himself that it was all over. Suddenly, a hateful ghost loomed behind him and mocked him, saying his final day had come, which caused the pool owner's face to turn ashen. He hurriedly screamed at the top of his lungs, begging them to save him. Lam Mak, standing idly on the shore, sighed and said he couldn't help because he hadn't received the money yet. Hearing this, the pool owner struggled with his last bit of strength and promised,
I have money.
This gold watch is worth 70 or 80,000. If you save me, this item will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Mak quickly grabbed the valuable item tossed to him, and the system immediately sent a notification congratulating the master on receiving 100 provocation points. While leisurely polishing the precious item, he revealed a wicked look and added, You are so foolish, because once you die this would naturally be mine anyway, wouldn't it? Choking on water while surrounded by ghosts, the pool owner coughed and scolded, You bastard! Colluding with demons is a heinous crime, and the security bureau will surely judge you. At that moment the system chimed again, reporting that he had received 300 more provocation points. Meanwhile, Lam Mak and A Thu began to act, coordinating their story that they had nothing to do with it. I have no connection to these evil spirits. He threw himself into the pool and was attacked by demons. With a stomach full of water, the pool owner stretched his neck and yelled back,
Just wait.
The fact that you deliberately released these demons to harm me is also a major crime. Lam Mak then turned to his senior and asked if they had any such intention, receiving a reply filled with feigned regret that because her spiritual energy was depleted, she had accidentally let the 3 demons loose, and that this was absolutely not intentional. Having said that, Lam Mak glared at the pool owner and asked if he had heard clearly, saying that these demons had escaped on their own and no one had released them, advising him not to talk nonsense or he would sue him for defamation. However, the opponent still insisted on calling him a wretch and a cunning person, while at the same time the system notification board popped up to congratulate the host for pocketing 500 provocation points. As soon as he finished his sentence, Lam Mak immediately transformed into a righteous gentleman, turning to his teammates and sternly demanding, Who said we harmed him? Ah, never mind, senior sister, come with me quickly to save him. Without a moment's delay, he rushed to the scene with a look of determination and shouted, You wretched demons, I will fight you to the death. Yet, as they closed in, the 3 of them deliberately acted weak and screamed, causing the obsession demon that was clutching the victim to stand there in confusion. Immediately after, a mysterious force threw them far away, accompanied by several pained cries as if they were acting in a play. Finishing the act, Lammac struggled to get up warily and sighed. The obsession demon suddenly erupted with power when it saw him. We really cannot deal with it. A sobbing tone rang out along with the sight of Ngayanthan's group crying over Arthur's body lying on the ground, with some wiping their tears and others waving their hands, saying it was hopeless. The demon was too strong, and Arthur, you are so unfortunate, while the livestream viewers constantly sent hearts and left comments saying,
This is hilarious!
Oscar definitely owes this group an Oscar.
It's so funny.
The safety department's regulations mandate that spirit tamers who see someone in need and do not help will be punished. But this guy wants to help yet is helpless, so there is no issue at all. Someone even took a photo. That bald boss probably didn't die from the ghost, but rather from pure anger.
How wonderful!
On the other side, tens of thousands of long black strands of hair were still tightly gripping the throat of the owner of Thuifong's swimming pool, making it a struggle for him to even choke out a few words of resistance.
I don't want to lose my life!
Before he could call for help again, sharp, smooth slashes suddenly appeared in abundance, causing his body to be sliced into pieces of flesh and skin, floating on the water under the eyes of the three obsession demons. Not long after, the obsession demons dissipated and the evil aura gradually faded away. The three girls appeared in human form, flying into the air to wave goodbye with tear-filled eyes, and one of them spoke up to thank everyone. Then they turned into three small blue beads right before the eyes of Lammac's group. Without any hesitation, they automatically flew into the palms of his hands that were ready to receive them. That magical sight caught the eye of the female streamer, and she excitedly cheered while live-streaming on her phone.
This is so satisfying!
Those wretched people deserve it. They truly are the light of justice. Suddenly, several students from Langfong Academy appeared from out of nowhere, pointing fingers angrily and shouting, Hey, who are you people, daring to steal our mission? Lammac, who was standing there, was immediately struck by the attention and quickly turned to look. He calmly raised his hand and raised an eyebrow, asking in return, stealing a mission. Why use the word steal in the cultivation world? We are all spirit tamers, whether I exterminate the demon or you do. Isn't it all about ridding the people of harm? Hearing this, the two accomplices from Langfong Academy could not help but step forward glowering and saying, You robbed us blind and still have the nerve to talk glibly. The demon beads of those three evil spirits are quite valuable. At this moment, the leader of the Langfong group coldly issued an ultimatum. If you know what's good for you, cough up those demon beads, otherwise don't expect to leave this swimming pool. Stopping the act, Lammac put on a stone-faced expression, gritting his teeth while revealing his glowing tattooed hand and asked, What now, planning to fight? The opponent showed no fear. On the contrary, they sneered mockingly. 5 demons, quite a good talent, but unfortunately you've picked the wrong place. We have 10 people, 8 level 2 spirit tamers and 2 level 3 spirit tamers. The 3 of you definitely won't escape. Right then, Mingayanthan stood in front of his 2 teammates and suddenly growled, So you are definitely determined to clash with us, is that right? Hearing this, the Langfong students grew a bit worried and started sweating. A level 5 spirit tamer could take on 5 or 6 people, but they couldn't show fear, so they shouted, Who exactly are you people? As soon as he finished speaking, Lammac signaled Ngayanthan to be quiet, slowly narrowed his eyes and introduced himself. I am of no great talent, Tan Mu of the Tan family. She also became very immersed, pretending to be refined as she said, Tan Lili of the Tan family here. This left the Langfong students astonished. Turns out they are from the Tan family, no wonder they are so arrogant. Tan Mu, I have heard the name, ranked top 20 in the family. You have the Tan family backing you, but I'm not a pushover either. Today you stole our mission, I quit Fong.
Swear I will make you pay a heavy price.
Lammac just politely replied, Tan Mu is ready to serve, then ordered his teammates to retreat, leaving Arthur standing there in a daze wondering, Quat Fong is from the Quit family of Thanfong Tower. Thanfong Tower, could it be a brothel? A clear voice suddenly rang out, patting Lammac on the shoulder familiarly and excitedly mentioning Qingfeng Pavilion, the second-ranked assassin organization in Jiang Province, which was actually a junior faction under his senior brother's Langfeng Pavilion. He suddenly realized something was unusual, pointed at his own chest, and calmly replied that this was too easy. If Qingfeng Pavilion dared to give him trouble, he could just invoke his senior brother's name to see how much nerve they really had. Under the sunny, clear blue sky, the conversation between the girl and Lammac had not yet reached its end, as she remained skeptical about how he could be so unconcerned when his junior brother was in danger. Soon after, all 3 climbed onto the back of the blood-sucking demon, which was bracing itself to soar high into the air. She gently advised them to sit tight, ignoring the streamer behind them who was running for his life while screaming for them to wait. Witnessing the group gradually disappearing into the sky, the girl on the ground could only raise her phone and helplessly shout, asking where everyone was heading. Looking at his screen with dejection, he pouted and muttered regretfully as he saw the viewer count in his live stream dropping as soon as they vanished. Immediately, a foot wearing a blue shoe stomped hard on the pedal of his personal vehicle, accompanied by a firm declaration that he must succeed. The disheveled streamer, dressed in revealing clothes, pedaled frantically while telling himself he had to catch up to the trio to make his channel go viral once again. Meanwhile, Lammak's group was aggressively hunting for missions across Lingling City. They had already completed 3 objectives and were moving on to the next locations, including the gaming and singing zones. Inside a dark basement in Century City, 2 demons were hunched over, facing the wall, their hands working continuously with intense focus. A few minutes later, they suddenly turned their heads back. One opened its mouth, dripping with fresh blood, while the one next to it stuck out a long, grotesque tongue as if to scare them. Without delay, Lammak and Arthur swung their sharp blades, each landing a strike that sent the demons' heads rolling to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and both of them turned and walked away calmly. Having just collected 2 demon orbs, the group was blocked at the door by a crowd before they could even retreat. The leader shouted angrily, asking who they were to dare steal someone else's mission bounty, and asking if they wanted to die. A chaotic chase ensued. Quit Fong called back that he was only taking a few orbs out of respect, telling them to stop running if they had the guts, or else not to let him catch them again, while the system reported the good news that the host had just gained 100 provocation points. At Ling Lake Park, Lammak quickly seized 2 orbs from a starving ghost and excitedly challenged them, stating that he was not one to change his name or surname. He identified himself as Quate Fong from Langfang Academy, causing the 2 men standing at a distance to scream in fury that those were their group's rewards. Even at the Bai shopping center, Arthur was seen swinging his sword to slice the neck of a demon, causing blood to gush out profusely. Lammak nonchalantly introduced himself, leaving onlookers gaping in astonishment, claiming that it was all the work of this Quate Fong, and anyone who had a problem with it could settle it at Langfang Academy. On the trending news page at the time, an article was becoming a heated topic of discussion, filled with critical comments aimed at that brat Quat Fong. At this moment, sweat began to bead on his face, and Lammak curiously wondered why everything here was strangely quiet after the mission had just been completed. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the deep, pitch-black room, making one's skin crawl. Lammak frowned slightly, his expression serious as he urged everyone to leave quickly, as his intuition told him the mission at the crematorium was not yet over. Inside, 2 girls watched in horror as the man was engulfed by yellow flames, all 3 screaming in desperate panic. The victim lay on the ground, trying to crawl forward with great difficulty, his mouth pleading endlessly for help. The 2 girls could only scream the man's name in vain. Then, the victim slumped to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. They stood frozen, completely helpless in the face of the horrific tragedy that had just unfolded before their eyes. Both were weeping in agony. One swore in a rage to risk her life against the evil demon, while the other quickly restrained her, arguing that since the victim had already been defeated, rushing in now would be tantamount to suicide. As soon as she finished, Lammak walked in from outside to ask about the situation, prompting one of the girls to quickly turn and suspiciously ask who they were. However, receiving no sincere response, Lammak coldly continued, saying he had come to assist everyone and told them to quickly explain the situation. A person seeking help, wearing their hair in braids, looked a bit timid. They placed their hands in front of them and bowed their head to report that there was a burnt ghost in the crematorium, but when Triu Qian opened it to check, for some reason he was pulled inside. Before the words had even faded, the drawer door slammed shut on its own without any external physical force. Seeing this, Lammak frowned, speculating that this was the burnt ghost revealing itself, but since the crematorium only burned corpses, he wondered why such a ghost would appear there. Arthur, standing nearby, suddenly and seriously explained that if a crematorium burns people alive, then naturally there would be a burnt ghost. Upon hearing this, Lammak immediately felt a chill at such cruelty. Then, he suddenly remembered Lathan's cheerful demeanor when telling him to come here for a mission, and inviting him to stop by, leading Lammak to confirm once more if they truly had someone named Lathan. One of the 2 people seeking help immediately pointed toward the furnace and replied that he was currently inside it. Hearing this, Lammak continued to probe the situation to see if the guy was already dead. As soon as he finished speaking, an arm and a horrific scream suddenly tore through the gloomy night, making everyone tremble with fear. Following that, the figure of a young man engulfed in flames rushed out in agony, screaming incessantly because of the intense heat. A moment later, the drawer door slowly closed. Lathan brushed off his sleeves and grumbled that if he hadn't prepared, he would have been burned to ashes long ago, while the person seeking help hurriedly asked if he was all right. Lammak immediately gave a thumbs up, praising the other for his skill in surviving, which made the other person gasp and call out his name in surprise. They had an awkward greeting because Lammak stepped back to avoid the suit on Lathan's body. The guy scratched his head and intended to move closer, but Lammak maintained his distance because he looked too filthy. Suddenly, one of Lammak's eyes turned bright red, and with a stern expression, he commanded his blood eye to open. Instantly, a brilliant red light emanated, allowing his vision to penetrate through every object without the slightest difficulty. Lammak easily saw the burnt ghost sitting cross-legged in an arrogant manner, while the greedy ghost hid in a dark corner. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he announced that there was not only a burnt ghost in that place but also a greedy ghost. Lathan quickly confirmed this was true, explaining that the greedy ghost had the ability to manifest money and treasures, and that just by looking at them for over 2 seconds, one would be pulled in, just like what he had experienced. Hearing the news that Trio Kian was lost and that if these ghosts were not eradicated, he would die with his eyes wide open, he could not help but exclaim in shock. Lathan turned to Lam Mak and pleaded earnestly, promising that if he helped them take revenge, he would offer all rewards including the buffalo ghost he possessed to him. Lam Mak turned to ask for Ngayathan's opinion on what the senior sister thought, but she yawned and interrupted, saying these evil spirits weren't worth worrying about and that she was sleepy and wanted to go back to her room to rest first. The girl with the braids anxiously tried to stop him, saying these ghosts were very dangerous and couldn't be left to a level 2 spirit master, while Lathan continued to reassure everyone to trust in Lam Mak. Lam Mak did not answer but silently turned his head. His eyes shone brightly as he looked toward the dark furnace and ordered them to watch closely. He repeatedly pounded on the drawer door and sternly commanded the opponent to appear immediately. Right before Lam Mak's eyes, piles of sparkling gold and jewels appeared, so beautiful they dazzled the eye. He seemed hypnotized by the ghostly power, his gaze became vacant, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he was mesmerized by the massive fortune before him. Meanwhile, the greedy ghost had appeared right there and began counting down second by second. She clung tightly to Lam Mak, her face revealing delight and a wicked smile as she reached the count of 2 seconds. Near the fulfillment of her goal, the greedy ghost quickly pressed her face close to his and whispered, triumphantly. However, before the word seconds could even be uttered, her eyes rolled back in astonishment and cold sweat drenched her entire face. Lam Mak broke into a murderous smile, baring his teeth in a grimace of pain as the backlash tormented him. The greed demon lost its momentum and flew backward, screaming in panic, asking what on earth was happening. Immediately after, Arthur swung his razor-sharp longsword in a clean strike, severing its head from its neck as fresh blood erupted in a stream. Witnessing the head rolling on the ground, the people of Lathan burst into excited cheers for having eliminated the demons and successfully taking their revenge. On the opposite side, the burnt demon, overestimating himself, roared in anger and spat fire toward Lam Mak, shouting, "You coward, I'll risk my life to take you down." No sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce blast of firepower erupted from the furnace. Fortunately, both he and Arthur reacted instantly and managed to dodge to either side. Lam Mak's face hardened as he lunged forward, holding a sword wrapped in blue flames, and snapped, "Who gave you the right to stay here and harm people?" He swung his sword, unleashing the soul-executing strike technique, and a brilliant beam of golden light instantly tore through the air. The attack left the burnt demon so stunned that its eyes bulged and its jaw dropped in shock. It immediately vanished from his sight within a thick shroud of white smoke that obscured the entire path. A moment later, as the shroud of dust gradually dissipated, the silhouette of the burnt demon reappeared, standing tall and arrogant. He continued to unleash his signature corpse-burning flame ultimate skill as swirling vortices of fire merged into an unprecedentedly powerful effect. The burnt demon repeatedly opened its jagged-toothed mouth, incessantly spewing hellfire to incinerate its target. He summoned all his strength to blast a searing wave of fire toward Lam Mak. He nimbly dodged the intense heat and then sternly ordered Arthur to strike immediately. The lightning-fast strike left the burnt demon paralyzed, its body frozen and unable to move. Before he could regain his composure, a dark shadow had already raised a scythe, poised in the stance of the Grim Reaper. It turned out Arthur was standing firmly on the ground, loudly shouting the command to summon the phantom shadow. Instantly, the burnt demon's head was severed from its body, with fresh blood splashing everywhere in the air. The corpse collapsed to the ground, its blank eyes rolled back and its mouth still agape. From within the corpse, another burnt demon of the lieutenant's spirit rank crawled out, its mouth screaming its master's name in a frantic, insolent manner. He stood up, his body enveloped in massive flames, and roared in fury,
"You humans deserve to die!"
His mouth opened wide to reveal pale white teeth, his bloodshot eyes screaming, "I'll make you pay with your lives, everyone must die!" Lam Mak quickly grabbed Arthur's clothes and pulled him away, urgently shouting,
"This is bad, its technique is almost fully charged, run now!"
Fortunately, just as he and the group from Lathan jumped from the crematorium floor, flames erupted through the windows, no one was injured. After a moment to compose themselves, Arthur and the girl beside him sighed in relief, saying, "That demon is finished." 1 second later and we would have been turned to ash like Trio Kian. "Thank you for the warning, Lam Mak." Lam Mak turned to tease the girl when he noticed her hair had suddenly curled from the heat, making her laugh as she replied, "How can you still be in the mood for jokes at a time like this?" Another girl standing nearby, looking worried with sweat pouring down, said, "Our teacher once taught us that burnt demons are long-range mages and very difficult to deal with." She thought about needing a contracted demon with a longer range or trying to close the distance to break its skill range, saying, "Perhaps we should try a long-range attack." She finished speaking. Lin Mo immediately touched 2 fingers to his other hand and cast a spell to summon the ghost archer. Immediately, it followed its master's command, drawing its bow and firing directly at the evil spirit, level burnt ghost hanging from the windowsill. Unfortunately, the arrow missed its target, instead giving the ghost a chance to quickly leap and dodge with great skill. Witnessing this, one of the 2 girls offered support and summoned the swamp ghost to restrain the opponent. Immediately, a pale, wet figure appeared and spat a stream of slimy liquid at the enemy. This hit landed perfectly without requiring much effort or any special skills while it was still hanging high up. Now that the target was pinned to the ground, Lin Mo did not miss the opportunity and signaled the ghost archer to quickly deliver the decisive blow. 3 sharp arrows tore through the air, hurtling forward so fast that the naked eye could hardly see them. However, the evil spirit-level burnt ghost reacted with extreme sensitivity, activating a fire shield to protect itself from the series of attacks. Hiding behind the firewall, it smirked arrogantly, claiming this fire shield could block 90% of physical damage, while taunting that his group had only defeated its old man through a sneak attack and would be nothing in a direct confrontation. Lin Mo, on the opposite side, only slightly revealed a glowing red eye and calmly replied that if physical damage was ineffective, then they should try true damage. Hearing this, the burnt ghost was stunned. It gasped in shock, asking if he was a level 2 ghost tamer who had unlocked the 3rd skill of the red-eyed ghost. After those words, Lin Mo simply shrugged and casually replied that it was quite a normal occurrence. Shortly after, the time arrived, and Lin Mo's group detonated the target, causing a shroud of white smoke to cover a corner of the sky. When the smoke cleared, the evil spirit-level burnt ghost lay collapsed on the ground with its eyes wide open in utter shock. While Lathan and the girl wearing glasses were overjoyed, no one noticed a pitch-black figure rushing toward them from behind. It turned out to be the greedy ghost rushing aggressively toward them, glaring and shouting, demanding to know who was bold enough to disturb its territory. The resounding roar caused everyone around to turn their heads in panic at the appearance of yet another demon. However, Ah Thu remained extremely calm. She gripped the sword behind her back and told Lin Mo to leave this one to her. Suddenly, the ghost lying on the ground spat out a fierce stream of fire and let out a loud roar. Thanks to Lin Mo's timely warning, Ah Thu managed to dodge the dangerous attack in the nick of time. The brilliant yellow flames scorched the air as they rushed toward the greedy ghost, terrifying it so much that its eyes rolled back. In just a few seconds, the fire engulfed the greedy ghost, ignoring its screams of agonizing pain. A moment later, only a charred, pitch-black corpse remained lying sprawled on the ground, smoking profusely as Lin Mo's group looked on. The 2 girls asked each other in confusion why, since they were supposed to be partners in crime, the burnt ghost would ruthlessly destroy its own accomplice. Lin Mo could not hide his curiosity either as he asked about the fire blast aimed at the greedy ghost, and the creature feebly replied that since it was about to die, it did not want that unfilial child to live. Hearing this, still full of confusion, he questioned what exactly the story was between the members of their family. The burnt ghost sighed and recounted that those 2 greedy ghosts were its son and daughter-in-law, wicked individuals who had stolen all of the couple's retirement money. It recalled the image of the family portrait of 4 on the table, which was now shattered into pieces. Recounting the couple's wrongful death, he said that because they wanted to seize the remaining house, they had heartlessly pushed both of them into a crematorium furnace to be burned alive. Finally, the burnt ghost slowly added that the couple's resentment was so immense that, combined with the murderous aura from the crematorium, it had turned them into demons, and they had immediately punished the rebellious son and his wife to take their revenge. At this moment, he was still lying flat on the ground, whispering things that stunned us. We never expected these 2 scoundrels to be so insatiably greedy. After absorbing all the ghostly energy at the crematorium, they had morphed into greedy ghosts. Fortunately, these ghosts were no match for us in a fight, so our group gave them a sound beating and forced them to lure their cohorts back to us. Hearing this, Lin Mo indifferently plunged his sword into the ground and remarked, "A truly well-bred family with such decent values. Brother Hugh, I sympathize with what you have been through, but your indiscriminate killing is completely unacceptable." Immediately after, the long-haired girl standing beside her spoke up, "No matter how kind-hearted one was while alive, once turned into a ghost, the intent to slaughter will emerge. That is the inherent nature of a ghost, so if there is no contract to restrain their resentment, the only way is complete extermination." However, Lin Mo hurriedly retorted. Holding a ghost bead in his hand, he gave a cunning smile. "I'm not thinking as much as you are. I'm eliminating them entirely for the sake of these ghost beads, get it?" Lathan quickly offered 2 hands overflowing with brightly colored ghost beads and praised without hesitation.
Spot on.
"You defeated the crematorium ghost to avenge my brothers. These ghost beads are all yours." Lin Mo happily accepted the mountain of ghost beads in his palms and replied, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Just then Mu Wanqing appeared, yawning and grumbling. "Junior brother, did it really take such a huge commotion just for everyone to deal with an evil spirit-level ghost?" Hearing this, he immediately turned his head and asked with a joyful expression, "Senior sister, you're not asleep yet." He received an answer from Mu Wanqing along with the action of her reaching into her pocket to rummage for something. "You all made such a racket that I woke up. Hurry and find a place to rest. I need to go to sleep right now." Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly added, "Senior sister, can we go to the northern outskirts of Lingling City first?" While seriously contemplating several matters, he continued, "If the intelligence from the ghost at the swimming pool is accurate, when the ghost tide hits more than 5,000 civilians of the Fengma Kingdom, there will certainly lose their lives. I want to go and evacuate the people there." Having said that, he stood silently before Mu Wanqing, instinctively clenching his fists. She sighed and agreed in the quiet of the night. "Fine, we'll do as you wish." In the northern outskirts of Lingling, images of countless dilapidated small houses gradually appeared before their eyes. Lin Mo observed his surroundings and sighed. Do the people of the Fengma kingdom really have to live in such a miserable place? Walking a bit further, he accidentally caught sight of a little girl, Ling Yu, covered in mud and looking extremely pitiful. The girl accidentally bumped her head into Lin Mo's leg and let out a sound like a natural reflex, making him slightly worried as he hurriedly reminded her, "Be careful not to fall." Afterwards, Ling Yu quickly asked in a childish voice who they were. Hearing this, Lin Mo pointed to himself and replied, "We are just travelers passing by," while A Thu remained silent and did not say a word. Yet, Ling Yu knitted her brows tightly and clenched her hands into fists, saying, "You're lying to me, aren't you? In this godforsaken place, besides the poor civilians and the ferocious soldiers, no one else ever comes by." This took Lin Mo by surprise, and he offered a small compliment, "You're quite clever." He then leaned down to look at her fair, bare feet and asked, "But why aren't you wearing any shoes?" Immediately he received an angry response from Ling Yu, her eyes sharp and cold. "Isn't it because you Zhou Kingdom people destroyed our homeland? We, the people of Fengma, have all been taken as slaves in this place? How could we possibly have shoes to wear like you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo's face turned sorrowful, and he silently lowered his head to look at the ground. A moment later, he gently reached out to touch Ling Yu's cheek to comfort her. "Don't worry. There will come a day when everyone will be as well, clothed as I am." Hearing this, the little girl immediately asked, "Is that really true?" Suddenly, another irritable voice rang out, "Little sister, don't believe that guy's words." It was Ling Feng. He stood shielding his sister wearing only a tank top and yelled angrily, "You Zhou Kingdom people are very cunning. Tell me, what is your ulterior motive for coming here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo calmly gave a thumbs up to the sky and cheerfully praised, "Knowing how to protect your little sister is very gentlemanly." He continued to wonder, "Where are your parents? Why don't I see them?" While Ling Feng maintained a hateful expression and gritted his teeth, he replied, "You know the answer, so why keep asking?" They were forcibly taken to the city wall district. The boy added that they had to perform unpaid labor to build structures for Yuzhou Kingdom people. Meanwhile, on the other side, several soldiers were using leather whips to strike the Fengma civilians who were working arduously, while the guards monitored another group carrying tons of heavy rocks and dirt. Just then, one of them was unlucky enough to be whipped repeatedly by a ruthless soldier who shouted, "Hurry up," leaving the person in such pain they could not utter a word. On the opposite side, a thin and sickly man was still trying his best to drag a large rock upward, looking as if he were so exhausted that his head was spinning. The rope suddenly snapped, causing the opponent to stagger and fall heavily to the ground. A massive boulder loomed, ready to collapse onto the old man, while cries of distress echoed all around because the rock was about to crush people. Lam Mak, the big-breasted ghost, the old ghost, raising mage, the opera singer ghost, the martial artist ghost, and the butterfly ghost all soared into the air simultaneously. Immediately, his 5 subordinates used ropes to catch the giant rock, to the utter astonishment of the crowd below. A moment later, the heavy object was safely placed on the ground without causing any tragic casualties. At this moment, Lam Mak stood towering amidst the legion of ghosts, nonchalantly tucking one hand into his pocket, and asked the old man if he was all right. The man looked up at him, stuttering as he asked, Who are you?" Pointing with a trembling finger and revealing a look of profound shock, the old man frowned and exclaimed, "Wet, Prince Yide." Hearing that name, the people of Fengmo excitedly turned back and said in unison, "It really is the prince. He was never lost. The prince himself has reincarnated to save us, the good people of Fengmo." Suddenly, a soldier, seeing the chaotic scene, pointed his gun in a threatening manner and shouted, "What are you all yelling about? Hasn't Prince Yide been dead for a long time? Do these commoners dare to rebel? Shoot them all for me!" But the commander behind him stopped him just in time and said, "Wait a moment. I heard that in Tanhai City, there is a student who looks exactly like Prince Yudi. Don't act rashly. This person is Duan Kan Khan. If you make a mistake, it will cause huge trouble." He squinted with a sinister look, responding in a cold voice, "Isn't tomorrow a perfect occasion for us to unleash our gunfire freely?" On the other side, the crowd of people had all knelt down onto the rough, stony ground. They bowed their heads before Lam Mak, who was standing on the large rock, and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Prince Yide!" He was startled and panicked, subconsciously pointing at his own face, and thought to himself, "Prince, is he me? I never expected our appearances to be strikingly similar." He was completely unaware that he had fallen into the crosshairs of a gun from afar. Lam Mak said with a stern face, "If I let the people of Fengmo bow to me like this, I fear I will be taken away by the Security Bureau." He quickly jumped down before the eyes of tens of thousands of Fengmo citizens who were still kneeling at his feet. Lam Mak awkwardly waved his hands and explained in detail, "I am not the prince. You have mistaken me for someone else. When he passed away, he was over 30, while I am only 18. Hearing that, they wiped their tears and choked out, "That's right, the prince has been gone for over 10 years. I must be confused again. If he is no longer here, who can save us?" Seeing this, Lam Mak knelt down and whispered, "Sir, the day after tomorrow at 10 o'clock a ghost tide will strike. While there is still time, please see to it that everyone evacuates." The man stared at him blankly with a helpless look and said, "Where can we evacuate to? If the ghost tide really arrives, they won't let us escape either. Lam Mac's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing the comment. We are nothing more than meat shields for the people of Chao country. The old man gently grasped his hands and said with gratitude, Young man, thank you for your kindness. Looking at you, you are as gentle as the last prince of our country. The old man frowned and reminded him, You should leave quickly and not get held up by these people. But Lam Mac firmly replied, No, I definitely won't abandon everyone here to wait for death. Just then, a soldier walked over, cracked his whip, and scolded, What are you doing? Why aren't you getting back to work for me? However, someone's hand suddenly grabbed the lashing whip. It turned out to be Lam Mac. He stood in front of the old man, causing the Feng Mo people to scream, Stop. The soldier asked in a panic, What do you want to do? Are you trying to obstruct construction, or do you want to rebel? He stood up decisively, turned his back, and walked away, replying, No, I have something more important that I need to announce to everyone. Standing amidst the crowd, Lam Mac used all his might to shout loudly, On the night after tomorrow, a ghost tide will sweep through this place. All residents of the nation of Feng Ma were in a panic after the warning that if they did not evacuate to the northern suburbs, it would be difficult for anyone to save their lives. The captain stood at the checkpoint, his voice full of arrogance and sarcasm. He questioned where he got this nonsense information when the military had received nothing, to which he replied that if they didn't believe it, they should just go. If no ghost tide appeared, it wouldn't be too late for everyone to return. Han Zhao slammed the table repeatedly, shouting about who would take responsibility if the project was delayed. He claimed that since the forbidden areas were under control, the news of a ghost tide was a complete fabrication, and if fear continued to be spread, he would use the charge of delaying progress to send him to his death. Upon hearing their superior's orders, the soldiers immediately pointed their guns directly at Lin Mo to surround him tightly. The ground suddenly shook violently, making it impossible to stand firmly. They looked at each other in panic, wondering what on earth was happening. Contrary to what had been discussed, Arthur stood atop the fortress and shouted an announcement. Lin Mo, the ghost tide has arrived sooner than we expected. Soon, swarms of deformed creatures appeared under the gray sky, overwhelming everyone with astonishment. Only then did the captain widen his eyes in disbelief, crying out that the ghost tide was far more terrifying than imagined, and the defensive structures were completely useless. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him in a panic, screaming for his men to quickly retreat toward Linglang City to save their lives. On the other side, Lin Mo urgently guided the people to an exit, shouting for the laborers to stop working immediately because the ghost tide was nearby. The captain aggressively rushed forward, repeatedly cracking his whip into the crowd to clear a path for his own escape. He shouted violently, Will you lowly people get out of the way? You are only good as cannon fodder for us. Before the bewildered laborers could understand the situation, Lin Mo shouted at them, urging them not to stand there dazed but to return to the camp to fetch the children immediately. He hurried over to ask Arthur about the actual situation, whether this structure could withstand the fierce wave for more than 3 minutes. Lin Mo mobilized all his ghosts to face the battle, telling himself to hold out as long as possible to buy some time for the miserable residents. The demons used their sharp claws to climb to the top of the wall, baring their fangs and growling with murderous, blood-red eyes. The ghost fighter and Deep Cook immediately charged into action after receiving orders from Lin Mo. He was determined not to let a single demon slip through. As one wave of demons fell, another followed closely behind to climb up. They were as numerous and stubborn as cockroaches that refused to die. A giant zombie with a massive guardian-like body suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. It lunged like an arrow into the city wall under the expectant gaze of the swarm behind it. Arthur was extremely stressed by the relentless pressure of the attack. He told Lin Mo that the structure was about to crumble and that they must retreat immediately. A loud explosion echoed through the air. A massive hole had been blown into the city wall. The soldiers could only stand there wide-eyed in horror as the demons flooded in like a waterfall. Like long, starved beasts, they pounced to tear at their prey, growling as they lunged. The panicked crowd trampled each other to escape amidst blood-curdling screams. They wailed that the wall had broken and everyone should run for their lives. Lin Mo looked back to urge everyone on. Grandfather, please run faster. The ghost tide is right behind us. Young man, our legs are exhausted and can't take another step. You must leave quickly. We are old and close to death. If we can just save the younger generation of the nation of Feng Ma, we will be content. Hearing those words, his heart overflowed with sorrow. He told himself that he could not allow the people of the nation of Feng Ma to lose their lives here. Lin Mo resolutely proposed a plan. Arthur, you protect the elderly and run first. I will cover the rear. Arthur firmly disagreed and replied, Don't say such nonsense. If we go together. Lin Mo shouted back, telling him to trust him and run ahead. Athu paused for a moment because of what Lam Mac had just said. He approached the twilight demons with his sword in hand, telling them not to hesitate and to leave quickly. Understanding the situation, Athu nodded, I will lead everyone to safety first and then come back to pick you up later. Lam Mac began to channel his energy to summon the controlling corpse demons. The mouth of the controlling corpse demon bag opened wide, sending hundreds of small demons with glowing green eyes rushing out. They quickly expanded in size and dove into the twilight demons that were aggressively charging forward. The small demons intertwined to form a shield, but the number of enemies was so overwhelming that they struggled to hold them back. A tall twilight demon swung a giant hammer and smashed it heavily onto the ground. The incredible power knocked all the small demons away, and it roared threateningly, "Don't even think about getting in my way." A loud shout echoed from afar, causing him to turn his head and focus his attention. Kill. Lammak leaped high into the air, then swung his sword and charged straight ahead. With a razor-sharp stroke, he severed the upper torso of the corpse demon without any hesitation. At the north gate of Linlang City, a stern voice urged, "Close the gate quickly and activate the defensive formation." The female student with a hairpin frowned in protest. "We cannot close the gate because there is still a group of people about to arrive." The man expressed his disagreement. "It doesn't matter if those lowly Fong Ma people die. Their lives are not worth us taking such a risk." Hearing those words, the girl could not hold back and retorted,
They are human beings too.
Ignoring her, he herded the students toward the gate, lecturing them as they walked. "Hurry up and get inside. Even if these lowly people are saved, they will lose their lives sooner or later." Athu's group stopped and waited, but the city gate remained shut. Athu looked up anxiously and shouted, "Please open the city gate for us." He maintained his stubborn attitude and firmly refused. "The gate cannot be opened. It would be a disaster if the twilight demons flooded into the city." The people behind him began to whisper, "If we don't let them in, the people of Fong Ma will all perish. Clearly, we can save the children down there." Arthur argued, "Just opening the gate a crack would be enough. The city has a defensive formation and hundreds of soldiers. Surely we can stop the twilight demons." In return, he only received a cold refusal. "I said no, and that means no." He darkened his expression and sneered, "Or are you dreaming that Lammak can wipe out all the twilight demons? When the army arrives, not a single one of you will escape." Arthur had to swallow his anger at the man's condescending attitude. He turned his back to the crowd and silently cursed that selfish man as a damned bastard. Lammak focused intensely on killing each twilight demon while Arthur cheered, "Lammak, you must hold on!" Lammak's side was facing immense difficulties because the number of enemies was too overwhelming. The saw demon was tightly entangled by the mud demon.
Let go immediately!
In another corner, Fanam was playing the zither and unleashing her ultimate techniques one after another. Shot out strands of silk that tightly wrapped around the mud demon, rendering it completely paralyzed and unable to move. Instantly, the chainsaw demon swung its sharp blade down in a clean stroke, slicing the demon in half. At that moment, the opera singer was grabbed by the collar by another tied demon, lifted high into the air, and prepared for a lethal blow. The opera demon clutched its chest and gasped for breath, making Kaka extremely anxious. The martial arts disciple immediately called out loudly for his junior sister. Before they could regain their composure, a horde of corpse demons appeared from behind, rushing in frantically like starving beasts. They swarmed the martial demon, biting and tearing relentlessly, causing him to scream out in agony. This chaotic scene provided an advantage for the tied demon, who watched and laughed gleefully. Then she lunged forward, swinging her weapon down hard with a threat,
"Go die!"
While the opera singer was still dazed, a fatal vertical slash left the tied demon terrified out of her wits. It was a sword strike from Lin Mo, the single sword soul slaying move had sent the demon to its grave. The opera demon expressed its gratitude and said to wait until all the people of Fengmo had entered the city, then they would withdraw immediately. After receiving the order, the group replied in unison, "Understood." Near the fortified walls, a girl was filming and shouted,
"Everyone look! It's that guy who cross-dressed at the swimming pool!"
To protect the refugees of Fengmo, he single-handedly risked his life to stop the demons without ever backing down. As the viewer count hit 200,000, she thought complacently that her followers had surpassed 1 million, and this time she would make a huge profit. Comments from everywhere flooded in, "So intense. To block a whole swarm of demons like that. He's the real beast. But why hasn't the Safety Bureau opened the gates yet? If that boy dares to face the demons alone, what is there for them to be afraid of? Demons show up and the Safety Bureau flees faster than I do. Demon slaying really depends on the army and schools. I hope this kid holds out just to spit in the Safety Bureau's face, but don't count on it. With so many tied demons, how could he last 10 minutes? From a distance, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Mo. She quietly judged this rogue brat, surprised that in a time of peril he would so bravely sacrifice himself for the refugees. Athu gripped his sword and dodged through the undead, running desperately toward Lin Mo. He frantically reported the news. "Lin Mo, that old man refuses to open the city gates. What do we do now?" He stood dazed and asked again, unable to believe his ears. "What did you say?" Leaning on his sword, he exhaled and assumed a defensive stance with a sense of resignation. "There's no retreat now. We have no choice but to fight to the death here." Lin Mo issued an urgent command, "Everyone follow my orders. Form a circle to protect the people of Fengmo. The demons are howling terrifyingly." Saying this, he gritted his teeth in hatred. "Tomorrow I will make him repay his debt 100-fold. He stood on the city wall, wearing a smug smile with his own schemes. With his life still being protected by others, he squinted his eyes and let out a long sigh. On this side, Lin Mo plunged into the fray, Wherever he went, the tide demons collapsed as he committed himself to a life and death struggle with them. The commoners stood behind the Fengmo shield, heartened by his protection.
Everyone, look!
The sight of that boy slaying demons to protect us looks just like the crown prince when he was alive. An old man said with tears in his eyes. Yes, seeing him, I truly thought the crown prince had been reincarnated. To see a stranger sacrifice himself for the people of Fengmo to this extent is truly moving. The child next to the old man tugged at his sleeve, eyes wide, and said, Grandpa, let's sing the Fengma national anthem to cheer him on. That's a great idea, isn't it? They clenched their fists with determination and sang in unison, Wake up, people of Fengma. Break free from this deadly lethargy and cruel oppression to build a new life together right now. The melody resonated, catching Lam Mac's attention. The lyrics were truly powerful and inspiring. The singing echoed throughout the space, asserting that no matter how ruthless the enemy, they would eventually have to bow and submit. Right at this moment, let the whole world see that the blood of the Fengma people still surges through our veins. Standing in the distance, he gritted his teeth and calculated. If these Fengma demon contractors aren't wiped out, they will surely be a great threat to the Zhou state. The heroic sound caused the legion of twilight demons to quickly swarm in, their numbers growing ever larger. Athu wiped the blood from his mouth and froze. This is bad, the core forces of the twilight demons have appeared. They bared their fangs and claws, eyes glowing red as they lunged forward. The next wave of the attack consisted of over 1,000 evil spirits. Only then did Lam Mac realize the danger and pull out his phone to call for reinforcements. He was forced to ask for help in this situation. He typed and sent the message, Senior sister, come save me quickly, I can't hold on much longer. Are you having a late night snack? Hurry over after you finish. Please, just eat quickly and gulp it down. If you're any slower, you'll only be able to come and collect my corpse. Just as he finished typing the last line, 3 twilight demons appeared right in front of him, staring him down. Oenthan was enjoying her dinner while watching the live broadcast of her younger brother's battle. Where else could one find such a good opportunity for practical combat training? Lam Mac sprang up to dodge, just as the desert demon spat out a cloud of thick dust. He retreated backward and shouted loudly, Chainsaw demon, come to me now. The chainsaw demon wielding a blade swung it wildly as it charged straight at him. He leaped into the air, swinging a decisive blow, aiming to finish off the desert demon. The violent cutting strike split the demon's head open, sending blood splattering everywhere, and it screamed in miserable agony. Its body dissolved into a hideous, slimy mess, causing the desert demon next to it to be terrified out of its wits. From afar, the igniter demon threw several explosives at him. He was very nearly hit. He quickly dodged, causing the explosives to fly straight into the rest of the twilight demons, catching them completely off guard. The fuses were triggered, creating a massive explosion that blew the demons into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Behind him, Athu had been knocked far away, causing him to feel restless and anxious. Lam Mac ran over to catch him. Athu wheezed an apology for dragging him into trouble when he no longer had the strength to defend himself. The twilight demons surrounded them more and more densely, blocking their path with murderous glares. Pushed to the brink of despair, he felt panicked. His spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Were they really going to die here? The schoolgirl anxiously raised her hand, intending to summon. She thought, no, I cannot just stand by and watch Lam Mac and his companion die. The old man hurriedly grabbed her hand, stopping her foolish action. She was astonished by his attitude and spoke up to ask why. He glared and shouted threats, saying that Lin Mo's risk in saving those low-life Fengma people was evidence he was a remnant of theirs. She clenched her fists and tried to explain, but he only did it because he wanted to save lives. His face darkened as he growled, those are Fengma people, not Zhou state citizens. If you save them now and they rise up tomorrow to kill our compatriots, you will be a traitor to the Zhou state. Her whole body trembled as she tried to utter a few words. This matter? A deep, warm, and resolute male voice rang out. To hesitate when saving a life is truly ridiculous. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade and leaped down. If your safety bureau won't save them, then I will. The surrounding crowd screamed in terror.
Oh my God, this young man is crazy.
Jumping down there is no different from suicide. Isn't he just a barber? Why is he being so reckless? Having landed safely, he immediately entered a combat stance, causing the demons to look at him with caution. Without hesitation, he swung his blade in a horizontal slash to clear the path and then charged forward. His incredible speed left deep gashes in the middle of the demon circle before he quickly leaped back out. His highly skillful movements allowed him to quickly appear beside Lin Mo and Arthur to protect them. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to drive the blade deep into the ground. Executing the Heaven Demon Slash technique, he created countless strikes that wiped out the ferocious demons surrounding them. He stood there majestically, leaving Lin Mo and Arthur in awe. He's really strong. He turned his head and teased, little Arthur, it seems your power has regressed. Lin Mo asked curiously, Arthur, who is this? This is my third uncle, Allied, a famous swordsman in the barbering world with a speed of just 10 seconds. Allied is a barber and a level 5 demon tamer. As he unleashed his moves, he teased Arthur. In my prime, it only took me 7 seconds to finish shaving. Lin Mo clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Allied. It's a small matter, one cannot just stand idly by when witnessing injustice. Allied brandished his blade and charged at the demons. The greater demons have arrived, let me handle them. I'll leave those lesser monsters to you kids. He nodded in acknowledgement. Arthur, your third uncle is truly formidable. Of course, his shaving skills have reached a divine level. Linmo couldn't help but feel surprised and impressed, unaware that something was lurking behind him ready to attack. This barber is really good, possessing great skill and a sense of justice rarely seen these days. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes and flexible body, he immediately turned around and used his sword to block the enemy's attack. But the creature was quite cunning, quickly using its body to tightly coil around the sword, preventing Linmo from withdrawing it or continuing his attack. In that dilemma, it used its remaining tentacles to bind him tightly. With his spiritual energy gradually depleting, Linmo couldn't wield the power of the demon sword. The hanging demons attacking Linmo appeared extremely smug, mocking him as if challenging a bound captive. Their tongues tightened around his neck, making it difficult to breathe. Linmo's face turned blue. This is bad. In the nick of time, an arrow flew in and severed the demons' tongues, causing them to tumble and lose their hold on him. Finally freed, Linmo tried to take deep breaths. He pulled the demon tongue off his neck and, while coughing violently, looked up at his savior. It turned out that everyone had united to come to his aid. Big brother, we've come to reinforce you. The other person shyly scratched their head with an apologetic smile, hoping Linmo would forgive them. I'm really sorry, because of my limited ability, I could only support you from a distance. Of course, Lam Mak did not care about those trivial matters. He hurriedly clasped his hands to thank Lathan and reassured everyone, your help makes me extremely grateful. Lathan immediately turned and shouted loudly to the crowd, listen closely, fellow demon spirit masters. Since we are men, let us attack from a distance together. Let all the burden of this debt fall on me, Lathan. The group of people naturally did not hesitate to join forces, unleashing whatever special techniques they possessed. If they had weapons in hand, they used them immediately. If they had summoning abilities, they did not hesitate to display them. The situation on the battlefield below immediately turned around. Countless gathering demons were blown to pieces and their corpses lay scattered everywhere. Lam Mak below was also struggling quite a bit. He had to exert all his strength to block the demon slave's attacks with his sword to prevent it from harming him. Around him, more and more demons appeared, ready to launch successive attacks. Despite the support from Athu's uncle and Lathan's group, the number of enemies remained overwhelming. Fortunately, at that very moment, Yuan Than arrived just in time to defeat the demons surrounding Lam Mak, saying, sorry, little junior brother, I'm a bit late. Upon seeing Yuan Than, Lam Mak was so happy that he shouted, finally, senior sister has arrived. With 2 more level 5 demon spirit masters, fighting these demons is no longer a concern. The hounds, receiving orders from Yuan Than, quickly pounced from above to sweep through the other demons. Seeing that the situation was under control and he could handle it, Yuan Than smiled and instructed Lam Mak, you and Athu go rest first, leave the rest to me. Lam Mak was extremely excited to hear this. He walked away while waving back, thank you, senior sister, we will be back soon. He turned to look at his comrade and sighed. As they helped each other walk, they confided, it's lucky that you and the uncle were here this time, good brother. Who could stand by and watch such injustice? While they were moving, Linangayat excitedly ran over. The little girl shouted, everyone look! Those 2 brothers have returned. She clutched the water bottles tightly to her chest and ran over, ignoring her brother's attempt to stop her, determined to give them the water. Linangayat trotted toward Lam Mak and Athu and handed them the bottles. Thank you, brothers. Without you, we villagers of Fongma wouldn't know how to cope. Please have some water. Lam Mak saw this and sat down to pat Liangayat's head in thanks, while Athu gulped down the water in his hand. Thank you. What is your name? Liangayat happily introduced herself and her brother to Lam Mak. I am Lenko Liangayat, and this is my older brother, Lenko Lifong. Athu stood by, drinking water while listening, and asked curiously, the Lenko clan in Namlon Fongma town is known for controlling water demons. I never thought they would be reduced to this state. Hearing this, Lifong frowned, clenched his fists, and firmly stated his goal. It doesn't matter. I will definitely revive our clan. Lifong hesitated and asked Lam Mak, can I be as strong as you? Fortunately, Lam Mak was naturally optimistic and knew how to comfort the boy. Of course you can, maybe even stronger than me. Faced with the boy's lingering doubts, Lam Mak immediately dispelled his self-reproach. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you as a spy for the Chu Kingdom this morning. It's okay, don't worry about it. At that moment, a loud and strange sound from afar caught the attention of Arthur and Lam Mak. Looking out, they saw swarms of demons rising like a tide with a whirlwind behind them. This is bad! Another incredibly powerful demon has appeared. Lam Mak and Arthur immediately assumed a fighting stance. He hurriedly instructed the children, quick, hide inside the protective circle. Leave the water there, I'll drink it later, you too, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 siblings quickly ran inside and slammed the door shut to protect themselves. Lam Mak and Arthur plunged straight into the middle of the demon swarm to continue the battle. One by one, they fell. We've rested enough. Let's keep fighting. In the blink of an eye, they had approached the eye of the bloody and gloomy storm. They showed no signs of fear. But as they got closer, both realized that right in the center of the whirlwind was a strangely tall figure. When Arthur and Lam Mac stopped to observe, the whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing the entity inside, leaving them both stunned for 5 seconds. Neither of them could have imagined that the source of such a violent vortex would be a demon with skin as blotchy as a ruined painting, a face mimicking a clown, and a belt as tacky as cheap accessories worn by a dark lord. Upon seeing the demon's true form, Athu and Yuan Than could not help but gasp out its name, the third-ranked entity in the Nam Sun Ghost realm, a corpse demon at the Demi-Ghost King level. Everyone understood the level of danger. If this Demi-Ghost King were to lead its minions to besiege Lin Lang City, no matter how sturdy the defenses, it would be difficult to hold out, necessitating an urgent port to the military before hundreds of thousands of lives were lost. Conversely, some were thrilled that the trump card had finally been revealed, perhaps realizing that the one behind the seal-breaking remnants could no longer sit idly by, and waiting for the military and elite demon tamers to join the fray would mean capturing the whole net. As the words finished, countless rhythmic footsteps rang out, growing closer and sharper than ever. Wherever the group passed, any demon in their way was beaten to a pulp, sent flying into the air without being able to delay their advance for even a second. Witnessing their own forces being so formidable, everyone felt proud and joyful. Some smiled smugly, eagerly watching the dramatic battle about to unfold. Right beside the corpse demon, a group of people in black cloaks suddenly appeared, surrounding it from all sides. Although their appearance and attire were uniform, by observing their movements, one could vaguely discern that the formation included powerful demon tamers ranging from the 5th to the 7th rank. The corpse demon was furious, and it certainly would not allow this group to simply wipe out all its minions. It threw its head back and let out a long howl, unleashing its signature technique, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms, commanding its subordinates to charge straight at the opponents. Faced with this sudden attack, the demon tamers remained extremely composed. They could not easily let themselves fall into such a dangerous situation. They immediately summoned their trusted guardian demons, such as the White Mist Demon, the Long-Legged Demon, and the Wretch Demon, to counter the corpse demon. The demon army had just appeared and simultaneously advanced, using their own abilities to erect a solid defensive wall to block those hideous tentacles. The White Mist Demon skillfully unleashed its technique, blowing out a hazy fog that obscured the opponent's vision. The long-legged demon wore a bizarre smile as it executed a technique, extending its sharp legs toward the corpse demon like piercing blades. Those legs quickly bound the corpse demon's limbs and neck, regardless of its desperate, panic screams. Under the overwhelming force of the long-legged demon, the corpse demon was no more than a toy in its hands, repeatedly slammed into the ground. The wretched demon did not stand on the sidelines either. It leaped high into the air and dived down like an arrow, determined to land a fatal blow to end the fight. As the name of the technique, Destroy, rang out, the corpse demon's pupils constricted in fear. Even as a demon, it could not hide the extreme panic on its face. A deafening boom resounded as the giant character pressed down, pinning the corpse demon flat against the ground, unable to move or dodge. Afterward, the demon exploded into fragments, a scene too bloody for children, so feel free to imagine the most gruesome details yourself. Lam Mat watched the group of demon tamers finish off the high-level demon in the blink of an eye, stunned and speechless. Even a Demi-Ghost King was defeated so quickly. What kind of people were they? When he focused his gaze on the direction the group was heading, he realized the danger with horror. Their target was the poor, seal-breaking civilians. Lam Mat immediately rushed down to block the group in black cloaks and shouted loudly to grab their attention.
Stop! What do you think you are doing?
Lam Mat nimbly blocked the path of the group in black, forcing them to stop and look at him with a less than friendly attitude. The leader of the group in black didn't beat around the bush. He spoke in a stern, annoyed tone to Lam Mat. Let us take these seal-breaking civilians away. Naturally, Lam Mat would not agree. He stood firm as a rock and retorted fiercely, that is impossible. The opponent looked down on Lam Mat's stubbornness, asserting that he could not protect these people. Hand them over to me, they will be free from their life of servitude and gain true freedom. Hearing these words, Lam Mat became even more agitated and retorted, who on earth comes to snatch people in broad daylight like this? How can I trust people like you? Amidst the bustling crowd of people in black, someone suddenly stepped forward, causing Lam Mak to jump in surprise as he couldn't recognize who it was. Approaching Lam Mak, the stranger lowered his mask to reveal a familiar face, then frowned and whispered to him, "It's me, Lam Mak." Recognizing the acquaintance, Lam Mak was still shocked, wondering, isn't this Anian's henchman, the one his father rescued from the security bureau long ago? How has he reached the 4th rank of a ghost master in just a few days when he was so weak before? The burly man looked extremely anxious and had no time for a long explanation. He urged Lam Mak, "There's no time to talk, just trust us. You won't regret it." Lam Mak considered this carefully in silence, realizing the other side had no ill intentions. Moreover, if this mysterious group truly wanted to save the Fangma villagers, it was highly likely they were connected to his father. After weighing his options, he thought it would be great if they were sincere about helping, as he couldn't take care of everyone himself, so he nodded and asked them to help take good care of the villagers. Suddenly, Longtram's group appeared prominently from above, seemingly having watched from start to finish, and burst into mocking laughter upon hearing this. Longtram wore a gloomy, terrifying, and sinister smile, threatening in a gravelly voice that those Fangma remnants would not escape his grasp today. Hearing this, the leader of the black-clad group asked them if they had thought it through, as anyone daring to oppose the Black Lotus sect would surely be hunted down to the end. Longtram maintained his arrogant and dismissive attitude, ignoring the henchman beside him who had begun to retreat, and shouted, "What is the Black Lotus sect? Why should we be afraid when there are so many of us? Everyone attack!" Witnessing his cowardly minions running away, Longtram turned to berate them. "Where are you going? What are you afraid of? We are from the Black Lotus sect. I'm done with this." Longtram could only watch them leave in frustration. Unable to do anything, he snapped, daring to run away. "Return the contract compensation immediately. Don't you dare miss a single cent. I'd rather lose money than my life, you bastards." Once that was over, Longtram turned to the remaining subordinates and shouted, "Listen to my command. We can no longer rely on the mercenaries, so now it's just you. Earn your merit by destroying the Fongma remnants."
"This is a military order?"
That group immediately leaped toward the Fongma villagers and the Black Lotus sect crowd, shouting for them to kill everyone. Seeing the enemy charging, the Black Lotus sect side quickly formed a battle line, leaving Lammak in a dilemma where he had to summon ghosts. Lammak suddenly wore a playful grin, his demeanor appearing extremely dangerous, as he secretly thought it was time for him to start hunting. He immediately raised his sword and charged straight toward the ghosts opposing the Black Lotus sect, shouting loudly, "Brothers of the Chu National Army, I'm here to reinforce you." Without hesitation, he swung his sword, piercing a ghost that was blocking a man's path. Each of his movements was decisive and precise. The poor ghost couldn't even say a word. It was his own contract ghost, after all. He pretended his eyes were blurry and he had mistaken it, while the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 points of shield breaking damage, truly a trick." Naturally, Lammak denied it completely, pretending to be knave and defending himself. "That's not the case at all. The battlefield is just too chaotic, so I couldn't distinguish between friend and foe." From above, Longtram pointed down and shouted, "Lammak, you truly are a Fongma remnant. You really are a traitor to the country." He clarified, "I've been wronged. It's just that I'm clumsy and can't control my ghosts properly, leading to this disastrous misunderstanding." Lammak then pointed toward the chainsaw ghost and the martial artist ghost, saying, "If you don't believe me, I'll do it again for you to see. Both of you, go support the Chu national soldiers right now." Obeying the command, the two ghosts roared and quickly took their combat stances, charging fiercely into the middle of the smoke-filled battlefield. For some reason, the martial artist ghost's foot accidentally got stuck, causing the chainsaw ghost to lose its balance just as it was raising its chainsaw high. As a result, instead of supporting his own troops, it swung the chainsaw and slashed directly at its teammates. The enemy was unscathed while his own troops suffered heavy casualties. He feigned shock, saying,
"Oh my god, my ghosts!"
The man turned purple with rage and pointed at Lammak's face to scold him, completely unaware that a ghost behind him was opening its mouth, waiting to devour him. The red ghost swallowed more than half of the opponent in one gulp. Even as the man struggled in vain, Lammak secretly laughed, "Sorry, my hand just slipped." When it was Lammak's turn to control the other ghosts, the results were no better. Before seeing any enemies, his own troops had already fallen, and he pretended to lament, "Oh well, I messed up the skill control again." Notifications of points added to Lammak sounded continuously, making that group so angry they almost went insane. "Congratulations, host, you just earned an additional 100 tilt points, you bastard." It wasn't until 15 minutes later that the battlefield was left with only the Haklian sect group and the soldiers under Longtram's command. Lammak continued to play his role excellently. He shouted in fury that their time had come, and if they dared to touch the soldiers of Chu State, he would deal with them. The Haklian sect leader also raised his hand to nonchalantly block Lammak's thunderous punch, secretly despising the brat who didn't know his own strength. As soon as they faced off, one person pretended to strike, while the other acted out being hit in pain. The play was perfectly coordinated. The demons behind, witnessing Lammak rolling onto the ground without even fighting, wondered in confusion if this was the end for them. While the demons were still confused, Lammak, lying on the ground, suddenly winked to signal them, causing them to realize instantly. The demons then vied to pretend they were exhausted, collapsing dramatically to the ground and shouting in unison that they were truly finished. Lying on the ground, Lammak observed his subordinates' performance. He gave a satisfied thumbs up, praising them as the plan was a complete success. The Haklian sect members then took the opportunity to approach the Fongma side, claiming they came to rescue everyone from the clutches of the Chu army. While the demons were providing cover, they urged them to retreat before the chance was lost. Knowing the others would be suspicious, he immediately took an item out of his pocket as a pledge, promising that seeing it would make everyone change their minds. No one expected the black cloth to reveal the authentic imperial jade seal, the power that everyone craved. Many people from Fongma State recognized this national treasure. They stared at each other in astonishment, for this was indeed the seal of Fongma State. While the two sides were talking, Lammak remained sprawling on the ground pretending to be injured. He quietly asked the demon breeder if he could recall the zombies. Upon receiving the order, the demon breeder instantly retracted all his zombies in the blink of an eye extremely swiftly. Seeing the imperial seal, the people of Fangma state finally agreed to compromise, preferring to trust them over dying at the hands of the Chu army. Since their benefactor had withdrawn the protective circle to show goodwill, the entire group agreed to follow. After successfully persuading them, the Haklian sect leader immediately ordered his comrades to quickly pave an escape route. Longtram was extremely angry as he watched the situation spiral out of control. He could only stand on high and scream as the refugees were about to escape. On the other side, after receiving news from Lammak, Oyenthan reported it to Arthur. She asked her sisters to help the Fangma people retreat safely as Lammak had instructed. A demon suddenly swung its claws in a sneak attack from behind, leaving Oyenthan no time to react or dodge. Right at the critical moment, Alai rushed forward and chopped off the demon's hand, successfully protecting Oyenthan and telling her to be careful. In the moment of urgency, Alai wrapped his arm around Oyenthan's waist to keep her from falling, a very intimate gesture. He forcefully threw the demon several meters away and stood firm with Oyenthan, kindly asking if she was injured anywhere. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the ringleader of the Southern Mountain Demon Realm ordered a retreat, shouting at his subordinates to pull back because the losses were already too heavy. Watching the demons who were aggressive moments ago now cowardly flee in a flash, Alai mockingly said they had withdrawn and everything should be fine. Because he was focused on watching the demons, Alai forgot he was still holding Oyenthan's waist, causing her to shyly thank him for saving her life. Realizing he was still close to her, Alai hurriedly and awkwardly stood up, his face turning red as he said it was just a small matter not worth worrying about. Just then, Athu leaned in closer to tease him, making Alai even more flustered. The boy asked directly why his third uncle was still single, causing him to wave it away in both embarrassment and annoyance. Alai had to give Athu a sharp knock on the head before he would stop. Athu still kept pressing him about his romantic life, leaving him to defensively claim that he was in no hurry. While everyone else was excited, Longtram was withered. He was so furious that he trembled uncontrollably and could not stand up, unable to swallow this bitter resentment. Longtram looked resentfully at his own pathetic situation. With no minions left to sacrifice and seeing that the ghost tide had receded, he intended to dispatch the troops immediately. Fortunately, a few men had survived, so Longtram immediately ordered them to surround and capture Lammak, shouting that this man had conspired with the Black Lotus sect and must be apprehended at once. Hearing this, Lammak was so angry that he stopped pretending to be in pain and sat bolt upright. He berated Longtram, asking what Black Lotus sect he was talking about, as he himself had been hunted by those men in black. Longtram certainly did not bother with the explanation and only wanted to vent his anger on him. He declared he did not care about anything and would take him in for interrogation just to show him who was boss. It was truly a grave injustice. Even though he had been arrested, Lammak remained as carefree as if nothing had happened. He even told Yuanthan to quickly inform their master that his junior disciple had been snatched by monsters, not forgetting to remind Athu to clean up the ghost bull carcasses. Those people did not hesitate to drag Lammak into the car and drive straight away, while also preventing Athu and Yuanthan from getting close enough to interfere. Thus Lammak was taken away. Even while being arrested, Lammak calmly asserted that he had never betrayed his country and that injuring the soldiers was just an unintentional slip of the hand. He thought to himself that if he remained silent, the Security Bureau would not be able to do anything to him. How could the others just sit still? They ran after the vehicle while vehemently protesting Longtram's decision, arguing that he was innocent and demanding his immediate release. The crowd grew more and more indignant, wanting to deal with Longtram right then and there. The student who saved lives was shackled while the cowardly soldiers were rewarded. It was truly unfair. However, Longtram did not pay them any mind. He even had the vehicle back up almost as if to provoke the crowd, as if to say they should go ahead and charge if they were brave enough. Longtram was extremely bitter because his plan had failed, so he turned back to shout and vent his rage, telling them to shut up and see who dared to obstruct the Security Bureau's work. Toyat Phuong hurriedly intervened and pulled Lothan's hand, telling him to calm down. Confronting them directly now would only be to their disadvantage, yet how could they just leave it like this? Ironically, they could do nothing but stare as the Security Bureau's car drove Lammak away, everyone feeling a sense of an impending ill omen in their hearts. The group began to scheme and plan ways to help Lammak. Some called for going to the media to expose the scandal, while others said they must create public pressure on the Security Bureau. The Security Bureau's vehicle convoy was not leisurely either. They were rushing everywhere to manage documents and update information on the latest developments of the campaign. Every staff member there was busy enough to be running off their feet. They constantly shouted notifications to one another that the southwestern defense line of Mount Sun had collapsed and the ghosts were moving towards Minjiang. Meanwhile, there was suddenly the sound of rapid footsteps from outside. Judging by the large group, it was likely that Longtram's men had brought Lammak back. Sure enough, Longtram's subordinates had brought Lammak to this very place. He looked around and clicked his tongue in admiration, saying the place looked quite lively, like a party. Seeing the newcomer was Lammak, everyone suddenly went silent. They stopped all activities and directed fiery glares toward him as a congratulatory message for receiving attack points rang in his head. Longtram did not let him continue his mockery, but pushed him straight into a closed room, scolding him to shut up and saying he would soon find out what was in store once they were inside. Lam Mak looked at the dark interrogation room before him and only gave a smug smile. He was not at all afraid of what was about to happen, simply asking nonchalantly, "Is that so?" As soon as he stepped into the detention room, the security bureau staff bombarded him with questions ranging from his name and gender to his home address and family members. With his shackled hands placed on the table, he had to endure their relentless questioning that left him breathless. They spoke in a low, harsh voice demanding he give an honest confession. Lam Mak glanced at the cumbersome iron handcuffs on his wrists and let out a weary sigh, slowly introducing himself as Lam Mak from Sasun village in Kan province. When mentioning his relatives, his expression hardened slightly, but his lips maintained their defiant look. He recounted that his family, including his parents and younger sister, were all simple farmers. Hearing this, Long Tram suddenly slammed the table with a bang and stood up. It seemed he did not believe a single word of Lam Mak's statements so far. Long Tram frowned and looked at him with suspicion, as if looking at a fraud, pressing him by saying, "What peasant? You are lying," before telling his subordinates to double-check. The subordinate, trembling, reported that the information was exactly as in the records. Father Lam Kuang from Sasan village, mother and Suong from Ma Bin village, married through a matchmaker and gave birth to him the following year. The subordinate felt a chill down his spine and sweated profusely while looking at Long Tram's fierce expression. He asserted that he had verified with the matchmaker, and she swore she had known Lam Mak since he was a child. After reading the investigation report on Lam Mak's background, Lam Tram was boiling with rage. Even though he could hardly believe his eyes, the evidence was clear and undeniable. How utterly damnable. Lam Mak watched Lam Tram corner himself and secretly wondered, "The fabricated evidence is truly perfect. I have no idea how the person impersonating my father managed to pull this off so well." Regardless of how illogical the evidence was, Lam Tram remained convinced that Lam Mak was helping the enemy, so he interrogated him about his shady relationship with the Black Lotus sect. Lam Mak pouted and lamented, "I'm just another victim who was attacked by them. Our side and the security bureau have the same enemy in the Black Lotus sect. I'm actually trying to wipe them out myself." Of course, Long Tram wouldn't believe a word of it. Frustrated and with nowhere to vent, he could only glare at Lam Mak with a darkening expression, speechless. Long Tram didn't give up. He roared and slammed his hand onto the desk, making the whole room tremble. "Are you still planning to put on an act in front of me?" This time, instead of hiding behind his desk to interrogate Lam Mak, he rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar to intimidate him. Looking down at Lam Mak from above, Long Tram shouted, "You intentionally injured so many soldiers, yet you still dare to play innocent. You are clearly a remnant of the Feng Mo. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of break defense." Lam Mak wasn't foolish enough to admit it. He wasn't even afraid, so he glared back at him and argued, "Don't pin your baseless accusations on an innocent person. Where is the proof?" That attitude made Long Tram even more frantic and out of control. "If you aren't colluding with the demons, then why are you shaking hands with those wild devils? Not to mention, you even managed to escape from a half-step ghost king in the Shangxia ghost realm." Long Tram immediately presented the arguments and evidence he had, the most damning of which was that he had visited An Diem at Hoate Hospital, one of the 12 priestesses of the Feng Mo kingdom. Contrary to the trembling the opponent expected, Lam Mak had to struggle to keep from laughing, as he had already seen right through him. He smirked and replied, "I had no idea whether she was a priestess or not. I only knew she was your little mistress." Hearing this, Long Tram was absolutely shocked that Lam Mak had managed to find this out. Once this secret was exposed, his career would be as good as over. Lam Mak didn't stop there and continued to provoke him. "My visit to see her was actually meant to put a long pair of horns on your head. Or do you want to charge me with the crime of cuckolding you?" His words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing Long Tram to go crazy. He couldn't hold back anymore and swung his fist. "Damn you. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 points of break defense." Seeing him lose his temper and prepare to strike, Lam Mak provoked him even more. "Well, are you planning to use force to coerce a confession out of me?" Of course, he couldn't do that. There were surveillance cameras everywhere, and if news of him beating a student to get a confession got out, it would be a disaster. So Long Tram just shoved him back into his chair. However, Long Tram still wouldn't let him go. He angrily rolled up his sleeves and gave a sinister smile. "Did you think you could pass this test just by having a glib tongue? Keep dreaming." Long Tram immediately touched the tattoo on his arm and summoned the ghost he had formed a pact with, which was the Smoke Ghost. The Smoke Ghost materialized instantly, surrounding Lam Mak with thick, murky smoke. It stared at him and grinned, making him feel a chill down his spine rather than finding it funny. The Smoke Ghost pressed against Lam Mak and exhaled poisonous smoke. "Hey darling, why don't you try the taste of Dianan Bayadon? I only mentioned your mistress. There's no need to kill to silence me, right?" The others standing behind them intervened anxiously. "Chief Cao, doing this is against the rules. Dianan Bayadon will kill him. We promised to keep what he said a secret from your wife." Long Tram was in a fit of rage and turned to shout at the two of them. "That's irrelevant. Would you just stand by and let a Feng Mo remnant run wild in our country?" At that very moment, someone suddenly kicked the door open and stormed in, causing everyone in the interrogation room to jump and turn toward the door. As it turned out, the newcomer was Tuck Fong. He strode in, fuming with rage. "You dare lay a finger on the student of Commander Quan Chandian?"
Release him at once!
As soon as he saw Tuck Fong, Lam Mac's joy was written all over his face. His eyes lit up as if he had found gold. His savior had finally arrived. Dam Min, the deputy commander of the surveillance force standing behind them, trembled as he tried to stop Tuck Fong. "Commander, you breaking into the security bureau to demand someone like this is against regulations." Hearing this, Tuck Fong roared, "Regulations? Even your superiors wouldn't dare say that to me, and yet you dare to use regulations to threaten me."
Get out of my sight!
Unable to reason with Tuck Fong, Dam Min turned to ask Long Tram, "Chief Cao, how should we handle this interrogation? Please, give me a little more time." Naturally, Lam Mac would not be foolish enough to miss the golden opportunity to sneak out of this place. He shouted loudly,
Master, save me! These people are trying to use the face-reading interrogation to frame me.
Upon hearing that, Tuck Fong was so angry his face turned beet red. He twisted Dam Min's ear while scolding him furiously. "What? You guys actually dare to force a confession? I must re-educate this bunch on behalf of your superiors."
Misunderstanding my foot!
No one is bold enough to dare use the face-reading interrogation. It was clear that Tuck Fong did not believe a word of the deceitful nonsense they were spewing. Without any warning, he suddenly lunged toward that smoke demon. As soon as Tuck Fong reached out, he grabbed the smoke demon's neck tightly, turning its face purple and making it unable to struggle. "So, what exactly is this thing?" Long Tram witnessed the scene and was terrified out of his wits. He hurriedly abandoned the idea of having the smoke demon interrogate the boy and immediately ordered it to return. Tuck Fong cast a cold gaze at the dissipating smoke before turning toward Long Tram. The fact that he did not destroy the demon completely was already a massive act of leniency. Only then did Tuck Fong start to hold Long Tram accountable. "You are the one who wanted to frame my disciple, right? Since you lacked evidence, you decided to use torture, didn't you?" "I only wanted to scare him a little bit." Long Tram's excuses certainly could not reach Tuck Fong's ears and only served to ignite his fury even more. "In that case, let me scare you back a little for fun, shall we?" Dam Min noticed that Tuck Fong was about to take action and became panicked. He rushed in to intervene between both sides. "Please calm down, sir. And Long Tram, why haven't you released the prisoner yet?" Thus, Long Tram had no other choice but to reluctantly unlock the chains and release Lam Mac. If he didn't release him, he feared the entire security bureau would be leveled to the ground. As soon as Lam Mac stepped out, he hurriedly reported to Tuck Fong, "Master, I am not guilty at all. On the contrary, I bravely pushed back the demon tide to save many civilians for our country." Hearing this, Long Tram's blood pressure soared and he spat out bitter words directly at him. "Lam Mac, don't you dare push your luck too far. Congratulations, host, you have gained 40 irritation points, king." With Tuck Fong still standing right there, Long Tram had the audacity to scold his disciple. "What nerve?" Ultimately forced by the other party, he said. "Why, are you not satisfied? I understand now. Since your disciple has the merit of saving lives, the Security Bureau will issue a commendation document and reward him with 2 more evil demon cores." Tuck Fong took Lam Mac by the arm and walked straight ahead. Before disappearing behind the door, Lam Mac mischievously stuck out his tongue to mock Long Tram. "That sounds acceptable. Let's go, my disciple." Long Tram was filled with resentment. Could he really just let them go like that? But what could he do now? If the matter of him abusing the face-reading interrogation was exposed, his political career would be finished. Before leaving, Dam Min did not forget to turn back and reprimand Long Tram. "From now on, if you want to mess with Lam Mac, you must have solid evidence, otherwise, don't even think about touching a single hair on his head." The fact that he hadn't managed to extract any information already made Long Tram frustrated, and now he had been humiliated by Lam Mac, had his affair exposed and been scolded by his boss. It was infuriating. "I swear I will get my revenge for this grudge." Long Tram was so incensed by Lam Mac that his eyes became bloodshot. He immediately remembered 2 people close to him, the ones who knew Lam Mac's true identity, including that woman. At a small roadside eatery immediately after escaping the security bureau, the master and his disciple sat down for a lavish meal to vent their frustrations. The 2 raised their glasses and clinked them together. Lam Mac excitedly expressed his gratitude to Tuck Fong. "Thank you, master, for coming to my rescue. I offer you a drink." Right after the toast, Lam Mac generously gulped down the entire drink in one go, though it was unclear whether it was water or alcohol, right in front of Tuck Fong. Tuck Fong looked at his student's nonchalant demeanor and sighed softly. "Even though I got you out today, the incident of rescuing the demon refugees is real. The military definitely won't let you off. Once they take action, you are guaranteed to die." Lam Mac maintained a completely unfazed expression, as if he didn't know the meaning of fear. "If they want to target me, don't I still have you, master, to protect me?" Tuck Fong then presented a harsh reality to him. "I cannot stay by your side to protect you forever. Besides, I have to leave for the north tomorrow morning." "What business do you have going there, master?" Tuck Fong slowly recounted the war situation in the north to Lam Mac. "Currently the 4-Nation Alliance is joining forces to wipe out your senior sister's evil sect. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the girl to keep her life this time. Even though she has turned her back on our sect, the bond between master and student still remains. I must at least save her once. Lam Mak's face remained emotionless, even appearing somewhat indifferent. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he was hit by a staff. You sure do treat your disciple well, master. Tukfong frowned and observed Lam Mak carefully. He stood with his hands on his hips and sternly reminded him, enough with the nonsense. Now you need to do 3 things immediately. First, you must constantly improve your strength, and don't be lazy. Next, Tukfong held up 2 fingers to mention the second thing, while questioning Lam Mak. Another thing is that you must form a contract with another powerful demon. It seems you still have a contract slot left, don't you? Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, Lam Mak turned to ask for Tukfong's opinion, wanting to know his guidance. So, master, what kind of demon do you want me to form a contract with? Tukfong took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled the smoke, slowly naming the demon he considered formidable, the Scholar Demon. Tukfong began explaining why he wanted Lam Mak to form a contract with the Scholar Demon. It had been severely wounded 2 days ago when the Thud Unjalan ghost realm collapsed and was currently hiding in a desolate tomb near their school. Upon hearing this, Lam Mak was puzzled because he didn't quite understand. Wasn't the Scholar Demon a half-step ghost king? It shouldn't be the same as before. Recalling the Scholar Demon's techniques, they both couldn't help but admire its unique ability to create 4 physical clones. Tukfong added that this was exactly why the Scholar Demon's power had declined. Since the clones had been killed in battle, its overall cultivation had been dragged down significantly. At this point, Lam Mak understood, and he was as excited as a student racing to recite a lesson, suggesting that the Scholar Demon might no longer even be at the evil spirit level, or perhaps even lower. Tukfong added more to ensure Lam Mak grasped the value of this deal, noting that the Scholar Demon had great potential, and if the contract was successful, Lam Mak's strength would improve dramatically. After learning about the 2 tasks he needed to complete, Lam Mak asked about the third, but Tukfong hesitated and said that matter was quite complicated. Tukfong leaned close to Lam Mak's ear with his cigarette still in his mouth to give his final instruction. Keep an eye on his 4th senior sister to ensure she didn't research any more bizarre forbidden arts. Lam Mak froze for a few seconds upon hearing this, staring at Tukfong in disbelief. Could a normal person like his senior sister really be planning to betray their master? After the discussion, Tukfong gave Lam Mak a ring and told him that if he encountered a difficult situation, he should go to the demon's lair to find the 4th senior sister. Tukfong staggered away, scratching his stomach and muttering that even though the girl had betrayed them, there was still some sentiment left. If Lam Mak begged her, she might be able to help him by 30%. Lam Mak followed Tukfong slowly, scratching his head and remarking that even just 30% was already precious. Late at night, the moon had climbed high today. The crescent moon was bright but could not penetrate the darkness shrouding the scenery below. Lam Mak gently pushed open the wooden door and asked softly, "Is everyone asleep?" While climbing onto the bunk bed, Lam Mak noticed a red bag and a note left there, which made him curious about what it was. It turned out to be the items Arthur had collected and stored in the bag for him to pick up when he returned. The note even clearly marked which parts belonged to him and which to Arthur. Seeing his roommate so enthusiastically gathering things for him, Lam Mak couldn't help but smile. Arthur was truly thoughtful, right down to not missing a single ghost coin. Lam Mak flopped onto the bed. After a grueling day, he could finally rest, so he decided to sleep to regain his strength first. The space outside was incredibly quiet and the moonlight still gently illuminated everything so everyone could have a sound sleep. Lam Mak sat on the bed. The room lights were now on, and he had just finished a long nap. He quickly opened the bag filled with ghost coins to check them. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. The martial artist ghost was upgraded to a junior evil spirit. Skill 3 was successfully changed, and the Rage passive was acquired. Each time it took 1 point of damage, it would gain 5 rage points, accumulating up to 100 points for a 60% critical hit rate, consuming no spiritual energy and having a very short cooldown. Following that success, the Flower Demon was also upgraded to a Junior Evil Spirit, and Skill 3 was successfully changed to acquire Soothing Melody Level 1, which helped restore 10% of health for allies and increased attack speed for a short time at a cost of 70 spiritual energy. Lam Mak raised his tattooed hand and drew all the contracted demons back into it. Looking at the results, Lam Mak smiled smugly. This skill was too powerful. The fighting strength of the martial artist ghost at full rage was now no less than the Chainsaw Demon, and combined with the healing ability from the Flower Demon, it was truly a superior step forward. Naturally, Lam Mak had forgotten a demon that still contributed significantly to this affair. It spoke up to demand its rights because the number of its zombies had not reached 100 after assisting him. Before Lam Mak could answer, the Chainsaw Demon beside him spoke up to threaten it on his behalf, saying that those dried-up corpses were nothing to brag about, and if it dared to complain again, it would carve it into shreds. The corpse-raising ghost felt incredibly aggrieved. Having lost its entire squad, it was now being scolded for demanding its basic rights, so it put on a look ready to fight. The Chainsaw Demon, not the least bit afraid, angrily clenched its fists and cracked its knuckles, cursing the other party and preparing for a sound thrashing that would leave its opponent flattened on the ground. Two guys lunged at each other, cheered on enthusiastically by a crowd of ghosts, while the young starlet clung tightly to the martial artist and whined, "Fight, fight, no, stop fighting, you two, don't fight anymore." Lam Mak looked helpless and rubbed his temples. He found these contracted ghosts useful, but they were so noisy they made his head feel like it was about to explode. The pair of ghosts were fiercely brawling, but when it was Lam Mak's turn to intervene, he simply pulled them apart with his bare hands. And that was that. Stop. Lam Mak stood between the two ghosts and loudly declared his plan. "Once Athu returns, I'll borrow his blade and go to the wild graves." Having put an end to the senseless brawl, Lam Mak sighed, sat heavily on a chair, and scrolled through his phone to relax a bit. Lam Mak secretly glanced at the two remaining female ghosts who were diligently doing their homework. Female ghosts were definitely better. Not only were they obedient and quiet, but they even did his homework for him. While scrolling through the web, Lam Mak suddenly froze. He was so shocked that he went stiff, staring fixedly at his phone screen. A breaking news report appeared stating that the supply warehouse of the Safety Bureau had been completely robbed, with damages estimated at over 15 million, not counting the ghost artifacts and array formations. The culprits remained a mystery, and Neon. After reading the news, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, "And Neon truly keeps her word. But there are only 3 people in a Neon's group. How on earth did they manage to pull that off?" The others woke up, and as they walked in, they asked Lam Mak,
Brother Mac, you're finally awake?
"Are there any trash can ghosts in class this afternoon?" Hearing this, Lam Mak smiled smugly and handed them the stack of homework the female ghosts had finished, saying, "Take it and remember to turn it in for me." Witnessing this scene, Tuban turned green with envy. "I'm so stupid. Why don't my trash can ghosts have hands? Then I wouldn't have to work so hard to write my homework myself." Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 provocation points. Seeing his friend looking miserable, Lam Mak draped an arm around his shoulder and joked, "Maybe you can train your trash can ghost to hold a pen and write. You really are a rare talent." Lam Mak turned to thank Arthur and his relative, gifting them 2 evil spirit level ghost pearls. "Arthur, thanks to you and your third uncle, we're good brothers. It's nothing." Of course, nothing in this world is free. Lam Mak smiled slyly and continued, "There is still one more thing." Lam Mak pointed to Arthur's weapon and asked to borrow it directly. Arthur was a bit taken aback. "Borrow my shaving razor for a moment." By evening, Lam Mak took Arthur's razor and headed to the back of the mountain, right where the ghost beasts were hiding. Seeing that everything was too quiet and there were no signs of the ghost beasts, he summoned his corpse, raising ghost, to ask for help in searching. As soon as the corpse, raising ghost, appeared at the wasteland graveyard, it grinned as if it had struck gold.
"Oh my God, you didn't lie to me!"
This place is absolutely full of corpses.
While Lam Mak was busy observing the surroundings, the corpse raising ghost happily collected one corpse after another, its heart overflowing as if it had found the true love of its life. Before long, Lam Mak spotted a ghost hiding behind a large mound of dirt, and at that same moment, the 2 ghosts saw him too. The moment their eyes met, Lam Mak shouted and lunged forward, but the ghost was fast and vanished.
"Stop right there!"
But how could it escape the sharp eyes and long legs of Lam Mak? He appeared right behind it, sending a chill down its spine. Lam Mak grabbed its collar and lifted it up like a chicken, scaring the wits out of it. "Call all your cronies here and dig up all the corpses in this wasteland for me."
Yes, yes.
The ghost acted incredibly obedient and compliant. Following Lam Mak's orders, it immediately summoned other ghosts in the area, and each of them began digging up the graves. The corpse-raising ghost watched this scene with wide eyes and a mouth agape, its face displaying a mixture of naivety and excitement. It completely forgot that it had accused Lam Mak of being unfair that morning. What a badass, truly living up to the title of the boss of the wasteland graveyard. Absolutely amazing, a piece of cake. When the corpses were brought up from the ground, the corpse-raising ghost lined them up and, while laughing, channeled ghost energy into those bodies. Lam Mak immediately summoned the ghost martial student to give the corpse-rearing ghost a hand, helping it control those corpses at a faster speed. At this moment, the ghost energy radiating from the corpse-rearing ghost had enveloped all those corpses like a massive net, just waiting for the command to act. Looking at the scene before its eyes, the corpse-rearing ghost smiled so wide it couldn't close its mouth. At that very moment, the system announced its loyalty had increased by 30%, currently at 45%. Standing behind and taking everything in, Lam Mak rubbed his chin with a smirk and thought to himself that this fellow was no different from a ghost version of the chainsaw murderer. Just then, a stunningly beautiful female ghost appeared out of nowhere and approached Lam Mak, extending her soft hands to pull him into a tight embrace. It turned out to be the red-robed female ghost. Her sudden appearance caught Lam Mak off guard as she cooed and reproached him that her dear husband had come without saying a word to her. Without waiting for Lam Mak to speak, the red-robed female ghost reached out and squeezed his chin, forcing him to face her, and decisively declared that he couldn't leave tonight and had to stay with her. Lam Mak, of course, did not agree. Setting aside other matters, he still had to fulfill his contract with the ghost scholar, so he quickly refused, claiming he had urgent business. The red-robed female ghost would not let him go and pinned him against a tree trunk, asking sulkily what could be more important than her. then reminding him that the ghost scholar had already reached the desolate tombs. Hearing that, the red-robed female ghost immediately understood Lam Mac's intention. She breathed hot air into his ear and teased that the fellow was indeed causing trouble at the desolate tombs. But the red-robed female ghost's next sentence was shocking news that made Lam Mac freeze. She proudly stated that she had personally defeated and locked him in the ancient mansion. Lam Mac's attitude changed immediately. He no longer rejected the red-robed female ghost but instead proactively took her hand, making her beautiful face turn bright red. Beaming with joy, Lam Mac did not hesitate to express his desire for her to take him to see the other party immediately, and she obediently followed her dear husband's request. The red-robed female ghost did as Lam Mac wished and quickly took him down to the dungeon inside the ancient mansion, a place with only dim light and eerie sounds. The ghost scholar imprisoned inside was still incessantly shouting and cursing the red-robed female ghost. "You wretched woman, wait until my great army arrives, I will level this place to ashes." While busy hurling insults, the ghost scholar suddenly saw Lam Mac appear with the red-robed female ghost, and he even smiled brightly to greet him, asking if the scholar was still doing well. Upon seeing Lam Mac, the ghost scholar's expression instantly changed to one of tension, and a look of annoyance was clear on his face when he saw him. "It's you." Lam Mac didn't mind and stepped closer, asking about the fate of his subordinates after the Kanglan ghost domain was destroyed by the Zheng province military. The fellow replied that most were dead, but he had also managed to take down 4 of the enemy's level 5 ghost masters. While the ghost scholar was enthusiastically recounting the battle details to Lam Mac, he suddenly stopped, seemingly having discovered something very unusual. The ghost scholar narrowed his eyes warily, his voice hostile and full of aggression, as he questioned whether he was someone sent by the enemy's military to capture him. Lam Mac used gentle words to persuade the ghost scholar, asserting that it wasn't true, while reminding him that he had once spared Lam Mac's life in Kanglan City to show his intention to save him. The ghost scholar responded scornfully, "You're just a level 2 ghost master, yet you claim you want to save me, or do you have some powerful backing in the ghost world?" As soon as he finished the sentence, a hand full of murderous intent reached out and tightly squeezed his neck. The red-robed female ghost flew into a rage because the scholar dared to be insolent toward Lam Mac. She ordered him to speak carefully, stating she would kill anyone who looked down on her husband. Making him so frightened, he timidly repeated, "Dear husband." Lam Mac, standing beside them, quickly intervened, telling her to stop because he still had more to say. The ghost scholar was astonished by Lam Mac's identity, wondering who he really was, that even Yama would write a letter to protect him, and that he even had such a beauty as his wife. After thinking for a while, he slumped down and asked directly, "So, how exactly do you plan to save me?" Lam Mac reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder, patting him a few times as a gesture of sincere comfort. He excitedly suggested that he become his contracted ghost. That way, the military would no longer have a reason to pursue him. So what did he think of this plan? Still maintaining a scornful attitude, the ghost scholar flatly refused. "Shimph, I thought you had some clever idea. I am a dignified half-step ghost king. How could I sign a contract with a brat? Even if I die, I would never do it." Lam Mac helplessly turned to mock him. "Haha, and you claim to be a half-step ghost king. You can't even hold on to a ghost domain this large." His disdain made the scholar ghost go insane and scream. Lam Mac seized the opportunity to lecture him further. "What a useless, incompetent student." Hearing that, the scholar ghost's face turned dark with fury. He growled in extreme anger, "What did you just say? How dare you call me useless?" Immediately, the system sent a notification congratulating the host on gaining 40 agitation points. The scholar ghost trembled with rage and slowly stood up. "On what grounds do you dare call me incompetent and useless?" He shouted into the opponent's face. "The amount of books I have studied must surely be 100,000 times more than someone like you." Lam Mac calmly replied, "If you claim not to be a bookworm, let's test you with a couplet. If you can match it, I will acknowledge your talent." The scholar ghost laughed arrogantly. "I've been playing this game since I was 5. Go ahead and set the prompt." Lam Mac gently stroked his chin and recited clearly, "Walking by Westlake carrying a tin pot. The tin pot fell into Westlake. What a pity for the tin pot." He secretly thanked the great writer Su Dongpo in his heart. "Please forgive this junior for borrowing your masterpiece for a moment." The scholar ghost's mind went blank upon hearing it, his whole body shaking as he stammered, "Walking by Westlake carrying a tin pot." Feeling both angry and humiliated, he shouted at Lam Mac,
"Absurd, absolutely absurd!
I have read tens of thousands of ancient books, yet I am bested by this one couplet?
Give me the answer now!"
The system panel flashed with a message congratulating the host on receiving another 100 agitation points. A message appeared stating that the scholar ghost agitation level had reached 30%, only 69% more was needed to force a contract. Lam Mac secretly rejoiced that the plan was working. With an even more contemptuous expression, he replied, "Out of respect, I'll let you know that the matching line is seeking a PhD to encounter myopia. Among all the PhDs who passed the exams, they are all nearsighted. Tell me, is this line precise enough?" The scholar ghost, feeling unwilling to accept defeat, challenged him back. "Then if I set a prompt now, can you match it?" Lam Mac replied confidently. He cleared his throat and recited the prompt, one above, one below, there is no such thing as class oppression, together we create a civilized and peaceful society. The red-clothed female ghost hugged Lam Mac's arm with admiration. You're so annoying, you naughty husband. The scholar ghost angrily retorted, you brat, that latter couplet is truly an insult to literature. The system reported that the host had just received another 100 agitation points. Lam Mac smugly raised his chin. Forget about me, you just need to answer whether you can match it or not. The system interface displayed a notification that the scholar ghost's fury level had reached 70%, needing only 29% more to proceed with the forced contract. Neither side gave in as they constantly battled with wits, solving for the square root to find the roots. The straight line passing through the circle's center reaches the midpoint. They continued. The night raid on Pearl Harbor shocked the United States. 2 atomic bombs falling caused Japan to surrender. Contrasting with his calm attitude, the scholar ghost was boiling with rage, yet he stubbornly set the next line. Big fish eats small fish eats shrimp eats mud. When water flows, the stones are revealed. Lam Mac immediately replied softly, eagle grabs the chick pecks the earthworm digs the soil and sand. When the earth crumbles, the mountain vanishes. The scholar ghost immediately seized the chance to nitpick. Totally wrong. My line used 3 consecutive verbs for eating, but yours repeats 3 verbs for catching. How can that be a match? He laughed happily. You finally had to lose. Lam Mac maintained a blank expression. Too simple. I just thought of another one even better. Master presses the mistress presses the bed presses the ground, the earth shakes and the mountains move. What do you think of that? The scholar ghost was choked for words, so frustrated he felt like spitting blood. The system immediately announced that the host had received another 200 agitation points. He trembled and stammered, you really are a beast in human form. At this moment, the system quickly displayed the result that the scholar ghost's agitation level had reached 99%, meeting the criteria for a forced contract. Lam Mac stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and gave a faint laugh. Thanks for the compliment. Let's sign the contract. The ghost scholar roared in anger that he would never agree to be someone's contracted ghost, when suddenly the system resounded. Ghost scholar, congratulations on luckily receiving a lucky question. If you answer correctly, you will be subdued by Lin Mo as a contracted ghost. He hurriedly waved his hands in a flat refusal. I choose to give up immediately. Unexpectedly, the system arbitrarily finalized the answer. Congratulations on correctly answering. What should you do when a 2M high car goes through a 1mm tunnel? The answer is to let some air out of the tires, because deflating and giving up are homophones here. The ghost scholar stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. What? The contract is beginning to take effect. The progress has reached 10%, then 20%. A beam of bright red light shot straight toward Lin Mo, accompanied by a system notification. The ghost scholar has been successfully contracted. A cold aura suddenly appeared in his hand, bearing the mark of a remnant ghost in the shape of a pure black fan. The female ghost in red beside him praised him incessantly. My husband is so talented, subduing him was as easy as turning over a hand, making Lin Mo respond gleefully. It's just a small matter. He turned and asked provokingly, now are you convinced yet, ghost scholar? The other didn't even look and irritably replied, you do have some tricks, but don't expect me to serve you anytime soon. Lin Mo opened the system to check the information. Lower level evil spirit with 2,000 ghost key points and an age of 1,000 years, needing another 100 years to level up. Loyalty is at 8% with skills not yet activated. He looked at the screen and said, the Kanglan ghost domain has been demolished. Your subordinates are either dead or fled. What if I could save them? The ghost scholar looked agitated. Are you not human? Are you really planning to save even ghosts? He emotionally recalled the scene of his escape thanks to his comrades' selfless protection, their voices echoing in the Kanglan ghost domain. Big brother, run quickly! Leave us to cover the rear! Suddenly, both of them felt suffocated as an invisible force gripped their necks tightly. The ghost scholar hurriedly turned and fled while the ferocious ghosts behind roared, do you want to die? He was deeply pained because his subordinates had fallen into the hands of the Security Bureau. They wanted to offer them to high-ranking nobles with higher contract levels. The ghost scholar extended his hand in commitment. If you can rescue them, I swear to follow you wholeheartedly. His loyalty nudged up another 7% to 15%. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo clapped his hands and agreed to the promise. He confidently patted his chest and stated, let's seal the deal like that. Lin Mo ordered the system to restore and buff the ghost scholar's power. All 3 skills were activated simultaneously. At that very moment, an abundant source of energy began to flood through his veins. The system announced Skill 1 was successfully changed to Level 1 Knowledge Fan Mobilization Strike, which removes all debuffs and enters stealth, increasing movement speed by 30% for both Master and Servant. However, allies only get cleansed and don't turn invisible, consuming 30 spiritual ki with a 200-second cooldown. Skill 2 was changed to Level 1 Backstab, allowing teleportation behind an enemy for 20 minutes, increasing critical damage by 50%, costing 50 spiritual ki with a 200-second cooldown. Skill 3 was changed to Level 1 Ghost Image, creating 2 clones that attack the target with damage equal to the original. Backstab can be triggered, costing 60 spiritual ki with a 300-second cooldown. Lin Mo thought excitedly, this really is a true assassin. That old man didn't lie to me at all. With the ghost scholar being this strong, I can easily suppress those ghost tamers this time. The female ghost behind him spoke up, is my husband done with the main task? Lin Mo instinctively turned back in surprise. The female ghost reached out and firmly grasped Lin Mo's hand. She suddenly pressed his hand to her chest and whispered, "Are you feeling shy?" causing Lin Mo to panic.
Wait a minute.
He quickly withdrew his hand. "That's not it. There's a more important matter to discuss." Lin Mo said seriously, "The army of Zhou Nation is about to attack the desolate tombs. The people here won't be able to hold them off. It's best to slip away before they surround us." The female ghost wondered, "So where do we withdraw to now?" The ghost scholar cut in, "Go to the half-ghost magic den. Humans and ghosts coexist there, so hiding there is the most logical choice." The red-clad ghost said coquettishly, "Husband, remember to visit me often, okay?" Lammak flashed a bright smile while rubbing the medicinal wine. "Don't worry, I will definitely ask for your help in the future." Which made her overjoyed. "Sure, whenever you need me, just say the word." When night fell, the red-dressed female ghost led her minions from the desolate cemetery toward the eerie cave. As soon as he arrived, Lammak was panting, wondering when he would ever have the chance to return to this godforsaken place. Strange and eerie sounds began to echo throughout the old apartment building. The pitch-black hallway carried a creepy atmosphere as Lammak tiptoed his way deeper inside. He was restless and uneasy. Why did a tragic cry, neither human nor ghostly, echo from the balcony in the dead of night? Lammak turned to ask about the ghostly blood pupil in that room, and it thoughtfully replied that there was a barrier there, making it impossible to observe clearly. Lammak frowned and pondered. It seemed his only option was to go investigate the place in person. He used the one-sword conquest technique to project his soul and investigate the situation. Lammak's soul quickly glided to the front of the room door. Peering inside, Lammak was so shocked that his eyes widened in utter astonishment. His eyes filled with both fear and panic. What on earth was this monstrous thing? Inside the room was a young man with a veiny face, his body tightly wrapped in countless talismans. Surprisingly, the one standing there giggling was Oyen Than. She looked down at the man on the floor and whispered, "Just kill me. Let me die already." She teased excitedly, "You fool, I won't let you die that easily. I will grant you immortal life." Outside the door, while Lammak was watching intently, Yuan Than suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Who's there?" Realizing he had been exposed, he quickly recalled his soul and retreated using the one-sword conquest technique. Although his soul had returned to his body, terror still lingered on Lammak's face. He was anxious, worrying whether he had been discovered, completely unaware that in a dark corner, the glowing red eyes of something were staring intently at him. Yuan Than approached closely, radiating intense killing intent. "So you saw everything, didn't you?" The sudden appearance startled Lammak so much that he fell backward, cursing, "Damn it!" Yuan Than, full of killing intent, said she would grant him eternal life, prompting Lammak to cry out in panic. "Yuan Than, stop!" Yuan Than stuck out her extremely long tongue, stretching it straight toward Lammak. Instantly the tongue wrapped tightly around his neck, making Lammak scream in excruciating pain. Yuan Than dragged Lammak across the floor in excitement. "Another one has achieved immortality." Lammak tried his best to grip the edge of the door tightly with his hands. He froze, his face deathly pale, and gradually drifted into unconsciousness. Seeing the critical situation, the scholar ghost shook him violently.
"Wake up, Lammak! This is just an illusion!"
Seeing that Lammak still could not break free, he resorted to using his staff to strike hard directly on Lammak's forehead. Enduring a bone-piercing pain, Lammak awoke from his trance with a bewildered expression. Lammak leaned his back against the wall, his breathing rapid and wary. Having just escaped the jaws of death, he was still trembling. "Damn it, when did I fall under an illusion? Red-eyed demon, why didn't you warn me?" The blood-eyed demon replied helplessly, "You and I share the same vision, so I didn't even realize when we fell into the trap." Beside him, the scholar demon sighed. "This move even affects contracted demons. If I hadn't used my primary skill to neutralize it, its power would truly be terrifying." Lammak uneasily speculated, "Perhaps everything that just happened was fake. My senior sister must be playing a trick to warn me not to meddle with her forbidden techniques anymore." Lammak quickly fled, secretly thinking, "Master, please forgive your disciple. I can't bear the consequences because my own strength is too weak." Just then Ong Yuan Than smiled sinisterly. She gazed intently at the writhing body before her, exclaiming that it looked so adorable. Lying beside the tear-soaked body was a phone. The screen displayed a message. "Kiet Fong, son of the owner of the 13th floor Clear Wind Tower, has gone missing. Anyone providing verified information about him will be rewarded with 5 million. Early in the morning at Bachdong Academy, someone asked, "Hey, have you seen the hot news online this morning?" Kai Min quickly recounted to Lammak, "I heard that a series of influential figures have mysteriously vanished. Currently, both the Security Bureau and the military have had to establish a special task force to solve the case." Lammak suddenly recalled the scene of meeting Owen Than last night. Could it? Suddenly a hand gently patted his shoulder, startling Lammak. The impersonator of Owen Than gave a radiant smile. "What do you mean, could it be?" Lammak froze, turning back and stammering, "Senior sister." She asked suspiciously, "I've been calling you for ages, but you didn't answer. What are everyone talking about?" Lammak quickly evaded. "It's nothing, just some silly rumors online." Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying the caller's name as a Nian. Seizing this opportunity, Lammak found an excuse to leave. "You two continue chatting. Anian called me for something, so if you'll excuse me, I'll go first." On the other end of the line, Anian informed him, The matter you asked me to inquire about with the demons at Truonglan has yielded results. How about we meet outside for a bit? Lam Mak eagerly agreed. Great. I didn't expect you to investigate so quickly. Wait a moment, I'll come and treat you to a meal. At the restaurant, Lam Mak rushed there but was still late. My sincere apologies for being late. Sitting with Ngo Khan, and Nian repeatedly tapped her hand on her watch, grumbling. You said we'd meet at 60:40, but it's already over an hour past that. Ngo Khan, emboldened, added fuel to the fire. Boss, you wouldn't believe it, but on the way here from Bakdong, there was a magnificent lingerie fashion show. And Nian irritably retorted, so you're late just to watch a lingerie fashion show just then. The system announced, congratulations, host, you have just received 40 agitation points. Lam Mak awkwardly explained. Oh, well, actually I'm planning to open a lingerie store, so I just needed to do a little market research. And Nian let out a cold, annoyed huff, then reached into her bag and rummaged around. She tossed a pile of ox demons onto the table, lamenting,
Good thing I brought you so many ox demons.
I can't believe your mind isn't interested in cultivation at all. Lam Mak was surprised. So many. Did you rob the security bureau? That's amazing. And Nian calmly replied, Course, my black assassination gang has grown to 15 members and the information you needed was also uncovered by my subordinates. She immediately turned to the main topic. A week ago, the security bureau held an auction in the Truonglan demon realm. Recalling the auction, she continued the 13th floor clear wind tower splurged to buy 11 lieutenant-grade spirit demons along with a gambling demon and a sacrificial demon. And Nian whispered, Rumor has it that if you join them, you'll have the chance to obtain an extremely rare demon contract. Lam Mak suddenly realized this name sounded very familiar. Thanfang Lu was originally the second most powerful assassination organization on the 13th floor of this country. She showed a few photos and placed her finger on a face. Manager Kutlian was also assassinated shortly after his son, Quite Fong, went missing. Lam Mak glanced at it and immediately recognized the person in the photo as Quate Fong. He recalled that night, the perfect plan executed by his senior sister surely could not have left any openings. And Nian looked triumphant. Now Thanfang Lu was like a headless snake with two factions crazily fighting for power. She presented two more photos. One was Luk Toyat Luan, the second boss, and the other was Than Thien Duc, the organization's third boss. In summary, these demons have not yet been contracted. Luk Toyat Luan even planned to spend his own money to buy a smoke demon as a birthday gift for his son, Luk Than Than. She pushed forward two more cleverly concealed photos. In addition, we also hold this secret. Lam Mak stared at the two photos while listening to An Nian's detailed narrative. The fact that Than Thien Duc was having a secret affair with Luk Toyat Luan's wife stunned him. How could this happen? It really is a cliché plot. And Nian continued mockingly, those children are 80 to 90% likely to be Than Thien Duc's illegitimate children. Look, their facial features are identical. Lam Mak slammed the photo onto the table and speculated that Luk Toyat Luan, willing to spend a large sum to buy the smoke demon, must not know this painful truth yet. He came up with an interesting idea: anonymously send these photos to Luk Toyat Luan. Upon hearing the news, he will surely not give the gift to his son anymore. And then we can easily buy back the ghost tool at a bargain price. Both people sitting there praised the plan. This strategy was indeed very clever. As soon as the words were spoken, Ngo Khan was ready to act. I will give old Luk Toyat Luan a shock he will remember for the rest of his life. That evening, Lam Mak and An Nian stood on the rooftop of the opposite building to monitor the Duc Hong Hotel. Receiving a call from Ngo Khan, she announced, Luk Toyat Luan, after receiving the message, has rushed off to catch them in the act. Looking at Lam Mak, An Nian added, I was also worried he would go to the wrong place, so I sent the room number 2. Beside her, Lam Mak smiled deviously. Let's wait and see the upcoming show. Observing the street below and seeing Luk Toyat Luan had arrived at the hotel entrance, he exclaimed, he's here. Night enveloped the area. Luk Toyat Luan stood silently before the main gate as if scouting the situation. He agilely clung to the wall and launched himself upward. In an instant, he had climbed to the 2nd floor and then leaped up to the 5th. Stopping at the edge of the balcony and looking inside, he was met with the sight of the couple intimately entwined. He narrowed his eyes and observed with murderous intent, seemingly having just discovered something very important. Luk Toyat Luan frowned in anger. After all, he was the second leader of the 13th floor Thanfang Lu and a rank 4 ghost master. Lam Mak and An Nian monitored from afar. Why hasn't he reacted? His wife is cheating with someone else. Shouldn't he tear Than Thien Duc apart immediately? He rubbed his chin in confusion, surprising An Nian. It's been over 3 minutes. Could Toyat Luan have some kind of sick fetish? Regaining his composure, he jumped down to the ground and silently left in the darkness. Seeing him take out a mask, Lam Mak couldn't finish his sentence, leaving just like that. Is he even a man anymore? Following every gesture of Toyat Luan, he realized the true purpose and confirmed, this is not good. His face hidden behind a mask with dark, hollow eyes, Toyat Luan had prepared his disguise to begin the purge. Mak Nian asked him tactfully if he intended to send that pair of adulterers to the afterlife, though she hadn't expected Toyat Luan to have the quirk of needing to wear a mask before he would deign to kill someone. His figure flickered in and out of sight, darting swiftly into the murky night. Nian, feeling restless, followed him. After all, if she wasn't planning on seeing him off, why else would she be tailing him? Mak decisively brushed off his hesitation and firmly ordered the sleep paralysis demon to follow him and see how the situation unfolded. The sleep paralysis demon carried both of them on his back, quietly tracking every movement of the assassin Toyat Luan. He didn't dare take his eyes off the target for even a second, secretly admiring the assassin's incredibly skillful and agile technique. And so a demon and two mortals kept trailing the assassin without falling a single step behind. He crouched and sprang straight up to the second floor, as nimble as a cat and without the slightest hesitation. They lingered and began to speculate perhaps Thean Duck's wife was here. And he intended to use a life-swapping tactic. I wonder if I asked Ingo Khan to look into the owner of this villa yet. Mak frowned and pulled out his phone. Whoever it was, he should record it first. It might come in handy later as leverage against Toyat Luan. He raised his phone, carefully framing the shot to capture every moment as the man pulled a gun to threaten a stranger in a suit. A gunshot rang out cleanly, hitting the victim square in the throat and causing blood to spray everywhere. Nian checked the information and reported immediately it was tracked down. This is the private residence of Tuong Bin, another deputy director of the Security Bureau. As soon as she finished speaking, he found it truly puzzling. What did being cheated on have to do with that security bureau? And Nian quickly explained that, since ancient times, the relationship between Thanfong Lao and the government had been very close. Perhaps Toyat Luan's actions weren't for a mission, but simply to kill out of anger. Seeing the assassin triumphantly leave the scene, Mak whispered that it seemed he wasn't done yet, suggesting they follow him to see what he would do next. One by one, the unfortunate victims fell at the hands of the butcher, Toyat Luan. A high-ranking official of the Security Bureau, a captain of a ghost-taming unit, and a lecturer at Toyat Phuong University. After finishing the job, Toyat Luan nonchalantly threw his mask into a roadside trash can. He calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked into the villa of Luk Toyat Luan, as if nothing had happened. Seeing that he didn't stop, and Nian wondered he killed 7 people tonight without touching Thean Duck or his wife. It's so confusing. Even if he was killing to vent his anger, there was no need to slay so many officials. It brought him no gain at all. He shook his head to dismiss the thought. Forget it. Who he kills has nothing to do with me. I just need to find a way to buy the smoke demon. A silent night blanketed the villa of Luk Toyat Luan, and Nian did not hesitate at all and firmly pressed the doorbell. The sweet voice and hot appearance of Tu Mai, Toyat Luan's wife, rose to ask whom the two were looking for. They both offered a friendly, strained smile, and Mak politely replied that they had come to see Mr. Luck. Toyat Luan's wife invited them inside without ceremony. Truly a woman this seductive, no wonder her husband couldn't bear the loneliness. He turned and whispered to the other, her breathing is very steady and her expression is calm, not like someone who just had an argument. I wonder if Toyat Luan has been exposed, or is still pretending as if nothing happened. As soon as he walked down the stairs, Tu Mai smiled and announced that guests had come to find her husband. The couple acted very affectionately. The wife kissed her husband on the cheek tenderly and said, "You must be tired after your mission. Remember to rest early once you're done." To which he nodded and replied, "Yes, I know." Tumi strode inside with a relaxed air, humming a happy tune under her breath without the slightest concern for his unsightly expression. Feeling disgusted by the fake scene that had just unfolded, Toy Luan wiped his cheek forcefully as if trying to erase that horrifying kiss. Mak clapped his hands together in appreciation, his teasing attitude leaving the other party feeling thoroughly flustered. He didn't hesitate to deliver a sarcastic remark, "Mr. Luck, you are quite skilled to be cheated on by your own wife and still maintain such a strangely calm demeanor." The old man's face twitched with anger, and he gritted out with murderous intent. "Who on earth are you people? And what have you managed to get your hands on?" He didn't bother with small talk. "Your personal affairs are of no concern to us. The purpose of this trip is simply to buy the smoke ghost that is currently in your possession." Mak made an offer. "Money is certainly no object, but unfortunately, the smoke ghost was a gift for my son's 18th birthday. I won't sell it for any amount." He bombarded him with piercing questions that made Toy Luan turn pale. "Are you certain that child is actually your own flesh and blood?" Trembling, he pointed a threatening finger at him. "What exactly are you up to? System, congratulations, host, you have received 100 provocation points." Mak gestured dismissively. "Your wife cheated, so the boy isn't your biological son. I'm not saying this to humiliate you, but to make you see reason. If he isn't yours, holding on to the smoke ghost is useless. You might as well sell it to us." With a dark expression, he emphasized every word. "Even if I were to throw it away, I would absolutely never transfer it to you people." His long-repressed anger finally erupted, and he shouted, chasing his guests away, "Get out of my house this instant. System, congratulations, host, you have received 50 provocation points." Toy Luan swung his fist repeatedly at his opponent, but he was already on guard and easily dodged the surprise attack. Mak grabbed his arm and softened his tone. "Don't be so angry. In just one night, you've taken out 7 big fish. Isn't that enough to satisfy you?" "How do you know about that?" He sneered provocatively, trying to threaten me. "Don't even dream of it. I staged the crime scenes for those 7 individuals myself. Once the Safety Bureau gets involved, Thean Duck will definitely pay for his crimes. He asked calmly, killing people just to frame Thean Duck. Why not just finish him off yourself? The old man snapped. It's not your place to care. I'll reiterate, don't think you can threaten me with such tricks. Get out of here now. Realizing he had gained the upper hand, Lam Mak grinned nastily. Empty words without evidence really don't carry much weight, do they? He held out his phone, which had recorded the entire scene as evidence, leaving Tui Luan shocked and speechless. So, how about this? It was footage of him holding a gun and threatening others. The scene appeared so authentic that it could not be denied. Tui Luan stumbled forward and gripped Lam Mak's shoulder tightly. His attitude shifted faster than a flipping pancake. If you have the video, what need is there for money? I will give you the smoke ghost. If you had been this polite from the start, Mr. Luck, wouldn't that have been better? The atmosphere grew tense as he hardened his expression. Aside from the smoke ghost, I also want you to hand over the black, white ghost, the ice frost ghost, and the 11 other ghosts that Fong Chao purchased. His expression turned grim. Are you trying to back me into a corner? Even if you submit that video to the Safety Bureau, it's not enough to prove I am the killer. At most, it would just clear Thean Duck and ruin my plans. That price isn't enough to make me risk auctioning off all those ghosts for you. Lam Mak, realizing he was at an impasse, slowly reconsidered. It was true that using the video to clear Thean Duck and disrupt his plans wasn't enough leverage. Remembering something, he cleverly changed the terms and winked. How about this? We will delete the video, and you just have to hand over the smoke ghost to us, and that will be that. Going along with Lam Mak's proposal, he nodded in agreement. Very well, but if you truly want all the ghosts that Fong Lao bought, you must help me with one thing. The sudden turn of events left him and Nian bewildered, and they asked, help you with what? Tui Luan frowned and demanded, find me the pass token for the 13th floor of Quit Lian, the place where the entire collection of corpse-raising ghosts is guarded. Lam Mak reassured him, leave the smoke ghost for now, you should stay here and tend to your wounds. If the ghost charms are not enough, just look for me. Thank you, Lam Mak. The ghost scholar clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Many thanks to you, Brother Lam. The notification board showed that his loyalty had reached 50%. Outwardly, he appeared polite, but deep down he was calculating every possibility. He only had to wait a few days to get the demon token from the brothel, and the other ghosts would all submit. Once the ghost scholar was subdued, the rest of the underlings would fall in line. It was truly a profitable deal. Nian stood behind him, quietly gathering information. She never expected him to accept such a difficult task, but did he even know where that damn demon token was hidden? Rubbing his chin in thought, he revealed a lead. Quat Lian's son, currently in Bach Duong, might be the one holding the clue. It was as if he had found a sleeping mat just as he was getting sleepy. No need to waste effort searching everywhere. Lam Mak used his spiritual power to recall the ghost scholar and hurriedly urged, must set off for Bach Duong immediately. Ghost scholar, come back now. He shivered at the gruesome sight. The thought of breaking into Yuan Than's room full of coffins again made his skin crawl. The dark, hollow corridor with drafty winds making the curtains flutter led straight to the gloomy room at the end of the row. Nian trembled, clinging tightly to Lam Mak's arm. Why is this place even more terrifying than a graveyard, brother? One of his eyes turned red from channeling magic, making him even more impatient. My senior sister is busy at school and not in this godforsaken place, so we must act quickly. A single sword strike decisively sliced the old lock into two pieces. Both of them quickly pushed the door open and entered the space filled with dim blue light. A horrific scene lay before them as the soulless zombies lay motionless in their glass cabinets. Oh my god, this is so terrifying. They moved closer to verify the identity of the body in the cabinet. It turned out to be Quate Fong. Blue veins bulged on his frail body, causing them to discuss what they saw. Even though he showed no signs of breathing, his blood vessels were still pulsing steadily. Lam Mak was about to open the cabinet lid when he heard a warning from behind. Wait, brother. Nian advised him, full of caution. What if he explodes as soon as you open the lid? It's best to prepare thoroughly first. Lam Mak saw the logic in this and summoned the bandage ghost to guard against risks. Once this half-dead creature explodes, I will use the bandages to restrain him immediately. You are always so thoughtful. With all his might, he pulled Quate Fong out of the glass cabinet. As soon as he appeared, the creature transformed into a zombie, his face covered in bulging blue veins, staring with a ferocious gaze. The sudden situation caught them off guard. The zombie growled like a rabid dog and lunged at Lam Mak, causing him to jump back in shock. The zombie suddenly sat up, viscous green fluid spewing from its mouth as the tendons and bones in its body twisted with a crunching sound. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Nian said, it looks like he's about to vomit something. Bandage ghost, hurry. Quate Fong gripped his own throat, his mouth swelling as he let out several retching sounds, and the bandages immediately wrapped around to restrain his body. She repeatedly urged Lam Mak, check it immediately before he can vomit it out. If there's nothing, lock it back up quickly. He shouted in excitement. Found it. Holding the piece of jade, which was cut in two, she asked in surprise. Why is the token only half? The bandages wrapped tightly around the zombie, pushing it back inside. Lam Mak ordered, "Bandage ghost, close the coffin lid for me." A glowing red incantation activated along the zombie's body, and the illuminated seal made it lie motionless immediately. Looking at the red characters surrounding the glass cabinet, Anine could not help but be amazed. What are these talismans and secret texts on the coffin? It must be some kind of forbidden art of the senior sisters. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when a strange sound emitted from the last cabinet, causing them to startle and turn their heads to look. A zombie from inside suddenly burst the lid open and stood up, leaving them both in absolute terror. Hiding behind Lam Mak's back, her eyes widened and she broke into a cold sweat, stammering and unable to utter a word. From inside the gloomy coffin, Yuan Than spoke in a threatening voice, "Good morning, little brother." She leisurely stepped out of the old, dusty coffin. As the red and blue bloodstains faded, Yuan Than gently said, "Next time you want to take something, just let me know." Returning to her usual cheerful self, she added, "There's no need to break my lock." Lam Mak secretly feared that she had seen everything he did, but with this attitude, she probably wouldn't have the heart to hurt the two of them. He asked his senior sister why she was sleeping in there, and she replied that she had just modified a talisman and wanted to lie inside to experience it clearly. That eccentric answer sent a shiver down their spines. Could this be something a normal person would do? Lam Mak held out the piece of iron as an excuse, saying he had already gotten the token, so he begged to leave first because he had some business. She held Anian's hand and pleaded with her not to leave, asking why they didn't stay for a meal since they rarely met. Anian tactfully declined, saying, "Sister, we are in a hurry to exchange the tokens. We'll definitely make it up to you next time." Oyen Than let it slide easily and promised, "All right then, next time it's my treat." Upon hearing this, Lam Mak immediately took Anian's hand and pulled her away quickly without any hesitation. They hurriedly fled, only having time to shout a casual, perfunctory goodbye. The two stopped to catch their breath, and Anian asked what kind of dark magic his senior sister practiced that was so terrifying, to which Lam Mak replied he was only afraid of being thrown into a coffin as a test subject. Drenched in sweat, Anian hurriedly asked what they should do now, and if they were going to look for Toyat Luan right away. Lam Mak reached out to brush away the sweat, sticky locks of hair from Anian's face, making her blush in surprise. He smiled and patted her head to comfort her, making her flustered, and said they had been busy all night, so they should go get something to eat first. Suddenly, an envious curse rang out, "All you couples get lost," followed by, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 defense-breaking points." Just a casual gesture, and he earned a bunch of points. He thought to himself that it was indeed an unexpected harvest. Taking advantage of the situation, he playfully wrapped his arm tightly around Anian's waist and pulled her close to him. His affectionate gaze made Anian flustered and embarrassed, and she softly called his name. She avoided his gaze, looked around and stammered, asking why he was suddenly acting like this. Lam Mak burst into laughter and pointed triumphantly at the frustrated crowd of single people behind them. He raised his chin and declared, "I have a girlfriend and you guys don't. If anyone's not happy with that, step forward." A barrage of curses along with system notifications kept popping up. "Congratulations to the host for gaining hundreds of defense-breaking points. Congratulations to the host for receiving more points." Meanwhile, Anian flew into a rage over how this guy could even have a girlfriend. Decisive punch landed straight on his chest, making him groan and spit out black blood. Lam Mak clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground as she scolded him for being an idiot and an obnoxious, dense guy. In the quiet cafeteria, they silently observed their surroundings and reported the situation via text message. "Please open the homepage and start a conversation with Toyin Luan. Can this half piece be exchanged for the amount of devil tokens you bought? No way, it must be complete with both pieces to be used. Go find the other piece quickly." "Well, do you know where it is?" "I have no idea." Lam Mak blocked Anne and threw the talisman piece away, then sighed, "I have no idea. If even the people from Thanfong Pavilion are clueless, how would I know where the other half is drifting?" He looked at Nian's innocent expression with frustration. "There are no clues at all. By the way, what do you think is Toyin Luan's true purpose?" He narrowed his eyes and stated firmly, "Aside from fighting for power, what other reason could there be?" While chewing on a mantu, he continued, "Chief Steward Quatlian has passed away, so the successor will be either Toyin Luan or Thean Duck. Killing Thean Duck is risky, but framing him to eliminate a rival will help him seize power more easily." The ringing of a phone interrupted Nian's train of thought. "So that's how it is." Lam Mak picked up the phone and listened. "Hello, who is calling?" An enchanting and sweet female voice spoke from the other end of the line. "Hello there, my friend." She examined her ruthless face in the mirror, applied some lipstick, and slowly spoke, "I want the piece of the demon talisman you are holding.